Chapter 1, The Taoist Priest Goes Down the Mountain. Since ancient times, Bashu has been filled with countless mythological stories, and in earlier years there were not a few people who sought immortality, and in the small Taoist temple in the back of Mount Qingcheng, the parting of the living and the dead was taking place. Inside the compartment, a young man, about in his early 20s, was kneeling in front of an old Taoist, listening to his master's final education. Maple, for the teacher's great limit has come, can have you so good disciple to send the end? The master has died without regrets. The said, I have said, now the only rest assured is that you, although you are gifted and intelligent, the year is not more than double 10 has mastered the 5 arts of the Taoist, but your mind is simple and simple, have not stepped into this rolling dust, for the sake of the teacher fear that you will be used by the people who want to use. Some years ago to give you set up a marriage to let you experience the love of the human world before you can be certified as a Taishang. Master, Fonger can't let go of you. The teenager choked. Silly child, between life and death master has already looked away. After master leaves, you go inside master's room and take out the marriage contract. Go to Rongqing to find your fiancé. No matter what path you take in the future, you must be worthy of heaven and earth. After the old Taoist finished speaking, his eyes exploded with a regal light as he looked at his disciple. Master, Fonger knows that by proving oneself with heaven and earth, one keeps the right and repels the evil. The youth recited all the clear rules and regulations of his own sect. The old Taoist closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. Master, the youth's sad voice resounded inside the room. 3 days later, the youth knelt in front of a small dirt bag. The youth's name was Yi Feng, and he was also the only existing disciple of Qing Fengguan. Yi Feng said in a low voice to the small grave bag in front of him, Master, ransom for disciples' unfiliality, failing to follow the legacy of burying you in this dragonland. When disciple withdraws from the marriage, he will come back to continue to accompany you around, and lighten up our Qing Fengguan. Yi Tian finished speaking and sat withered at the grave for a while, then walked towards his own small Taoist temple against the starlight. 7 days of mourning. Yi Feng returned to the view, took out his own master, said the brown box. Into the eyes is a parchment scroll of the marriage contract. Looks like at least 10 years. Yi Feng took out the parchment scroll. What is the name of his fiancée now? Yi Feng frowned and said, He Li Jun. Looking at the 8 characters on it, should be 8 years older than me. Tomorrow I will go to Yangqing to withdraw from this marriage contract, and then come back to cultivate to accompany my master. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he started packing his luggage. Just when Yi Feng was packing his luggage, in Yangcheng, De Yi Villa, inside an elegant villa, the lights were on. The servants had already been in the hall early. 3 men and women with noble aura, each sitting on one side. The atmosphere appeared heavy. One of the women who looked graceful and luxurious lowered her head and said, Dad, you came all the way home just to tell us to marry Li Jun to a man you never knew? The tone was filled with incredulity, as well as shock. Yeah, shut up. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance spoke up, looking at his father afterward, subconsciously needing an explanation. The marriage contract had already been finalized 10 years ago. This matter can't be rejected by you. Without the other party there is no He family today. This matter is finalized. This matter Xiaoya, you give Li Jun a clear explanation. I'm tired. The old man said no more words. Mortar and pestle up the walking stick, intends to go back to the house to rest. Dad, I'll help you. The middle-aged man hurriedly got up and helped the old man back to the house to rest. The woman named Shoya sat where she was, waiting for her husband to return. Not long after, the middle-aged man walked back with a puzzled and thoughtful expression on his face. He Jun, did you ask? What did Dad say? Why do you suddenly want to marry Li Jun off? Xiaoya asked 3 questions in a row to her husband. Dad did not say anything more? Only said Li Jun can give to marry each other. Is 3 lifetimes to repair the blessing? These days Dad will live in the house, waiting for each other door to finish the marriage before leaving, and called us to the future female daughter-in-law respect point. He Jun said, rather puzzled. To know the Yi family's assets, not to say hundreds of billions, at least 7 or 8 billion is there. How in their own dad mouth? Their own daughter is climbing high on the other side of the same. Dad is also too overbearing. This is something you tell Li Jun. I can't make the decision. After Xiaoya finished speaking, she turned around and went back to her room, ready to give her precious daughter a shot in the arm, leaving Yi Jun then sitting alone on the sofa pondering what on earth is the reason for the family's disagreement over this sudden engagement. Yi Feng, who had been meditating for a night, took a long inhalation with the appearance of the morning light, and spat it out only after a long time. Time to go out, Yi Feng said in a low voice, routinely offering incense to the 3 clear ancestors enshrined inside the main hall. Yi Feng took off his Taoist robes, changed into a regular clothes, picked up his backpack that he had packed earlier, and walked out of his own Qingfeng Taoist temple, heading straight to the foot of the mountain. At the Rongqing railway station, which was at the peak of the back-to-school season, a group of people were whispering to a boy with an ordinary appearance, but with extraordinarily sharp eyes, and one of them, a girl wearing hot pants, whispered to her bosom friend, "One, look at what era it is now." And since there are still people who wear Zhongshan suits, I really doubt that he has traveled from the 80s, and isn't he hot? Alright, don't talk too much. 7. It's other people's freedom what they wear, so don't talk too much. After the girl finished speaking, she pulled up her BFF and walked towards the waiting room. The whole person looked distracted. Yifeng ignored these people who were discussing him and took the tickets he had bought to the waiting room and waited up at ease. Please, attention travelers bound for Sheepshead. Train 2A95 will be soon. Waiting room ringing platform notification sound. Not long after a green van woo into the station. To go to Yangqing, travelers have to pick up their luggage, parcels, walk on the platform. Yifeng also successfully boarded the train of 10 million Sheep City. Find their own seats to sit down. The heart greatly out of a breath. They are still 18 years old when followed by the master to deal with psychic events from afar. From the present has been almost 4 years of time. The changes in the outside world can be really big. Yi Tian out of the mountain at the moment almost have to use their feet to run to the Sheep City to go. Or master is right. The outside world is too much of a test for one's heart. I'm still used to the days of mountain and forest purification. Hurry up and finish the business and go back to the Taoist temple. Yifeng said silently in his heart. It had only been out for less than half a day, and Yifeng was starting to miss his own little Taoist temple. Hey, handsome, you wear so much. Aren't you hot? A fashionably dressed young girl asked curiously to Yifeng. Her eyes were like radar, scanning this Yifeng up and down. Yifeng also noticed the two girls on the opposite side of the room. One of them was wearing a pair of sunglasses with a flush nose bone, so she couldn't see her appearance, while the other girl was wearing a rather avant-garde outfit, suspenders and heated pants, together with a small face and exquisite makeup. Looking at Yifeng's heart, she read out loud, "Infinite Heavenly Father." This girl, a quiet heart, is naturally cool. I'm not hot at all. Yifeng opened his mouth and replied, "Yo, I can't tell. Are you a monk or a Buddhist? Do you know how to tell fortunes?" Even the quiet heart is naturally cool out of the one when you look at the little handsome boy. Quite interesting, the girl said with a smile. "I'm sorry, my bestie is just a maniac, so don't get on her bad side." When finished and squeezed her BFF's thigh with her hand. Nothing, cultivating Buddhism is all about cultivating oneself. This girl, your heart is not quiet, Yi Tian said with all his references, and finished by closing his eyes and faking sleep. Che, a stuffy one, do you have a girlfriend? Little brother? What are you doing with this wooden box? Where are you from? I'm Chi-Chi. This is my girlfriend One. How about a chat? Do you know how to play cards? And you smell good. Is it sandalwood? Chi-Chi continued to ask, attempting to use the Yifeng in front of her to pass the boring time in the car. And when the girl named Wen heard Yifeng's words if she meant it, her pupils shrunk violently, but hidden under her sunglasses, she wasn't noticed by anyone. Could it be that the secret one hides in the deepest part of one's heart has been seen by this youth in front of me? Raven inwardly reported, hopefully asking, how about that? The heart can only be stilled. Unringing the bell is still necessary. Yifeng finished without saying anything. Wen, what kind of riddle are you guys playing? Why can't I understand it? Chi-Chi, who was next to her, asked with a surprised look on her face. Chi-Chi, it's fine. I'm just curious. Wen, it's still dozens of hours away from Pengcheng. Let's brush up on our dramas. The girl named Wen forked the topic and fished out a brand new tablet, inviting Chi-Chi to brush up on the drama together. Humph, what's with the tugging? Really think you're a big handsome guy? Chi-Chi said to Yifeng with dissatisfaction, then put on one earphone and chased the drama together with her own girlfriends. Yifeng did not say anything and began to recuperate with his eyes closed. With the passage of time, the passenger in the seat next to Yi Tian also got on the bus at the next stop. A well-mannered young man, looks like he is running a business outside, named Zhang Bo. With Zhang Bo seated, eyes have not been from the opposite side of the two girls put down, all the way in the shushing, named Chi-Chi girl a look of self-cooked, which makes Zhang Bo even more vigorously touting their own. Yi Tian listening to the heart are laughing. Yifeng is equivalent to a branch of green leaves, the perfect bearer of the image of Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo from time to time to take Yifeng off to compare themselves, so that they appear more perfect. Yifeng also listened to not send any language. Well, not long, as the announcement on the platform rang out, the train came to a smooth stop in Sheepshead. Yifeng lifted his own wooden box, glanced at Wen with sunglasses, secretly sighed, self-inflicted take the lead to get off the car and walk toward the platform. Yifeng walked out of the train station and beckoned for a cab. Master, de Villa. After getting into the car, Yifeng opened his mouth and reported his destination. Sitting in the driver's seat of the cab, master listened to a stunned, and then looked up and down. Yifeng, and then start the car, straight to the Grand Villa and go. The heart cursed, On your appearance, worthy of going to the grand villa? I don't look at you this poor look, dressed in the dirt. While walking out of the station, Wenwen looked curiously at Yifeng, who got into the car and left. The woman's self-consciousness told her own that she seemed to have missed someone who could solve her problems. Shizuku, what are you looking at? Chi-Chi asked curiously from the sidelines. Nothing. Chi-Chi, did you have a very relaxed feeling before? Relaxation? Is it that feeling of being close to nature? It's so strange. I had it in the car before, but it's gone when I got off. Chi-Chi said in a puzzled manner. Come on, let's go back to school first. After saying that the two took a taxi and left. Chapter 2, Healy-jun. With a squeak of brakes, the cab steadily stopped at the gate of De Mountain Villa, and the security guards on duty immediately looked over at the cab. Handsome, you can't park here for too long. The security guards will drive away. The cabbie machine said with a watchful tone of voice. Well, trouble master. Master, you drive safely lately. Yifeng checked out and got out of the car and walked away, while Shiji thought Yifeng was insinuating that he was scolding him. Slowly turning around, he was ready to see how Yifeng was defeated, and then he would satirize the kid himself. Yifeng walked to the door. The two tiger-backed security guards immediately opened their mouths and asked, This gentleman looks like you look very familiar. May I ask which owner's friend you are? This is not a good thing for Yifeng to pick up. She only knows that her fiancé's family lives here, but nothing else. I'm looking for Healy-jun. Yifeng reported the name of his fiancée. The two security guards looked at each other. The name Healy-jun had never even heard of. There was no such person on the list of owners. The eyes of the two security guards turned dangerous, and when they were about to ask Yifeng, who was in front of them, to leave, an urgent voice rang out. Wait, you're Yifeng? You're from Bashu? Heejun hurriedly ran out from the security guard's duty room and asked. Since his own master came back, Heejun was sent to guard the gate, fearing that this granddaughter-in-law, whom he had never met before, couldn't get into the house, and called himself this future father-in-law to pick up his son-in-law, and looked up and down on Yifeng after asking. Well, I'm Yifeng, specially coming from Bashu to Yangcheng on business, Yifeng said to the rich middle-aged man in front of him. I'm your uncle Li Jun's father. Come on, come home with me. The old man has been looking forward to you coming for a long time, Heejun said warmly, then greeted Yifeng as he came in. Hello Uncle He, let you take the trouble, Yifeng said thankfully. It was not hard to see that the other party had waited here for a long time. Yifeng still had a little bit of guilt in his heart. He had come to withdraw from the marriage after all. This kid, what's the point of being polite? Let's go. Go home first, said take the lead and walk in front, Yifeng carrying his own wooden box to follow. The two security guards also no longer block, and has been dilly-dallying outside the cab driver machine to see Tian went in. Two eyes are to stare burst. This kid really live in the Great One Villa. I can't wait to slap myself twice. If I had known to introduce my own girlfriend to this kid, I don't need to work hard to run a car outside. The remorseful teacher machine stepped on the gas pedal, and went away. Bang sound, hit the oncoming Bentley Mulsanne. The division machine is now in the heart of a thought. Finished calf, ready to sell the house. Yifeng heard the sound of the collision outside, and knew that Shiji did not listen to his words. Just now, when Yifeng got on the car, he saw that Shiji's right eyebrow was shifted to the heart of the palace, and his face was red with a downward trend, and he was bound to lose a large amount of money in the next few days, and he saw that the other party was poor. So Yifeng reminded the other party of his good words. After walking all the way for about 10 minutes or so, Heejun brought Yifeng to ring the doorbell in front of a sushi-style manner. We're home. Little Feng, come on in. As soon as Heejun's words fell, the door was opened by the maid inside. Old Lu, help carry the luggage, Heejun ordered to Old Lu, who opened the door. Uncle He, no, it doesn't weigh much. I'll just take it. Yifeng politely refused to. Okay, go inside first. The two of them walked into the villa. The decoration inside the villa appeared classical, especially the Qingming riverside scroll on the center of the lobby, which particularly introduced attention, as well as the furniture made of yellow pear layered in various places. Is Fomer here? Old man, I can finally expect you to come, quickly called down Li Jun. An old man in a lab coat enthusiastically stood up and said, and Mortar and Pestle walked towards Yifeng, his eyes looking Yifeng up and down, his face filled with a joyful, happy and satisfied smile. Yifeng looked at this enthusiastic old man and looked a bit overwhelmed. The other party's eyes were like they wanted to eat him. Fenger, just call me Grandpa He. Some years ago I often heard your master talk about you. Fenger, you are a rare young talent. Our He family and your master can be said to have deep roots. From my father's generation and your master Tianren Taoist, no. Without your master, there is no He family today. I wonder how is your master doing recently. I wonder how your master is doing. The old man may as well go and accompany the Taoist master and listen to his teachings. Grandpa He took Yifeng's hand and said warmly, my master feathered his feathers. Yifeng said sadly, What? Grandpa, he said incredulously, his smile-filled face quickly solidifying, and on the second floor Xiaoya bitterly persuaded her daughter to come downstairs. Li Jun, your fiancé is here. Go downstairs and take a look. Your grandfather is urging. It's not a solution for you to keep hiding here. We'll figure it out when the time comes. The words Xiaoya's fiancé were like a needle in Li Jun's heart. Mom, when did I somehow get a fiancé to marry? Why don't you? You're all liars. You tricked me back, saying that my grandfather was seriously ill, but it all turned out to be a lie. I'm not going. I don't want to see anyone, Li Jun said angrily. Inwardly from this morning back home has not been calm. What era? There is arranged marriage this talk. The perfect love within herself was shattered before it even started. Li Jun, this is what your grandfather set out to do. Go and meet someone else first. When the time comes we can figure it out together. Mom, I'm towards you, but your grandfather is so old. Do you want him to be sad and upset? Besides, even if you get married, the other party can't be bound. You can sign an agreement. Live a marriage with a name but no reality. Xiaoya continued to advise her daughter and helped her daughter with ideas. Li Jun was silent for a few minutes. Her pretty willow leaf eyebrows furrowed up as if she was thinking about something, and finally spoke. I know what to do. Don't let Grandpa wait long. After saying that, she walked towards the door. Xiaoya hurriedly followed. The two of them walked to the stairs, and Li Jun saw her previously domineering and strong grandfather with a choked voice and a sad expression speaking to a young man in a Zhongshan suit. Celestial Taoist Master, treat me like a son, listening to the Taoist Master's teachings since I was a child, and also has the grace of saving and recreating our family. I didn't expect that a goodbye 10 years ago would become an eternal goodbye. Grandpa, he said with tears in the corners of his eyes and a choked voice. Grandpa, don't be sad. My master's life is over. I wanted to persuade him to take the path of the soldier's solution to immortality, but my master obeyed the fate of heaven. Feathered away. Yi Feng said comfortingly. He Jun, who was sitting on the sidelines and listening to the conversation between his own master and Yi Feng, heard that the heavenly man Taoist master was a person who knew his own ancestors, and that the Yi family could come to today, all thanks to the help of the other party. As for what Yi Feng said about the Bing Xian and so on, He Jun was listening to a half-understanding, and his heart began to be filled with curiosity about Yi Feng's master. Dad, Li Jun is out. He Jun whispered from the sidelines. Li Jun, come, this is Yi Feng, also your future husband. Come down and get to know each other. In the future, you have to live a good life. You're not allowed to throw your missy temper in front of Yi Feng. As a wife, you have to be virtuous and attentive. Fenger, you and Li Jun get to know each other. Go and get the marriage license typed in the afternoon. Grandpa, he said to Yi Feng and Li Jun. Hear the master's words. Yi Feng and Li Jun heart are sunk. The former is to withdraw from the marriage, and then return to the Qingfeng view of Qingcheng. The latter is not expected to marry will come so fast. Simply more than Li Jun unexpected. Would like to drag a few days? It seems to have to find a time to give themselves this fiancé to say clearly. Yi Feng looked at the stairs of the Li Jun. Height is estimated to have 1.7 meters out of the head. Wearing a home dress is also difficult to hide the proud body. White and tender skin as a lotus flower. Tight melon face without powder, coupled with a pair of willow leaf eyebrows and watery eyes are exceptionally attractive. This is the most beautiful woman Yi Feng has seen so far. As for Yi Feng, in Li Jun's eyes, wearing just one word, dirt, and still earthy, ordinary features, give a person a kind of simple and real feeling, but the other pair of eyes are particularly God, such as a wise man generally scrutinize all things. All things in the world are difficult to escape from the illusion of these eyes. Grandpa, okay, Grandpa. I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Yi Feng this afternoon to get a marriage license. Li Jun obediently said. Yi Feng looked at Li Jun in a daze. The state of mind that was good as water now turned into a shocking wave. This woman is obviously not willing to marry me. Why did she agree so painfully? Good. Li Jun, quickly take your husband back to his room for some rest. The two of you can cultivate your relationship. When you finish your marriage our family will go to Bashu to pay homage to the heavenly man Taoist master. Grandpa, he finished patting Yi Feng's shoulder and signaled Yi Feng to go upstairs. Yi Feng stood in place in a daze. His mouth opened a few times but he didn't know how to speak. In the end it was Li Jun who walked down the stairs, pulled Yi Feng's hand and said, Yi Feng, please teach me more in the rest of my life. I will do my duty as a wife. Let's go. Pulling Yi Feng's hand back to his room, and Xiaoya and He Jun's eyes stared wide open. The daughter's change is simply greater than the men's soccer team out of the line to reach the World Cup of change. Only Grandpa he is left to bless them from the bottom of his heart. Bang. Li Jun closed the door of the large suite of rooms, holding Yi Feng's hand also immediately loosened, eyes full of oppression looking at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, is it? I don't know what kind of connection you have with our He family, but that's all about the previous generation. It shouldn't involve our generation, and we have different living habits and 3 views. It's impossible to live together. Do you think I'm right about me? He Lijun seconds the iceberg woman. A hammer said. You're right. Yi Feng said with approval. Okay, since you also agree, then we will follow the process. I have an immature decision here. Later I will write it down. If you think it's not suitable, we can discuss it again. And finally sign the contract. I will be your nominal wife. After He Lijun finished speaking, she drew out a piece of A4 paper and brushed it down. Chapter 3, Contractual Life. Yi Feng looked at He Lijun, who was busy writing the contract, and quickly organized the language in his heart. How to say the matter of withdrawing from the marriage without offending the other party. And Grandpa, he can't make a fake of his good expression. And Yi Feng didn't want to make Grandpa, he said. Well, take a look at it. Sign it and we'll go beat the license to get married. He Lijun reached out and handed the A4 paper to Yi Feng. Yi Feng subconsciously took it and looked down. The corner of his mouth twitched. And there it is, the contract of married life. A. Party A. He Lijun and Party B. Yi Feng voluntarily signed a lease marriage contract. Party A. He Lijun monthly payment of Party B. Yi Feng monthly salary of 30,000. Second, after marriage, all the properties under Party A's name belong to He Lijun, and have nothing to do with Party B. Yi Feng. Third, after marriage, Party B shall not interfere with Party A's afterlife, either emotionally or in life. Fourth, after marriage, Party A refuses to live as husband and wife, and Party B can find a solution on her own if she needs one. Yi Feng looked at the long 18 rows of the treaty. It can be said that all aspects are properly arranged. There is not a little loophole to drill, and the following is also empty. A dozen rows did not write. Yi Feng asked curiously, why isn't it written below? For the time being I didn't think of it. When I think of it, I'm adding it up. Yi Feng, do you have anything to add? If not, I'll print it out in duplicate. He Lijun stared at Yi Feng and said, I'm curious, since I don't like me, just reject me directly. Why make such a mess? My original intention was to come and withdraw from the marriage. Yi Feng honestly said, I respect my grandfather. Since childhood it is he who brought me up. Can't bear to reject him. Besides, what if I rejected it? Gan Yi Feng Yu, and Zhang Feng, Li Feng, might as well make the best of the situation, both to satisfy Grandpa. Their own future also fell clean, so that they can do what they want to do. He Lijun said with full of concern. Yi Feng thought that this is good. After the marriage, he can also go back to the mountain to cultivate. This will not disturb each other. Okay, I agree. Cool. Wait. He Lijun leaked out a happy smile, printing out the two contracts nimbly inside his room. Both of them signed their big names with satisfaction. Yi Feng didn't know that when he signed his name, the day of returning to the mountain for purification was about to get farther and farther away. He Lijun collected the contract. From now on He Lijun is the big brother of the A side. Oh, right. Why do you carry this wooden box with you at all times? Yi Feng, could it be that there's something very important inside? He Lijun asked curiously. Inside here is the master's inheritance thing. Of course you have to carry it with you. By the way, the marriage contract is for you, as well as the token my master gave you. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he pulled out a box from inside the case and handed it to He Lijun. He Lijun reached out and took the wooden box. A good-smelling rosewood scent filled the tip of his nose. The surface of the box was engraved with incantations that He Lijun could not understand. Open the box once open, which was stacked with a parchment scroll as well as a green bracelet one. He Lijun picked up the sheepskin scroll. It was soft and delicate in her hand, and it was written with the marriage contract between herself and Yi Feng and the birth dates of both of them, as well as the certificates signed by the families of both parties, making it look very formal. He Lijun looked at Yi Feng, thankful that she was being fiancéed by a fiancé 6 years younger than her. She was considered an old cow eating young grass. I'll take the marriage contract. I don't want the bracelet. After all, we are only a nominal couple. When you meet your beloved woman in the future, you can give this bracelet to each other. He Lijun was quite reluctant to return the bracelet with the box to Yi Feng in her heart. Okay. Yi Feng casually took the box and put it inside the case. Looked at Yi Feng. No, all look. He Lijun heart a little blocked. He grew up as the proud girl, where to go are highly regarded. The other side of this attitude towards their own will not persuade their own acceptance. They are still the first time to see the quality of the carving are so perfect and meticulous jade. He Lijun didn't have the good sense to say, if you're tired, just rest on the sofa for a while. We'll go and fight for the license in the afternoon. I'll be busy with my work. After saying this, he himself went directly back to the house. Yi Feng bent his hands and crossed them together as he began to meditate and cultivate. And a wall downstairs, but busy, inside the kitchen to bring out a delicious dishes. Basically all the local cuisine of Bashu. His granddaughter's promise to get married had slightly dulled Grandpa He's sadness over the passing of Taoist Celestial Xiao Ye. He Jun, since Li Jun agreed to marry Yi Feng. You guys have to treat Yi Feng like your own son, okay? I don't know if I'll be able to hold a big fat kid next year. Grandpa, he said to his son, daughter-in-law with a sigh. Jun's two families looked at each other. Come on. Feelings Yifeng has now become the old man's heart lump. All other people have to step aside. Dad, just now I heard you guys talking. Yifeng's master is a Taoist priest. So is Yifeng also a Taoist priest? Asked the sidekick. Nonsense. Feng'er's master is a Taoist priest. Feng'er must also be a Taoist priest. Their lineage doesn't avoid marriage. Okay, don't ask too much. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Elder, he had watched his son grow up. What the other party was thinking, he could still not know. Directly chatting the sky to death. Okay, what are you asking for? Eunuch has his own plan. Eunuch, you come back this time. Don't go. Good life in the home. Good. Foreign again. Not as good as their own home. Xiaoya came out and said, well, go or go. When I finish worshipping the heavenly human Taoist, I will go back to Eagle's Head country. There are some things that must be taken care of. The laboratories in foreign countries must be kept up, leaving the old king alone where he can't control the people. You guys take more care of the group's affairs. As long as the experiments are successful, the everlasting pharmaceuticals group of our He family will become the leader of the entire industry. Grandpa, he said in a domineering manner. No wonder you came back alone this time, Dad. It's just hard work, Uncle Wang. Next time I'm going to have a good drink with Uncle Wang. Jun joined in the chat. Well, these years, the old king suffered. Jun is not open a company? A girl outside to show her face. I do not know how you as parents teach. Now Jun and Feng are married. Should be at home to teach their children. Back to this matter, you two to Jun. He family is not bad, her that little money. She is not young, soon 30. Strive for next year to hold a big fat boy. Grandpa, he changed his tone and started talking again. This is listening to the two Jun speechless. Now the new era. Entrepreneurial strong women do not know how many. Just their own dads still keep the old customs. Dad, I'll give Jun a piece of my mind about this. How's the experiment abroad? Xiaoya once again forked the topic and asked. The three talked from experiment to commerce, and the time came to noon without realizing it. Grandpa, he looked at his pocket watch and said, it's getting late. Tell the young couple to come down for dinner. They still have to go and fight for the license to get married in the afternoon, so don't be delayed. Then Xiaoya gave his daughter a phone call. Not long Jun holding Yifeng's collection came out. The family began to give Yifeng to receive the wind. The table on the table of Sichuan dishes. Grandpa, he was happy to drink a small glass of white wine. Yifeng's bowl of food has not been broken. A meal to eat almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon before packing. It's getting late. Jun, you take Yifeng to get his license. After the license, go and choose some suitable clothes for Feng'er. I'm going to rest for a while. This man is getting old. Unlike before, a little bit of wine is like sleeping. Grandpa, he admonished. Well, Grandpa, Jun knows that Yifeng will be my husband from now on, and I will take good care of him. Jun said with a sweet smile. Yifeng, wait for me. I'll change my clothes, dress up and we'll go fight the license. Aha! Yifeng nodded his head numbly. This woman changed her face back and forth too quickly. Grandpa, he sat inside the tea room with his satisfied grandson-in-law and started chatting. Most of the chatting was reminiscing about the great days in the past and the regenerating grace that the heavenly man Taoist master had given to the He family. Yifeng, I'm better. Let's go. Don't delay. Jun's pearly voice came from outside the tea room. Go on. Old man, go take a nap. Grandpa, he terminated the chat. Well, Grandpa, I'll go first. I'll miss you. Yifeng said solemnly, lifting up the wooden box and pulling open the door. Looking at Jun, who was wearing a blue and white cheongsam, with a shapely figure and a quiet appearance, she appeared both elegant and full of a bookish flavor. Yifeng's heart indisputably beat violently a few times, and was finally suppressed by the cultivation of Yifeng's powerful heart. Quite pretty. Why did you remember to wear a cheongsam? Yifeng looked at Jun and said faintly, it's not for the sake of accompanying you. You wear Zhongshan dress. I only have to wear cheongsam, so that we pair up. Let's go. Jun and self-consciously took Yifeng's hand and walked towards the door, and in the tea room grandfather heard the conversation outside, sighed and said, I knew that Jun married to Feng's future will be happy, but Yifeng, this child is too sentimental. This tie a certificate of and won't take long. Actually said that will miss me. This child remembers the old. Jun walked out of the front door of her house, and her jade hand unconsciously loosened. Even Chang Wen's mind cultivation froze for a moment. Go! I'll drive you in my car. Jun said in a cold voice as she fumbled for the car keys. Okay, it's easier for me to finish it earlier. Yi Tian, on the other hand, said without caring. Jun drove his own fire-red Ferrari, carrying Chang Wen straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau and go. The car, two people, no longer any words to communicate. Just now the love is like a flash in the pan. In September in Yangchang, the outdoor temperature reached almost 40 degrees. The Civil Affairs Bureau of the staff appear very lazy. To play the card, basically not a few people, Buzz 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 motor roar sounded. A fire-red Ferrari straight parked in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. A man and a woman from the car came down. The woman full of Oriental lady's elegance. The man's appearance in general. But his eyes even under the scorching sun also looks very god. Full of aura. Chapter 4, A Chance Encounter. This man and woman were none other than He Lijun and Yi Feng. Hello, what do I need to prepare for a marriage license? We've brought all of our ID cards and household registers. He Lijun politely asked the Civil Affairs Bureau employee. The employees of the license froze a sound. Never seen such a beautiful woman. And this exceptionally beautiful woman also drive a Ferrari. Proper rich white beauty. Now actually want to get married. The marriage object is actually wearing a suit of losers. I Li Bo regardless of appearance or diploma, then this suit is strong. How can not meet so blind rich white beauty? This moment Li Bo acid. More than 8 lemon is still acidic. Beauty. For the marriage license only need both sides to bring ID card, household registration book and marriage photo on the line. Outside the photo studio can shoot. Now scum. There are a lot of liars. Beauty, you do not want to be cheated. Li Bo said magnetically and alluded to Yi Feng. Thanks. After He Lijun finished speaking, she greeted Yi Feng and went outside to take wedding photos, and the latter obediently followed. He Lijun and Yi Feng in the photo studio for a while tossed, with a wedding photo to beat the license to get married. When typing the card, an older woman in her 40s looked at Yi Feng's ID card in a confused manner. Other people's account books are name avatar plus ID number, and Yi Feng's ID card back but more than a Taoist temple, and this ID number is only 6, and then a brush above the machine, actually is true. Reported more than one thing is not as good as the attitude of the two people who cursed numbness to the two people to play the certificate. Bang! With a steel seal falling, He Lijun and Yi Feng became a legal couple from this moment on, while the male employees of the Civil Affairs Bureau all looked at Yi Feng with envy and jealousy. Congratulations to you all, and blessings to you as you grow old. 100 years of happiness, and a lifetime of holding hands. Big Mom sends her blessings in an official way. Thank you, we will be happy, He Lijun said as she took the marriage license, and with that, the two of them walked outside. Send me to the station later. I should be able to catch the last bus that will go to Bashu now. When he got on the bus, Yi Feng said eagerly, now that the matter was done, he could return to the mountain to clear his mind. He Lijun's mouth was slightly open, stunned by Yi Feng's words, and the whole thing looked adorable. What's wrong? Aren't we married now? Then I'll go back to Bashua, Yi Feng said in explanation. He Lijun back to God. Eyes carefully looked at Yi Feng, a long time to withdraw their own gaze. Should He Lijun and Yi Feng's eyes did not see a little love, domination, desire, excitement, happy, always flat as water. The other party really doesn't mean anything to me. It's like looking at a stranger. Am I no longer beautiful? He Lijun said inwardly, and the way Yi Feng treated her made He Lijun have a little self-doubt about her appearance. Yi Feng, now is not the time to leave. When my grandpa leaves, you can leave any time. Otherwise, we just finished the license. You'll go back to Bashu on the back foot. Grandpa will immediately know that we're fooling him. You'll hold on for a while, then I'll send you back to Bashu, He Lijun explained. Yi Feng was silent when he heard He Lijun's words, but thinking about the fact that Grandpa he had come all the way back from abroad and was still an old acquaintance of his master, he would just hold on a little longer. Yi Feng, I hope you can understand my situation. Just think of it as helping me for once, okay? Seeing that Yi Feng was silent, He Lijun once again opened her mouth to persuade him. Well, alright, I hope it doesn't take too long though. Grandpa has major experiments abroad. Surely he can't stay long. When that time comes you can always go back to Bashu. I'll take it to buy a few clothes to wear first. He Lijun finished driving towards the nearby Wanda Plaza. When one, look, it's the high cold man on the train. Chi whispered to her best friend, probably because Yi Feng became devilishly reticent for more than 10 hours on the train, and was taken as the high cold man by Chi. The confident Chi felt that there were very few men who could ignore her and Wen's appearance. Shizuku looked in the direction her own best friend was pointing, and sure enough, the train's Golian male was following an unusually beautiful woman around as he headed toward the clothing store. The girl beside the high-strung guy is too pretty. Is it his girlfriend? Let's go. Wen, let's go and take a look. Curious Chi didn't wait for her own best friend to refuse and pulled Wen to chase after her. Yi Feng, the money to buy clothes? I will deduct it from your salary. Later together with the cell phone also set up. Save something cannot contact you. He Lijun has been powerless to spit out. What era? Actually there are people who do not play with cell phones. This kind of person is simply rarer than pandas. Feel free, money is a passing cloud. Yi Feng said calmly. This word angry He Lijun teeth itch, meaning that He Lijun heavy name love prophet. He Lijun, who was known as the iceberg beauty, encountered this puddle of stagnant water that was Yi Feng, and every time, she was the first to lose the battle herself. Hey handsome, we meet again. A familiar voice appeared in Yi Feng's ears. Yi Feng nodded to Chi Chi, and looked at Wen Wen who was standing next to Chi Chi, and Wen Wen turned to Yi Feng with a look of wanting to say something, but was afraid to say it. Just started school, too bored at school, so I came out to the mall with Wen Wen. Never thought I'd run into you again. Is this your girlfriend? Chi Chi said with a self-congratulatory look, her eyes looking up and down at He Lijun. Wen also glanced at He Lijun. After all, same-sex repulsion was especially serious, especially for women who were confident in their appearance. He Lijun body of the blue and white Cheongsam, at first glance is from the hands of everyone. Not online cheap goods can be compared, especially the slender neck with a string of expensive jadeite necklace, as well as the right hand on the small leaf rosewood strings, so that He Lijun looks more classical, intellectual, so that the same woman Chi Chi and Wen Wen feel a little inferior. Finished. This kind of woman is not in the same world as us. These words appeared in the hearts of the two girlfriends at the same time. He Lijun scrutinized and looked at the two girls in front of her. Their appearance was generally on the upper side, and out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Yi Feng, who was standing like a wooden stake, without a trace. Hello there, I am Yi Feng's lover, He Lijun. He Lijun introduced herself knowingly, appearing generous and decent. Women would all subconsciously declare their sovereignty. He Lijun, the iceberg woman, was no exception. Chi Chi and Wen Wen looked at He Lijun with a shocked face. There is no mistake, such a beautiful goddess is actually the wife of Zhongshan Man, a perfect demonstration of what it means to have a flower stuck in cow dung. My name is 77. This is my best friend Wen Wen. We met Yi Feng on the train. I can't believe Yi Feng actually has such a beautiful wife. No wonder he doesn't even look at other women, Chi Chi said with a divine assist, while Wen Wen smiled and nodded at He Lijun. Only now did Chi Chi and Wen Wen know Yi Feng's name. Do you want to shop together? I'm just about to buy a few changes of clothes for Yi Feng, He Lijun said in a seemingly inviting manner, which could be interpreted as, I'm going to buy clothes for my husband, so you two ninjas should stop hanging around in front of my eyes. Chi Chi was about to reply yes, Wen Wen had the good sense to jump ahead and said, the two of us still have things to do, so we won't bother Sister Lijun with your shopping. After saying that, he pulled Wen Wen and was ready to leave. Wait, meeting each other is even destiny. This is our second encounter. This peace talisman is for you. Yi Feng called out to stop Wen Wen who was ready to leave, reached out and asked for a talisman paper from inside the wooden box and handed it to Wen Wen. He saw it. Sure enough, he was on the train. He saw the dirt hidden in me. At this moment Wen wanted to cry. She had suffered so much pain inside herself that no one would believe her when she said it. They all thought she was crazy. Yi Feng, thank you, Wen Wen said with a little choked voice. Her hands received the peace talisman. A feeling that made Wen Wen's heart feel at ease appeared in the bottom of her heart. Wen Wen carefully and cherishingly put the peace talisman inside her bag. That careful look was like putting in some rare treasure. The talisman paper avoids water. After 3 days when the state is still not better, you light the peace talisman and I will personally come and dispose off the other party. Yi Feng once again explained and said, thank you, Yi Feng, thank you. I don't even know what to do. I went to countless temples during the summer vacation, all to no avail. Can I treat you to a meal tonight? Express my gratitude. After Wen Wen finished speaking, she looked at He Lijun who was standing next to Yi Feng and immediately added, please invite Sister Lijun to come along. There's no need for dinner. Yi Feng and I will return to Pengcheng in the evening. He Lijun bluntly refused. A show of hands. Remember what I said. See you again sometime. Yi Feng finished his speech and took the lead to walk forward. He Lijun nodded to Chi Chi and Wen Wen and followed Yi Feng, and naturally took Yi Feng's hand and walked towards the clothing store. In fact, women's inner possessiveness are very strong, especially He Lijun. This kind of woman is their own, do not want things, will not allow others to take. This is not to take Yi Feng's hand to show Chi Chi and Wen Wen. Oh, Yi Feng can't see it. Just with a talisman paper you tricked a little girl. You're really capable. Or you hooked up in front of me, He Lijun said with a cold smile at Yi Feng. Their own this only did the marriage license husband. Within 2 hours of marriage, in front of their own face began to flirt with girls. Simply did not put my wife in the eyes. Although we are only a contractual couple, but He Lijun is your Yi Feng's father. Ah, you still have a little bit of the spirit of the contract? I didn't lie to her. She did encounter something dirty, Yi Feng explained. Isn't it true that you can tell at a glance that the other party is not human? Do you think I would believe it? Deng Lijun continued to chime in with a cold smile and said, moreover the hand that was holding Chang Wen's hand, when she was about to go inside the store, it was very natural to let go of its hand. Yi Feng looked at He Lijun whose attitude had changed several times, and inwardly said to his immortal master, Master, women are really strange creatures. I can't understand them. I want to go back to the mountain to purify myself. All loaded up. Yi Feng you carry. He Lijun revenge consumption said, finished swiping the card to buy a single looked at the shopping guide. Ladies froze. This is the first time to see the boy to buy things for the woman, and out of the ordinary is not generally generous. And then scrutinize Yifeng. The whole body is filled with two words. Ordinary, referred to as a loser. Welcome beautiful lady and gentlemen to come back again. The store manager led the store staff at the door to send off Yifeng, who was carrying a packed xiaobao, and He Li Jun, who was carrying a bag, with a respectful cheering tone and an attitude of sending off a god of wealth. Chapter 5, Married Life. Yifeng, at night we will go back to Pengcheng to live. Things do not need to buy too much. By the way, today for you to buy clothes a total consumption of almost $80,000, just for you to count 80,000. Plus you do not have a place to live in Pengcheng, live in my home. A total of $10,000 per month to count your rent, is equal to the 3 months of wages you have been advanced. He Li Jun this listening to Yifeng froze. They just came in to shop around, changed a dress. The words did not say a word. Spent out of the $90,000. This money is also spent too fast. It seems that they have to think of a way to make money, such as their own out of fortune telling. Well, I know, Yifeng said still flatly. Humph, small sample, let you know what will happen if you offend the father of the first party. Wait to owe me a butt of accounts. He Li Jun thought in her heart with a dark heart. The two returned home. He Li Jun took out the marriage certificate to his grandfather to see. In the grandpa he openly laughed in the middle of the implicitly proposed to want to go back to Pengcheng with Yifeng, to live in the world of two people. Under the happy grandfather he did not pay attention to his granddaughter's heart to play a small plan to hold a wedding time in Yifeng after the appointment to worship the day of the Tianren Taoist chief, then full of promises. In this way, the morning came to Yangcheng Yifeng. After dinner on He Li Jun's car, to Pengcheng. As for today's newly bought several sets of clothes, it is placed in the mother-in-law's home, with He Li Jun's words, later come back to be able to change and wash, not enough to continue to buy in Pengcheng is. At 10 o'clock in the evening, He Li Jun's Ferrari drove into an upscale neighborhood, and Yifeng looked at the name of the gate, named Pengcheng 1. Don't look, this is one of the top upscale neighborhoods in Pengcheng. I live here, tomorrow to give you an owner's card. In the future you travel are very convenient. Charge you 10,000 yuan of rent in January. Didn't take advantage of you, He Li Jun explained to Yifeng. You're right, I'll find a way to make money, Yifeng said with a clear attitude. Ha, He Li Jun heckled, not caring about what Yifeng said. When you go through the poisonous beatings of society, you will know that money is not so easy to earn. When He Li Jun parked her car and led Yifeng towards the elevator, a beautiful woman with toadstool glasses, wearing a pleated skirt with big waves, walked down from a Porsche, and when she looked at Yifeng next to He Li Jun, her eyes lit up, and she took 3 steps in 2 steps, quickly walking towards He Li Jun. He Li Jun, this is the little white boy you maintain. Ah, if I had known that you have such unique tastes, sister, I would have explained a few more to you. After mocking He Li Jun, she immediately looked up and down at Yifeng. TSK, 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 plain features and appearance, not at all conspicuous when placed in a crowd, not a bit lethal to other women. Wu Qianxian, tonight you are eating unwashed sticks, your mouth is still as stinky as before. It's also right, after all, you Wu Qianxian likes the stick thing the whole building knows, and the dirtier the stick, the more you Wu Qianxian likes it. He Li Jun's mouth is like an open light, the next mouth is not merciful at all. Son of a, say it again, believe it or not I'll tear your mouth. Wu Qianxian broke the defense, with the intention of turning a civil fight into a martial arts fight. Come on, who's afraid of who? Let's see if I don't pop your silica gel out. Yifeng, what are you doing being silly? Get ready to help. He Li Jun pulled her sleeves up and greeted Yifeng, ready to strike. You guys wait for me. Wu Qianxian saw that the situation was not right. There was a 2 against 1 situation, put down harsh words, turned around and walked away. Yifeng watched the entire process of the 2 goddess-level beauties, from cursing to fighting, and his entire body froze for a moment, looking at He Li Jun incredulously. What are you looking at? Haven't seen women quarrel, fussing? In the future I tell you to do it, you immediately give me hands to beat people, or I will deduct your salary. Don't pestle like a fool, He Li Jun said to Yifeng with a lingering anger. She was already a dead ringer for Wu Qianxian, and now if the other party knew that she had found such a husband, she would still be laughed to death. I didn't make a fuss, at least what you just said about the silica gel, I'm curious about what it is. Never heard of it before. Yifeng spoke out his inner thoughts. Forgive this little white man living in the deep mountains, only knew about turtle jelly and stuff like that. You, He Li Jun pointed at Yifeng and was so angry that she couldn't speak. What's wrong? Yifeng looked at He Li Jun with curious eyes. Meeting Yifeng's pure and godly eyes, He Li Jun looked like she knew that Yifeng really didn't understand and was simply curious to ask herself. Silicone is a soft food. Used to eat, now understand. After saying that, he pulled Yifeng into the single-family elevator. Yifeng listened inexplicably, thinking that when he had time, he would definitely have to go and see what the silica gel He Lijun was talking about was. With a click, He Lijun opened the door of the room. The sensor light inside the room automatically lit up, and the living room, filled with cream-style decoration, appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. No one usually comes at home. Know your slippers. Tonight you will live. Tomorrow then by you. The bedroom next to you is where you will live in the future. And my bedroom you can't come in. Once I found out, you will be dead. Time is not early. Rest early. Good night. He Lijun finished, then walked towards her own bedroom. This is too casual, Yi Feng said breathlessly, picking up the chopsticks on the desk, lifting his wooden box, and coming to his bedroom. A bedroom of more than 20 square meters entered Yi Feng's eyes, reaching out and touching the large bed by the window. Soft and soft, as if it was going to trap a person in it. This bed is too soft. It's not good for the body. Tomorrow I'll go and buy some wood to make a bed by myself, Yi Feng said with disgust, opening his wooden box. He took out the portrait of the 3 pristine ones enshrined in the sect and began to pinch his fingers to calculate the directions. Purple chi comes from the east. Face the east in order to absorb the purple chi. After Yi Tian finished speaking, he inserted his chopsticks inside the wall. Respectfully, he hung the portrait of the 3 pristine ones in the auspicious position in the east. After Yi Feng finished the incense, he began to sit down with his legs crossed and began to sit in the evening class, and wearing silk pajamas He Lijun is ready to go to wash, relieve their tired body and mind. From yesterday to now He Lijun has been very irritable inside. Inexplicably more than one husband, but also by their own nemesis Wu Chanxian saw, the heart more and more irritable, suddenly smelled a very good smell of incense, like the temple Taoist incense smell, but there is a faint share of the sandalwood flavor. Smelling people, refreshing. Yi Feng, this kid is up to something again. He won't burn incense inside the room, right? He Lijun pulled open the door of the room, ready to go and ask Yi Feng what he was up to. His own refined room must not be turned into a smoky room in Yi Feng's hands, but looked at his deep cleavage and endured. Son of a, put up with you for a while longer, He Lijun said viciously and turned around to go back to her room. The first day of Yi Feng's marriage passed like this, as usual, without any waves, without any cavorting, not to mention the love of husband and wife. Yi Feng, as usual, to the rising sun, began to eat qi, and then do the morning class. Yi Feng, the key is on the table. I've already explained it clearly with the property. You'll go for the door opening by yourself later. He Lijun's voice came from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of the door closing. Only Yi Feng was left in the large house. Cultivation completed frowned and said, the air pollution here is too serious. Long live down. Then must cloth array, and I should also go out to make money. Yi Feng's savings on the body was not much. Xing Feng Guan whole body belongings plus come less than $3,000, which is still followed by the master out to do things slowly save down. And look at He Lijun this way, obviously is the tube live regardless of food. Yi Feng changed into his own Zhongshan suit and carried his own wooden box, took the key on the table and went out. After more than an hour of tossing and turning, he finally did the access card of Pengcheng No. 1. Yi Feng went straight to his destination. Pengcheng can be said to be a city with a sound preservation of traditional Chinese culture. The temple street behind the Baohua temple is filled with large and small feng shui stores, as well as stalls of fortune tellers, which is what Yi Feng's destination is of. Close to 11 o'clock or so, Yi Feng finally came to the temple street. Casually find and no one under the tree. Touch out last night processing goods signboard. Written on, geomancy, measuring words, exorcism, spread on the ground. Began to feel at ease to wait up. Passing crowds, every time you walk past Yi Feng's stall, will look at 2 eyes. Probably Yi Feng's signboard is too chic. The other signboards above the 8 trigrams, or yin and yang fish, give a very forced look. Only Yi Feng's signboard is fancy color. Looks like a piece cut from the top of the bedsheet, hastily processed out of the bedsheet. Give a person a kind of very forced look. Only Yi Feng's signboard is colorful. Looks like from the bedsheet above cut off a piece, hastily processed out. Yi Feng appeared not at all panicked, closed his eyes and meditated. And time passed like this. Not surprisingly, Yi Feng today a customer did not come to the door. Welcoming the setting sun, Yi Feng packed up his things and went home. In this way, 3 days passed. Yi Feng and He Lijun were like strangers. Basically they wouldn't meet each other every day. Every day He Lijun went out early and came back home late. When he came back home, Yi Feng was already meditating. As for the people who set up stalls on Temple Street, after these 3 days, they had basically familiarized themselves with Yi Feng's existence, and they appeared under the old tree every day without fail to set up stalls, and a very few of the godly men who saw that Yi Feng wasn't competitive had begun to talk to him. Yi Feng, you came quite early today. Have you had breakfast yet? Uncle here has another bun. The person who invited Yi Feng to eat a bun claimed to have learned everything from the heavenly master's house of Longhu Mountain. Yi Feng, I say you should change the signboard. You are no business like this. The one who told Yi Feng to change the signboard, the rumored heir of the Ma-E school, could calculate the upper and lower 50 years of underscore luck support? Yes, old Chan is right. Yi Feng, I see you are so young. Why do you need to die here? Go out and find a decent job. It's better than embarrassing yourself here. Persuade Yi Feng to go out to find a job as a sunglasses wearing imposter blind. Its masterpiece is to be able to pretend to be really blind. Can turn up the eyes, only leave the white of the eyes. Even more absolute is to take off the sunglasses immediately demonstrated what is called open-eyed blindness. Chapter 6. My name is Wang Dague. I speak for myself. Next to the old tree, the voices of several old godly men rang out. How much of these words were sincere or false? Probably only Yi Feng knew. Thank you seniors for your concern. There's an old saying that the one who wishes is the one who waits. Just wait at ease, Yi Feng said without quitting, then continued to lay his bedsheet sign. Yi Feng's stall next to a few old clergymen looked at Yi Feng speechless. This kid is young, not to read the Taoist scriptures to see the fire into the devil. Then he ran out of the mental hospital. Then Yi kid, wait for your bait in peace. Blind me first busy. Iron hanging silver hooks. Wang blind man finished saying that he poses. A look of I am a high person sitting on the stall fan, rather like Zhu Guliang singing empty city plan of the bland look. The remaining several people also began to pack their own. Not long after a group of not lack of money outside the world began to work on the job. Looking at Yi Feng heart speechless, you hang the signboard of the famous sex out to walk, not afraid of being caught by the main man? And in front of the main gate of Baohua Temple next to Temple Street, a low-profile black Bentley Mulsanne quietly appeared, and the hand-wearing white gloves of the division machine skillfully opened the door, reached out to cover the top of the door, and said in a low voice, "Boss, Baohua Temple has arrived." Well, go in and take a look. A magnetic voice rang out from the car door. A burly middle-aged man with sunglasses stepped down from the car, accompanied by the driver, and walked towards the Baohua Temple. It was hard to imagine a burly middle-aged man, uttering words like a eunuch, with a very shallow voice, like a woman. With the passage of time, the middle-aged man walked out of the Baohua Temple with a disappointed face and let out a long sigh. AI. Seeing the worried look of his own boss, the driver whispered to the middle-aged man, "Boss, don't be discouraged. As the saying goes, the masters are hidden with the folk." Behind the Baohua Temple is the most famous temple street in Pengcheng. We might be able to come across a strange person. Should we go for a stroll? The middle-aged man frowned and thought for a while, and finally nodded his head in agreement. Since he had come all the way here, let's go for a stroll and think of it as a distraction. Right now he didn't want to say a word. Man named Wang Dague. Very cheesy name. Living in Pengcheng since childhood. Ancestors are fishermen. With the rapid development of the times, the people's conditions are getting better and better. Wang Dague at a glance to seize the wind of the takeoff. Quit his job, relying on the family's several fishing boats to quickly seize the entire seafood market in Pengcheng. To get out of a not-so-meager family business, it is not an exaggeration to say that the entire Pengcheng seafood 70% of the supply of Wang Dague public affairs. The money may be too fast. The mentality of Wang Dague consciously superior. The mouth inside the speech is like spraying feces. Just a while ago, Wang Dague for their own mouths to incur a big trouble. A drinking party. Wang Dague drink confused ready to go to the toilet inside the water. Suddenly see a tall character of the woman walk men's toilet. Wang Dague immediately follow. Full of endless aroma fantasy. Then Wang Dague saw the woman, pulling out the guy's bigger than his. Immediately a breath blocked in his throat. His own shot of hot blood is actually sent to a human demon. Wang Dague immediately couldn't help but curse, so it's a human demon. Bah! Gray gas. I really don't know how your parents gave birth to such a misogynistic guy as you. The tall woman, on the other hand, smiled charmingly at Wang Dague. Brother, you'll love being a woman in the future. After saying that, she patted Wang Dague's shoulder and turned to leave. From that day onwards, Wang Dague body and inner began to appear sky-high changes, at first like colorful clothes, and then obsessed with makeup, and finally developed into the roadside to see women's lingerie store. Wang Dague would like to go in to buy themselves 2 sets to wear. The most terrible thing is that Wang Dague now actually don't like women. See the eyebrow of the young brother. Wang Dague would like to go up to contact information. The voicer began to change like a woman. Fortunately the driver is a year over 50 uncle. To save Wang Dague's poisonous hand, and as Wang Dague's beloved, Wang Dague before and after the change, the driver knows. This phenomenon makes Wang Dague interfere to the extreme. Their own big price. How can become a woman? Look all over the size of the Pengcheng hospital. The conclusion is that mental illness, tired of being a man, want to be a woman. This result makes Wang Dague cursed quacks. There own more than a dozen outside the room. I have to be Wang Dague, how cerebral. Cannot think of going to be a woman. Afterthought. Wang Dague felt that the changes around him and that Knight of the Man Demon cannot be dissociated. Living in the coastal area of the Wang Dagui inner more or less believe that there are capable people in the world, and because of their own mouth stinks, offended may be a legend of the kind of capable people of Man Demon. This is not Wang Dagui began to do a two-handed preparation. The first hand is to find that Knight of the Man Demon, their own face-to-face apology, and prayed for forgiveness of their own, and then send a sum of the first is to find the demon that night, apologize in person, pray for forgiveness, and send a sum of money to beg for forgiveness. The second hand is their own to look for the legend of the capable person, to help their own. This is not Wang Dagui embarked on the road in search of strange people. This Baohua temple is Wang Dagui's most hopeful stop. The results went in to donate a large sum of money. The abbot threw Wang Dagui a book of Prajna Heart Sutra, and said, all the law of the world, such as dreams and bubbles, such as the dew is also like electricity. Wang Dagui was sent away. Wang Dagui then wanted to die of the heart have. Full of heart Wang Dagui accompanied by the driver, walked into the temple street to stroll up, looking forward to encountering the legendary species of capable people. A row of fortune-telling and word-measuring gentlemen on the street looked at Wang Dagui as if he was looking at a walking fat sheep. After all, in order to show his manhood outside, Wang Dagui used the Rolex big gold watch on his hand and the big gold chain on his neck to cover up his inner woman's heart, coupled with all the brand-name clothes and that bitter face. It was hard not to know that Wang Dagui was a fat sheep. Only do not want to be the head of the head. After all, cannot feel Wang Dagui's way? In case of smashing, the consequences are unimaginable. After all, look big and thick, said not bad Wang Dagui at a glance is not a good to mess with the Lord. When Wang Dagui passed by the blind Wang stall, a hammer cough sounded. Wearing sunglasses Wang Blind began to show up. The street peers looked over, ready to see how Wang Blind fool each other. Our holding Wang Blind fool failed. Set out some of the situation. Their own take over the mind. Blind man Wang said to himself, dark clouds cover can be felt from so far away? Whoa. The tone of voice with 3 points of eagerness and 7 points of panic. Yi Feng looked at the blind king speechless. You cannot change this opening statement? Every day by you this sentence fooled people without 10 have 8. You cannot change a set. Blind man Wang this out. Immediately full of Wang Dagui heard preconceived ideas. The other side said whoa, does it refer to my Wang Dagui? With the driver came to Wang Blind man's stall. Looking at the temperament of the floating pearl in the hands of Wang Blind man, as well as the domineering signboard, iron paintings and silver hooks, the upper test 50, the lower test 50 years. Wang Dagui thought to himself, did he need a high person today? Signaled to his driver to try the other side is the skill. Wang Dagui knows that he is not suitable to speak, or a public duck unit voice, which is not easy to create. The image of a moment is gone. Chapter 7, The Great King Beats Up the Little King. The driver nodded in acknowledgement and quickly reached out to remove blind Wang's sunglasses. Blind man facing the driver this sudden shot. Immediately eyeballs online rolled over, leaving only the whites of the eyes in the eye sockets, turning into a real blind man in seconds. Blind Wang heart dejected, on your vegetable chicken like means. Blind I do not know how many times I have experienced. Driver and Wang Dagui looked at the double full of cloth covered with white eyes of the blind Wang. This goods are not pretending. The heart is quite a little surprised that the world is still so blandly supercilious. Blind man. Sir, I'm sorry. It's mainly because your sunglasses are so good looking that I couldn't help but take them down to see if I can measure what color clothes I'm wearing. The driver opened his mouth at Wang Dagui's hint and asked, and returned the sunglasses to blind Wang. Well, never measured the word, touch the bone to ask the future, or the first time someone asked about the color of the clothes. Strange. Also, the old road I have nothing to do. That will be measured on so a test. Blind Wang saw the fat goat on the hook, pretending to wear on their eyes, mouth humming incantations, fingers quickly pinching, purple gas to the east, there will be a nobleman, and 10,000 purples and thousands of red a little green. The old road dare to assert that mister, you wear green clothes. Wang blind man opened his mouth and said affirmatively. Wang Dagui and the driver incredibly looked at Lu blind. Strange people when it is really strange people. This where what color clothes can be measured out, is the other side is really able to measure up and down 50 years, especially Wang Dagui, eyes full of hope looking at Wang blind. Not easy they have been bumping around for so long, finally encountered a strange person. Wang blind man satisfied with the performance of Wang Dagui too shocked. This cannot be shocked? What clothes you wear just now I was able to see clearly. They're on this move do not know how many people bluffed. Please also save me. Sir, Wang Dagui said with a cockney voice under his excitement. As soon as Wang Dagui spoke, the entire temple street felt a bit oozy, while Yi Feng looked at Wang Dagui curiously. Lu blind also felt oozing. Goosebumps are standing up, but his own posture of a high man cannot be lost. Said in a flat tone, please also write down a word. so that the old road to measure the cause and effect. Wang Dagui heard the words of the blind man Wang, busy not stopping to pick up the pen to write down a large female word, respectfully handed to the blind man Wang. Also please Mr. Test, then I Wang Dagui will be grateful. Hearing the words that Wang Dagui would be heavily thanked, blind Wang actor's self-cultivation began to rapidly come online, eyes looking through the sunglasses, fingers gently pinching the paper, the inside of the head quickly thinking about how to fool this fat sheep in front of me. It should be related to women. Is it outside to raise a foreign room was found by the main wife. This is a female character. I think you are trapped by love. But the old Taoist here happens to have a peach transformation talisman that can transform away the peach blossom robbery on your body. After saying that, he stroked his mustache confidently, just waiting for the fat sheep to open its mouth and take the bait. The so-called family members know their own business. As soon as blind Wang opened his mouth, Wang Dagui's face immediately changed. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I Wang did good $8 billion. You actually say I am trapped by love. The last thing I need is a woman. I see you are pretending to be a magician. You give me another measurement. Measurement is not good, I set off your stall. Measurement is good, these money are yours. The big Wang Gui burst temper up. Reach out and pull open the purse, immediately pulled out a few piles of money. Less than 100,000. Snap thrown in the blind Wang stall. Eyes staring at Lu blind. Blind Wang did not expect the other side to come so big. Reach out and casually throw out more than 100,000. And the worst thing is that he just said the wrong words. Feelings of this lord, not for the love of the world, cannot be panicked. They still have a chance. Lu blind's small brain quickly turned up. Since it is not for love, that is for the daughter. Look at the age of this fat goat. The appearance of more than 40 years old. It should be for the daughter of the rebellious things hurt. The original is a big nobleman current. No wonder just now a noble gas disturbed the old Tao's reckoning. The old Tao and then make up a calculation. Wang blind man finished. Immediately performs single 40 years of hand speed. Fingers quickly pinch up. Some performance down. Wang blind man panting said, nobleman, the daughter is big with their own ideas. This is a very normal thing. You cannot be too much constraints on her, or else she is like a spring. The more hard pressed, the greater the rebound force. I'm going to hell. I'm not married. Where's my daughter from? I'll kill you, this godly man. Wang Dagui finished with an old punch and slammed it on blind Wang's face. Wang Dagui was already annoyed during this period of time, and he encountered more and more scammers, and it was nothing to be cheated out of some money, but their own hope again and again by these magicians dashed, which is completely in the deception of Wang Dagui's feelings. Inside also more and more hate these pretending to be gods and godsticks. The hand is also more and more ruthless. Mud, so you're not blind. I'll beat you to death. Wang Dagui hit. Found that blind Wang actually is not really blind. Hit harder. It turns out that just now the blind Wang was Wang Dagui, a old fist fat punch. Sunglasses flying, eyes of force to the outside with tears, the corners of the eyes of the pain straight shivering, no longer able to maintain their own stunts, a force to roar, killed a person. Help ah! And Temple Street's feng shui gentleman looked at Wang blind man's miserable. Are all in unison a cold war? Are holding the idea of death of a friend of the road. Continue to watch the play, just short of sitting on a stool kowtowing to the melon. The world is not deep, ye phone cannot see. Wang blind cheating is certainly not right, but has been hit with such a, gas is also out, almost on the line, cannot be blind, Lu killed it. Pa! Yi Feng grabbed Wang Dagui's swung out fist with one hand. The person has been hit, the anger is out. Why don't we stop here? Yi Feng advised. Little brother Yi, help! The bruised and swollen Wang blind man saw many fellow travelers. Only Yi Feng stood out to help, moved as if he sought his relatives, immediately hiding behind Yi Feng. Wang Dagui used to fling his hand, the result of the slightest movement, like a woman in general angry scolded. Beat the old godly man, popped out the small godly man. Want to take the lead for him? You also asked me Wang Dagui is what kind of person. Yi Feng put down Wang Dagui's hand and said, I'm not a godly man. I think you should have been bewitched to become like this. These words were like a needle into Wang Dagui's numb heart. Yi Feng was the first person to say what his problem was as soon as they met. Higher person, please also save me, Wang Dagui said with a delicate voice, a woman's general excitement hanging on his vicissitudes old face. Yi Feng carefully observed Wang Dagui for a while and finally shook his head. Self-inflicted sins can't be lived. Blessed not to repair the blessings. After saying this, he said to blind Wang who was facing behind him, go to the hospital and take a look. Don't get hit with any internal injuries. After saying that, Yi Feng turned around and returned to his stall to continue waiting up. Chapter 8, Showing the Way. Wang Dagui hard to find the high man, right in front of their eyes, so can let go. Under the excitement of not pretending, with a delicate pace of the inner eight, quickly catch up with Yi Feng, the voice of the delicate pleading, Aya. High man, wait for me. The driver behind him hurriedly followed his boss's pace. Master, please also save me. My Wang family has a single lineage, now I'm the only one left, still waiting for me to pass on the family name, and I will be grateful afterwards. Wang Dagui's brain turned very quickly, and immediately stated his miserable situation of having no descendant, hoping that Yifeng would help him once. Wang Dagui, right? I observe your face. The heavenly court is full. Successful career, but you basically have no children and grandchildren in this life. So many years and your friendship with the woman. Can there be a person pregnant? The moment Yifeng opened his mouth, it was like a knife plunging into Wang Dagui's heart. Wang Dagui heard Yifeng say this, originally slightly warmed up the heart, immediately became cool. Can not be. I Wang Dagui, how so unlucky? In front of the compulsion, become unmanly, after the possibility of the severance of children and grandchildren. God, you do not want to play with me so. Also please High Man save my life. Continue the Wang family lineage. I Wang Dagui would like to give up half of the family property, to repay the High Man for saving my life. Wang Dagui looked at this life-saving straw in front of him, and hurriedly said, he has become this male or female appearance, but also so much money, what's the use? Not to mention that in the future he will have to face this miserable thing of extinction. That is, there is more money is useless. It's up to you to save yourself. I'll show you a way. You go to the morgue to guard the corpse for 3 days. The situation will get better. And in the future, if you do more good deeds and good deeds, you will still have a ray of hope. Yifeng pointed out. When Wang Dagui heard this, isn't this treating the symptoms but not the root cause? He wanted to say something more, but once he saw Yifeng's resolute attitude, he knew that this matter could not be reversed, and immediately wrote a large amount of checks and respectfully placed them in front of Yifeng. Many thanks for your guidance. I'll do as you say. Well, go. Yifeng finished, closing his eyes, and Yifeng looked at Wang Dagui's face. Know that this person is a sour person, a little wrong. Immediately fists and feet, not worth their own hands, can give Wang Dagui point a clear way, has been considered extrajudicial kindness. Wang Dagui took one step and turned back 3 times and left, and the fellow temple streeters immediately started to kiss Yifeng's ass. Yifeng, good job. I can't imagine making such a big move. Yeah, it's called a no-show. How much is on the top of the check? Learned, or young people will play. Compulsion are out. The guys will learn in the future. Yes, yes, yes. We have to keep up with the times too. We can't stick to the old school of thought. We have to keep up with the world. Compulsion, vampirism, we have to learn from it all. Temple Street crooks, heated discussions. The blind Wang who received a beating did not care at all. Most of them are gloating. Many people language are full of envy of Yifeng. AI. Yifeng sighed in his heart, truly realizing what is called the coolness of the world, and began to pack up his things, preparing to go home early. Little Yi, it's good to go home early. There are too many people eyeing you now. It's best to take a taxi. Uncle Zhang, who was 2 stalls away from Yifeng, said kindly, Uncle Zhang, I'm just not adapting. I want to go back early today. See you tomorrow. Yifeng put away his stall as he spoke. It was already a signboard and there was nothing to clean up. Under the heated discussion of the Temple Street clergyman, Yifeng walked out of the Temple Street and looked at the street outside with a confused look. His heart began to be confused. What in the world is the purpose of his staying here? Since living a bad life, I will go back to the mountain earlier, and go home and talk to He Lijuan clearly. We are the fundraising employees of the Little Angels Orphanage, looking to the outside world of caring citizens. A girl with a ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt, holding a box full of children's drawings, sweating profusely beside the street, handing out flyers to passers-by, her mouth quickly explaining, but the crowds of people coming and going rushed by, most of them ignoring the girl's words. In Yifeng's confused eyes, this girl was like a fresh spring in summer. Yifeng carried his wooden box and walked to the woman and said, Can you give me a list? The female Han has a small melon face sunshine translucent red, just like a ripe apple, the corners of the mouth overflowing with hopeful smile. Quickly handed Yifeng a leaflet. Mouth quickly said, Sir, I'm Little Angel Orphanage volunteer Wu Sisi. Now our orphanage is facing a huge problem. With the rapid development of the city, where the orphanage is located is facing demolition and relocation, and the financial support for the orphanage is also starting to decrease up. Wu Sisi had been handing out flyers all afternoon, and it was not easy for her to meet a kind person who came over to ask questions, quickly explaining the problems the orphanage was facing. Yifeng took the flyer and quietly listened to it, meaning that the land of the orphanage was looked at by the developer, but the director of the orphanage was not willing to give up the land, and then the developer began to lay his hands on it, and in the end, the appropriation that the orphanage had received in the past began to be drastically impacted, and many of the children were about to face the problem of food cuts. Nah, this is for you. I'll come to the orphanage to help out sometime. Yifeng took out the check that Wang Dagui gave him and handed it to Wu Sisi with a smile. Wu Sisi looked at the man in front of her dumbfounded. eyes subconsciously to the check. The beginning of a 5. The back of the 6 zeros flush. Days, this is 5 million. In front of this plainly dressed youth is not hidden rich second generation. Wu Cece was shocked and said, "Sir, you should have taken the wrong one? So many. No mistake. It's for you. My name is Yifeng. I'll come to see the child tomorrow. You go get the money and go back early. Don't let the child starve." Yifeng smiled and said to Wu Cece. The latter felt Yifeng's full of care. Her body was like a spring breeze in this hot summer. Yifeng finished walking back with the flyer. His footsteps were much lighter. Wu Cece watched Yifeng leave with tears of hope in her eyes. There are still good people in this world. Yifeng, I'll remember you. I'll bring the kids to wait for your arrival tomorrow. Wu Cece shouted at Yifeng's back, a hopeful smile radiating from the corner of her mouth. Wu Cece finished carefully holding the check, ready to walk towards the nearby bank. The orphanage was almost unable to uncover the money. It was necessary to bring the money back as soon as possible. Yifeng looked at the roadside, overflowing with happiness. Happy smile Wu Cece, before the heart of the annoyance have disappeared. The world has selfish people, but there are also good people who do not ask for return. They do well on their own. Chapter 9, almost lost myself guarding a corpse. Back home Yifeng opened the door to see He Lijuan unprecedentedly early at home, is now lying on the couch, applying a mask, chasing the TV series, white neck as good as jade carved into, plain white home clothes. It is difficult to cover up He Lijuan this proud body. He Lijun heard the sound of opening the door, turned his head to look, for eyes. It turned out to be his nominal husband came back. These days do not see each other. Have almost forgotten that there is also Yifeng this number of people. You weren't at home these past few days. Where did you run off to? He Lijun asked with a cool voice. I've been working outside for the past few days. Why am I home so early today? Yifeng finished, changed his own shoes and walked into the house. The company is busy for the time being, so get off work early. Tomorrow my grandfather is coming to Pengcheng to see us, and then go abroad. Then you will be free. He Lijun's words inside Yifeng's ears. It was simply great news. He could finally go home to the mountains to clear his head. Well, then I'll be back early tomorrow, Yifeng said cheerfully. Then without saying anything, returned to his room. He Lijun was the only one left in the living room. She wasn't as happy as Yifeng thought. Her grandfather's methods, she still knew. She had to be prepared for everything. The atmosphere sank once again as He Lijun continued to catch up with the TV series while Yifeng went back inside his room and began to finish his evening classes as usual before meditating and practicing. 11 o'clock at night. Pengcheng, City Hospital Morgue. Wang Daguai carried out the quilt, carpet, and loudspeaker from the car and walked toward the morgue. Old Lua, have you investigated the strange man in Temple Street today? I'll go in and guard the corpse tonight. Wang Daguai is like a delicate little girl. Voice full of fear said. Driver Lao Lu immediately said, Boss, it's not investigated clearly yet, but it's been ordered down. Boss, you can rest assured to go. I will wait for you in the car. If there is any situation, immediately call me. I will immediately rush in to protect you. Wang Daguai rolled his eyes. This action would look cute on a little girl, but on Wang Daguai, a stout uncle, it would look a bit disgusting. What do you mean I'll go? I'm not going to die. Old Lu investigate the origin of the high man as soon as possible. When you meet this kind of strange person, you must hold each other's thighs to death. I'll go in first. Because of the greetings, Wang Daguai had an unobstructed path all the way to the morgue, led by the guard on duty. Inside the body are not allowed to move. Still waiting for the family to claim. The security guard explained to Wang Daguai. The heart called each other sick. This more midnight not at home to sleep properly. Run to the morgue to play. Can only say that now the rich people too good to play. Ironically, I won't touch these corpses. I'm just here for inspiration. Please big brother security. Wang Daguai held his voice to speak, making himself sound like usual, and numbly handed big brother security 2 packs of cigarettes. Well, it's good to know. I'm in the duty room. Let me know if there's anything. The security guard took the cigarettes. His tone warmed up a bit, and after saying that, he walked out of the morgue by himself, leaving Wang Daguai alone. Wang Daguai looked at the corpse loading box hanging above the closet, coupled with the dark surroundings. A mouthful of cold air poured into his mouth, and his whole body shivered. This is also too oozing. Hurry up and sleep. Just stay up until dawn. Wang Daguai nimbly laid the carpet, covered the quilt, ready to the quilt inside a drill. Suddenly recalled Yifeng said to him, guarding the corpse, no corpse around himself, the corpse are loaded inside in. He sleeps in the morgue. Is this considered to be collecting corpses? For insurance purposes, Wang Daguai endured the fear in his heart, closed his eyes and quickly pulled open a few morgue boxes. A stream of frigid air mixed with corpse chi spread out. Wang Daguai was caught off guard and inhaled a mouthful of it. Ah! Wang Daguai comfortably screamed out. The voice was loud and clear. without seeing a bit of the woman's tenderness. This is also too comfortable. Wang Dagui smelled this corpse odor. The whole person was hyperactive. The whole body and even the mind were baptized. Higher person ha ha, so this is the correct way to open the corpse guard. I'll suck a little more tonight, so I can change back earlier. Wang Dagui finished nimbly opened his eyes. The joy of the soul instantly suppressed the fear inside. Is not just a dead body. As long as it can be helpful to myself, it's a pile of, Wang Dagui, can eat it, and it's the kind that doesn't even bring a frown to my face. Wang Dagui hands and feet numbly pull open the morgue box. See, the corpse will fiercely inhale 2 breaths. The more tragic the death, the better the effect. Before the sucking cat, after the sucking corpse gas, Wang Dagui stood in the morgue, leaked out the expression of intoxication. This suck Wang Dagui sucked 4 hours. Do not take a break. This oozing scene, thanks to the outsiders, did not find, or designated, will scare out of 2 mental illness. Cool, now those perverted thoughts in my heart are all gone. I, Wang Dagui, am about to return to normal. This good's words have not finished. The whole person's head with visible speed began to swell up, like a big head monster. Eyes bloodshot, covered with blood. Mouth issued ho 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 pull bellows like gasping sound, and the whole body strange itchy, like the body inside the same is covered with worms. What's going on here? Could it be that I've guarded the corpses too much and guarded myself out of trouble? Wang Dagui panicked. Now he felt like his body was going to explode, and his thinking was starting to become sluggish. Higher man must have a solution. De Wang Gui picked up the loudspeaker for help and roared loudly. Old Lu, help, take me to where the high man is. After roaring, he planted himself on the ground. Wang Dagui, this loudspeaker voice. The whole city hospital are boiling up. The security guards on duty and the driver inside the caravan Lao Lu were awakened, spread legs and ran to the morgue inside. Especially Lao Lu, listening to the miserable screams of the boss, ran even faster, with a speed far exceeding that of the security guards. He quickly rushed to the morgue, kicked open the rebound door neatly, and ran in. His old Lu took a deep breath when he saw Wang Dagui. His own boss now has a real dying workshop on his face. The whole face is swollen, like a big pig head, and the pig's face is rapidly changing color. A moment of green, a moment of green, a moment of red. Boss, are you okay? Wake up. Old Lu squatted beside Wang Dagui and quickly asked, and began to pinch up to resuscitate him. The latter remained unresponsive. What happened? After rushing to the security guard, bare-chested, wearing beach pants, rushed in, maybe running too fast. The security guard's slippers have run off. One came in and quickly asked Lao Lu. It's fine, my boss was too excited and fainted. Old Lu casually explained. Chapter 10, The Cast of Spells. Old Lu, this does not go to the heart of the explanation, so that the security guard's speechless. Your boss really do not go out of the ordinary. Ran to the morgue to play at night, and now the excitement fainted. The face is beginning to color. So what? You are performing the Sichuan opera of the changing face to me to see. I think it's better to call for a doctor. They're all inside the hospital anyway, and the doctor will come quickly. The security guard said kindly from the side. He himself was not brain dead, and this person clearly did not look like he had fainted from excitement. It's okay, my boss is like this. When he gets excited, he gets dizzy. This dizzy. The expression on his face is very rich. You see, now it turns into red. It proves that my boss's heart is full of joy. Red, blue, yellow, orange, blue, green, purple. The 7 colors change, corresponding to the 7 moods of a person. My boss is a connoisseur in this area. Now I'm going to take my boss home first, and then later on, I'll give you an explanation. Old Lu's words are almost dumbfounding the security guard. There are still such people in this world, but I clearly heard help. The guard struggled. My boss, he likes to call people like this, or he wouldn't have brought a loudspeaker ahead of time. Between his words, Old Lu rolled up Wang Dagui with a sheet and resisted it on his shoulder. Your boss is really different. The security guard stated that he had nothing to say. That's right. Why don't you? Why, he's the boss and I'm a wage earner. You also go back to rest early. When my boss publishes a book, I'll send you 2 copies then. Old Lu finished and quickly left the morgue in the security guard's dumbfounded eyes. Something has happened. The boss should have asked me to take him to the high person in the daytime to ask for help, but I don't even know where the other person lives now, and now the boss is in this situation. The general medical treatment should be useless. There are emergency resuscitation medicines in the caravan. Go to the Temple Street, and hold on until the high person shows up. Old Lu quickly came up with a response. After all, and his own boss has been friends for almost 10 years, or better understand Wang Dagui's character. Old Lu nimbly fixed Wang Dagui on the bed of the caravan, hooked up the oxygen, and drove straight to Temple Street. Time passed like this. Yifeng got up as usual to take incense and do his morning lessons, then prepared to go out, and when he opened the door of his room, he smelled a strong scent of soybean milk. You're awake. I've boiled soy milk and kanji. Eat some before you go out to work. He Li Jun's crisp voice came from the kitchen. Yi Feng the whole person froze. This nominal wife of his own since returning to Pengchang has not been so good to him. Do not listen to him. Today how to suddenly cook breakfast for him. This is the sun hit the west out. Wearing an apron and a ponytail, He Li Jun walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of porridge. What are you gawking at? Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. He Li Jun's tone at this moment was like that of a virtuous wife, as if she was sniping at her husband. He Li Jun, what happened to you? Yi Feng asked in confusion. A while ago I was busy and didn't fulfill my duties as a wife, so I'm taking a day off today, so I'll do what needs to be done. Don't worry, I'm a very good cook. He Li Jun said with a smile and urged Yi Feng to quickly wash his hands for dinner. Yi Feng honestly did as he was told, and sat down on the dining table to start eating his first post-wedding meal with He Li Jun. I wasn't at home these few days. How did you solve your meals? He Li Jun took a sip of soy milk and said to Yi Feng with concern, I bought the buns outside to eat, but I become successful in practicing qi and my need for food is already very little. Yi Feng said honestly. He Li Jun listened to the heart want to laugh, but also practicing qi has become successful. This is still not outside to buy buns to eat. Tonight, you move into my room. He Li Jun spoke. When these words came out, the kanji that Yi Feng had just drank into his mouth immediately wanted to spray out, but in the end, he forced himself to hold it back. We were just making a show of it. When you slept on the floor and I slept in the bed, or we would have been exposed. At that time, when my grandfather left, you can go back to Bashu. He Li Jun said with an explanation. I'm going to set up a stall first. You watch yourself. Yi Feng gulped down his bowl of kanji in one gulp, carried his wooden box and pulled his leg away. He knew that the other party wouldn't be so kind to invite him for dinner, so it turned out that there was a purpose. Alright, then you come back early. He Li Jun instructed. Walked out the door of Yi Feng straight to the temple street, thinking that he has to have a beginning and an end, and then insist on one day, we'll be able to return to the Taoist temple, and in the afternoon to go to the orphanage to see the children, on behalf of the children to see if there is any hidden disease. Yi Feng hadn't even crossed into Temple Street when an anxious voice rang out from the corner. Gao Run. It's me. Yesterday Wang Dagui's driver Lao Lu, my boss, had an accident. His face is swollen like a pig's head, and he is still unconscious. Old Lu had been squatting on Temple Street since 4 in the morning to guard Yi Feng, and now that he saw Yi Feng appear, he immediately rushed out. Speaking extremely fast, he told the symptoms of his boss. Impossible. Guarding the corpse will only suppress the parasites in his body. It must be the other party who made the move. Where is your boss man? Quickly bring it to take a look. Yi Feng quickly said. After all, human life is at stake. The boss is in the car. Hi master, please follow me. Old Lu numbly led Yi Feng to the caravan next to Temple Street. Yi Feng looked at Wang Dagui's swollen head and colorful face. The temperature of the entire car began to drop, and Lao Lu, who was the driver plus bodyguard, felt a stern killing aura. What a ruthless tactic, taking someone's life at the drop of a hat. Looking at the path, it's an evil demonic path. Let's see me do the right thing for heaven today and get rid of you. Yi Feng's voice filled with killing aura resounded inside the caravan. Keeping justice and warding off evil is Qing Feng Guan's ironclad rule. That is, before the immortal death of Taoist Master Tianrun, he still didn't forget to instruct Yi Feng, fearing that his disciple would go on an evil path. Yi Feng was like a different person at this moment. His eyes were like electricity as he looked at Wang Dagui. Come out for me. Reaching out and grabbing at Wang Gui's arm like lightning, the latter's arm broke open a bloody hole, and a bean-sized transparent bug appeared in Yi Feng's hand. The bug's feet were covered with long barbs, emitting a squeak sound. Old Lu didn't even see how Yi Feng made his move until now. You get off the car first. I'm going to cast a spell. Yi Feng said seriously. Old Lu saw Yi Feng's means and immediately got out of the car, curiously watching from under the car, wanting to see what kind of means the legendary high man would actually cast. Yi Feng pinched the parasite to death and used the blood of the parasite to find the coordinates of the mother insect, preparing to reverse the spell and get the host of the mother insect dead. His mouth quickly recited the spell. Divine soldier rush fire. 5 rampant soldiers and horses. Kill. The entire inside of the caravan resounded with the sound of horses neighing and the sound of cold weapons colliding. As soon as Yi Feng's word kill came out, the sound of horses neighing and hissing quickly disappeared into thin air, rushing towards an unknown direction, as if the sound of horses neighing and hissing that appeared before was a hallucination. Chapter 11, A 1,000-Mile Fight. Standing outside the car, Lao Lu vaguely heard a sound of dingo and iron horse. He was like being in the ancient battlefield in general, and felt that he was a little inattentive to be hacked to death. This encounter so that the old Lu heart turned up waves of horror. Their own 18 years of age to join the army, serving 12 years, participated in countless battles of all sizes, never so nervous and afraid of the heart. Just now he was like in the ghosts of the gate has been the same. In the world, There are really strange people who are beyond the ordinary, able to perform attacks that science can't explain. In the past, I was the one who sat in the well and watched the sky, old Lu said in shock. In the past, old Lu he was inwardly incomparably high and proud, and most despised these Jianghu liars who pretended to be gods and goddesses. But today, he was ruthlessly shocked by Yifeng. In Southeast Asia unknown deep mountain inside, a tall, beautiful woman and a few long strange men, in a wooden house inside the cross-legged meditation, suddenly feel their own body of male and female compulsion began to stir up. Sexy red lips unconsciously issued a ah of the sound of the hum, full of temptation. Batson, what's wrong with you? Sitting on the main seat of a short old man opened his mouth to ask. The old man named Baso is the Siamese country's renowned head downer. Sitting down under him is his grandson, looking at their own this male and female one of the grandchildren. Baso Heartgas does not hit one out. A few people next to him, seeing their master speak, looked at Batson curiously. Grandpa, the female and male parasites in my body are restless for some reason, and I couldn't help but call out just now. Ba Song explained to the old man. The male and female parasites were originally heretics, and the conversion of yin and yang would have been envied by heaven. Not good. Before the old man finished his words, he felt an overpowering aura of war rushing towards the wooden house, and the sound of dingo and iron horses rang in everyone's ears. Basil grabbed a skeleton beside himself and slapped it with both hands. The skeleton was slapped into white powder by Basil and shouted, "Spirit fire surrender." The white powder that flew in the air ignited itself without fire, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge skeleton burning with blue flames, lunging towards the door, which recalled the sound of a violent fight. 1,000-mile casting. Ba Song, the other party is coming at you. Ba Song, when did you provoke this kind of old monster? Ba Song scalp numbness said. The person old and refined Ba Song instantly saw the other party's means. This grandson of his own is too good at causing trouble. Actually incurred this kind of terrible enemy. The other party can actually pass through the medium, and then cast a spell thousands of miles away to kill the door. This kind of tactics is simply chilling. The sudden shocking change made the few people inside the wooden house panic and go on full alert. When listening to Basu's words, a pair of eyes stared at Batson wistfully. His own voluptuous senior brother was simply too good at stirring up trouble. Batson, the whole person is confused. Their own in the early hours of the morning found their own in the Chinese left behind the child compulsion. Suddenly there are signs of slumber, remembered before scolding their own Chinese. Think the other side may have eyesight power descendants. See they're left behind the compulsion, but do not dare to offend themselves. Want to let the male and female compulsion slumber the best of both worlds, just do not want to offend themselves. But Batson's character is like a snake and scorpion beauty, and immediately made a cruel move, casting a spell to make the compulsion riot, ready to slowly torture the other party to death. Did not think that what he thought of as his juniors, actually cast a spell to fight thousands of miles away in China. The sound of suff 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 rang out. The door of the wooden house was split in half. The break was smooth and neat. The sound of the horse's hooves and the friction of the armor rang in the ears of the crowd. This is the authentic Chinese Xianmen art of war. Basu, you don't want to die, take out the female and male parasite's motherworm. The other party is your childworm as a medium to kill the door. King Kong, you guys retreat far away. Basu's eyes are still there. A glance recognized Yifeng's origin. After saying that, with one hand, the corpse hidden inside the altar urn of the wooden house, quickly climbed out. Basil quickly shook the bell on his wrist, and a bloodthirsty look began to appear in the corpse's lifeless eyes. Urn corpses, attack me. Basa did not wait for the urn corpses to fully awaken. Immediately commanded the urn corpses to attack. To buy time for his grandson, two corpses with black light all over their bodies, lunged towards the wooden door and started to fight with the invisible opponents. The wooden house resounded with the sound of nails of iron and the sound of breaking air of swinging weapons. Batson heard the grandfather's whole person is almost scared silly. There is such a fierce person in the world. Immediately want to spit out the motherworm, but the agitated motherworm simply listened to the words of the master of Batson. Has been in the body of Batson struggling, hissing, just refused to come out. Grandpa, the male and female parasites are not under my control right now and refuse to come out. Ba Song said in shock. Asshole thing, Vajra, you go and beat it out of me. Basil said with a vicious its. He was in the middle of casting a full spell to control the urn corpse and couldn't get out of it at all. The King Kong in Basu's mouth was a huge man almost 1.9 meters in height, his entire body's muscles glowing with a metallic light visible to the naked eye even inside the dark cabin. When King Kong heard his master's words, a sardonic smile leaked from the corner of his mouth and he walked quickly to Batson. My good senior brother, come, let's senior brother help you. After saying that, the giant hand reached out and grabbed Ba Shang's white and tender neck. His right fist hit Ba Shang's soft stomach. The latter's stomach turned over. His sexy lips were like a fish that lacked water, and he dry heaved one after another. Junior brother, let you look down on me, let you reject me. I, King Kong, am not much better than your wild men outside. Spit it out for me as hard as you can. King Kong once again retaliated by slamming his fist on Batson's stomach, his heart filled with the pleasure of revenge. Let you look down on me and reject me before. And Yifeng in Pengcheng said sternly, no wonder you dare to kill people rashly. So you hold yourself to be highly skilled in arts. It's because I have underestimated you, only sending out one rampant soldier. Catch my soldier character technique. Both hands quickly went to make a seal. The true air in his body began to surge outward. Under Yifeng's soldier's secret, the 5 rampant soldiers and horses far away in Siam began to induce the miasma inside the forest into their bodies, and the power of the rampant soldiers multiplied. Our Ern corpse wanted to lunge at the rampant soldier as before. The latter drew his sword and slashed, directly chopping off the Ern corpse's arm. The strange thing was that there was not a single drop of blood coming out of the severed mouth, but rather, it was leaking out a thin black line like iron wire. Ba Su, who was ringing a bell and whose whole body was like a pendulum, saw his Ern corpse lose and shouted in horror, the art of infusion of fury. All go and help Ah Song take out the male and female parasites. Without the need for his master to say anything, several of Ba Su's disciples had already rushed to Batson's side, all of them understanding in their hearts that the other party's attacks wouldn't stop until they took out the mother worm and got it killed, and by the looks of it, their own master wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. A burst of crackling punches and kicks sounded inside the wooden house, the scene of cruelty. 3 oddly shaped fierce men surrounded a delicate woman wildly beating, during the time also accompanied by bursts of women's cries. Between the lightning and fire a sexy siren was beaten out of human form. Chapter 12, Little Angel's Orphanage. Yifeng didn't know what was in Uncle Zhang's mind. This is the marriage that my master has set for me. Don't be in a hurry, Uncle Zhang. I see that you are also close to a good thing. I wish you all the best in advance for your white heads. When Uncle Zhang heard this from Yifeng, he was quite surprised in his heart. How does Yi kid know that I am close to a good thing? Uncle Zhang's name is Zhang Yong. Pengcheng locals, is a single dog for more than 40 years. Some time ago after the introduction of the matchmaker, met a 36-year-old divorced woman, is now in love, have been living together, are ready to meet each other's parents in a while, the marriage to be set. After all, Zhang Yong age is not small, would like to quickly have their own home. Yi kid, you can be really God. I've never said to anyone in Temple Street about this matter. This can be seen by you. I now believe that yesterday's Li Dagui's matter is not as simple as a coincidence. You are different from us, is a person with real skills. Zhang Yong then thumbs up said. After all, Zhang Yong himself had learned a little feng shui secret art before, but all learned half knowledge, know some unknown things. Uncle Zhang, you're overstating it. Yifeng didn't answer Zhang Yong's question positively, and the latter didn't ask any more questions, and after chatting for a while, he went to his own stall out. A morning of time, so the past, during which there are a few ghosts of the clergyman mysterious find Yifeng. Opening is to join the gang. This kind of words, engaged in like a triad to worship the dock like, make the leaf maple is quite speechless. Finally, Yifeng thanked these people good intentions. More implementation of the title of Yifeng Lone Wolf. Yifeng didn't care what these people thought. He looked at the time and started to close the stall, preparing to go to the Little Angel Orphanage. He had promised Wu Sisi yesterday. Yifeng had the luxury of hitting a cab. In the past he had come to Temple Street on foot, knowing that the Pengcheng No. 1 where Yifeng lived was more than 10 kilometers away from Temple Street. Little Angel Orphanage, located in the Baoan suburb of Pengcheng, built in the 1990s, adopted a large number of abandoned children in society. At that time was a benchmark in Pengcheng. In order to thank the orphanage's righteousness, the leadership of the city of Pengcheng at that time made the decision to give the land occupied by the orphanage to the orphanage, and every year will raise funds for the orphanage. But with the development of the times, social progress, in the past the remote suburbs of the city, now become the various developers to grab the land, and the Little Angel Orphanage occupied by the 10 acres of good land has become a piece of fat meat, is a person would like to nibble on the two mouths. After all, these developers do not want to establish themselves next to the skyscrapers. There is also a dilapidated orphanage of the matter. Wu Sisi early with a few 7 or 8-year-old children, standing in the orphanage's entrance wall painting watercolors, eyes from time to time to the road. Watch out for yesterday's young man appeared, remembering yesterday's 5 million large check and the dean to speak. The heart is still thumping to this day. Sister CC, what are you looking at? A naive-looking little boy asked curiously, a pair of small black eyes surveying the surroundings along with Wu Sisi's gaze. Little tiger, Sister CC is waiting for someone. When you see your uncle later, all of you be good, Wu Sisi said as she stroked Tiger's round head. Oh, I know, Sissy must be waiting for her boyfriend, a little girl with big eyes said in a milky voice. Oh, Sister CC has a boyfriend, the few remaining children all said in a chorus, their little faces filled with curiosity as they looked at Wu Sisi. Wu Cece had a black line and was about to open her mouth to explain when a red cab appeared in Wu Cece's line of sight and then stopped straight in front of the orphanage's main gate. Yifeng in a Zhongshan suit walked down from the car carrying his own wooden box and a bag of snacks. Wu Cece, I'm here. Hello kids. Yifeng smiled and said to the few children in front of him. Looking at the smiling and amiable Yifeng, Wu Cece and a few children had a feeling like a spring breeze. Come on, you guys still do not call people. Wu Cece said with a little red face. After all, these children, who were abandoned by their biological parents since they were young, and understood things early after all, would really recognize each other as their boyfriends. Hello brother. Neat and childish voices rang in Yifeng's ears, and Yifeng was even happier to hear it in his heart. The weather outside stops being hot. All go inside. Painting can be done when it's cooler. Yifeng said with a little heartache. After all, it's almost 11 o'clock at noon now. The sun in the air is shining hotly on the earth. Several of the children's backs are already hot with sweat. They don't want those pampered children. Little tiger, you take your younger sisters and brothers back first. There is no hurry in painting. You can do it in the evening. I will take my brother to see the dean. Oh, then sister CC will go back first. Little tiger said obediently before leading the other children inside the orphanage. Take the candy back to your siblings. Yifeng handed the pockets with candy snacks to the children who walked past him. No, it's lunch soon, Wu Cece immediately said, and reached out to take the food bag in Yifeng's hand and put it behind herself. It's essential to have a good routine, and snacks can be eaten in the afternoon when you're doing games. Wussy continued. Big brother, sister CC is doing it for our good, so don't be angry with her, okay? A little girl with big eyes pulled Yifeng's pants leg and said timidly. When the little girl's words came out, both Wu Cece and Yifeng froze, and Yifeng quickly said, No, how could I be angry with your CC sister? Nay-san, what are you babbling about? Look less at Snow White in the future, Wu Cece said frantically. He. Sis C is shy, the little girl said with a smile, then quickly ran inside the orphanage, and the other children dispersed towards the little girl to chase after her. Slow down, don't fall, Wu Cece commanded loudly from behind. Go, I'll take you to see the dean, she wants to thank you in person. Wu Cece turned around and said to Yifeng behind her. Walking into the age-old door, Yifeng heard the children's laughter and the sound of reading the text aloud, an atmosphere full of childlike innocence and joy and the society full of desires outside. Forming a sharp contrast, the architecture of the orphanage is full of the characteristics of the era. The buildings are all in the shape of a zigzag back. The small playground has a painted broken wooden horse, rocking car, swings, slides are all being taken care of clean and neat. It can be seen that the people inside the orphanage are quite attentive. Next to it are rows of classrooms, which are supposed to be for the children's teaching and lodging, but they are all full of the sense of the era. Even the exterior of the walls are beginning to peel off and yellowing. Chapter 13, Yifeng's killing intention. Hearing the joyful voices of the children, isn't it all very relaxing in your heart? Wu Cece asked to Yifeng. It was the plainly dressed man in front of her who had temporarily solved the orphanage's predicament, and the children were able to continue to live carefree. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen such heartfelt joy. Not really, these are abandoned little angels. I believe they will bring warmth to the cold society, Wu Cece said thoughtfully. The two did not say a few words. Came to the dean's office. A very simple office. A wooden table, chairs, even a decent electrical appliances are not. Under the table is also placed an old thermos water bottles, an old woman with presbyopia, buns of silver hair sitting in front of the desk. Mom Wu, someone has come. Wu Cece enthusiastically spoke to the dean, and Yifeng heard something from Wu Cece's language. The old man raised his head, leaking out a kind face, and said with a smile, CC, go make a cup of tea for the gentleman. Wu Cece let out an O and turned around to go out to look for tea. On behalf of the entire academy, I would like to thank you for your righteous act, sir. As soon as Wu Cece left, the dean stood up from his table and bent down to thank Yifeng. Granny, no need to thank, folded me. This is the late generation of Liso ability thing. Yifeng, a healthy step, appeared at the dean's side, raised his hand to help up the dean. Once his hands touched the dean, he felt that the other party's body was light. His weight was no more than 80 pounds at most. This old man was simply worrying for the orphanage. Dean, you are the one that the late generation admires. Decades of dedication. I don't know how many children have grown up under your cultivation. The late generation can't afford this big gift from you. Dean, Yifeng said with his mouth. His hands gently helped the dean up. Dean looked at the strange boy he was meeting for the first time, but his tone was one of heartfelt respect for himself. Have a seat. Just call me Granny Wu or Dean Wu. The conditions here are simple. Just don't mind. The dean said amiably to Yifeng. Hello Granny Wu. My name is Yifeng. I came here today mainly to take a look at the children and check their health for them. Yifeng sat on a red lacquered wooden stool in a calm and steady manner, and stated the purpose of his trip. After all, he would be going back to Bashu in a few days, and it would be worthwhile for him to do such a good deed before he left. Oh, little ye could not imagine that you are still a doctor. Then I will trouble you. Between Dean Wu's words, Wu Cece walked in with a cup of tea, enthusiastically handed it to Yi Feng, and then obediently walked to the side to find a position to sit down. Don't bother, it's just a matter of lifting my hand. I heard from Wu Cece that the courtyard is facing some difficulties. I don't know what the reason is. Yi Feng will help as much as he can and so on. When Yi Feng said this, Dean Wu and Wu Cece both looked curiously at Yi Feng, who was sitting quietly on the stool. The hospital will be fine after surviving this period of time. The wife can solve. Before Dean Wu could finish his sentence, Wu Cece spoke up and interrupted. Mother Wu, these people are moles. They can't be driven away. And they stick to us like dog skin plaster. As long as we don't agree to their conditions, we can't even pull them off if we want to. We should speak up and draw the attention of the general population, so that they won't dare to do whatever they want. Wu Cece said with an atmosphere. You child, this society nowadays is not as wonderful as you think. Dean Wu said with a sigh. Oh, please also ask MS Wu Cece to tell us the specifics. Yi Feng pursued. It's not Long's group and Lu's group. These two groups are the largest development company in Pengcheng. The entire Baoan district land is basically contracted by these two, under the hands of a group of punks. Dirty things, bad things. Are a group of punks to solve the problem? Our orphanage are some children, old people. They do not dare to do too much. Are the back of the black hand? Often cut off our electricity, cut off my water, and also molested and intimidated our young volunteers in the home, making us miserable, and the police are old oil. Was caught tight to go. After 2 days to release. The police are useless. The police are old oil. The water, and also molested and intimidated our young volunteers in the home, making us miserable, and the police are useless. These punks are old and oily. Was caught tightly go. After 2 days will be released, and then add this convenient retaliation back. Wu Cece put the troubles of the past few days are a breath of air or set out after the heart is much more comfortable. Actually, to you, this group of old man childish children with this kind of underhanded means, simply inappropriate people. This kind of people should not stay in the world. Yi Feng said with murderous intent. The children who were abandoned by their parents, thanks to the orphanage, giving these orphans a warm family. This kind of place full of kindness and warmth. These people can actually lay their hands on them. It is simply more detestable than the evil devils and demons who kill people. Mr. Yi, don't get excited. This kind of person won't get a good reward. Wu Cece said persuasively, feeling how the svelte young man in front of her was even more fired up than herself. Xiao Yi, don't talk nonsense and do something stupid. Wu Dean also advised. Yi Feng gave her a feeling like an old curmudgeon living in the 80s and 90s. From the previous Yi Feng's tea-sitting posture, Wu mother found that the young in front of this is not quite the same. Full of stability. With the first in the society, young people seldom have some kind of temperament. Before Yi Feng could reply, the sound of clang 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 slamming on the door came to mind in the ears of the three of them. Those damn punks are here again, Wu Cece said in exasperation. I'll go and take a look. Yi Feng finished, went out first. These people came in too much of a hurry. Yi Feng was worried about not being able to find each other, but could not imagine that the other party actually came to the door, simply rushing to send death. His own parents could not stay. Die. Quickly stop Xiao Yi. The other side is crowded. Don't let Xiao Yi get hurt. Mom Wu eagerly spoke to Wu Cece, fearing that Yi Feng, the young man, would fight with the other party in a hot-headed manner. Oh, I'm going here. Wu Cece hurriedly chased after him. Yi Feng's speed is extremely fast. Out of the office. Footsteps. Came to the front door, reached out and pulled open the door. A silhouette fell to the ground. Yi Feng looked at the door. The door stood more than a dozen colorful dyed punks, wearing an undershirt, leaking out a variety of teeth and claws tattoos. The redhead who smashed the door did not know that the door would suddenly open, and under the mistake of not being able to defend himself, the whole person flung himself on the ground. Dry. That son of a did. Looking for death is not it. Sprawled on the ground. Red hair cursed and said, just fell to that. But the red hair fell not light. Hands are broken skin. Kid, you're the one who did this, aren't you? This matter can't be settled without $100,000. Red hair shouted at Yi Feng. The other punks outside the door heard red hair's words and immediately coaxed and threatened Yi Feng. Dare to harm our red-haired big brother. Get him killed. Yeah, break his arms and legs and kill his whole family. Red hair big brother, but the people of the Green Dragon Club. Kid, you stalled on the master. Go back to prepare money to calm things. Or how to die do not know. Big brother, 100,000 is too little. It's not enough for the brothers to go to the bar and have a good time for one night. At least 500,000. The punks behind red hair threatened Yi Feng with their mouths. Chapter 14, The Murder. Yi Feng looked at these scum in front of him. It was a waste of resources for these people to stay in the world. The Green Dragon Society. Right. Some other day Yifeng will personally pay a visit. Are you sure you want $500,000? Yifeng said to Red Hair. Red Hair really thought he bluffed Yifeng. Heart of joy. I cannot imagine that today's luck is so good. Go out and meet the nobleman who sends money. 500,000 is less. Now at least 1 million. If you don't take the money, I will kill your whole family. Red Hair viciously said to Yifeng, and lionized the money, ready to ask for $1 million to spend. Alright, I'll give it to you. Go get it down there. Yifeng finished speaking and hid his thumb inside his sleeve to quickly form the underworld seal. The punk's eyes stared blankly, as if they were seeing aliens, standing in place with stagnant faces. In front of their eyes suddenly appeared a terrifying creature that was 3 meters tall, wearing black battle armor, and holding a double mace with 2 horns on its head. Ghosts! A greenhorn was the first to come back to his senses and cried out in horror, pulling his legs up and running out the door. Green Hair's roar woke up the scared little friends, one by one, crying and shouting to run out, wishing that their parents had 2 more legs. Green Hair stagnant in place, crotch with the naked eye visible speed to become wet, then drip 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 dripping urine out, directly scared to pee. I will burn it for you, Yifeng said indifferently. By Yifeng magic invited out of the outer image of the king of the underworld. Both hands lifted up the huge double mace. According to the Green Hair's head smashed down. Red, white brains instantly crashed and flew out, flowed all over the place. Just now also called brother and brother of the punks to see the Green Hair was smashed brains flowed all over the place of the miserable. Ran faster, mouther scared loudly shouting, don't come over, please leave me alone. Grass, greenhorn you don't call righteousness, come on, there's another van, if we don't leave we'll get smashed by this monster. Small punks of the panic sound spread throughout the streets and alleys. The Heartmore hate the Green Hair, running in the forefront of the Green Hair. Under the panic drive away, leaving a group of buddies. Righteousness loves small punks. Hades outside like smashing watermelon. Touch bang watermelon burst sound one after another rang. Punks one by one was smashed to death ground, dying before the ugly. The way the pedestrians on the street, and the Wu Sisi who chased them out saw it, was a group of punks cursing into the air, some kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, and then falling head over heels on the ground, as if possessed by a playwright, and starting all kinds of magnificent performances, which was almost confusing to the people. Mr. Yi, are you alright? What's wrong with them? Wu Sisi curiously asked Yifeng. After all, anyone who saw this group of usually arrogant punks swearing at the air and fainted would look confused. It's nothing, it's probably because God can't see past it and is ready to take these punks in, Yifeng said full of unconcern. We'd better call the police. Wu Sisi's nerves weren't as big as Yifeng's. Looking at this bizarre scene, she would subconsciously think of looking for her police uncle. Well, then you call the police. I'll go in to accompany Dean Wu, Yifeng said and turned to walk away. His heart is not panicked at all. After all, only these dozen punks saw the underworld. The ones who did not die were scared of their nerves. They did not touch these punks a little bit, and the surveillance at the door can testify to that. After reporting to the police, Wu Sisi stood still and honestly waited for the police to come to her door, while Yifeng walked towards the dean's office. Yi, are you alright? Those punks didn't do anything to you? Dean Wu saw Yifeng immediately asked anxiously. His tone is full of care. The young man in front of the orphanage donated $5 million. The family can be seen as not ordinary. The most valuable is the face of the evil forces at the door also dare to stand out. Can be said to be a character and morality of the 3 good young people. Dean Wu does not want a Yifeng accident. Dean Wu, I'm fine. I don't know what happened to those people. They inexplicably planted themselves on the ground. Yifeng pacified Dean Wu with his eyes open. That's good. It's getting late. The kids are about to get out of class for lunch. Little Yi, why don't you have a casual dinner with us? Dean Wu invited to Yifeng. Well, that's fine. After eating, I can give the kids a body check. Yifeng nodded his head and agreed. As for the punks who died by the door, Yifeng was not worried at all. And the door of the orphanage, but smell surrounded by a large circle of people. After all, on the roadside, the main road, sprawling a dozen or so punks lying, this scene is still very impact on a person's mind. The melon people talk about the discussion. What are these bad boys up to again? An old man asked. Could it be performing some kind of artistic act? I don't know. They're the ones who called out the ghostly cries just now. Look, the police car is here. Listen to what the police car says. When Wu Sisi saw the appearance of the police car, her anxious heart was put down. After all, as long as there is a police presence in China, the public's heart is solid. Who called the police? A middle-aged police car with an imposing appearance stepped out of the car and asked, giving the unconscious punk a disgusted look. One by one, the remaining police officers stepped out of their cars, glancing curiously at the colorful punks lying on the ground before going to check on the punks and call for an ambulance. Officer, I'm the one who called the police, Wu Cece said as she raised her hand. The two of them looked at each other and nodded to each other. They were both familiar with each other. In the past, these punks came to harass the orphanage was also Wu Cece reported to the police. The other party came to deal with it. This kind of thing was not 1 or 2 times already. The middle-aged policeman pressed the law enforcement recorder on his chest and walked toward Wu Cece. Columnist asked in an official manner. This lady, I'm Bowen District Police, Tan Ming, number 7652. May I ask what exactly happened? Officer Tan opened his mouth and asked to Wu Cece. Hello Officer Tan. These punks came to harass our orphanage as usual, but today it's like they're possessed. Shouting, into the air, Wu Cece said as she told the story of what she had seen. Oh, according to you, they all passed out for no reason. Tan Ming rubbed his chin in confusion. At this time a small police officer walked over with his whole body trembling, whispering to Tan Ming, Boss, these punks are all dead. Their pupils are all wide open. The small policeman himself is also scared. He followed out a police. Did not expect to encounter such a murderous case. Lying on the ground punks actually died. The small policeman now back are soft. What? All dead? Tan Ming said in shock. The death of a person can be a fatal case, different from a small fight, and this death on the death of a dozen people. This is not an international joke. To know that the death of so many people in the country is a first-class big case, and also died in their own jurisdiction. Tan Ming's thumbs are grasping. Chapter 15, Detective Tan, the god of case solving. What? All dead? Wu Cece screamed out in horror. Living in the peaceful era of Wu Cece although experienced some dark things, but has always believed that there is justice in the world. There is light. More than once I hope that someone will step in to clean up these people hate the dog's eyes of the punks, but never thought that a dozen or so people who were still alive before are now lying on the ground cold. Wu Cece is a little bit scared in her heart. In the end, she is also just a little bit over 20 years old. The girl is a little girl. What? All dead. God has opened his eyes. I've finally gotten rid of all these losers. Yeah, I see these assholes. Basically every one of them has the look of a short-lived ghost who won't live long. Watching the crowd chattering up. Basically are clapping and shouting. Visible group of punks in this group of people in the heart of how disgusting. From this group of punks after the collapse. No one dialed to play the emergency telephone. No, this group of punks usually in the group of people in the heart of how the status of the group. And Tan Ming picked up the walkie-talkie. Began to call the headquarters, reported the incident of the innocent and tragic death of the small punks. The headquarters immediately told him to keep the crime western scene, collect the available evidence. The criminal team immediately rushed to CC. There's a surveillance camera at the entrance of your orphanage. Can you investigate and show it to me? Now this group of punks died here for no reason. It's not something I can control as a small piece of police. I've already reported it up. Tan Ming brain buzzing said. Until now Tan Ming he himself has not returned to God. How these punks are all dead here. This thing is full of strange. Okay, Officer Tan follow me, Wu Cece said, then led Tan Ming to walk the orphanage. The monitoring is Wu Cece 2 days ago to find someone to install. Is to prevent these punks to sabotage. They can have evidence to call the police to deal with. The two came to the broadcasting room, and immediately there was an old big head computer, or Wu Cece pottery from the second-hand market, which was considered one of the few electronic products in the orphanage. Wu Cece said to Tan Ming, Officer Tan, this computer can see the whole thing. Aha, I'll take a look, and the criminal squad will be back later. I believe this matter is related to your orphanage. Officer 5, Tan Yong said comfortingly to Wu Cece. It must have nothing to do with our orphanage. In broad daylight, we can't kill each other, Wu Cece said breathlessly. Choking on that, Tan Yan sat down in his chair and began to skillfully investigate the surveillance. Apparently it wasn't the first time Tan Yan had sat down in front of this big-headed computer. The picture began to appear in the computer screen. A young man wearing a mountain suit appeared at the gate. Reach out to open the gate. A red hair fell to the ground on the wrong defense, and then began to say something to the man in the mountain suit. The man in the mountain suit stood still, like being scared silly, and finally appeared a bizarre side of the punk said something to the air, and then a green hair pulled his leg out to run, and finally these punks one by one fell to the ground. And then Wu Cece appeared to walk to the side of the man in a mountain suit and said something, and finally looked stunned man in a mountain suit, back to quickly disappeared in front of the surveillance. As the monitoring does not have the function of recording, can only see the picture, can not hear the sound, do not ask what to ask as the orphanage has no money, shelling out money to buy this monitoring. Wu Cece have been heartbroken for a long time. If it is not for the safety of the orphanage, Wu Cece will certainly not buy this useless thing, and after watching the surveillance officer Tan are confused. What is this thing? Is Sherlock Holmes to come? Do not know why this group of punks so bizarre death. See, what did you say to the man in the mountain suit? And how come I didn't see the other person? Tan Yang asked curiously. This was after all considered a big or small doubt. Oh, you're talking about Mr. Yi. I heard him say to Manhwa that his name is Yifeng. He came to the orphanage today to visit the children, and he's a very kind-hearted person that I met yesterday afternoon when I was handing out flyers on the street, and donated a large amount of money to our orphanage. He should be in Manhwa's office right now. Wu Cece told Yifeng's situation. Tan Yong nodded. According to his decades of experience as a film police officer, the other party came to the orphanage for the first time, and these punks have no grudges, no ability, no motivation to go down, and the video of Yifeng and these punks are at least a meter away from each other. Alright, let's leave this matter to come out from above. I'll copy the surveillance. You and Yifeng are the parties involved after all. Just make a statement, Tan Yong said with a headache. Oh, making a statement again. Then I'll take you to see Mr. Yi. Wu Cece was clearly annoyed by the matter of making a statement. When Wu Cece brought Tan Yong to Dean Wu's office, she saw Yifeng chatting with Dean Wu. This young still has the heart to chat with Dean Wu. Probably because the other party doesn't know that all these punks are dead. Tan Yong looked at Yifeng, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit and appeared to be very stable. He said to himself in his heart, and inwardly he had already categorized Yifeng as an irrelevant person who became a pure passerby. Mr. Yi, is it? I'm Officer Tan, the person in charge of this area. A dozen punks died at the gate. Do you know about this? Tan Yong. What? A dead man? Mother Wu and Yifeng said together in surprise. The former was not aware of it at all, and the latter was simply acting. After all, he was the one who made the move to get this group of punks killed. Could he not know that the other party was all dead? Tan Yong looked at Yifeng's reaction. Emotionally he guessed right. This kid still doesn't know that all these punks are dead, and the mature mind of Yifeng has already thought of a way to deal with it. After all, Yifeng used to walk the rivers and lakes with his own master, and I don't know how many traffickers died in the hands of the two of them, and I deeply know that I don't leave a trace of my hand. Well, all these punks died violently for no reason, so I guess it's too much laundry detergent and not much to do with you guys. The astute Officer Tan spoke the answer he had guessed within himself. Wu Cece and Wu Dean feel that Officer Tan is right. These punks eat, drink, fat, gambling and smoking, everything, and do not do personnel. Maybe last night on the gathering to eat too much laundry detergent to eat. Today hallucinations. One by one, they ate themselves to death, and a good death actually died in the doorway of the orphanage. Okay, make a statement. You should do what you do. The rest of the matter to the people of the criminal team, and do not let the children see these dead bodies, so as not to leave a heart shadow on his no young mind. Tan Yong said with a wave of his hand, indicating that you are all innocent personnel. Yifeng had a little good feeling about this somewhat righteous and somewhat confused Officer Tan. Listening to his tone, he knew that usually he took care of the orphanage, and also worried that the children would have a shadow of heart when they saw the corpse. Chapter 16, Enya, Group Leader. In the Tan police officer's help, Yifeng and Wu Cece quickly made a good statement. It is very simple, is to say that they are at the scene of the crime, and then leave contact information and home address. But when Yifeng said that he lived in Pengcheng-1, Wu Cece and Tan Yong were surprised to look at Yifeng. Pengcheng-1 can be said to be a rich people throughout the city of Pengcheng camps. The average price of hundreds of thousands of yuan per square meter. Simply let a person look at the back of the world. Not a billion of the value of not possible to live there. The average price is several $100,000 a square meter. Simply let a person look back. Without $100 million of value is impossible to live there. I can't imagine that this plainly dressed Yifeng, actually still a hidden tycoon. Alright, do what you need to do. Cece, you remember to boast the fire pit and use pomelo leaves to get rid of bad luck. After all, you saw so many dead people today, Tan Yong said to Wu Cece in a very mesmerizing manner before he left. Officer Tan usually takes care of our orphanage. He's a good cop, Wu Cece said from the sidelines. There are still good people in this society nowadays. Cece, you go and inform the children to get out of class and eat. None of them are allowed to run to the gate, Dean Wu instructed. Then he turned his head to Yifeng and said, Little Yi, let's go. I'll take you to the cafeteria. The three then walked out of the office. Yifeng followed Dean Wu to a lobby inside the orphanage. The furnishings inside are relatively simple. Rows and rows of long wooden chairs and tables as well as wiped clean dishes and chopsticks. This is where the children eat. A few matrons carrying a few pots of well-done meals came out. Dean, who is this gentleman? The elder lady who served the food asked curiously at Dean Wu, thinking to herself that the little angel orphanage as well hadn't had any strangers for almost 2 months. This is Mr. Yi, rest for a while after you're busy. Auntie Zhang, alright, then I'll go and get busy first, and I'll also go home later to take care of my little grandson. Zhang Danian carried the rice bowl and started to get busy. Xia Ye, our little angel orphans established the original intention is to adopt the society abandoned children. After decades of development, the number of adopted grown-up children has reached 2,500. Now the orphanage still has 84 children. The youngest is more than 3 years old, the oldest 12. I really hope that in the future there are less cruel parents, then our orphanage will not have the need to continue. Dean Wu's heart tiredly said to Yifeng. Somehow, relative to this young man to say his heart, the human way is not fair, since it does not raise, why bother to give birth to? The orphanage, this is a heavenly good deed. Dean Wu, you do not then, but the so-called lost way is not much help. The winner is much help. Yifeng said persuasively, and he is also an orphan, was adopted by the master, grew up, and acquired a skill, slightly better than these children living in the orphanage. Can a moment to have a warm home, someone to take care of is how happy. It was precisely because Yifeng was an orphan himself that he was so disgusted with these punks and did not show any mercy at all. Yes, I also believe that the orphanage will slowly get better, Mother Wu said amiably. Ding, 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 ding. As the bell rang, the joyful laughter of the children resounded inside the orphanage. Red, wait for me. Coco, run faster. We have to go do the maze Lu after dinner. Little Tiger, I heard that Sister CC has a boyfriend. Find where to take us to see. Yes, we also want to see what Sissy's boyfriend looks like. Is he like Prince Charming? At this moment every corner of the orphanage was filled with the sounds of children, with noises and jokes. Yifeng looked at the children from childhood to adulthood who walked into the cafeteria in order under the leadership of honesty. Yifeng's eyes were filled with compassion at this time, and the children all looked at Yifeng curiously. Children, this is Uncle Yi. You have to thank him. Because of him, you can continue to live carefree and grow up healthy. Let's sincerely say thank you to Uncle Yi. Dean Wu said loudly to the children. One should know how to be grateful. Without a grateful heart, one can't go far in this society. Thank you Uncle Yi, the children said aloud to Yifeng. Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand and said, no need to thank you. Kids, eat quickly. Don't be hungry. Yifeng at this time is also a bit flustered. Do not know how to say to the children. Feel that what he did is not worth mentioning. Do not need to be so solemn, and did not expect Dean Wu will come to such a thing. Well, eat first. After eating Uncle Yi will check your bodies. He is a doctor. In the future you should learn from Uncle Yi. Dean Wu said in passing about Yifeng checking the children's bodies. The children obediently ate the meal. The meal was very simple. A meat and a vegetarian, and lotus root soup. Yifeng also integrated into this big family and began to eat the meal. And in the Yifeng dinner, Tan Yong stared at the blazing sun in the air and so on in place. And with the death of the matter spread, looking at the people are also more and more. Some of the oldest hands still carrying the vegetables bought, standing outside the warning tape, to the body of the fierce look. And there are a few network anchors on the ground of the punk body live. Tan Yong look is thought of speechless. So big son, you guys stay at home and blow the air conditioning is not good. The first thing I want to do is to get out of the house and go back to the house. Have to come out to us to add to the chaos. Ola ola, the police car sirens sounded from far and near, and Tan Yong's eagerly awaited criminal unit finally arrived. All uninvolved people get out of the way. Don't stop the case, Tan Yong said loudly to the eating crowd. When the melon-eating crowd heard Tan Yong's words, they all obediently took a few steps back on their legs, all wanting to see what the police who came this time would do. Two black police cars with their sirens pulled heard Tan Yong's side. A girl with a height of more than 1.75 meters took the lead to walk inside the car and walk down. The girl had a head of sharp short hair with ears, a pair of eyebrows full of ink chi, hanging on the small melon face to make the whole person look more heroic. You're Tan Yong, right? I'm the head of the criminal division. Inya, tell me about the clues you've investigated. The tall Inya got off the car and asked Tan Yong, and instructed her handlers to check the cause of the violent death of the deceased. In Inya's mind, there was no death without a reason, only a planned conspiracy. Tan Yong looked at the tall appearance of young Inya, subconsciously ringing his other party's age and status, while he has been a police officer for so long is still mixing in this area. And the other party, a comparison. It is simply groundless. Report sir? Boan District Tan Yong immediately rushed to the scene after receiving the alarm call. Tan Yong, who is in his 40s, reported the story and his own guesses and opinions about this large death to Inya, who is in her 20s. With one glance, Inya waited for Tan Yong to finish. The corner of her mouth curled up and said coldly, Officer Tan, according to you, these people are playing with laundry detergent to play with themselves to death, and by chance they all died here together. Then they can be really righteous and affectionate yo. Chapter 17, the more you think about it, the closer you get to the truth. Inya's words were even choking and stabbing, causing Tan Yong's face to blush, and his face, which was already turning red from the burst of sunlight, turned even redder. Sir, my reasoning makes sense, or else tell me how these people died. Tan Yong said to Inya unconvincingly. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. The case is called evidence, not by reasoning. Inya rather speechless to Tan Yong said. No wonder more than 40 years old is still a district police. On this head, this life will be the end. Team leader, the results of the investigation came out. A young man with a masculine and handsome appearance excitedly walked over to Enya. Speechless and soft with a magnetic touch, he should be one of Enya's suitors. If Li Yang has something to say, don't be slow, just say it straight, Enya said with a critical tone. These people should have been scared to death. Each corpse's pupils were violently opened before death. Obviously they were shocked beyond normal. Li Yang spoke out the shocking result. What? Enya and Tan Yong heart at the same time filled with speechlessness. This green day, these punks do not see ghosts, actually live to be scared to death. Enya felt his face pain, hot pain. This hit the face also came too fast. Their own front foot just cooked called evidence. Back foot called to a chance scared to death. Li Yang, are you sure? Enya asked with a cold light on her face. Sure, I have studied forensics before. I have some research on people's expressions and body reactions before they die. I can now conclude that they were scared to death, but we call all our errands evidence. Send these corpses to the medical examiner for an autopsy where the medical examiner will be able to produce evidence that all these people were scared to death. Li Yang said to Enya in an attentive manner. Oh, it is true that the case cannot rely on reasoning. The need for forensic medicine to open the certificate. Awesome. Tan Yong said breathlessly on the side. Feeling that they cannot reason. Don't just have studied medicine can be a mouth to conclude that it is scared to death. Long time to see. Notify the people. Take away the bodies. Then ask the people present at the crime to assist in the investigation. And anyone who had contact with these dead people, bring them back. Enya ignored Tan Yong's mockery and started deploying according to her own case-handling habits. Yi Feng and Wu Sisi, who were eating lunch with the children, were obviously the ones who had contact with the deceased. Also on the list Enya brought back. Tan Yong with two criminal group of people, came to the orphanages, saw us happily eating a meal. Yi Feng and Wu Sisi said to the case officer behind him, Lima are some children. You want to take away people. Is this group of children in the heart of the relatives? Or I call them out. Tan Yong said thoughtfully. The case officer looked at the hospital and expressed his approval. Sisi, bring Yi Feng over here for a moment. Tan Yong stood at the entrance of the cafeteria and waved at Wu Sisi. Wu Sisi looked at Tan Yong curiously. What was this about? Aren't the transcripts all done? Wu Sisi put down the chopsticks in her hand, walked to the door and asked curiously. Officer Tan, didn't you say there's nothing for us to do? Ahem. Sisi after all, so many people died. The above sent people to deal with it. My words are not useful. The other party intends to call you back to assist in the investigation. Tan Yong said with embarrassment, feeling his face hot and painful. Today is the day that Tan Yong has hit his face the most times in the past few years. What do I have to follow you back to assist in the investigation? We didn't do anything. Wu Sisi said with dissatisfaction. See, not only you, Yi Tian also want to take back. After all, the scene of the crime is located and the people have to take back, but also to go back to ask questions. The delay will not take you long time. The police and the public cooperation. Tan Yong is afraid that this girl is stubborn. Opened his mouth to persuade. Alright, then I'll go call Yi Feng, but I can't be delayed for too long. I still have to hand out flyers in the afternoon. Wu Sisi thought for a while and said to Tan Yong. Wu Sisi numbly folded her body and called on a grinning Yi Feng to walk out. Yi Feng's heart expressed nothing, and the other party couldn't investigate a thing. Accompany the other party to go home, but unfortunately the delay in their own time to check the body of the child. In this way, a group of people in the police car. There are also two carrying a basket of vegetables. Moncler outlet store and the older woman. The mouth of one said, but also to go home to cook. Do not delay the cooking time. And after doing business, but also to send them back. Yi Feng heart said learned, then also told the other party to send him home. After all, today grandpa he is coming. He went back late cannot be good. The police car crowed, and the journey was unimpeded. Quickly, he arrived at the offices of the criminal division. Getting out of the car, the people were separated and brought along, while Yi Feng was led away by a man with a handsome appearance. Yi Feng right, my name is Li Yang. Our group leader wants to talk to you personally. Li Yang finished talking and brought Yi Feng to the second floor to a separate offices. Go inside. Boss Ian is waiting for you in. Li Yang said with a single envy inside. He also wanted to be alone with his dream girl, but he could only think about it. The whole Pengchang knew that Enya was a hot rose, a recognized police flower, with a deep background. She became a deputy team leader at a young age, and he didn't know how many were chasing after her, and Li Yang was one of the many suitors inside. Yi Feng calmly walked into the office, looking at a slim woman whose height reached more than 1.7 meters, was standing by the window drinking coffee, but her eyes were staring at the office's display mountain. Yi Feng followed the other person's gaze to the screen, which was displaying the scene of the monitoring at the entrance of the orphanage. Interesting, I've seen foreign secret room killings, random killings, accidental killings, Sherlock Holmes murderer's mentality. I've never seen intimidation killings. How on earth did you do it? Enya pretended to be profound and said to Yifeng. In fact, she who had come back early to watch the surveillance video was already almost confused. Now it was time to swindle the other party and see if she could swindle out a little unexpected discovery. So she called Yifeng over alone to put on such a show. Yifeng calmly looked at the other side of the show, looked a little mute, did not think that the other side will come to such a play, but to Yifeng's state of mind cultivation, can be swindled out of you only have ghosts. Enya looked at the mute Yifeng and continued, throughout the crime scene, only you have contacted each other, and a group of people in front of you one by one died violently, while you did not react at all, and actually not afraid to just watch each other die in front of you. So I dare to conclude that you and this matter cannot get out of the relationship. As Enya spoke, she came to feel that her head was like a motor had been installed. The little head turned quickly, filled with all kinds of unbelievable whims, and felt that she was getting closer and closer to the truth. Chapter 18, Hegemonic Healy Jun. Yifeng looked at the other side to say more and more close to the truth. But the other side has no evidence. Yifeng was not worried at all and continued to calmly watch the other party's solo performance. It should be hypnosis. I've seen a case study from abroad where a hypnosis master used his ability to commit a crime, and most of the victims were people who were mentally weak. You must have group hypnotized this group of punks through some unknown means. Enya's brain hole grew bigger and bigger, immediately thinking of hypnosis, which would also explain why this group of punks would be scared to death en masse. Sir, you're overthinking it, Yifeng calmly said to Enya. Oh, from the time you enter the door after a very calm stand in front of me, without a little fear, to know the Chinese people into the bureau, whether or not they have done bad things, the heart will be afraid. Unlike you are so calm, I have good reason to suspect that you have a huge suspicion in this large-scale violent deaths, and now I formally list you as an outside suspect, have the right to detain you for 15 days, as far as I have not thought too much this is not something you can worry about, Enya said affirmatively to Yifeng. Yifeng was a bit nonchalant when he heard that the other party wanted to detain him for 15 days. Sir, can you detain me tomorrow? I still have important things to do today, Yifeng still said calmly. In his heart, he was not at all afraid of what the other party could do to him. Oh, do you think this is a food market for me? And bargaining, Enya said with a sneer. Then I'll tell my family first. Yifeng took out the cell phone that Li Jun had bought for him at his own expense and dialed the other party for the first time. There were a few beeps and the call was answered. Li Jun, I can't come back today. Yifeng said the general course of events in a few words. What? You've been detained. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Li Jun directly hung up the phone. Enya, who was standing on the side, heard the entire contents of the phone call. Laughing coldly, she said, if you just break the phone, no one will be able to take you away from me. Li Yang, take him to the detention room. Li Yang, who was standing outside the door, had already paid attention to the situation inside the office, and when he heard his goddess calling him, he immediately walked in with his head held high. Roger, Li Yang came in and loudly received, then led Yifeng away. Enya sneered and looked at Yifeng's distant back. Now although she has no evidence, but her intuition tells her that this matter must be related to the man called Yifeng. Now waiting for the coroner's side of the autopsy report out, the people above are still waiting for the characterization of this matter. After all, this large-scale death case will be shocked by the whole country. Kid, I advise you to give an honest explanation. You can go home earlier, or else if our team leader finds evidence, your life will be over, Li Yang advised Yifeng. The latter ignored him. Still the hardest. Let me know when you've thought about it. I can help you plead in front of the team leader. Go in. Li Yang sent Yifeng into the detention room and turned to leave. Yifeng was shut down soon after. Li Jun opened his own fire-red Raphael, with a speed of 102 speed, directly soared to the mouth of the Public Security Bureau, wearing heeled shoes stepped in, the whole face covered with frost, the heart of that gas. In order to perform well, he deliberately took a day off to set up the venue at home. The result of the protagonist was caught away. How to perform the play to his grandfather to see. Hello, I'm looking for Yifeng, the man you brought back at noon, wearing a Zhongshan uniform. Li Jun walked into the office building and asked the receptionist. Yifeng, I'm not too sure about this, but I have an impression of the man in the Chinese mountain suit you mentioned. He was brought back by a colleague from the criminal division. Right now, he should be cooperating with his colleagues in the criminal division to handle the case. The little policewoman at the front desk said. Well, little sister, thank you. Li Jun finished speaking and walked towards the criminal unit's office. Criminal group office personnel. Look, thought the aura full of women walked in, wearing a Chanel dress, willow leaf eyebrows, big eyes, high nose, delicate lips in addition to a set of white and tender goose egg face, simply such as dumping the city of Luotian general. which is more beautiful than their deputy group leader Inya, also beautiful woman. The male comrades are looking dumbfounded. I'm looking for Yifeng. I want to know what he committed and was arrested by you. Li Jun's clear and cold voice resounded in the office. Li Yan looked at this exceptionally beautiful woman, immediately felt that his dream person please do not smell, and in front of this woman has absolutely no comparison. In front of this woman to the charm of the Oriental woman, show the most, just want to go up to catch a word. Heard the other side looking for Leaf Maple. Leaf Maple is not sent into the detention room by their own kiddet. Could it be that this Yifeng, this loser kid, and this exceptionally beautiful woman have any relationship? Not? This moment Li Yang heart a little sour. Yifeng is related to the large-scale death case of Little Angel. Now he is temporarily detained. May I ask this lady what is your relationship with Yifeng? Li Yang inwardly asked with hope. As long as the other party said that Yifeng was her relative or cousin, Li Yang was ready to bet on both ends, using a circuitous route to chase the woman in front of him through Yifeng. Li Yang felt that with his sunny and handsome appearance, he still had a certain chance of chasing the other party. I'm Yifeng's wife, Li Jun. Where is your team leader? Tell him to come out and explain to me. I want to know what crime my husband has committed that requires him to be detained for 15 days. You must explain it to me clearly, or this matter is not over, Li Jun said with a strong aura. The president's domineering aura was displayed to the fullest. Li Jun this overbearing words, so that the office of the people know in front of this woman is not to be messed with. There must be some dependence, or else dare to say such words in the criminal group office. And Li Yang a heart is dead. Why Yifeng that loser like, will have such a wife? There is still a heavenly reason in the world. MS. I'm the head of the criminal team. Inya, don't get excited first. When things are investigated clearly and it's proof that Yifeng is innocent, we'll let him go right away. Inya walked out from her office and said to Li Jun, and looked at Li Jun curiously. As a big beautiful woman Inya Xin measured Li Jun, and in her heart she didn't believe that this unusually beautiful Li Jun in front of her eyes would be Yifeng's wife. Both of them were not worthy at all. It can be said that one is the sky and the other one is the earth. Saying that a toad eats swan's meat is lifting up the toad. Oh, you are their team leader Inya. May I ask team leader In, do you have any evidence to prove that Yifeng is a suspect? Don't talk about suspicion. Speculation. Nowadays it's a society of rule of law. You need to talk about evidence in handling cases. If you detain my lover without evidence, I can prosecute you for unlawfully imprisoning another person's freedom. Li Jun directly said to Inya firing. Chapter 19, Envy and Jealousy. When Inya heard Li Jun's words, her chi-filled eyebrows raised. MS. I now have good reason to suspect that Yifeng is the one behind this case, and it is highly valued by the higher-ups. Please keep your cooperation. Inya is now more convinced of her own judgment. Yifeng is a hypnosis master. Otherwise how to explain Li Jun such a beautiful beauty will marry Yifeng? It is certain that she was hypnotized by Yifeng. He himself must beware of being caught by this kid's pawn. All this talk about no evidence. Did you see Yifeng kill someone? Or did someone else see Yifeng kill someone? Don't pull such useless stuff on me. I've already notified the media and lawyers. Li Jun said without buying it. Inya now fully suspected that Li Jun had been deeply hypnotized by Yifeng, and now her own behavior had received Yifeng's control. Inya said sympathetically to Li Jun, MS. He is mentally unstable right now and is preventing us from working on the case. So let's take her down to lock her up for a few days first and wait until she calms down. When Inya said this, the people inside the office were stunned. They couldn't imagine that their boss was so rigid that she was going to take the other party down just because someone else was making such a mess. While Li Jun's face was white with anger. I'll see who dares to make a move on Mr. A man with gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a briefcase shouted from the office doorway. I am the lawyer of Li Jun Pharmaceuticals legal department. Song Yuan, what you said just now has been recorded by my recorder. I will formally prosecute you for intimidating Mr. Abusing your power, and illegally detaining others. As soon as Song Yuan opened his mouth, the people inside the office didn't dare to make a move. Looking at Song Yuan's professional appearance, it was possible that if he made a move, he would take off his own skin. Inya looked at the lawyer Song who suddenly popped out and had a headache. This suddenly popped out another lawyer. Without a better reason for himself, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep Yifeng as a suspect. Lawyer Song, I'm sure Yifeng in this case can't be unrelated, and I suspect that Yifeng is a hypnosis master. MS. He was hypnotized by him before she married Yifeng, and now as soon as Yifeng came out of the world, MS. He immediately looked for her. So lawyer Song, you should persuade Mr. That our police will try to help her to worship Yifeng's hypnosis. Li Jun said all the speculations and suspicions in her heart. What? The people in the office looked at Inya in a daze. The head of his own team wouldn't have watched too many martial arts dramas. The strange idea of hypnosis popped up. What a joke! My marriage with Yifeng was finalized 10 years ago. Nowadays, As long as the relationship is in place in society, vase mental illnesses can sit in high positions. It's simply too big a joke. Lee Jun inserted her hand and said to Inya with a sarcastic face. Some lawyer dumbfounded looking at their own boss. Today, but heard a heavy news. Their own iceberg boss actually married, which let the Pengchang male son to know. I do not know how many people will go crazy, jealous of the man who took Lee Jun, but listen to the old boss. She and her husband should be a family marriage. The male power think not bad. After all, Lee Jun Pharmaceuticals behind the station is the Changxing Pharmaceuticals, this giant group. The lawyer Song is aware of this point. Song lawyer back to God, not in the wild imagination. After all, is the private affairs of their own boss? Now put the main thing is to charge for the boss. Take down the tall, outstanding appearance. But the brain is not normal group leader in front of him. Sir, your mental stress is too much. This case I think we have to change the person. Now you have conceived hypnosis inside your head. So will there be monsters, zombies and other metaphysical products in the future? This is extremely harmful to our society and the general public. Or maybe, you think that other people are aliens who have changed, and you take a gun and just shoot each other. The other person only died an unjust death. So it is necessary for me to remind you police to give the case officers a long-term mental examination. Lawyer Song followed the lead of his own boss and started the mocking mode. Inya looked at Lawyer Song's vicious mouth and really wanted to tear his mouth apart. Boss, calm down, calm down. There's a recorder on the other side. Calm down first. Yeah, take it easy or the other guy will sue for assault with intent. When we find the evidence, they'll be finished. How arrogant they are now. How painful they'll be later. Team leader, let's bear with them for a while, and then we'll get back at them later. The people under Inya's command all whispered and advised their own boss, fearing that Inya's little pepper personality would explode. The phone rang in the office. Lawyer Song took out his latest fruit cell phone, answered the phone and said enthusiastically, well, we're on the 3rd floor. Reporter Lu, you can come up now. I guarantee you'll capture the explosive news. Once Reporter Song said this, everyone in the office knew that they were going to face a group of people using their pencils as knives later on. Boss, why don't you let go? Otherwise you'll be jerked around to the end. Right, if it gets exposed, we'll be a big joke in Pengchang. The other party is coming on strong. Boss, we should hold off for a while. Inya ears filled with various voices of the men. The whole face is angry white. How to drop? They all really think I'm a psychopath. Not a single one of them believes me. Making a lot of noise. What's the custom? A majestic voice rang out, and a man in his early 50s with a majestic appearance walked in from the doorway with a few people. Director, what brings you here? Inya said as she looked at the majestic man who entered the door. If I don't come, our bureau will be famous in Pengchang. Don't let go yet. The majestic man named Wang Gang. After saying to Inya, he immediately turned his head to Lee Jun and said with an apologetic face, Xiao He, for the sake of Uncle Wang, don't be so general with Inya. Recently she stayed up too much. Her brain is a little bit unsteady. It's fine, Uncle Wang. I've seen it and won't give a general opinion about mental illness. As long as she releases her people, I'll leave immediately. Lee Jun said to Inya's colleague. Okay, release the man. But, Inya struggled to say something. Don't worry, you don't think today's incident is big enough. Release him? One gang interrupted the other party without waiting for Inya to speak. Inya saw that the biggest boss had opened his mouth, and his heart was so aggrieved that he was about to fall into tears. Yi Feng, you wait for me. My mother won't do anything in the future, so she will die staring at you. Li Yang, take MS. He to pick up her husband. Inya said aggressively. Lawyer Song, I'll leave the rest to you. Lee Jun explained to Song Yuan and followed Li Yang out. When Lawyer Song saw his old boss leave, he immediately said to Wang Gang, today's matter is all a misunderstanding. The police and the public are one family. I'll send away the reporter friends downstairs and won't let them come up to harass you on your case. Goodbye Bureau Wang. Lawyer Song was obviously also a person with emotional intelligence online. Taking out a recorder and putting it down on the table, he walked out the door. Chapter 20, Yi Feng, I Inya remember you. Seeing that Lawyer Song had left, Director Wang said to the remaining people, all disperse and go about your business. Inya come to the office. The people in the office floor were like chicks facing an eagle, facing the majesty of the big boss. One by one, they obediently returned to their positions and got busy. Inya followed Wang Gang to his office. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Gang chopped his head off and lectured Inya. Inya, how do you handle the case? I've already learned about what happened. Everything has to be about evidence. You dare to forcibly detain others without evidence, restricting others' freedom. I can't even bail you out if this matter really goes to the public, Wang Gang said with hatred. But, the entire crime was committed in the presence of Free Yi Feng, and this incident definitely has nothing to do with the other party. Inya insisted on her opinion and said, what kind of bastard words? I also watched the surveillance. Yi Feng was at least 1 meter away from the nearest dead person, and the surveillance could only capture his back, and through lip translation. The dead person also blackmailed Yi Feng for $1 million in fees before he died, and only what Yi Feng said was not clear to any of us. The most important thing is that the forensic examination report came out. These punks gathered last night to play with laundry detergent. Do I need to say more about the rest? Wang Gang hated it and said to Enya, if it wasn't for the face of his old friend, Wang Gang wouldn't have said so much to Enya and directly told the other party to go to the traffic police brigade to report it. Enya's entire body was dumbfounded. The discrepancy between this and the results of his own deduction was also too big. Being right by Tan Yong, that movie cop. These punks were really playing with laundry detergent before they were born. Alright, don't think too much about this matter. Take a few days off to rest. Wang turned around and left after saying that. After all, the follow-up of this matter still needed to be handled by himself, and he had to give an explanation to the public. Enya silently stood in place, a pair of pink circled dead pinched together. Yi Feng, you give my mother to wait. This matter is not finished. You must be in this matter inside the role of dishonor. Enya very much believe in their own intuition, otherwise their own young age will be sitting in this position. Yi Feng didn't know that he had been missed by Enya and looked at He Lijun outside the detention room and said calmly, thank you. Unexpectedly, He Lijun would come so quickly, and Yi Feng had already planned to stay here for a few more days before being acquitted and released. Go home and get rid of bad luck with pomelo leaves. Go! He Lijun said, rather speechless. His husband, who came out of nowhere, can be listed as a suspect even when he goes out to work? There is no one else. By the way, he still doesn't know what kind of work Yi Feng is doing outside, so he will ask her nicely. Li Yang looked at He Lijun holding Yi Feng's hand and walked out. His heart is full of jealousy. Martyr, now women are blind? Will find such a rustic man, or now women's aesthetic has changed. Already do not eat their own set of sunshine handsome. It seems that they keep up with the trend of the times. Tomorrow they also go to buy a set of Zhongshan suit to wear to see. Yi Feng, what kind of work do you do outside? How can you get involved with criminal cases? After getting on the car, He Lijun asked the question in his heart. Look at Yi Feng, this appearance does not look like a higher education. Will not go to the construction site to move bricks. But moving bricks is not so much to move themselves into the Public Security Bureau. I set up a stall on Temple Street to tell fortunes, and when I earned a little money yesterday, I donated it to the orphanage, and when I went to visit the children at the orphanage today, I happened to come across a dozen or so punks who died violently. Yi Feng calmly told a rough account of what happened, omitting the fact that his opponents slaughtered the punks. Fortune telling? You're not doing the charlatan thing. You're not a charlatan, are you? He Lijun said breathlessly. How could her natural beauty find such a husband? Or was she just too blind to realize the merits of what her grandfather had said? I'm a Taoist priest. It's normal to help people tell fortunes and perform magic. Yi Feng emphasized his identity once again. Alright, quickly go home and change your clothes, or grandpa will come and say I didn't treat you well. He Lijun said she didn't want to talk. Whatever, we're just acting anyway. The two of them went all the way back home without words. He Lijun began to continue to set up the scene. The inside of the room was plastered with red happy words and hung with colorful balloons. A look of sweet life after marriage. Yi Feng, your room inside things. There is something numbly, get my room to go. I first go to cook, wait. My parents and grandpa is coming. Hurry. He Lijun hands and feet nimbly hang up the balloon, or to Yi Feng command up the task, and their own sleeves a pull, began to prepare to cook. Yi Feng helplessly walked into his chambers and looked at the portrait of the three Qing hanging on the wall. Full of apologies, he said, the three Qing is above. The disciple of the Taoist sect. Yi Feng, let you receive aggrieved. After saying this, he removed the portrait and carefully placed it inside the box, looking at the same bed as the original. Yi Feng felt that there was no need to clean it up. So many days he was meditating and practicing. He hadn't gone to bed to rest. He Lijun, I'm ready, Yi Feng said to Yi Lijun inside the kitchen. Yi Feng, at home you cannot call my name. To hand me Lijun or wife. Called the name seems too raw. Things packed up on the inside of my room. My room inside the things you are not allowed to move, and are not allowed to turn over my things. Hear that? He Lijun continued to explain to Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt that the other party said very reasonable. Do a full set of drama, otherwise it will be exposed. Or He Lijun is meticulous. He did not find out. Got it. Wife. Yi Feng also quickly entered the scene, carrying his wooden box towards He Lijun's boudoir. He Lijun, who was frying the prawns, heard Yi Feng's wrong and unguarded cry of wife, and her hand shook a little when she fried the prawns. Yi Feng walked into He Lijun's boudoir, a light floral fragrance, filling the tip of Yi Feng's nose, milk-colored walls, with rose-colored beds, as well as next door to the huge shoe and clothing cabinets. The window is a huge picture of floor-to-ceiling curtains. Standing by the window to see Pengcheng outside the night scene, no matter whether it is the lighting or the size of the house, Is not the small dormitory Yifeng lived in can be comparable to? Also right, Yifeng live in the dormitory was originally given to the maids to live in the nanny room. Yifeng put his wooden box and a few changes of clothes, carefully placed inside the closet, then closed the door and walked out. Came to the living room ready to peel a little bit of apple as an after-dinner fruit. Can't let Lee Jun do everything? From time to time from the kitchen inside the break some dishes out of the nominal couple began to prepare for the final breakup dinner. At around 7 p.m., the doorbell rang in both of Lydia Ho's ears, and the two knew that the final moments of the show were here. Chapter 21, this is a setup, isn't it? Coming. Lee Jun opened the door with this happy smile on her face. Grandpa, Mom and Dad come on in. Yifeng and I have been waiting for you for a while. There was no traffic on the way. At this moment, Lee Jun was like a blooming peony flower, saying to her family with a face full of happiness. Grandpa he took the lead and walked in, saying in a neutral tone, not too much traffic, just bought you guys some small gifts, delayed a little bit of time. How is little Feng living in Pengcheng? Tonight our grandparents and grandchildren have a good drink. Grandpa he said to Yifeng with concern, as for his granddaughter directly ignored. Hearing Grandpa he's words, Yifeng and Lee Jun only saw what the other party was holding in their hands, 2 sets of baby products, which is to visit them for dinner. This is the door to urge for a child to come. Dad, quickly put your things away. Xiao Feng will be embarrassed later. The matter of having a child is still up to the two of them. Xiaoya looked at her father-in-law and said helplessly, have you dealt with things this way? The matter of having a child has been brought out into the open. What's the point? Marrying a wife and having children is a natural thing to do. Grandpa he said with dissatisfaction. Lee Jun said that she didn't dare to answer, winking at Yifeng who was looking towards the wood like Yifeng, meaning that Yifeng it's your turn to go on now. The latter froze for a moment and said, Grandpa he, father-in-law and mother-in-law, let's eat first, let's chat while we eat. Alright, let's eat first, let's all try Feng's cooking. Still Yifeng's words worked. Just after saying that, Grandpa he waved his hand, said eat first, and said that all the dishes on the table were made by Yifeng, and the sky was visible. Only the apple inside the fruit plate was peeled by Yifeng. Lee Jun face full of resentment looking at the leaf maple. Since this leaf maple came a while, their own this pro-granddaughter simply become adopted. The eyes of the people know that this meal is what I do. You are so to do to open their eyes to say blind words. Lee Jun rubbed her face, once again with a happy smile accompanied Yifeng to the dining table. A family banquet began. During the banquet Grandpa he made important remarks on behalf of the He family, that is to have a child, to have a child, to have a child, to have a child, to say important things 3 times, and in the end was Yifeng is in the important stage of cultivation as the reason to block Grandpa his idea of urging to have a child. Listening to Lee Jun's family of 3, they were all speechless. What was Yifeng cultivating? It actually managed to make Grandpa he, this old codger, regress and feel like he couldn't understand the conversation between these two. Little Feng, Grandpa he doesn't know anything about cultivation, but everything is about gradual progress. You can't rush things. By the way, how are you doing in Pengcheng? Grandpa he sipped a mouthful of white wine and said on a different topic, not wanting his family to know too much about things outside the secular world. Recently, I've been out on Temple Street and met a lot of people, and I'm going to go to the orphanage to diagnose and check the health of those children. Yifeng held his wine glass and picked out some of his experiences in the past few days to say, your master earlier in the year, some people pay $1,000 in order to seek a fortune, but your master refused. Now you are in the Temple Street this kind of place stalls. I do not know how many people have a big wave of good luck people, discerning eyes to recognize the gold. Grandpa he said indignantly. Then the conversation turned and continued. Now that Lee Jun has married you, she shouldn't show her face outside, so she should stay at home and teach her children, and the company will be handed over to Fenger to take care of. This way Feng Wall can also pass the time. Grandpa this is like a needle into the heart of Lee Jun. Their own hard work to establish Lee Jun Pharmaceuticals, so called their own hand to the outsiders, their own so many years of hard work. Do you not see it? Is it because of a woman can treat me like this? This is too unfair. At this moment, Lee Jun's heart was filled with aggression. The usual thunderous female president thinking like an aggrieved little girl. Xiaoya gently pulled her daughter's hand to show comfort. Grandpa I don't have much interest in money, so let's not bring this up again in the future. The company should still be left to Lee Jun to manage. Yifeng directly politely refused. He was ready to go back to the deep mountains for purification. How could he stay and manage any company? Grandpa he heard Yifeng's answer. There is a trace of loss in his heart. If Yifeng nodded, and Grandpa dared to hand over the everlasting pharmaceuticals to Yifeng, there is Yifeng, a highly skilled and fierce person to lead the way. There is no one who dares to hit the attention of the He group. Grandpa he glanced at his granddaughter who was emotionally lost. Heart a little heartbroken. Said, Lee Jun you silly child. You are afraid that you do not know the power of your husband's division. you just prepare to lie down and win. If it is not your 8 characters and Yi Feng match, this marriage is not yet your turn to come. And Li Jun heard Yi Feng stood on his side to speak. The heart felt a little better. Count you know what to do. Not in vain the old lady effort to get you out of the bureau. It is also true that it is imperative that you cultivate the most important thing. But as the saying goes, on the battlefield father and son soldiers, fighting pro-brothers, the company still needs the two of you husband and wife to manage it together, so that you can both cultivate your feelings and can bring you closer together. Furthermore, your master's original intention of telling you to go down the mountain and get married was to experience the love and hate and sweet and sour of the human world. It is unobtainable behind closed doors. Grandpa he came up with a compromise. First send Yi Feng to Li Jun's side, in case his granddaughter encounters any danger. With Yi Feng, an expert, he will definitely be fine. Hearing Grandpa He's words, Yi Feng and Li Jun were confused. Yi Feng felt that this development is a little bit wrong. According to the meaning, I'm not still going to stay in this pengchang. This cannot be done. The mouth are ready to say something. Li Jun pulled Yi Feng's hand and said playfully, Grandpa, I've long planned to ask Yi Feng to go to work in my company, so that I can help him quickly familiarize himself with the environment, but he refused, and I'm not good at forcing him as a wife, for fear of hurting his self-esteem. Well, Li Jun's considered quite well. It seems that you and Little Feng get along well, but Yi Feng is capable of a lot, so don't worry about him. Little Feng, do you think Grandpa's proposal is okay? Grandpa he once again took a sip of wine and said happily, it looks like his granddaughter and Yi Feng are getting along well. Little Feng, I think my dad's proposal is good. What kind of two people separate? Father-in-law He Jun, who had been playing soy sauce since he got on the table, also spoke up to advise. Well, this way you can also watch over Li Jun and chase away those annoying flies. Xiao Ye, the mother-in-law who had been acting as a vase, also began to speak in obedience to her own master, thinking that she would hurry up and do the things that her master had explained to her, and that the rest of the things would be said after her master left the country. Li Jun's milk-like delicate little hand tightly held Yi Feng's hand and said to Yi Feng with a smile on her face, Hubby, just say yes. Otherwise, my parents and grandpa will think that I'm not treating you well and treating you poorly. Chapter 22, How I Feel Like I'm Getting Farther and Farther Away. Yi Feng listened to this gentle and caring voice of Li Jun. The whole person was almost speechless, thinking that it didn't matter if he agreed now. When the time comes, I should go the same time to go. There is nothing to worry about. Okay, listen to your wife, Yi Feng said with an air of conjugal love. In fact, both people felt a bit disgusted in their hearts, especially Li Jun heard Yi Feng call his wife. Goosebumps were standing up. That's right, that's what two people do. Eat your food, eat your food. Seeing the two of you vaguely reminds me of the old days when I used to struggle with your mom. He Jun, two mouths on the side to help their daughter, said no daughter is not like mother. Xiaoya now more or less guessed the relationship between their daughter and son-in-law. Good. Seeing you guys get along so happily. Grandpa is also relieved to go abroad. Grandpa, he said happily from the sidelines, and the family happily began to eat the evening meal. After dinner, Yi Feng accompanied Grandpa he and stood by the window chatting. He Jun sat in the living room and watched TV, and Xiaoya mother and daughter sat in the kitchen and did their chores, just like a normal family of four. Xiao Feng, I'll go back abroad tomorrow. I can't leave the experiment abroad for too long. Li Jun will leave it to you. A lot of rules in the country sometimes still have to abide by the following. There's no absolute black and white in this world. Both of them are mutually to exist. Grandpa he taught Yi Feng the concept of social behavior in the future. In addition to the evil must be exhausted. There are too much evil in this world. This kind of person is not suitable to live in time. Our Taoist pursuit of the unity of heaven and man. Only repair this life does not repair the next life. The heart is not flat when the sword fast enmity. Put down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha. This is a Buddhist thing. The secular law is often constrained by the ordinary people, but cannot constrain me, Yi Feng said righteously. Grandpa he's heart is more bombed out. Yi Feng's character is too straight. It can be said to be the perfect inheritance of his master's character. Cynicism, killing to stop the evil. I'm afraid that in the future, just too easy to break. Fenger, you have a scale in your own heart, so Grandpa won't say anything more. Think more before you do something. Grandpa he reminded, knowing that he couldn't persuade Yi Feng. After all, the other party's character had been deeply rooted for more than 20 years under his master's cultivation, and it wasn't something that he could talk his way out of in a few words. Yi Feng knows that the other party is good to himself, so he said this, but Grandpa he you do not know. Just today I have already made a move. Some of them are not worth living on the world. Well, I know in my heart, Grandpa he, your experiments abroad are so good. Yi Feng asked. Then the two began to chat about the foreign experiments. Mostly Grandpa he was talking. Yi Feng was listening. Li Jun acted as a knowledgeable and virtuous daughter-in-law's role. adding tea and pouring water for the two. Alright, it's getting late. You two little mouths go and rest. Grandpa he looked at his pocket watch and said to Yi Lijun and Yi Feng. The main thing about coming to Pengcheng for dinner tonight was to see if the two of them were sleeping in the same room. The two of them glanced at each other. Yi Lijun played with Yi Feng's hand and said, Grandpa, the rooms are all ready for you. I'm going back to my room with Yi Feng to rest. Go on, Grandpa he said as he waved his hand. The two of them walked back to the bedroom with an air of conjugal love. And when they entered the door, Yi Lijun's hand holding Yi Feng loosened and immediately unlocked the door to the room. Yi Feng, you'll sleep on the floor tonight. Yi Lijun didn't violate her conscience at all when she said that. No, I'll just meditate. Okay, then as you wish. I'll go wash up first. If you want to take a bath wait until tomorrow when Grandpa and the others have left. Go back to your own house and wash. Yi Lijun pulled open the closet and took out the most conservative pajamas and said, No, I want to ask. Then can I go back to Bashu tomorrow? Yi Feng asked emphatically. He just came to withdraw from a marriage. Not to mention that he got married in confusion. Now why does it feel like it's going to happen again? Wait until I finish my bath. All covered in grease and smoke odor. Yi Lijun ignored Yi Feng. Grandpa emphasized several times to let Yi Feng go to the company. He should have left a hand. It should be that there are Grandpa's people inside his own company. Yi Feng can't go for the time being. It's just that Yi Lijun hadn't thought of how to say it to Yi Feng yet. Yi Feng heart a little panic, but Yi Lijun have said so. Things should not be much of a problem. Patiently waited up. I do not know if Shanjun has protected Qingfeng. This moment Yi Feng a little homesick. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and not long after Yi Lijun walked out wearing a silk nightgown with a look of a lotus flower. The whole body was covered tightly, and it can be said that not a single gap was leaked out. Yi Feng, I'm curious about what you have packed inside this wooden box. Can I take a look? Yi Lijun suddenly asked curiously to Yi Feng's. Yi Feng looked at Yi Lijun speechlessly. This question was said before when he was in Yangcheng. Why are you asking again? This is filled with heavy treasures of the division's inheritance. I remember I told you that last time. Oh, I've been so busy lately that I might have forgotten. Can you show me what important treasures are inside? Satisfy my curiosity. Yi Lijun said to Yi Feng without any words. Just now when she washed herself, she kept thinking about how to open her mouth to Yi Feng, afraid that Yi Feng's stubbornness would leave behind her father and run away, so began to want to find topics in Yi Feng chat. The tragedy of finding themselves and Yi Feng simply did not talk about the topic, and now see the most conspicuous wooden box. This is not the topic immediately came. Yi Feng, your master must have a long heritage. I see that there are thousands of years of history on top of this wooden box, Yi Lijun said flatteringly. Well, the legacy of Qingfeng can be traced back to the spring and autumn and warring states period. At that time, 100 schools of thought competed. Laozi came down to the earth to found the Taoist school, and finally went out of the Hango Pass in the west, and our Qingfeng was a school of Taoism at that time, and then after a few twists and turns it finally took root in Bashu. Speaking about the history of his division, Yi Feng's language was rich. I can't imagine that your division has such a long history, Yi Lijun said adoringly, thinking in her heart, this is bull *********. You a small sect actually pulled the 100 schools of thought. The old man west out of the Hango Pass. This is also too much to their own face. Really think I Yi Lijun do not understand. Now society as long as a bit of historical and cultural heritage of the places of interest, will bring a bit of myths and legends, so as to attract others. Even a stone of Putua mountain can be said to be the king of snakes, and finally forced to pull in mercy of the goddess of mercy failed to fight, voluntarily turned into a stone snake. You and I did not go out to travel. Qingfeng view of this name Baidu cannot find a small sect, which you say so noble. Chapter 23, showing you what Papa A can do. Yi Lijun heart spit finished, walked to the wooden box next to a faint sandalwood flavor filled in the tip of the nose. Yi Feng did not stop himself. Veiled hand gently touched the wooden box, a delicate and silky feeling embodied in the palm of the hand. It is difficult to imagine a wooden box to touch is actually a fleshy feeling. This is also too amazing. Can I see what's inside? Yi Lijun blinked a pair of big watery eyes full of curiosity as Yi Feng said. Yi Feng originally wanted to say that the division's treasures were not convenient to display, but looking at the other party's curious eyes, he was afraid that if he didn't satisfy the other party's curiosity, the other party would have to pull the rug out from under him for the rest of the night. The things inside are dangerous for you. It's better for me to do it. Yi Feng walked to the side of the closet and lifted his wooden box. Yi Lijun took advantage of Yi Feng's turn and rolled her eyes. What danger could a wooden box be? Then still followed Yi Feng's footsteps. This is the Dharma altar of the 5 rampant soldiers of Taoism. Yi Feng took out 5 small altars the size of goose eggs and explained to Yi Lijun. Yi Lijun curiously looked at the 5 small altars and asked, is that the raising of little ghosts in the movie? How is it possible? 5 rampant soldiers and horses from a long time ago. is Shenyuan Huangdi to 9 days Shanwei Fu order will be killed in battle all sealed in the Fengdu Ironchow Mountain, gave them the ability to live forever. But the price is to lose the autonomous consciousness, can only listen to the orders and Fu order to drive, and finally a few evolutions. Into the Shenmen sects of the art of subduing demons and eliminating the devil must be means. It is the Shenmen sects of the Taoist soldiers. How can it be the district to raise the small ghosts can be comparable to? Yi Fengyi said to Yi Lijun in a clear tone. Oh, so the origin of the 5 rampant soldiers and horses is so great. It's me who is short-sighted. Yi Lijun playfully spat out her tongue and said. The body fragrance of her body filled the tip of Yifeng's nose, and the atmosphere began to be ambiguous. This is the White Cloud Sword. It is also our Qingfeng Guan's guardian divine sword. I don't know how many demons and devils have died under this sword. Yifeng touched out a small sword with a body length of no more than 30 centimeters and said to Yi Lijun in a serious manner. Yi Lijun looked at this mini sword with a sheath, and then listened to Yifeng aboard of introduction, puffed and laughed out. That is, the park inside the big mother and grandfather to play the artwork of the long sword. Also looks more than this small sword look up powerful. You also too able to blow it. Ha ha, I'm sorry, Yi Feng, I just can't hold it in anymore. Go ahead. Yi Lijun held her mouth, just like a cute hamster. No more looking, let's talk about when to break up. Yi Feng said with a little anger. He was kind enough to show you the treasures that the next person would rarely see in 100 years. But you were actually so disrespectful. Yi Lijun also knew that she had just laughed and broken things, but she couldn't help herself. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in just now. You don't know how funny you looked just now. The matter of breaking up the gang, I think it's going to take a while. Yi Lijun knew that she couldn't drag it out anymore, and playfully said to Yi Feng. What? We still have to wait. Didn't we agree that I could go back to Bashu after we finish the play tonight? Yi Lijun, there's no point in you dragging it on like this, Yi Feng said unhappily. Yi Feng, think about what my grandpa said today. Did he ask you to work in my company? There should be his people inside my company, so that it's convenient for him to spy on us. And when I find my grandpa's eyes, and fire the other party, you can go back to Bashu. Yi Lijun explained to Yi Feng. What's it got to do with me? I want to go back to Bashu right now. According to what you mean, I still have to really go to work with you in the company. By the time you find out the eye line, I don't know how long it will be. This matter can't be delayed any longer. I'll go find Grandpa He and make it clear. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to confess the truth. Yi Lijun pulled Yi Feng, said excitedly, no, acting full set. Do you understand? There is no professionalism? You do this, how to see my grandfather in the future, and my grandfather on good. Yi Feng, you know in your own heart, you do this, they are certainly happy, have not considered the feelings of the old man. In case, I said something, my grandfather died of anger. You are the sinner. Besides, we are signed a contract. I am now a party A, you are party B. You do this, is to accompany the liquidated damages. Yi Lijun's small mouth is like a machine gun. Toot 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 to say non-stop. Yi Feng listening to the brain is big. He went to confess really want to. How to make it look like he is going to kill. I know medicine. With me grandpa he will be fine. Yi Feng planned to walk away without playing and said with an expressionless face. Okay, you're good. For nothing my grandpa treats you so well. Turns out to be a white-eyed wolf. Want to leave can. Pay for the money. Yi Lijun stretched out her own slender palm and made a posture of giving money to Yi Feng. Yi Feng wrinkled his eyebrows and said. Yi Feng is the person who knows the favor, not the white-eyed wolf as you said. Grandpa he is good to me. I bear in mind 5. In the future, you're He family but there is a request. As long as I can do it, Yi Feng, we'll go all out. How much money I give you? TSK, TSK, Yi Feng big words who will not say ah. I think our He family is still too down to beg to your head. Compensation of 30 billion, which does not include the loss of my reputation within the fee. The follow-up legal department of the lawyers will look for you. Yi Lijun lion's mouth to Yi Feng said. What? 30 billion? Yi Lijun you so do not go to rob? Yi Feng shocked to look at Yi Lijun. Now Yi Lijun in Yi Feng's eyes and the devil is almost. Oneself just say a truth. Want to own $30 billion of liquidated damages. Oneself where is so much money to you? Yes, I just rob ah. Black and white written clearly. Yi Feng signed and stamped handprints. With legal effect. You front foot out of this door. I should sue you after the foot. Yi Lijun stared at his big eyes. Said to Yi Feng domineering. Small like. On your appearance, Yi Lijun still cannot clean up. Then these decades will be mixed in vain. I don't remember that I signed any contract for breach of contract. Don't you come to scare me. Yi Feng thought back carefully and said to Yi Lijun with certainty. Oh, Yi Feng you are too simple. Before the marriage I wrote down the contract. Every month to pay you 30,000 honorarium salary. You signed your big name. Stamped fingerprints. Have you forgotten? Above I just added such as breach of contract. will be compensated to each other tens of thousands of times the amount of liquidated damages. Anyway, Hee Lee-jun is not going to divorce, breaking the contract. Plus I am the first party, so the right of interpretation are in my hands. And as the second party's salary of 30,000 per month, tens of thousands of times the compensation. Think about it, is how much. I want you to 30 billion, is already on the face of my grandfather. Hee Lee-jun. This domineering plus shameless words stunned Yi-fong. Chapter 24, Yi-fong, who was burdened with a huge sum of money. Yi-fong heard Hee Lee-jun this, the heart strongly surged out of their own should not go out of the action. The big city is too dangerous. The people's hearts are not ancient. He came out to withdraw a marriage. On the back of this huge amount of compensation, he is to earn to the monkey's years to save enough to save $30 billion of the breach of contract, not to mention what the follow-up of the compensation. Do not have to think about it. Yi-fong know that it is again a huge sum of money. Hee Lee-jun crossed his legs, leaking snow-white thighs sitting on the sofa and said, Yi-fong, one step back for you is not difficult. Why bother, and I am this small woman angry. Besides, you can marry me, so beautiful, virtuous, capable wife, not self-sufficiency, to know that outside the want to marry me man, can row from Pengchang Row to your hometown Bashu, obediently come back. Hee Lee-jun, this is to give Yi-fong to a soft and hard, but she did not know that this matter is completely her overthinking. Grandpa, he just want to purely cultivate the feelings of the two of them, before prompting them to go to work together, so that they can better understand each other. And the result is that the meticulous Hee Lee-jun misunderstood, making such a big mess. Yi-fong touched his hand on the doorknob, slowly withdrew, turned his head to Hee Lee-jun and said, Hee Lee-jun, from the beginning I shouldn't have agreed to your conditions and went to fight with you to get married with a license. Just wait, I'll save up enough to compensate you with $30 billion. When that time comes, I'll see what you have to say. Poor Yi-fong was finally beaten up by society, saw the darkness of society, and had to give up his intention to leave immediately. Little boy, just you this douchebag still want to fight with me? Wait until you save enough 30 billion. There's plenty of ways to clean up your little white ass then. Hubby, if you're not going, come back here and hit the floor and go to sleep. Tomorrow I will also take you to the company to work, yo. Hee Lee-jun smiled and said to Yi-fong, feeling that she had vented all the aggression she had received at the dinner table, and now she was in a beautiful mood, believing that she could have a good night's sleep tonight. No need, I'll meditate, Yi-fong said silently. Yi-fong, who had been severely beaten by Hee Lee-jun, silently carried his wooden box to the side, found a position with his back facing Hee Lee-jun, and sat cross-legged in meditation. Humph, weirdo, Hee Lee-jun whispered, taking out the mask from inside the drawer and began to apply it and play with her cell phone. The two were not having any words, and Yi-fong brain inside the thought is, he should be so to earn money, to earn a huge sum of 30 billion, with their own learning, to find a rich man to cure the disease, charging a large amount of diagnosis fee, or go to the feng shui treasure land to find a big tomb, dig him hundreds of pounds of antique gold out. No, they are not on the evil way, and those evil demons, what difference? For a moment, Yi-fong into a dilemma. Master, this marriage contract you said is too pitiful for an apprentice. Now it's so hard for me, Yi-fong said sadly in his heart to the late heavenly human Taoist master. Hee Lee-jun doesn't care what Yi-fong is thinking. After applying the mask and adjusting the air conditioner to the right temperature, she got into the quilt and fell asleep. A night without words. Time passed like this. Yi-fong finished meditating and cultivating. After sensing that the true air in his body had grown again, he contentedly started doing his morning class and recited the transitional true scripture. Sleeping in a daze, Hee Lee-jun heard a stream of chanting sound. The body to the quilt eye shrunk inside. The whole head is shrunk into the quilt inside. Attempting to use this method to avoid this annoying chanting sound, the result proves that they do so is futile. This annoying chanting sound is still hard to their ears inside the drill. Annoyed, Hee Lee-jun's outstretched brain squinted his eyes and said petulantly, where is the sound of chanting? Early in the morning to spare your life. Believe it or not, go to complain about you. Yi-fong turned a deaf ear to Hee Lee-jun's words and continued to do his morning lessons. Troublesome, always read your big head ghost. Sleepy-eyed Hee Lee-jun directly began to curse, but Yi-feng's voice has not stopped. The sound of the scripture has been hovering in Hee Lee-jun's ears. Get up quite big. Hee Lee-jun violently opened her eyes, opened the wall lamp, ready to clean up the guy who disturbed people's sleep early in the morning. The dim light was on, and Hee Lee-jun looked as if she had seen a ghost, looking at Yi-fong with his back to himself, motionless, chanting the sutra, and looking at the wall clock. It was not even 5 o'clock in the morning. Yi-fong, you son of a, you don't sleep early in the morning. What are you reciting the sutra for? Hee Lee-jun cursed at Yi-feng's back, and was furious in her heart. This kid must be taking revenge for what happened last night. So he started targeting himself early in the morning. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Yi-fong ignored her, He Li Jun lifted her own quilt and walked towards Yifeng aggressively with bare feet. As a result, walking past is fruitless. When He Li Jun walked to the side of Yifeng, she only felt a fresh breeze on her face, and vaguely smelled the fragrance of spring flowers. The irritable heart began to be smoothed out at this moment, and He Li Jun felt that her whole spiritual world was purified in general. He Li Jun sat on the carpet and quietly listened to Yifeng's chanting. When Yifeng did the morning lesson, the whole body's true air tumbled, and under the stimulation of the true air, the scriptures had the effect of quieting the mind and ferrying away the confusion in the heart, which was often referred to as the real person's saying. After a long time, Yifeng finished his morning lesson, and the tumbling true air began to calm down, and the peace of mind atmosphere began to disappear. Yifeng, what sutra did you recite? He Li Jun asked as she sat behind Yifeng playfully. The kind of peace-inducing feeling just now was something He Li Jun had never experienced in her life. The true scripture of transition. Yifeng finished standing up, opened the door of the room ready to go out to sneak around. After doing the morning class, his heart also quieted down. His own Ahal Qingfeng Guan air. Why should he and He Li Jun this weak woman general understanding? This does not pull down their own standard. Ferrying the true scripture. I can't imagine that Taoist priests chanting scriptures have this effect. I myself will go buy a copy someday to see. Time is getting late. I myself should also prepare to get ready for work. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the check room. Yifeng walked out of his room, and saw that his mother-in-law was already busy in the kitchen, looking like she had been up for a while. Little Feng, you got up quite early, why don't you rest for a while? Xiaoya said along with Yifeng as she pretended to understand. Well, go out for a walk. Yifeng replied indifferently, indicating that he didn't feel like talking to you two drama queens, mother and daughter. Xiaoya looked at Yifeng's appearance, knew that this cheap son-in-law can't pop out of his daughter's five-finger mountain, obviously suffered a loss last night, must have not slept well, and is now preparing to go out for a break. Okay, then you walk and remember to come back early for dinner. Mom will be busy inside the kitchen first, Xiaoya already said to Yifeng with a big smile. Yifeng cursed a playwright in his heart, then pulled open the door and walked out. Chapter 25, Wu Qianqian's Gift. Yifeng went downstairs and slipped up inside the neighborhood. This is also the first time Yifeng seriously surveyed this neighborhood. In the past Yifeng felt that he was a transient. In Pengcheng cannot stay long, will return to Bashu to continue to dive into the world. And now by He Li Jun set up, backed by a huge amount of breach of contract, and now it is obvious that not a short period of time can go back. I have to say that He Li Jun live in this district location is good. The district adjacent to the inner lake. Beautiful environment. Clear air. Yifeng around the inner lake began to walk, tied a ponytail. Wearing a very revealing sportswear, Wu Qianqian is running around the inner lake in the morning. Suddenly eyes light up. This is not their nemesis He Li Jun last time to bring home the man. Wu Qianqian eyes. Two long legs quickly run toward Yifeng. Hi, we meet again, Wu Qianqian said to Yifeng with a smile. Yifeng saw this woman who suddenly appeared in his face. Wasn't this the woman who quarreled with He Li Jun when he just came to Pengcheng? Hello, he, also you are good. I really don't know where He Li Jun found this dirt old man, Wu Qianqian said as she spat in her heart, her face still wearing a smile, just like a harmless white rabbit. What you saw last time, it's not what you think. He Li Jun is usually very overbearing and often bullies me. I'm stupid and can't scold her in a fight. You also heard how hard she talks. Wu Qianqian began to eyeball He Li Jun in front of Yifeng, opening her mouth and defining herself as the weaker party. Yifeng, who was severely beaten by He Li Jun last night, resulting in a huge amount of money on his back, nodded approvingly. Well, I know. Hearing Yifeng's words, Wu Qianqian's eyes brightened even more, and her face was on the verge of bursting into smiles. My name is Cynthia Wu. Do you live in this neighborhood too? Are you He Li Jun's distant cousin or relative? Wu Qianqian began to condescend. My name is Yifeng. I'm from Bashu. I'm He Li Jun's husband, and I'll probably be living here for a long time to come, Yifeng said with a sigh. Oh, you are He Li Jun's husband. Wu Qianqian speaking voice or higher octave. He Li Jun, He Li Jun. You finished calf. I can't imagine that you were so good at pretending. The outside world has always claimed that their own icy clean, but never thought that the secret is looking for such a man. This taste is also too heavy to look at. In this regard, I Wu Qianqian can't compare to. Admit defeat. Well, it's been a while since we got married, Yifeng said honestly. Then you must be living a very bitter life. He Li Jun is not an oil lamp, Wu Qianqian said cooperatively, her heart already thinking about how to get back at He Li Jun. This word Yifeng cannot answer, cannot be bitter, married into a negative 30 billion. The world as long as Yifeng this number of people to do it. When Wu Qianqian saw that Yifeng didn't answer, her plan came to her. Yifeng, although we just met, since I know that you and He Li Jun got married, then I must send my blessings to you guys. I must send a most sincere gift. wait for me for a while. After He Li Jun finished speaking, she quickly ran away. This girl is quite good. She just met and actually wants to give us a gift, Yi Feng said with an exclamation. Yi Feng obviously has not been beaten enough by society. Only know that the police arrest people talk about evidence. Do not know the mind of a woman. See, before Wu Qianqian and He Li Jun quarrel are going to pounce on each other to beat each other's appearance. Can give each other a gift? Send a wreath is more or less. Yi Feng strolled around for a while and was ready to go home when he saw Wu Qianqian panting and running towards him. Yi Feng, slow down. Wait for me. Although we just met, but I recognize you as a friend. This gift is for you. In order to express my most sincere blessings, the gift box you must hand over to He Li Jun. Wu Qianqian finished and handed Yi Feng an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Yi Feng looked at Wu Qianqian's sincere eyes, reached out and took the gift box and said, "Thank you for your trouble. I will definitely give it to He Li Jun in person." "No need to thank you. I think He Li Jun will definitely like it. See you later." When she said this, Wu Qianqian's face was red. She didn't know if it was from the heat of running, or if it was from turning red from shyness. After saying this, she turned around and ran away. Yi Feng carried the gift box and started to walk back. When he returned home, his mother-in-law Xiaoya had already opened a table for breakfast. Grandpa He and his father-in-law He Jun were both sitting on the sofa looking at the morning newspaper. It looked like they were waiting for him to come back to start the meal. "Fenger, I can't imagine that your child is so thoughtful. Go out for a walk and also buy a gift for Li Jun. She's still dressing up inside the room now, you go and call her. You may not be able to be so brutal in the future. You have to know how to exercise moderation," Xiaoya happily said to her daughter-in-law. Grandpa He gave a thumbs up to Yi Feng. It was obvious that this old man had thought too much again when he heard his own daughter-in-law's words. "Yi Feng, this is to listen to the confusion. I quite do what? I just go out for a walk. Besides, this gift box is not prepared by me. Is Wu Qianqian sent?" Yi Feng was about to explain the explanation. He Li Jun walked out. Today she deliberately put on a white pleated dress. A head of black hair draped behind the snow-white neck. The exquisite face was obviously surprised to dress up a bit. Full of redness. Appearing to be white and red. The whole person is like a small woman. Grandpa He looked at his granddaughter are able to pinch out the water face. The whole person is like a blooming words. Associated with Xiaoya said just now. As a person who has been there, he instantly understood that last night's granddaughter was nourished by Yi Feng is good. No thanks to the Taoist door hand. Know well that yin and yang reconciliation no. The own granddaughter to get as if it had changed alike. Fenger has brought you a gift. Don't take it yet. After breakfast you two go to work quickly. Grandpa He said urgently to his granddaughter. Also interrupting Yi Feng to open his mouth to explain. There's no rush to work. Grandpa, you're leaving. Yi Feng and I are going to see you off. He Li Jun obediently took the gift box in Yi Feng's hand, thinking that Yi Feng, this kid has opened up and knows to buy a gift to flatter himself as the father of the first party. Okay, do your business on the line. Your parents know to send me, and it is not come back. I still have to do your wedding. Go to Basha to worship the Taoist priest. When I finish the business immediately back. He Li Jun heard his grandfather words, felt that this is secretly referred to, thanks to their own is not bad. Last night on the guess and leave Yi Feng to continue acting. Well, then I'll take Yi Feng to the company first to familiarize myself with it. Grandpa, you have to take care of your health when you're abroad. In the future you'll have to be a great grandpa yo. Dang, He Li Jun said playfully to her grandfather, then carried the gift box back to her room. Yi Feng looked at He Li Jun, this little girl in general, the heart of a strong spit, simply as the playwright, the speed of the change of face, and no cracks. Our Bash's change of face cannot compare to your speed of this change of face. Chapter 26, Going to Work. He Li Jun carried the gift box back to her room, thinking that Yi Feng would be so kind to give me a gift. The other party does not want to be such an atmospheric person, and opened the gift box under curiosity. There was a clunk, a clatter, and a greeting card, accompanied by colorful TTs of all sizes, fell out of the box. He Li Jun was filled with stupefaction as she looked at the TTs all over the floor, as well as the conspicuous greeting card. Sending the dearest He Li Jun. Learned that you have married a woman, lest you accidentally pregnant. Destroy your image of ice and jade, specially on the TT100, to congratulate the newlyweds. The drop on the name of Wu Qianqian, but also painted a big smiley face. He Li Jun looked at the greeting card and bit her own silver teeth and scolded. Wu Qianqian, you wait for me. And Yi Feng, you stupid fool, actually dare to say anything outside. See how I clean you up. After cursing, He Li Jun packed up the TT all over the floor, found a hidden place and carefully hid it, then adjusted her mindset and walked out with a happy face. After the family finished breakfast in a superficially joyful manner, He Li Jun went out with Yi Feng's hand in her hand affectionately. Yi Feng, where did you get your gift? He Li Jun asked faintly. I know a friend today. It is the girl who quarreled with you last time, called Wu Qianqian. Learned that we got married, specially sent a gift blessing. specially let me give it to you. What gift did she send you? Yifeng asked curiously. Well, it was a nice gift to give. I liked it. I'll definitely treat her to a meal the next time I see her, He Lijun said with a face full of happiness. In her heart, she added, I'll treat her to arsenic. Well, I didn't expect the other party to be so nice, Yifeng added. When He Lijun heard Yifeng's words, she couldn't wait to punch him twice in the face. Are you a mallet? Can't you see that I'm very angry right now? And you're still trying to add fuel to the fire. Well, it's good. Then I'll bring you to visit him at home tonight. He Lijun finished her speech and was not chatting, leading Yifeng to get into the car and drive towards his company. He Lijun's company opened in the center of Pengcheng Building, which is a building height of nearly 400 meters of commercial buildings. Most of the famous enterprises in Pengcheng are rooted in the center of the building. He Lijun's company is also opened in this inch of gold inside the building. The company is named after me, called Lijun Pharmaceuticals. It has been founded for 5 years. On the 24th floor of the center building, that floor I've already bought. The main products are lady class various skincare products and healthcare products. The company is basically all girls, plus the company doesn't keep any idle people. The position that can be provided to you is limited. He Lijun got off the car and introduced the current situation of her company to Yifeng as she walked. Why don't you try being my assistant for a while first? He Lijun thought for a moment and said, there were grandfather's eyes inside his own company. The position couldn't be arranged too low for Yifeng, otherwise it couldn't be justified. Do anything, Yifeng said helplessly, carrying such a large sum of liquidated damages. When letting you say what you want, okay, as long as you listen to me, I won't treat you badly. Inside the company you are my distant cousin. I am your cousin, remember? Don't ever show me, He Lijun said again and again. He did not want to get married to make a fuss about it, causing unnecessary trouble. And my company's employees are basically all big beautiful women. You have to see eye to eye despite saying to me, I'll give you a matchmaker. He Lijun looked at Yifeng so up to the task and joked in a good mood. Yifeng reasoned do not want to pay attention to the other side of the nonsense. He Lijun this woman is unpredictable. More than the demon spirit also Taoist deep. Their empty power to subdue the demon. But on He Lijun but no power. Ding, the sound of the elevator opening the door rang out. The 24th floor arrived. He Lijun led Yifeng into the company in stride. Tan Jing has been working in Lijun company for almost 2 years. The position is the front desk. Today she is like usual to make exquisite light makeup, doing their own reception things. Suddenly her mouth slightly open. Saw an incredible scene. Their own boss today is like a changed person. The usual professional attire today actually did not wear. Wearing a long sleeve white pleated dress. Wearing a pair of crystal shoes. A pair of 18-year-old girl's dress. Tender and rosy cheeks extraordinarily attractive. Like a ripe apple, Tan Jing himself would like to go to the bite on the two mouths. Mr. He, Tan Jing greeted in a low voice, looking curiously at Yifeng who was following He Lijun's roar. Although He Lijun's attire had changed, her aura remained the same, still looking cold. Everyone get to know each other. This is Yifeng. He will be my assistant from now on. Sure, Huan, you take him to familiarize himself with the environment first, explain the nature of the assistant's work to him and get started as soon as possible. After He Lijun introduced Yifeng in the lobby, she turned around and walked towards her office. Yifeng looked at the dozens of women of all shapes and sizes in front of him. His heart was a bit panicked. He was like falling into a goblin cave. A little bit of inattention will be eaten by this group of goblins clean. Just one He Lijun to squeeze himself into this, plus so many of her henchmen. He still has room for resistance. Yifeng was looking at each other at the same time. These big beauties also looked at Yifeng curiously. This is still the first time that our own boss personally brought a man to the company. This can be rarer than a national treasure. We must know that our own boss is notorious for being cold. And the entire Pengcheng gentry basically know the great name of the cold beauty He Lijun. A girl with a figure of 1.7 meters, melon face, big eyes, and wearing a white suit overskirt walked over to Yifeng with a smile. Hello Yifeng, I'm Lu Shihuan, the head of the commercial department. I'll first take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Thanks, Yifeng said with vigilance in his heart, and then followed behind Lu Shihuan. The other employees watched Yifeng leave and whispered. Most of the topics were guessing what kind of person Yifeng would be when he arrived from his own boss. Yifeng, the entire 24th floor is our company. The company has a legal department, business department, finance department, research and development department, audit, quality inspection and so on, more than 10 departments. Each department at least 7 or 8 people, more than dozens of people. The company's name, there are 3 plants. The staff is probably thousands of people. Lu Shihuan introduced the advantages of the company. Yifeng dumbfounded listening. Forgive, Yifeng grew up living in the mountains. Never know this department, that department. From elementary school are 3 characters, Taoist scriptures, a kind of books, and by the master to instill the idea are to subdue the demons. guarding the right and evil. The verbal word is, do something must not leave evidence? The police arrests are talking about the evidence. This word has been heard by the leaf maple from a young age. So after the orphanage, Yi Feng is not at all afraid that he will be arrested. Chapter 27, Freshly Baked Psychosis. Yi Feng, as the assistant of Mr. He, you must understand the situation of these departments. You need to hand over the program, each classified, so that Mr. He can deal with it more convenient and fast. You used to do in what department did. I will first take you to familiarize yourself with the environment to find the feeling of work. Start from the aspect that you know the most to start, so that you can quickly enter the state. Lu Shirshin finished looking at Yi Feng. The latter stood in place in a daze, thinking to himself that he just came to take a class are actually so troublesome. He didn't understand all of it, and it wasn't within Yi Feng's expertise. I haven't worked before, Yi Feng honestly said. There was no way that he didn't understand any of this. What? You have not even worked before? You come to be the president's assistant. It looks like this little boy called Yi Feng and Mr. His relationship is not ordinary. Surely a very good relationship with the relationship of the family. It's fine. I see you look like you should have just graduated from college. I believe you'll be able to get started soon. Lu Shihuan comforted Yi Feng. I didn't go to school, Yi Feng said calmly to Lu Shihuan. Lu Shihuan heard Yi Feng's calm words, a pair of Kazalan eyes wide open, froze in place on the spot. Inside just one thought, you do not know how to do anything. Have the nerve to come here to work. This is not to the face of Mr. He smeared it. It is true that no matter how good a person is, the family members and relatives behind them all have a stain. And it looks like Yi Feng is the stain of Mr. He. Lu Shihuan, as the number one horseman under He Li Jun, would not allow assholes like Yi Feng to step into the company. It would not be fair to the other employees, and it would also smear Li Jun's image. Immediately, she asked with a cold face, Yi Feng, then you say, what will you do? I'm a Taoist priest. I know everything a Taoist priest knows. Yi Feng's mouth opened and popped out this sentence, indicating that he didn't want to explain too much to Lu Shihuan. Lu Shirshin was furious at Yi Feng's words. How could the other party have the nerve to say such brazen words? Sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and said with strong pressure on her inner rage, Yi Feng, you wait for my message at the company's main entrance. I'm going to go look for Mr. He to say something. After saying that, he turned around and left, almost saying go out and turn right without sending. Yi Feng looked at the other party shivering with anger. His heart was quite speechless. Women are really a strange creature. He just said the truth. No need to be angry like this. Turned around and walked towards the gate. Lu Shihua stride toward He Li Jun's office. He must go to persuade the general manager. Yi Feng, which does not know anything, cannot stay in the company. As long as the general manager, he nodded his head, and immediately called in the Yi Feng, get out of the way. Bang 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 knocked on the door, and He Li Jun, who was looking at the documents, rubbed her head and said in a cold voice, come in, Mr. He, there's something I have to say. This Yi Feng kid is not suitable to work in our company at all. I just asked him about his situation. He said that he didn't go to school, and he doesn't even know how to handle the most basic things. Lu Shihuan said with an exasperated voice. He Li Jun of course know what Yi Feng, he is a Taoist priest, or a very superstitious Taoist priest, can play a DOC document too, are on the high incense, and still their own means of Yi Feng fool too, or their own cheap husband back to Ba Shu today. But look at Lu Shihua exasperated look. Know how much the other side does not treat Yi Feng. Must give Shihua a reasonable explanation, otherwise in the future to her nature, will definitely target Yi Feng. When Yi Feng bullish temper, regardless of the innocent walk, their own only barbecue, must appease Lu Shihua. At that moment, He Li Jun stood up from the chair, walked to Lu Shihua's side, gently took the other party's hand and said, Shihua, apart from work, I have always treated you as a bosom friend. Since you have said it, then I will tell you the truth. Yi Feng and our He family has a very deep connection. Yi Feng's grandfathers saved my grandfather's life. Coupled with Yi Feng's childhood meningitis pumped spinal cord, the brain has not been too bright, which also led to his childhood did not go to school, and the TV series watched too much, and has always thought that he as a Taoist priest can be able to subdue the evil spirits to eliminate the evil spirits. On the occasion of the death of his grandfather, specifically looking for my grandpa, so that our He family to take more care of Yi Feng a bit, for fear that he will later die of starvation on the streets, so I had no choice but to bring him to the company. AI. He Li Jun finished and sighed deeply, acting both helpless and full of sympathy. I have to say that He Li Jun's ability to make up stories is very good. The small mouth of one said Yi Feng into a brain problem youth. He let Yi Feng come to work in his company out of repayment and sympathy. Hey, no wonder I think his brain is not normal. The original is the previous meningitis burned brain, but Li Jun to repay the favor. Work to work. Yifeng, this brain problem people obviously cannot do assistant this position. Lu Shihua, not his own boss plus girlfriends are making up stories to their own hearing, said with a face full of sympathy. Why do you need to be angry with someone who is sick in the head? It doesn't look like you are sick in the head as well. Of course, He Li Jun knows that Yifeng can't do this position as an assistant, but thinking of his own company inside his grandfather's eyes, what can he do? Can you tell Yifeng to go out and run the business? Can he do it? Lu Shihua spoke again. Li Jun, I have the best of both worlds here. I can repay Yifeng's grandfather's kindness and take care of Yifeng. And the main thing is that I can put an end to those crazy suitors of yours in the future. Oh, what an idea. Hearing Lu Shihuan's words, He Li Jun looked up and asked, that's telling Yifeng to become a security guard? Anyway, he's not right in the head. Then he should have a psychiatric license. Put Yifeng towards the gate. That's comparable to the existence of nuclear weapons. Li Jun, think about it. When your crazy suitors come to harass you, we'll just close the door and let Yifeng go. Anyway, Yifeng is a psychiatric patient. Hit the other side. And it's for nothing. Does the other party still dare to retaliate against a mentally ill person? Lu Shihua set out her idea. Good guy. He Li Jun's mouth head problem only said not 2 minutes. To Lu Shihua's mouth has become a psychopath. Even more valuable is that Lu Shihua, this woman, actually also played the psychopath kills people do not violate the law idea. To eliminate He Li Jun these crazy suitors. It's true that they are bosom friends. These two people's hearts were not generally black. Hearing her own girlfriend's idea, He Li Jun's eyes lit up. Right. The employees of my company originally had more women than men, resulting in men from other floor companies often come to harass their female employees. And now with Yifeng the psychopath to the company's front door, I believe that in the future the men who dare to harass the company's female employees will be much less. After all, who do not want to be stared at by a psychopath? Chapter 28, The Dutiful Yifeng. He Li Jun inwardly agreed with Shi Xian's opinion. After all, the other party's words spoke to her heart. The only thing she was worried about was how she should answer when her grandfather asked, has Li Jun considered it yet? Now is not the time to be soft-hearted. Repaying the favor is not necessarily to bring Yifeng to a high position. If your grandfather asks, just say that first let Yifeng familiarize himself with the environment and protect the safety of our company. Lu Shihua was paying attention from the side. Okay, just do as you said. In the future Yifeng will be the first security guard of our company. He Li Jun clapped her hands and said, in the future, when her grandfather asked, she would just find a way to solve it. Good, I'm going to tell Yifeng. With him around in the future, let's see who dares to harass us in the future. Lu Shihua left in a huff after saying that. Tan Jing, the receptionist, looked curiously at Yifeng at the door. Didn't this boy just follow Mr. He in? How now and out? Is it rushed out? Just when Tan Jing, blindly pondering, saw the Ministry of Commerce's Minister Lu, with a red face, walked over, but also smiled at Tan Jing. Minister Lu, the flattered Tan Jing hurriedly said to Lu Shihua, Xiao Jing, I have good news for you. From now on, those colorful wolves and hooligans won't dare to come and bully you anymore. Lu Shihua said mysteriously to Tan Jing. Minister Lu, what's the good news? It's that stupid, naive-looking boy standing at the door who will be our company's security guard from now on. The most important thing is that he's a mentally ill person, but he's already well now. And Mr. He specially found him to come to our company as a security guard, just to protect our safety. Lu Shihua added more fuel to the fire and said to Tan Jing. After listening to the words of Lu Shihua, Tan Jing was stunned, unbelievably glanced at Yifeng standing in the doorway. Is this the legendary people can't look alike? Look simple and honest a person is actually a mental illness. Fortunately our Mr. He kind heart attack, actually risked a great danger to let a mental illness to work in our company. Minister Lu, the other party is mentally ill. Will they hurt us? Tan Jing asked worriedly. No, his condition is under control and he listens to Mr. He, so you can rest assured. I'll go talk to him about his job first, Lu Shihua said confidently. After saying that, he walked towards Yifeng at the door. Seeing Yifeng's old spirit mortar and pestle in place, standing motionless and stupidly, Lu Sihan tried to make her tone calm and warm and said, Yifeng, I've already talked to General Manager He. In the future, your job is to be in charge of protecting our safety, so that we won't be subjected to any harassment. Oh, what kind of job is that? Yifeng asked curiously. Security Department, Minister. But since the security department was just established and you're the only one, everything will be managed by you alone for the time being, and you can let go of it when you recruit someone later. Lu Shihua opened her mouth and spoke of the security position in such a lofty manner. Okay, it's okay. Yifeng didn't care and said, he just came to He Li Jun's company to mix time. When the time is up he immediately left. It doesn't matter what he does. That's good. I'll call the person in charge of the building now and ask them to send the desks. and from now on, you'll be at the entrance of the company to supervise the suspicious outsiders and ensure our safety. Seeing that Yifeng was so up to the task, Lu Shixin immediately felt out her own cell phone and started contacting the person in charge of the building and planned to sack the building security guards hired by the company. Lu Shihua upset these building security for a long time. Every time something phone call a few times, these security guards only slow up. Really want to happen something? With the speed of these security guards, the yellow flowers are cool. After explaining the matter in a few words, Lu Shixin told Yifeng to just wait at the door at ease, turned around and went back to the company, ready to tell her sisters and at the same time the good news. In Lu Shihua's mouth, Lijun Pharmaceuticals, all the staff know that their own company came to a very awesome security, named Yifeng, allegedly a psychopath. In the future, sisters cannot discriminate against Yifeng. To Yifeng better, after all, after the safety of the sisters in the future, all in the body of the Yifeng. Yifeng does not know that his family has changed into a psychopath. If he knows, it is not certain that the 5 rampant soldiers and horses are all moving, still standing patiently at the door waiting. Not long, the elevator door opened. 2 uniformed security guards. With a murderous general eye look at Yifeng. Kid, you're good. See how we'll clean you up in the future. A burly security guard, put the table, threatened to Yifeng. Just now he has learned from the manager's mouth. The 22-layer company cancelled the white value security. In other words, they are responsible for the security of this layer of the security guards cannot come up to watch the goddess up close now, and also cut off his pursuit of the goddess of the dream. Right, kid, if you break our way, we'll break your hand. Be careful off work. Another short Dunzi security guard said to Yifeng with eyes that were about to spit fire. The 2 brothers have already discussed. One pursues Lu Shihuan, one pursues Li Yufei. These 2 women are the actual ministers of Lijun Pharmaceuticals. One is the Ministry of Commerce, one is the Ministry of Finance. And most of all, these 2 women are goddesses-level goddesses. As long as they chase each other, the brothers don't need to worry about anything in their lives. Yifeng looked at the other party who wanted to kill and calmly said, "Do you want to die?" The 2 security guards with dreams met Yifeng's eyes with a murderous aura, and the whole person was poured a pot of cold water as if it was a waxing moon day, and the goosebumps of the whole body stood up. "Not with you. Let's go." Short Dunzi pulled his buddy, left a harsh sentence, turned around and left. Yifeng watched the 2 quickly run back to the sky ladder, and in his ears, he could still hear each other's mouths saying words like, king of soldiers, mercenary, gold medalist and so on. Yifeng said in his heart breathlessly, I still can't rule you guys. Look at the 2 of you know that the heart of the devil. Show some fury. Stared into this, self-consciously carried the desk at the front door, carefully put his wooden box under the desk to hide it, sat on the chair, began the first day of work. Standing at the front desk of Tanjing, the things that just passed by watching clearly, did not expect Yifeng lightly scared away 2 rogue security guards, the heart side, psychopaths, scary as hell. It seems that you have to get on good terms with the boy sitting across from you. Just when Yifeng went to work exactly when he was at work, inside a luxury villa in Pengcheng near the sea, Wang Dague, who had been in a coma for a day and a night, opened his eyes in a daze. Wang Dague looked at the familiar luxury decoration and said excitedly, it's not easy. Wang Dague, did not deserve to die and finally survived. Chapter 29, Aesthetic Oddball Wang Dague. Boss, you're awake? Lu, the old one guarding Wang Dague's side, opened his mouth and asked with concern. Old Lu, tell me how long I was unconscious and what happened. Wang Dague rubbed his somewhat dizzy head and said, I don't know how to drop. Wang Dague felt that his body was soft, his whole body was weak, just like playing poker 10 times in one night, exhausted, and his whole body was sore. Boss, the doctor examined you. Your body is overdrawn too much. It'll be fine if you replenish it. It was a high-profile person who came out and saved you. Old Lu explained at the side. It's not nonsense. I know even if you don't tell me that it was someone high up who came out and saved me. Tell me what's going on. Wang Dague's arrogant character still hadn't changed much. Old Lu knows what character of his own boss. Immediately want to tell a story like the ins and outs of the matter in detail to Wang Dague listen. The latter listening to the eyebrow flying, especially when he heard the old Lu heard the sound of Gingoism, almost jumped up from the bed. His mouth has been saying, really is a strange person. Yes, it's really a strange person. I never believed in ghosts and gods before, but now I believe it. Against this kind of person, modern technology is useless. Old Lu said with palpitations. Brain inside loaded with poop will only be against this kind of strange person. Flattering is not enough. You still think of offending each other. The identity of the strange person is investigated clearly? Prepare a few generous gifts. Wang Dague, want to thank him face to face. Wang Dague waved his hand, ready to thank Yifeng face to face. After all, Wang Dague's family succession still needs Yifeng's help. I hired a private detective. There should be news soon. Boss, there is one more thing. Before there is a female police officer came to you, said that they need you to assist in the case. The other party said that it is confidential. You need to wait until the person in question, wakes up before you can say anything. Being sent away by me with a few words. Now that you're awake, boss, do you need to meet the other party? Police? Or a policewoman? I did not do anything illegal. How would the police find the door? Is it that the other side looks at me? Staged such a show. The reason for which is to want to chase me. Wang Dague. Big Wang Gue quite confidently said to Lao Lu. He was not interested in women before. Now things are resolved. Look at Lao Lu is no longer browbeating. None of which proves that he has returned to normal. It is time to find a girlfriend to live a good life. Old Lu has already gotten used to Wang Dague's shamelessness. Only his own boss would say such shameless words. Just based on the appearance of that female police officer would look at his own boss. Old Lu, dare to stand upside down and eat. Alright, then I'll contact the other party. Boss, you dress up first, Old Lu said and walked out of the room. It can't be helped. Handsome man, and much gold. That is, even if I'm in a coma, there are still people who miss my handsome body. Hey! Wang Dague sighed to himself and prepared to dress himself up properly. The policewoman is Inya. Only from the release of Yifeng, unconvinced, she stared at Yifeng. Through the clues to find the orphanage's large amount of money, and Yifeng related to the check is actually the king of aquatic products in Pengchang. Wang Dague opened, which does not look for the door. When Inya received Old Lu's call, she drove her beetle towards Wang Dague's house and arrived at Wang Dague's sea view villa in a short while. Team leader In. This way please. Our boss has woken up and will come downstairs to see you later. Old Lu received Inya and opened his mouth, and brought Inya to Wang Dague's private tea room. Inya looked at Wang Dague. This decoration rustic villa has not been the first time to spit each other decoration hobby. Obviously very good European style villa. Have to get into this pattern, so to speak. The hall is European design. Furniture is Chinese classical style. Everywhere is mahogany to create furniture. There is no reason is because of the purely handmade to create the expensive. The walls brushed with golden yellow gold dust. In the crystal chandelier under the illumination, exudes a burst of golden light. 1,000 square feet of villa can be found in more than a dozen countries style, so to speak. This villa, every part of the design of the villa are showing that the owner of the villa is a tycoon. Very rich tycoon. Old Lu ignored Inya's looking around, because everyone who had come to the boss's villa looked like this, and he was used to it. Team leader In, please have a seat. My boss will be here soon. Old Lu brought Inya to the tea room and turned around after saying that, because every time Old Lu came to the tea room, he felt awkward and kind of wanted to hit his boss himself. When Inya saw this tea room, the corners of her mouth twitched up and she said to Old Lu, Butler Lu, you busy yourself. Then he found a wooden stool that looked good and sat down. Within Inya's range of vision, this so-called tea room was like a building, like a desert bar inside a cowboy western. That's right, a bar built of logs appeared inside a villa, and within the scope of the bar, there was some yellow sand. This is not the most important thing. The most outrageous thing is that on the door of this bar building, there is also a plaque hanging on the door of the meditation tea room. Right now Inya was sitting inside this building that was a bar on the outside, but was actually a tea room. Is this Wang Dague sick? What kind of mess is this whole thing? Inya cursed at the decoration inside the tea room. It was the first time he himself had seen something so outrageous. It was simply outrageous to go home. Outrageous to open the door to his mom. Outrageous to the home. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of cowboy boots walking rang out as Inya looked at the door to the tea room, and her mouth opened in surprise at the sight of the visitor. A burly cowboy appearing in front of her, coming with a cowboy hat on his head, jeans, a scarf tied around his neck and a small silver and white revolver around his waist. If Inya hadn't seen the marble walls of the doorman, she would have thought that she had actually come to a cowboy bar in the West. The cowboy who appeared in the doorway was none other than our very own Wang Dague. Wang de Tuahua. When Wang Dague saw Inya's, his eyes lit up. This kind of goddess-level woman actually came to chase me. Wang Dague backwards. Simply satisfy Wang Dague's great vanity. Before Wang Dague are all the money, ability to launch, and other women who have a dream are all bowed down. Instantly defeated by Wang Dague's money ability. This is for Wang Dague. A little bit of a challenge is not there to satisfy Wang Dague's empty heart. Hi, beautiful woman, heard that you are looking for me. Wang Dague finished touching out the cigar in his mouth. The waist of the revolver instantly pulled out. In the air a magnificent turn twice, and then caught by Wang Dague. Snap sound, ignited the fire. The muzzle of the gun out of the orange flames, ignited the mouth of the cigar. Wang Dague took a bite of his cigar, spewing out faint white smoke, reached up and took the cowboy hat off his head, gave Inya a handsome toss of his head, and then looked at the other party with deep affection. Chapter 30, Inya who hits a wall. Enya stared dumbfounded at Wang Dague's tawdry operation. He had lived for more than 20 years or for the first time to see such a strange old man. The other side of this IQ is how to sit on the aquatic king of this position. Mr. Wang, I'm Enya from the criminal unit. I've taken the liberty of bothering you at your door this time because I want you to assist me in investigating a case. Enya patiently said to Wang Dague. Oh, interesting. Want to chase me straight? Do not have to beat around the bush to say the case to get close. These routines I understand. Girls, thin-skinned, in order to dream and struggle is not shameful. And then Wang Dague will not do anything illegal and disorderly things. Wang Dague smoked a mouthful of cigar, swallowed the clouds and said to Enya. Enya frowned at the not-so-normal Wang Dague in front of her. What kind of blindness do I have to be to look at you? Wang Dague, according to my investigation, some time ago she wrote a $5 million check that was cashed out by someone from the Little Angel Orphanage. Do you know about this? Enya opened the door and said. Wang Dague heard 5 million checks. The brain immediately remembered the High Man. This check is their own dedication to the High Man's thanks to give themselves a clear way to point out. Now it seems that their own money is still less. Then they should give a little bit more. But I do not know what the reason for the check fell in the Little Angel's orphanage. I think it is the High Man donated out of the. In the end, what is the matter? You say straight? Wang Dague knew that this matter had something to do with the higher power. Did he say in a serious manner? I suspect that the violent death in front of the Little Angel was a planned murder. Now I need you to cooperate with me in the investigation. This is the photo of the suspect Yifeng. See if you recognize him? After Enya finished speaking, she touched out a photo of Yifeng and showed it to Wang Dague. The photo was edited from the surveillance video. Wang Dague took a look at the photo, eyes bulging out, inwardly surprised. This is not his own life-saving benefactor. This is not the person who saved his life, but how to get involved in the murder case. In the end, what happened? Enya carefully watched Wang Dague's facial changes, and in an instant, she captured Wang Dague's surprised, shocked expression. It looked like Wang Dague knew this boy named Yifeng. She had finally found a useful clue. Wang Dague took a puff of his cigar and under Enya's expectant eyes, he shouted to the outside of the tea room. Old Lu, where the hell did you die? See off the guests. After saying that, he turned around and left. This change in the gap between before and after stunned Enya's. This Wang Dague, what a tart operation. A word to chuck people out. Enya immediately chased after Wang Dague when she saw that he was leaving. Mr. Wang, this murder case is the biggest man-made murder case in Pengcheng since more than 10 years. I suspect that the suspect Yifeng is proficient in hypnosis and can make people die violently in an instant. Now I implore you to cooperate with my investigation, to seek justice for the innocent and tragic deaths and bring the murderer to justice. Wang Dague heard Enya words run faster. This is not bull *********. You want to die. Don't trust me in the water, and say the high people kill. Surely have their own reasons. Those people surely deserve to die. Wang Dague experienced this kind of metaphysical thing before. These months is worse than death. All rely on the high people which only recovered. You ask me to go to the high people. This is not set up my big Wang Gue with unkindness and unrighteousness. Old Lu, are you deaf? I told you to see off the guests. Didn't you hear me? Wang Dague yelled in a loud voice. Old Lu, who was sitting in the quiet room, heard the loud voice of his own boss and walked out helplessly. It was you who told me not to disturb, and it was you who told me to send off the guests. If not for the friendship of more than 10 years, I would have punched you. Enya looked at Wang Dague's appearance of being a thief, and in her heart, she was sure that the other party knew something. Otherwise, it will not run so fast. Enya thought that Wang Dague is in fear of Yifeng's revenge, opened his mouth to persuade, Mr. Wang, don't be afraid. Our police will protect you. You don't have to be afraid. Officer Yin, my boss does not welcome you. Please. Before Enya could finish her sentence, old Lu jumped out and stopped Enya. Wang Dague immediately scattered and ran out of sight. Your boss is involved in a very big case. You must cooperate with my investigation now. Enya, who was stopped, said with a strong attitude. She had found a clue with great difficulty. Enya would not let go of it so easily, and was ready to cross old Lu and continue to go after Wang Dague. Just as Enya was about to step over old Lu blocked back with a sidestep and continued to stop Enya. Officer Yin, please behave yourself. Let come. In the heat of the moment, Enya was ready to restrain old Lu, grabbing old Lu's clothes with both hands and preparing to give old Lu an over-the-shoulder drop. Old Lu looked at this stubborn girl and breathlessly took a step back, reaching out and pivoting Enya's hands. The latter only felt a huge force coming from between her fingers, and her hands instantly went numb. Enya covered her hands and took a few steps back in surprise. I can't believe you're still a practiced fighter. Little girl, you should go back. Old Lu did not answer Enya's question, still calling the other party to go back. Do not want this stubborn little girl involved in this kind of thing. The orphanage violently killed more than a dozen punks of the big event, the old Lu ability to know, and the police have already set the sex. He does not want his boss to step forward to make any waves. The most important is that the old Lu was Yifeng's means to scare. This kind of say hands on the people, is not the law can be restrained. You guys help the evil. No things are really want to think are afraid to stand out. Loss you are still a practitioner. Even the blood of the martial artist is lost. Enya couldn't get angry and cursed at old Lu. I'm just a housekeeper and part-time driver now. Don't use great righteousness to pressure me. I don't eat this, old Lu said unconcernedly. He had long passed the age of impulse based on momentary bloodlust. If you don't leave, I'll report you for breaking and entering. You. Enya was the old Lu blocked the words dumbfounded. Rubbing their palms turned around and left. Just based on the other party just now the other side of the leakage of a hand. Enya feels certain that they will not be able to beat the other side. And the other side of the words have been said so clearly. Their own again strong to stay there is no result. Their own first to go back, and then slowly think of a way. Old Lu looked at Enya's faraway back and let out a long sigh of heartache. Memories, as well as a final flatness. Yifeng, who was at work, didn't know that Enya had already set her eyes on him, and sat on the chair without looking at him, while his body was cultivating. The sound of high-heeled shoes rang in Yifeng's ears. A mature woman with delicate face and tall figure wearing a strapless blouse and skirt appeared in front of Yifeng. The woman had a pair of exceptionally charming peach blossom eyes and high nose. What attracted the attention of others was that the woman's lips were like a burning flame, sexy and hot, just like a ripe peach that attracted people's mouth to salivate. The most attractive thing is that the woman's lips are like a burning flame, sexy and hot, just like a ripe peach that attracts people to salivate. Chapter 31, Hey, sandbag at the door. Fei Yu, wait for me, I really love you. Give me a chance, okay? Let me take care of you for the rest of your life. A mature man with roses in his hands, wearing a famous summer suit, chased out from behind the woman. The man had a meter-8 head, hard appearance, with a small string of beard, resembling Xiaofeng inside the 8 parts of the dragon. Hu Jun, are you done? I've said I don't like you and I have a boyfriend. Don't pester me, okay? And please call me by my name Li Feiyu. Our relationship isn't good enough to be called Feiyu. Li Feiyu frowned her own eyebrows and said loudly. The receptionist Tan Jing looked at Minister Li's troubled appearance and gave Yifeng, who was sitting at the front door, a wink, recently and loudly saying, Minister Li, you're back. Yifeng, who was meditating and cultivating, heard Tan Jing's words and understood that the mature woman in front of him was an employee of the company, so he immediately stood up and walked towards Li Fei and Hu Jun. This gentleman, please don't harass our female colleagues. Yifeng spoke indifferently. Hu Jun and Li Fei were a bit surprised when they looked at Yifeng, who suddenly came over. The former was annoyed and the latter was thinking that his company had finally started to hire a dedicated security guard. What did you say, kid? This has nothing to do with you. Get the hell away from me. Hu Jun exasperatedly said to Yifeng. If it wasn't for the fact that his bitterly pursued goddess was beside him, he would have broken the other party's dog's legs long ago. Minister Li, you go ahead and get busy. Leave the rest to Yifeng, Tan Jing said in a low voice as she walked over to Li Fei. Li Fei looked at Yifeng curiously before lifting her leg and walking towards the inside of the company. There was no intention of watching the fun at all. I once again state that you are not allowed to molest the female employees of the company, Yifeng still said indifferently. Hu Jun was Yifeng's words, angry forehead veins roots bulging up. Do not know where to run out of the wild boy dared to provoke me. Provoke me before not to go to Pengcheng to inquire about my Hu Jun's name. To know that the last provocation of my people, in the ring by me alive to break 8 ribs. Okay, kid, you have guts. Dare to fight with me one-on-one? Hu Jun cupped his fists and said to Yifeng. Hu Jun was ready to vent all the pent-up anger he received from Li Feiyu on Yifeng. He was the national champion of free fighting, but he was actually not seen by Li Feiyu, who always thought he was a reckless man, and he chased himself for half a year in exchange for the other party's cold words and cold phrases. Okay, Yifeng said still calmly, since the other party wanted to be a sandbag, then he himself would fulfill the other party, and he himself would have a good time venting out all the grievances that he had received in He Jun on the other party. Good, kid, you have guts. Follow me to the rooftop, Hu Jun said to Yifeng with a thumbs up. The two men who both wanted to take it out on each other wanted to walk to the floor room next to the elevator. Tan Jing looked at the figure of Yifeng following behind Hu Jun in a daze for a long time before she reacted and ran inside the office with her legs drawn. Her mouth yelled loudly, "There's a fight!" Yifeng and Hu Jun went to the rooftop to fight one-on-one. Quickly find someone to stop them. Most of the employees inside the office know the identity of Hu Jun, China's national champion of lightweight free fighting, but also Li Feiyu's most fervent suitor, the temper of the hot. I can't imagine that the other party actually fight with Yifeng, who has just come to work, is not to beat Yifeng to death. Inside the office area is in chaos. After all do not want to Yifeng this psycho first day of work into the hospital. He Li Jun heard the sound of chatter outside, out of the office to ask why. Head dizzy almost fell to the ground. Their cheap husband really if Hu Jun killed and maimed. How can they explain to Grandpa? He Li Jun said nervously. Call security to organize them. It's too late to call the police. After saying that, she pulled her leg and ran outside, attempting to stop the self-seeking Yifeng. Bang sound. Hu Jun violently opened the door of the rooftop, towards the platform of the roof of the center building. A pull off their own jacket, leaking out by the muscles to support the high bulging underwear. His eyes are like wolves looking at the tall and thin, not more than 1 meter 8 Yifeng. On the other side of the body, their own 2 fists can knock each other out. The corner of the mouth leaks out said with a cold smile. Kid, what are the last words to say in a hurry? Later I will cripple you. It's not too late if you regret now. Yifeng still said calmly. The other party so sent to the door as a punching bag. He was more or less embarrassed, and intended to ask the other party again. Yifeng's words fell on Hu Jun's ears as a naked provocation, and he cursed angrily at Yifeng. Since you want to find death, I will fulfill you. A straight step. Approaching Yifeng, his right hand clenched his fist and smashed at Yifeng's head. Hu Jun wanted to KO Yifeng with one punch. The center door is wide open. This is how you practice boxing. Looking for death almost? Yifeng commented on his opponent's stance, lifted his foot and struck back. His right foot was like a steel whip that quickly lashed to Hu Jun's stomach. Hu Jun heard Yifeng's words. The anger in his heart is even more. The fist force is open. No longer reserve. Want to put in front of this hateful boy punched into a concussion. Then pay some money to settle the matter. Then a flower in front of his eyes. A shadow flashed from his eyes. Hu Jun's stomach is like being hit by a car. The whole person to the speed then the speed backward flying back. Snap sound of the landing. A silhouette thrown flying on the balcony. Like a dead pig. Hu Jun, lying on the balcony with his hands pressing hard on his stomach. Miserable wailing sound resounded all around. Eyes bloodshot, covered with blood. Open mouth a hard scream. Like killing a pig. Hu Jun only had one feeling right now, and that was pain. Pain to the core. It felt like his body didn't even belong to himself anymore. The muscles of his whole body started to throb in bursts under the stimulation of pain. Want to vomit but spit out. Throat is like being blocked by a foreign object. Difficult to breathe. Should be kicked by the other side of the gastric juices rolling. Food choked to the throat. No fun. Looking at you so wild. I thought how capable you are to fight. But I didn't realize that it's a silver gun with a wax head that doesn't work. Yifeng wearing the sportswear that He Li Jun bought for him, carrying a wooden box walked to Hu Jun's front and said with his head down. Hu Jun lying on the ground, looking at Yifeng still calm expression and words. Know that he planted. In front of this looks like the body without two meat. The appearance of the usual boy is a real practitioner. No wonder dare to promise their own one-on-one. Hu Jun fears the other side of that physique is so outbreak so fast speed and destructive force. Now Hu Jun feel their intestines are almost broken. Now only want to go to the hospital to lie down. You won. Can you call an ambulance for me? Hu Jun endured the severe pain and said to Yifeng with difficulty. Chapter 32, Yifeng you take it easy. I won't call an ambulance. Yifeng said honestly. When Hu Jun heard Yifeng say this, his body could no longer withstand this kind of pain. His eyelids flipped down, and the whole person fainted magnificently. I know medical skills. Why would I even call an ambulance? Yifeng whispered to Hu Jun who had already fainted and finished preparing to give the Hu Jun lying on the ground a couple of injections. Stop. I've called the police. Yifeng, who was whole ready to give Hu Jun a needle, suddenly heard He Li Jun's loud shouts in his ears, and He Li Jun just stepped out of the elevator, yelled loudly, never mind whether the other side can hear, now yell out to stop the other side on the line. The two long legs ran to the roof of the building one by one. The heart is worried. He Li Jun just walked into the rooftop and immediately saw Yifeng squatting on the ground, pinching a 30-centimeter long steel needle in his hand and stabbing it indiscriminately at the fallen Hu Jun. Yifeng, what are you doing? Are you alright? He Li Jun asked at Yifeng a little confused, looking at the intact Yifeng and then looking at the fallen Hu Jun. He Li Jun's brain was a little turned around. In He Li Jun's conception, Yifeng had already been knocked over by Hu Jun, the free sparring champion, and fell to the ground, unconscious. The situation in vision now was just the opposite. Yifeng seemed to be fine at all, but Hu Jun had passed out for some unknown reason. I just sparred with him. He passed out. Now give him acupuncture and zap him twice. He'll be fine later. Yifeng said calmly. After saying that, he pulled out the 30-centimeter long immortal crane divine needle. As Yifeng pulled out the silver needle, Hu Jun's abdomen immediately splattered more than a meter of bruises and blood. Yifeng flicked his wrist ready to give Hu Jun another shot. He Li Jun looked at the 30 centimeters long needle, eyes trembling. You have the nerve to say that it is in acupuncture. Have you so acupuncture? I think you want to stab people to death. He Li Jun immediately walked over, raised her hand and grabbed Yifeng's hand and said, that's enough. Yifeng, Do you have acupuncture like this? I'll call an ambulance to come. Don't you zap people out of good and bad, said immediately dialed 120. Yifeng looked at He Lijun speechlessly. How much you don't believe me? I will come. 2 more pairs of pins. Fong really woke up. Just as He Lijun's dialed the phone, He Lijun hand under the staffs ran out. After all see their own boss has rushed out of the can only follow. The lead is Lu Shihuan and Li Feiyu. Especially the latter knows that Hu Jun and the new security guards on the roof of the rooftop one-on-one. The whole person is stunned. I did not expect that Hu Jun has been shameless to such a point. A free sparring champion actually want a one-on-one with an ordinary security guards. This is not an adult to beat the kindergarten children. One-sided abuse. Immediately followed and ran up, attempting to stop the shameless Hu Jun. A dozen big beauties go in the rooftop. They saw their own company's general manager. He single-handedly grabbed Yifeng's hand in the ambulance phone, and one of the protagonists of the leaf maple handcuffed a very long steel needle squatting on the side of the Hu Jun. And the free fighting champion Hu Jun is like a dead pig, fainted. The corner of the mouth is still flowing with white foam. The scene stunned a group of big beauties. What is the situation in the end? Mr. He, what exactly happened? Lu Shihuan asked curiously, and the other great beauties also cast curious glances at their own bosses, including Li Feiyu. I don't know what's going on. When I came up, I saw that Hu Jun had fainted. I think Yifeng must have stabbed the other party unconscious with his weapon. When He Lijun finished speaking, her eyes also glanced at the brightly shining steel needle in Yifeng's hand. The crowd's eyes unconsciously glanced to the steel needle in Yifeng's hand, and then looked at the fainted on the ground abdomen soaring blood Hu Jun. Eyelids are wildly jumped up. This psychiatric patients really cannot afford to mess with. Hu Jun, the free sparring champion, actually have been put. It looks as though if Mr. He came in time, the free sparring champion more than likely hiccups in the here. Shihuan, who is he? Li Fei, who had an outward personality and was conservative on the inside, asked curiously in a low voice to Lu Shixi next to her. Hush, Fifi. The person who took the steel needle is called Yifeng, a psychopath with some brain problems. It looks like the other party is killing his eyes. You speak a little quieter, Lu Shihua whispered to Li Feiyu, fearing that the red-eyed Yifeng would take the steel needle in his hand and stab her pretty face twice. Ah, Li Feiyu whispered too, and then immediately cover their sexy lips. Do not let themselves scream out, afraid that they cause each other's attention, and then stabbed on their own 2 needles. By then there is no place to cry. The other side, after all, is mentally ill. Do not have to be criminally liable for breaking the law. Die in vain. Lying on the ground of the free sparring champion is the best role model, usually on the ring and then able to fight. And now it is not like a dead pig lying on the ground. The best example of this is the champion of free fighting. The various great beauties of Tiantai Mountain all whispered and dared not speak, afraid of attracting Yifeng's attention and then suffering from the other party's violent treatment. The atmosphere appeared serene. Scattergories, what the hell did you say to them? When did I become mentally ill? Yifeng said angrily to He Lijun as he listened to Lu Shihuan's words. He Lijun, embarrassed to let go of Yifeng's hand, complained and glanced at the careful Lu Shihuan. My good girlfriend, we privately say that Yifeng's head is not right. Is a psychopath does not have much to do with it? And now you actually in the face of Yifeng this party to say that the other party is a psychopath. This is not forcing Yifeng to go mad. Yifeng, listen to my explanation. They all misunderstood you. How could you be a psychopath? It's mainly because our employees have never seen such a bloody and violent event, plus the brightly shining steel needle in your hand. So they all misunderstood you. He Lijun, who had a small motor installed inside her head, quickly explained to Yifeng and gave her bosom friend a wink. I'm not a steel needle. I'm this immortal crane divine needle. Yifeng shook the divine needle in his hand and opened his mouth to explain. How could the divine needle of his own sect be comparable to the steel needle of the district? A major event concerning the reputation of the divine needle. It must be explained clearly. The rooftop beauties, looking at Yifeng's emotional appearance, their hearts are associated with Yifeng's attack. So scary, will not stab a few needles at Mr. He. They opened their mouths to pacify Yifeng. Yifeng, take it easy, we believe in you. Yes, the needle in your hand is indeed a divine needle. Take it easy. Hu Jun, this son of A, on the basis of being the national self-purpose combat champion, has always been the boss of the sky, the oldest on the earth. He is the oldest. Arrogant look. Now Yifeng, you are considered to be for the people to get rid of the harm. Yes, I've put up with this old pervert Hu Jun for a long time. Yifeng, you stabbed it well. This kind of divine needle should stab this bastard Hu Jun to death. That's right. It's Hu Jun who looks at us with a pair of lustful eyes at all times. It's deserved to be killed now. Yifeng, put down the divine needle in your hand. We all trust you. All the girls were talking to persuade Yifeng, fearing that if Yifeng got excited and stabbed General Manager He beside him, then things would be big. and Bai Yifeng stabbed a needle. The situation has improved. Hu Jun confusedly heard many girls to appease Yifeng's voice. Angry with the brain confused, gas and blood surging, once again Gorgeous fainted. Chapter 33, The Prestige. Yifeng looked at these more and more excited about the big beautiful sum. Always feel that the other side to say words were not wrong. Even up to listen to nothing, but listen to feel the other side to say the wrong. Really he Li Jun this siren under the hands of the staff. A more than one abnormal. Babbling. Yifeng put the divine needle in his hand inside the wooden box, indicating that he didn't want to be bothered with some of these nonsense girls, gibbering all the time and confusing himself. When the crowd saw Yifeng put away the steel needles, they all let out a breath in their hearts. The situation just now was too dangerous. A little inattention and his life would be over. The best case scenario would be disfigurement. Alright, everyone disperse and go back to work. I'll wait here for the ambulance to come. Li Jun said open-mouthed. Fought a large group of people here. 7 mouths will inevitably speak out of turn. Wait for Yifeng again sent to soar to. Their own cannot be so good to fool, but do not see not come out. Yifeng, this kid is hidden quite deep. Hu Jun, this free sparring champion were put down. The future to go to business trips to take with Yifeng. Then, surely it will be safer. Li Jun eyes turn. The heart began to play up the idea of Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Li Jun, who was standing in place and thinking, and felt a very deep malice come over him. I'm going back to work. After Yifeng finished speaking, he turned around with his wooden box and left. He didn't want to stay on this rooftop at all. After the crowd watched Yifeng leave, Lu Shihuan loudly exclaimed to Li Jun, Mr. You're too good. Yifeng, this psychotic patient, actually listened to you so well, obediently put down the steel needle and left. After this incident, those colorful wolves will surely tighten up a bit. The sexy goddess, Li Fei, also gave a thumbs up to her boss. Other female employees, also chirping said praise Li Jun, roughly meaning he total mighty 666 meaning. Alright, in the future, everyone don't talk about Yifeng's mental illness in front of him. This is something we just know in our hearts. Mental illnesses also need dignity. Do you hear me? Big boss Li Jun snapped and admonished. Mr. Ho, we know all about it. Yes, promise not to say the 3 words mental illness in front of Yifeng in the future. Right, in the future we have to be nicer to Yifeng. After all, we still have to rely on Yifeng to keep us safe. The crowd said, after seeing their own boss easily stop Yifeng, the beauties are not worried about Yifeng back to harm their safety. It seems that he has absolute certainty before letting Yifeng come to work. At this moment, the employees' hearts were filled with a sense of security. Even Lu Shihuan was praising her clever resolution. Li Jun stayed on the rooftop to wait for the arrival of the paramedics. After all, Hu Jun was still lying on the ground, and other employees went back to work in groups of 3 or 2. It's over. It's over. It's over. The sound of the ambulance remembered at the entrance of the center building. The doctors in white coats nimbly went upstairs, and then nimbly carried Hu Jun away on a stretcher, attracting the attention of many public officials in the center building. Each one of them stretched out their heads to look outside, curious before why Li Jun Pharmaceuticals female employees some collective appearance. Why a temporary collective rooftop? Why the ambulance back? Is someone to jump? After all, Li Jun Pharmaceuticals in the center of the building is a well-known beauty camp. Single men basically in the heart of the Li Jun Pharmaceuticals female employees idea. There are a few well-informed people, after familiar with the people inquiring, finally understand what happened on the rooftop. It turned out to be Li Jun Pharmaceuticals came a very capable security guard. According to a person who did not want to disclose his name, the security guard named Yifeng is the head of the security department of Li Jun Pharmaceuticals. The first day of work, the rampant national free sparring champion Hu Jun ruffled over the rooftop, and now Hu Jun is still on the rooftop in a coma. The beauties came out en masse to stop the violence of Yifeng, but it is good to see that Yifeng stopped. This is not the most important. The most people are afraid of the security guard named Yifeng. The brain is not quite normal, and excitement is prone to disease. Even if Hu Jun, the national champion, was Yifeng into the hospital, and Yifeng will not be criminally liable, because the other side is a psychotic. You have nothing to do to provoke mental illness. Why? Hit also be hit. Who let you have a pit in the brain to provoke each other? The men who had dirty thoughts about the female employees of Li Jun Pharmaceutical. When they heard this news, they all collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. This is too ruthless. The other side, where to find such a psychopath? It seems that in the future when going to Li Jun Pharmaceuticals should be careful, not to cause Yifeng's attention. In this way, as the rumors spread more and more outrageous, the people in the center building all know that Li Jun Pharmaceuticals came to work with a psychopath named Yifeng. People are ruthless. The first day of work almost killed Hu Jun, and perverted heart, bloodthirsty, fighting. Only Li Jun Yaoyao's general manager he can subdue Yifeng. We all have to be careful in the future. Back to the door to guard the door of Yifeng. Do not know that he has now become a celebrity in the center building, following the Temple Street Lone Wolf title. Yifeng again by the social elite of the center building crowned with the name of the Bloody Butcher. Hu Jun, the man of the national championship, became the poor opponent in the hearts of the men of the center building, chasing after a girlfriend, can be chasing themselves into the hospital, while other ladies are clapping their hands. Hu Jun, this like to harass the beauty of the scum of the man, was finally beaten, in the past on the basis of their hard appearance and hard body. I do not know how many ignorant girls coaxed, and later found even more aggravated, now finally encountered a ruthless person, was beaten into the hospital, can be said to be the universal celebration, and later see Yifeng the security guard must properly thank each other. After all, a little bit of capital of the woman, have been harassed by Hu Jun. Now Hu Jun was beaten, cannot be happy, sitting on the door to go to work. Yifeng, see from time to time some strangers appeared in the door, curious to look at their own, basically are 3 or 2 in pairs to come. The expression of nervousness and fear. Are all these people nuts? Every one of them came to see what I'm doing, Yifeng said breathlessly, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Not to mention that in this kind of situation of being watched by people to cultivate, Yifeng found that it helped his state of mind to cultivate. It seems that what Master said about worldly experience is still more or less a little good. Except for He Li Jun, this drama queen, then it would be even better. It was lunch break time. Tan Jing curiously looked at Yifeng, who was resting his mind in front of his closed eyes, and then looked at the extra cup of milk tea in his hand, and after thinking about it, he finally made up his mind and picked up the lemon milk tea in his hand and walked towards Yifeng. Yifeng, I'll treat you to milk tea, Tan Jing said playfully to Yifeng. Chapter 34, National Treasure Treatment. Thanks. Yifeng opened his eyes and whispered to Tan Jing, you're welcome, drink the milk tea. Tan Jing put down the milk tea and ran back. Yifeng picked up a straw without a teacher and inserted it inside the milk tea cup and started sucking up the milk tea. Yifeng milk tea has not had 2 mouthfuls, saw a baby-faced female employee inside the company walk toward himself, his small face covered with nervousness, and his hand also carried a generation of transparent pastries, small food. Yifeng, I see that you didn't bring any lunch. This is the hibiscus foam cake I brought, more than enough. Please eat. After doll face said that, he put down his things and ran back. Yifeng, who was drinking milk tea, hadn't had time to say thank you before the other party had already run away. Are they doing this because I didn't have lunch, so they're giving me something to eat? It seems that these people are quite good. They are all out of the mud, not brought down by He Li Jun, Yifeng said to himself. After saying that, he picked up a hibiscus foam cake, not to mention, it tasted good. Yifeng, who had long since eaten qi to dispel the grain, had not eaten this kind of delicate snacks, and could not help but eat 2 more. Yifeng, I'll treat you to some osmanthus cakes. A long-haired female employee finished speaking, put down the osmanthus cake in her hand and left, curiously looking at Yifeng for a while before leaving. Yifeng, I'll treat you to a marinated chicken leg. Yifeng, I'll treat you to some fruit. Li Jun Pharmaceuticals female employees, CT Yifeng cast food colleagues are safe and sound back. All began to send some food to Yifeng. Not a moment Yifeng's desk above the pile of a variety of food, most of them to sweets predominantly. Looking at the heart of the very few male employees running business is very cool, but not cool to not cool. Do not dare to bare their teeth in front of Yifeng. After all, the previous one bared their teeth in front of the Yifeng of the real men. The morning just be after all. The previous real man who bared his teeth in front of Yifeng had only been pulled away by an ambulance in the morning and could only look at Yifeng with envy and jealousy. Yifeng looked at the table full of food, and said one by one to the female colleagues who continued to come to deliver the food to thank them, enough, thank you. I can't finish it even if I give it to you again. It's okay, Yifeng can't finish it, you can bring it back to eat. You should be living alone. A melon-faced girl who was pitching food, boldly said to Yifeng. Yifeng remembered He Li Jun's words and couldn't divulge their relationship, so he could only say with a clear conscience, well, I live alone. I look at you. I know that you live alone. Boys are not able to take care of themselves in life. You can't finish it. You can bring it home to eat, and you should not have a high salary. Bring home to eat can save a little living expenses. The melon-faced girl thoughtfully said to Yifeng. After all, Yifeng would be the umbrella of their company in the future, protecting their safety. Surely they have to be nicer to Yifeng, the mentally challenged bachelor. Thank you for thinking of me, Yifeng said gratefully. It turns out that the world has its own true feelings. It is not all darkness. In front of the eyes of these girls are very kind-hearted, everywhere for their own sake. They can send their food, share it with the little angel orphanage. No need to thank you. Just protect us from now on. The melon-faced girl smiled and joked at Yifeng. Well, I will definitely not let anyone come and harass you guys, Yifeng said solemnly. That's serious, but listen cute. I'm going back to work. The the melon-faced girl said and turned around to go back to her busy schedule. Lee Jun, sitting in her office, has learned the situation outside. Cannot imagine their cheap husband the first day of work, by mistake, put down one of the 4 big S Hu Jun, by the female staff's strong goodwill. This is not to start to give Yifeng lunch, afraid of Yifeng hungry. Time passed like this, and Yifeng's first day at work passed like this. With the arrival of the off-duty time, the company inside the various styles of beautiful people step out of the company's door with an elegant pace. The majority of the number of people have to give Yifeng greetings. Yifeng, you go back early yo, don't play around outside, don't get lost. Yeah, don't go playing in the water, be safe. Yifeng, familiar with the unfamiliar female colleagues, have to Yifeng exhortation, said Yifeng is like 100 pounds of low intelligence children. Listening to Yifeng froze. This sounds full of goodwill, but so linked up to here. How to feel strange. Ink to the last walk a few young single male salesmen. Look at Yifeng's eyes are like looking at God. This is where the psychosis this proper God-level characters. The first day of work and such a beautiful female colleague mingled. The future still have to be. They all looked to their head. Meaning, head. We discussed it during the day. Now it's time for you to take action. A tall and thin man with eyes walked up to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, my name is Li Qingsong. Nice to meet you. Do you have time to get off work tonight? Our male colleagues in the business department would like to treat us to a drink and get in touch with our colleagues. Li Qingsong whispered to Yifeng. The other male co-workers all looked at Yifeng with hope. After all, Yifeng's popularity had already manifested itself at noon, with big and small beauties giving Yifeng things to eat. Now the other side of the table are still on the table a whole lot. Just ask your womanhood is good or not. Now they wanted to cultivate a relationship with Yifeng in advance, and later help themselves to the girl of their choice to build a bridge and lead the line, so as to hold the beauty. Yifeng looked at the group of male colleagues in front of the eyes filled with, the heart feels strange. How to use this kind of eyes look at me. Not just drink a drink, and nothing serious. They go and cannot imagine their resistance to work will meet so many kind-hearted people. At noon there are to send their own food to the female colleagues. Off duty there are to invite themselves to drink a male colleague. It is a really good atmosphere. Yifeng was about to promise the other party to go for a drink in the evening when a sexy woman walked out. Minister Li. A few men stuttered a bit when they saw Li Fei speak. Why aren't you leaving yet? It seems that none of you are tired during the day and you all want to work overtime at night? Li Fei said to the several salesmen. The few men led by Li Qingsong nodded to Yifeng, signaling that we will wait for you in the underground parking lot to go drinking together, and then left at a fast pace, fearing that they would be eaten by Li Feiyu as if they had been eaten by Li Feiyu. Yifeng, thank you for helping me drive away this mortal fly. Hu Jun, do you have time off work? I want to treat you to a meal to thank you. Li Fei's magnetic voice recalled in Yifeng's ears. Li Fei languages really want to ask Yifeng to have a meal. They have been harassed by Hu Jun for 3 months. These 3 months is like avoiding the plague, like avoiding Hu Jun, which all kinds of heartache themselves. Li Fei language themselves only know. They no matter where they go, Hu Jun will come out, and finally cannot be avoided. They take a vacation half a month back to the Bashu old home. The results of the Hu Jun don't know what means. Actually followed to the Bashu. Fear of misunderstanding at home. Li Fei language. Immediately stop vacation to work. Did not expect to just go to work on the first day. Hu Jun was in front of this big man sent to the hospital. Chapter 35. The man is missing. Li Fei language is full of sincere to ask Yifeng to eat a meal. She is now full of gratitude and care for Yifeng inside. After all, she and Lu Shihua chat in the afternoon. Yifeng's origin she is still clear. He Li Jun made up Yifeng too, so the poor man of Yifeng full of care and love. The heart is not at all worried about Yifeng back to harm themselves. After all, meningitis burns the brain, and not really mentally ill. I believe that Yifeng good and bad or distinguish clearly. After all, witnessed at noon Yifeng and send food to the person who talked and laughed. Yifeng looked at the sexy girl in front of him and was a bit confused. Why did you suddenly invite me to dinner? It can't be that there is some kind of trap waiting for me. After all, the other party is he Li Jun's henchman. The path should be the same. Don't worry, I won't sell you out. I just simply want to treat you to a meal to thank you for chasing away this annoying fly. Hu Jun. Li Fei looked at Yifeng's stupid mortar and pestle and said without any humor. Right, Yifeng you go. Fifi won't sell you out. Look at how nervous you are. Lu Shihua walked out and said with an assist. Yifeng is speechless. I am just afraid to sell me. After all, he still owes $30 billion in default. This is if you go out to eat a meal. And eat what sets? Can you go back to Bashu in your own lifetime? Yifeng, who had been beaten up by society, now knew to think twice before acting, and that he could not fall into the same pit twice. Otherwise, I'm sorry for the generations of masters of Qingfengguan. Come on, what's a man inking about? It's just a meal. Take out your courage to stab Hu Jun with a steel needle. Go! Lu Shihua said again to help Li Yu. After all, she was aware that Li Fei was about to be driven crazy by Hu Jun. After saying that, she started to help pack up the things on Yifeng's table. Yifeng was dumbfounded as he watched Lu Shihua pack up his things in 3 tries and hand them to himself. Subconsciously, he took it. Go on, go home early after dinner, Lu Shihua urged Yifeng. In this way, Yifeng was driven into the elevator with a wooden box on his back, carrying packed snacks by Lu Shihua, who drove the ducks into battle. See how nervous you are. It's not like I'm going to eat anyone. Li Fei looked at the nervous Yifeng and said soothingly, thinking that this child most likely has never been in contact with a girl and is actually nervous like this. Yifeng heard, what am I nervous about? It is not just a meal. I'm this Hall Qingfeng view of the door. Dan Ding Chi level of experts. What to be afraid of? The other side is not a man-eating demon. What are you afraid of? Even if it is a man-eating demon, you can kill each other with your own skillful techniques. There is no need to be afraid. Li Fei curiously looked at Yifeng, who quickly calmed down, unable to imagine that the other party would actually calm down so quickly. This brain was really different. That's right. Yifeng, you there? Li Fei asked curiously. I'm from Bashu, Yifeng said as he regained his composure. Fate, I can't imagine that I can actually meet my hometown in this thousands of miles away. I'm also from Bashu. Where are you from Bashu? I'm from Bashu Rong City. I didn't realize that you, Yifeng, are still my hometown, Li Fei said in surprise. Really? I'm from Basha Qingcheng Mountain, Yifeng said with surprise, not expecting that at this distance of thousands of miles, he actually didn't run into his hometown, and the two people's hometowns were still so close to each other. Very close, rushing to go to Qingcheng Mountain, just 2 or 3 hours drive. Li Fei, the sexy goddess at this time to open the box, began to chat with Yifeng. In the underground parking lot waiting for the arrival of Yifeng, Li Qingsong, several people saw the elevator door open. Yifeng carrying a wooden box all the way up a Mercedes-Benz car and Li Minister talking and laughing, and then the Mercedes-Benz quickly disappeared from before their eyes. A few single men rubbed their eyes vigorously, couldn't believe that the scene in front of the eyes of the scene of the Real, the company inside the sexy goddess actually ride on the security guards of this new Yifeng gone. Splat slap sound recalled. Li Qingsong gave himself a slap. His mouth kept reading. So it's not a dream. It's real. I want to worship the master. I also want to learn how to pick up girls and go to the peak of life. Brotherly, together, I also want to worship the master. It's too awesome. On the first day of work on Minister Li's car, this is if another month of like, Master Yi is not going to go to Minister Li's bed. Li Qingsong's side of the little brother said with a face full of longing. Right, tomorrow we'll look for Yifeng together to pay homage to him. He'll be our master from now on. The people underneath them spoke up. After all, what they saw before was too shocking. In the Mercedes E260 car, Li Fei touched the steering wheel and asked, Yifeng, is it the Little Angel Orphanage? Yes, I can't finish so many snacks. Let's go give them to those kids to eat. They all sound cute. Yifeng shared his good place to his hometown. Well, then I'll buy some gifts for the kids later as well. And I can't imagine that you're so caring. Yifeng, take me to get to know these kids properly later, Li Fei said happily. Two people just like this on the way to talk and laugh to the Little Angel Orphanage. And busy for a long time he Li Jun out of the company, dumbfounded looking at the empty door. Yifeng, people mumble, the cheap husband of his own where to go, will not be off work without waiting for their own home alone, right? In the heart there is still me this a father. Yifeng side of the road with a smile and Li Fei to the Little Angel Orphanage. Came to the children are eating dinner. When they see Yifeng, all brush called Yifeng brother. Yifeng was so happy that he carried his snacks and the gifts bought by Li Fei and walked over to the orphanage. This scene was seen in Li Fei's eyes. It seemed that Yifeng didn't come to the orphanage once. These children were familiar with Yifeng. Xiao Yi, coming so late. Are you okay about what happened last time? Did it give you a hard time? Who is this? Dean Wu happily proceeded with the things Yifeng brought and asked with concern in his mouth. Dean Wu, this is Li Fei. I brought her along to see the little ones. What happened last time was all a misunderstanding. So I didn't see Wu Sisi? Yifeng said with a happy grin. Quickly please sit down. Don't stand. I have a casual meal. Dean Wu enthusiastically said to Li Fei. Dean Wu looked at the tall, sexy and beautiful Li Fei. In contrast to his own adopted Wu Sisi, his heart talked a breath. He wanted to introduce Sisi to Yifeng. Look at this now. He still don't open his mouth good. Okay, Minister Li, let's eat here together. Yifeng enthusiastically said to Li Fei. Okay, today we will accompany the children to finish the meal together. Next time I will invite you. Li Fei said greatly, did not mind the orphanage food at all. Walked over and sat down next to Yifeng. Chapter 36, Li Fei who pulls the red string. The children of the orphanage looked at Li Fei, this beautiful big sister. The heart had deep worry up. After all, Through the propaganda of the little tiger this few children, the children all know that brother Yifeng is Cici's sister's boyfriend. Now brother Yifeng suddenly brought a beautiful big sister. What is the situation? Could it be that their brother Yifeng is just like the bad guys in the TV series? Changed his heart. Their little heads were a bit spinning. They all started to worry for their sister Cici. You sit down first. I'm going to get dinner. Yifeng finished speaking to Li Fei, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Sister, are you brother Yifeng's girlfriend? A little girl with a goat-tailed braid timidly asked to Li Fei nervously after seeing Yifeng go to fetch food. Sister is not your brother Yifeng's girlfriend. She's his colleague, Li Fei explained with a smile. Nowadays kids think a lot. Really? Then we're relieved, the little girl said with a sigh of relief, and then began to concentrate on her meal. Li Fei looked at the little girl, as well as the children next to her who were breathing a sigh of relief, and in her heart she felt like she understood something. It seems like this old hometown of hers is quite popular. Yifeng, who was carrying a dinner plate, also walked back and put one on Li Fei's table. The roasted potatoes we had tonight. It's delicious. Minister Li, eat it. Yifeng finished speaking and took a big bite. Li Fei also smiled and took her chopsticks and ate elegantly. After dinner, Yifeng nimbly went to help brush the bowls and wash the dishes. The children brought Li Feiyu to the orphanage's small playground to play games and sing songs. This atmosphere makes Li Feiyu feel like she returned to the carefree time of childhood. The atmosphere made Li Feiyu feel like she was back in her childhood. And she even taught the children how to dance the swan dance when she was in the mood for fun. Yes, you see how sister dances. You all dance the same way. Li Fei, who was disguised as a dance teacher, was concentrating on demonstrating in front of the children. Her long-sleeved body was like a graceful swan under the illumination of the lights. This made Wu Cici, who had returned from her part-time job, look dumbfounded. In front of this woman is too beautiful. Hot body and sexy face is like a ball of fire jumping in the darkness in general. This moment Wu Cici point inferiority complex. Sister Cici, the children's shouts, woke up Li Feiyu in the guise of a dance teacher, turned around and looked. A girl dressed in plain clothes appeared behind herself, wearing washed white jeans and a white t-shirt, just like a white lotus flower like people. Lovable. The two of them glanced at each other. Wu Cici a little inferior to the ground head. The opposite woman is too voluptuous, like a high and proud swan in general. Sister Cici, come and learn to dance with my mom. The little girl with a goat-tailed braid waved her hand and said to Wu Cici, Little Huan, Sister Cici is going back to wash up. You guys learn to dance first, and later on, Sister will take you to paint. Sister Cici come on. We've already asked for you. Sister Fifi is not brother Yifeng's boyfriend, so don't worry. A little chubby peer said naively to Wu Cici. As soon as those words came out, Wu Cici's face began to redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. What are you babbling about, little chubby? Is it because you want to write more homework? Wu Cici said threateningly. Little Tubby let out a cry of alarm and quickly hid in the crowd, no longer daring to venture forth. Li Fei looked at the blushing Wu Cici, thinking that this girl is quite interesting. Looking at the other side of the appearance seems to be a little bit of meaning to Yifeng. Their own as Yifeng's hometown, should help Yifeng to take down the opposite side of this girl, so that in the future there is also someone to take care of Yifeng's not very bright head. I can only say that Li Feiyu overthinks. Yifeng, which is normal, was said by He Li Jun's brain is not normal. In the publicity by Lu Shihuan to add oil and vinegar, Yifeng has become a brain is not normal, lonely and miserable. As a hometown of the same Bashu people, Li Feiyu feels the need to help their hometown some. Hello, my name is Li Fei as Yifeng's colleague. Li Fei extended her hand and introduced herself to Wu Cici. Hello, my name is Wu Cici. Wu Cici said with a red face and shook hands with Li Fei. Got a minute? Let's talk alone. Yes, there is time, Wu Cici said in a low voice. Compared to this woman on the opposite side, her heart was inevitably a bit inferior. The other party was like a swan, while she was like an ugly duckling. Her speaking voice was unconsciously much lower. Li Fei turned her guest and led Wu Cici towards the small amusement park next to the orphanage. Yifeng is a very good man. He has a love that others do not have, and treats people sincerely. Now although living in poverty, but has been relying on their own hands to try to earn money, is a very suitable for marriage to take care of the family good man. But there is a little shortcomings, that is, when he was a child, meningitis burned his brain, resulting in his brain is not quite normal. Just do not know if you cannot accept. Li Feiyu was like a professional matchmaker at this moment. To Wu Cici began to introduce Yifeng's a little bit and shortcomings. Wu Cici listened to the more wrong. What is called Yifeng living in poverty? Last time he also donated 550 to come. This is called living in poverty. That I count what? I can't even count the poor peasants. And the other side of the brain is not normal. Why don't you see it yourself? Could it be that the other party has a crush on Yifeng and is saying all this to get out of the way, so that he won't fight with the other party for Yifeng? That's why he slandered Yifeng so much. At this moment, Wu Sisi obviously thought too much. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for Yifeng. I just want to take care of the children in the orphanage. And I don't have the heart to compete with you for Yifeng, so you don't have to say so many bad things about Yifeng to me, Wu Sisi said with a straight face to Li Fei. What? Li Fei, you had inside a big question mark. This is what the situation. Their own to Yifeng do matchmaking. Say good words. Opposite the girl actually associated to me this. Li Fei cried and laughed. Wu Sisi, you're really overthinking it. I'm not what you think I am. I don't think much. I am using the facts to speak. You say Yifeng is living in poverty, but as far as I know, he lives in Pengchang No. 1. And last time he also donated 5 million to the orphanage. This is what you call poverty. This is called poverty. Then what do we count? Yifeng I also contacted a few times. His head is very normal. On the contrary, he is very smart. You say so much as just let me not to Yifeng hold non-thinking it. Wu Sisi this moment is not an inferiority complex. Bulging his big eyes to Li Fei you said. As for Li Fei, after listening to Wu Sisi's words, her entire body was dumbfounded. What's the situation here? What Lu Shihua said to herself is completely different from what Wu Sisi said, but looking at what Wu Sisi said, it doesn't seem like she is faking. Chapter 37, The Mysterious Yifeng. Wu Sisi, what exactly is Yifeng's situation? Can you tell me about it? Li Fei couldn't figure out Yifeng's current situation and curiously said to Wu Sisi, Yifeng and I met on Changsha Road where the China Bank is, when I was handing out flyers on the street. Wu Sisi turned to Li Fei and started to talk about the process of how she and Yifeng met, as well as the $5 million check Yifeng donated and the incident of the dead man in front of the orphanage. And Li Fei you listened to a blank stare. Looks like they do not understand Yifeng. Just from the mouth of Lu Shihua heard about Yifeng's poor life, and believed that Lu Shihua said that the head is not right. Family members have died. Alone. All these situations are false. After all, Yifeng 5 million said to donate. Do not frown, and in the face of the violent death of a dozen gangsters, actually can still calmly chat with the dean. From this point of view, Yifeng is not at all as simple as it seems on the surface. So that's how you guys met. I apologize for what I just said. I misunderstood Yifeng, Li Fei said to Wu Sisi with an apology. It's fine. Where did you hear the rumor that Yifeng is not right in the head? Wu Sisi then asked curiously. Listening to our company's people. It seems that she also misbelieved her people's words. When Li Fei said this, the beautiful face of Healy Jun floated inside her mind. After all, Lu Shihun and Healy Jun have always been very close. Privately our girlfriends get along. It seems that the relationship between the general manager of their own company, Mr. He, and Yifeng is not ordinary. Oh, Yifeng, this person is quite good, Wu Sisi said and stopped speaking. The two of them just stood awkwardly. Why don't you go wash up first? Li Fei said as she diverged from the topic. After all, both of them were not familiar with each other. The topic all originated from Yifeng. Now that Wu Sisi had made Yifeng's matter clear, the two of them suddenly had nothing to talk about. Well, then I'll go back to the dormitory to wash up first. You go and keep the kids company. Wu Sisi turned around and left after saying that. Not at all used to the atmosphere at this moment, the two of them parted ways, and Li Fei's matchmaking ended without a trace, and she was embarrassed to death inside. Originally intended to go back to continue to teach the children, but the result of the orphanage children's are puffed up looking at themselves. One by one all rose into a bun face. Look a little cute. Kids, why are you all looking at your sister like this? Li Fei said to the children. Sister, are you bullying Sister CC? If you bully Sister CC, we won't even play with you anymore. Huan, who had a goat-tailed braid, puffed up and said to Li Fei, no, I just chatted with your CC sister, saying that sister is not your brother Yifeng's girlfriend, Li Fei said with a bit of amusement. These kids think too much. Hearing Li Fei's explanation, the children's puffed up bun faces disappeared and returned to their previous milky, well-behaved appearance. Your sister CC is so nice. No one will bully her. Go Sister Fei take you to eat fruit, Li Fei said following these children's minds. At once a cheering sound, one after Li Fei, ready to go to get snacks and fruits, and after brushing the dishes and Dean Wu chatting with Yifeng also walked out, to join the happy crowd. During the washing up Wu Sisi also came out. A group of adults with children sitting in a circle, eating fruits, telling stories, have been playing until 9 o'clock in the evening before leaving. Before saying goodbye, Wu Sisi stood at the entrance of the orphanage to send this Yifeng off. Yifeng, thank you. It made the kids happy all night. It's fine. You also go back to rest early. I'll come to see the kids often in the future. Yifeng started to say, I also love children, and I can let go of all the troubles in my heart here. Then we'll go back. Miss CC, you also have an early rest. Li Fei standing at the side also said, then greeted Yifeng to go away. Li Feiyu now wanted to have a good chat with Yi Feng. This old township of his own was not simple. Well, see you next time. Wu Cece finished her speech and watched Yi Feng and the two of them get into a Mercedes-Benz before closing the door of the orphanage. I don't know what's going on, but Wu Cece felt that her heart was very blocked right now. It was very hard to bear. Wu Cece, you have to be strong. After cheering herself up a bit, Wu Cece gathered herself up and headed back. And when she was at the small playground, she saw Dean was sitting alone in a chair smiling at her. Mama Wu, it's so late. Why aren't you resting? Wu Cece asked curiously. And Wu Mother is kindly looking at Wu Cece. A long time said, Cece, you also grew up. Wu Mother has not talked to you for a long time. This time is specially here to wait for you. Wu Mother would like to say to you, if you like it, go to fight for it. Nowadays the society is supposed to be a free love. Don't think too much. And besides, Xiaoya is really a good person. I believe that he will treat you well in the future. Mama Wu, what are you talking about? I'm not. Wu Cece said with embarrassment. Wu Mother still do not understand you. We have been together for more than 20 years. You are like my daughter. What you think in your heart I know exactly. Now you are grown up. There is a favorite boy, what is there to be ashamed of? But I'm not sure myself if I like Yi Feng. Wu Cece was like a young girl in spring at this time, ignorant of the things between male and female feelings. Oh, tell it to Mother Wu, Dean Wu said as she patted the empty seat in her chair. Wu Cece, red-faced, sat next to Dean Wu and began to whisper, and left Li Feiyu driving the car, from time to time to look at Yi Feng. Ordinary appearance, but gleaming eyes, extra attention. Before Li Feiyu has not found Yi Feng's eyes so godly, so good-looking, like the sky's most dazzling stars. Li Fei organized her language and opened her mouth to ask, Yi Feng, I heard Miss Cece say that last time you donated 5 million to the orphanage. Is this true? Oh, this is true. Yi Feng was still relatively at ease with Li Fei, the old township, and answered any questions. Geez, so much money. You just donated when you say so. Doesn't it hurt at all? I can't tell you're still a hidden tycoon, Li Fei said to Yi Feng in a snickering tone. Yi Feng heard Li Feiyu's word rich. His heart sank, and immediately rang the beautiful hateful face of Healy Jun. Now he has become a negative. As long as he dares to go, he will immediately be carrying $30 billion in default. I don't know how long it will take to return to Qingfeng Yuan. I'm not a rich man. I earned that money. Besides, the small amount of money doesn't do much for me, Yi Feng honestly said. $5 million compared to $30 billion is not much use. Chapter 38, The Little Knife Thrower. Yi Feng this word out. Li Fei language feel a thick air of landlord came. 5 million are small money. That what is big money? Their own struggle in Pengcheng almost 10 years, and now also the house is rented. The car is mortgaged, and every month to their boyfriend studying abroad to play the money. And know the role of the 5 million is how big. If you have 5 million iron will not want to Yi Feng so lightly on the donation to the orphanage. And Li Fei language to Yi Feng said that the 5 million is earned very curious to do what business can earn at once. Orphanage. And Li Fei language to Yi Feng said that the 5 million is earned very curious. Do what business can once earn 5 million. Yi Feng, what exactly do you do to make $5 million at a time? Some money can be made, some money can't be made. I believe you understand what I'm saying. I won't do anything illegal. This money was earned from the last time I set up a stall in Temple Street. Yi Feng said seriously to show that he would not do anything illegal and disorderly. Keeping the righteous and secluded was Yi Feng's iron law. Temple Street, a stall? What do you mean? Li Feiyu asked a little bit of good temper. Are almost by Yi Feng confused. This how to properly again pull on the Temple Street stalls. I am a Taoist priest. Isn't it normal to set up a stall to tell fortunes? Yi Feng confessed to this old hometown of his that he was a Taoist priest by nature. Ha ha, Yi Feng, you really can pull. How to pull on the Taoist priest again? According to your meaning, just give someone else fortune telling, point out the future. So someone else gave you $5 million of reward. Is that what you mean? Li Feiyu said in a bad mood. If not in Wu Cece where to learn that Yi Feng is not a psychopath. She now think Yi Feng had a little problem. The words before the words after the words. Feel like is fooling themselves. But look at Yi Feng's eyes. And does not seem to be fooling themselves. Yeah, that's how the incident happened. I still remember the other party's name. Called De Wine Gue. Because of his blabbering he brought himself a big trouble that almost killed him. Yi Feng said to Li Fei in surprise. The other party actually guessed the real truth of the matter. Could Yi Feng not be surprised? Saying that you're so powerful. Then do the math for me. Li Fei said with extreme breathlessness. Okay, what do you want to count? Yi Feng immediately agreed, stating that he would leak a hand in front of his hometown. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Fei thought of her boyfriend on the other side of the Atlantic and said with a bit of uncertainty, then count my feelings. Yi Feng stared at Li Feiyu's sexy face for a while, then withdrew his gaze and said, I finished reading. Li Minister, your relationship is full of ups and downs, destined to foot blue hit water a blank. The husband and wife palace has been shifted for a long time, indicating that you will not get married in these few years, and the relationship line is two then opposites apart, indicating that you have been separated for a long time, and has the posture of the male on the female off, indicating that you are at an absolute disadvantage in this relationship. The other party is a very strong person. In the look at your food palace, gray and sinking, which is the performance of not being able to keep your wealth. Every month you have to lose a large amount of money and wealth, but your peach blossom luck is quite prosperous. Yi Feng's words can be said to hit the soft underbelly of Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu University period dating a boyfriend, is a very good boy, relying on excellent grades to go to the free country miles away to study, but because of the family's poverty, the family cannot provide too much help. Their own from the entry into the work of their boyfriends began to hit the money every month, lasted for almost 10 years of time, with their income more and more, their boyfriend's appetite is also more and more big, from the previous several hundred per month to now several tens of thousands per month. Their own pressure is also more and more. The boyfriend's appetite is also getting bigger and bigger, from a few hundred per month before to tens of thousands of dollars per month now. Their own pressure is also getting bigger and bigger. Last month, he actually asked himself to prepare $100,000 for him to do graphite research experiments. That was the first time he refused his request. The other party immediately hung up the phone, and has not contacted him. Li Feiyu was Yi Feng so say, heart blocking this panic. Their own 10 years since the pay in the end is for what? Each time the other party returned to the country in a hurry. They cannot see two faces on the go. From the last meeting has been 3 years, and every time to call their own open mouth said money. Usually do not care about themselves. Minister Li, what's wrong with you? Yi Feng asked as he looked at the frozen Li Fei. Nothing, it's just that my heart is clogged and hard to bear. I don't know if it's worth it to pay, Li Fei said as she wiped her eyes. It's definitely not worth it. Every month you've been leaking money for at least 10 years. I'd say, if it was worth it, you wouldn't have been leaking money for so long. Yi Feng once again stuck a knife into Li Fei's heart. Okay, don't talk about me. I can't imagine Yi Feng you still have this ability. Now I more or less believe that you are a Taoist priest. The calculation is quite accurate. Talk about you. How did you come to Li Jun to work? You are a Taoist priest should not stay inside the Taoist temple? Li Feiyu asked, digressing from the topic. Now Li Feiyu was full of thoughts about how she should deal with her relationship with her boyfriend. Completely did not think about why Yi Feng would be so accurate, without a little bit of scientific basis to put their own experience roughly set out. She had never told anyone that she had a boyfriend. Yi Feng heard the words of Li Fei language. Do not know how to pick up. Does it mean that he came down the mountain to withdraw from the marriage? The result of the marriage did not retreat into, fell into the He Li Jun's when signed a high $300 million of liquidated damages of the contract. They do not have so much money to compensate for can only obediently listen to the words of the He Li Jun to come to work. So, inconvenient to say? Is it related to He Li Jun? Li Feiyu said speculatively, can only say that the woman in addition to their own emotional matters sometimes will be slow, but in other aspects but seems very shrewd. A moment on the association of He Li Jun. After all, only He Li Jun can casually arrange for people to work in their own company. How do you know? Could it be that you also know how to read faces? It's impossible. My face has been covered by heavenly chances. Even my master can't calculate it. Yi Feng said with great astonishment. Li Fei looked at the startled Yi Feng, and was speechless in her heart. I will look at the face of the fart, but anyone with a little bit of brain will associate it with He Li Jun when they know what you are doing. After all, I'm not a fool. A little thought and I know it's related to He Li Jun. Li Fei said breathlessly. Oh, so this is so. This can be guessed. Scared me. Yi Feng put down his pinching fingers and said, he thought that this plain old township could actually cross the heavenly chances to cover up and calculate his own origin, but it turned out to be that he had overthought it. Forget it, don't want to ask. I'll take you home. It's Pengchang no. One right, Li Fei asked with her mouth, but directly drove the car towards Pengchang no. One. Well, it's living in Pengchang no. One. My relationship with He Li Jun stops complicated. I'll explain it clearly to you later when I have a chance. Yi Feng didn't know how to explain his relationship with He Li Jun. After all, He Li Jun had said that he couldn't say anything about the two getting married. Chapter 39, Yi Feng I need an explanation. Okay, when you want to talk about it later, you can tell me. I'm a little messed up in the head tonight. I'll be home in a while and I need to calm down and think about how to handle this. Well, Minister Li, when it's time to make a decision, or it will be too late to regret later, Yi Feng once again said as he stuck his knife in the side. Alright, let's talk about something else. Yi Feng, tell me something about your childhood. It's best if it's something you were very happy and joyful about when you were a kid. Li Feiyu looked at her old hometown who was trying to stick a knife into her, and inwardly she looked speechless, preparing to ask Yi Feng about the embarrassing things he did when he was a child to cheer himself up. When I was a child, I always practiced with my master. Yifeng began to talk about his boring life as a child, basically practicing and memorizing the Taoist scriptures to fix things, and Li Fei listened breathlessly. When Yifeng was ready to talk about what happened when he was 7 years old when he met the Mountain King, Li Fei opened her mouth and said, "Here it is. Yifeng is a bit tired of chatting with you, yo. I mind if you go home and surf the internet to see more about how to chat with girls, or you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future." Yifeng was a little confused by this sudden shift in Li Fei's thinking. "Wasn't it you who told me to talk about my childhood? How come you're saying you're a little tired now?" Sure enough, women are really strange creatures. Li Fei looked at Yifeng's somewhat confused appearance, gave a giggle and smiled sweetly. "I'm just teasing you. Quickly go home. Thank you for staying with me tonight. Oh, you go back early too. Minister Li, see you tomorrow." Yifeng got off the bus after saying that. "Well, see you tomorrow. From now on you can call me Sister Fei Fei. Don't keep calling Minister Li Minister Li. It looks strange." Li Fei pressed down the car window and said to Yifeng, then drove away, ready to go home and have a good chat with her boyfriend. Yifeng indicated that he received it, and after watching Li Fei leave, he started to go home. Opening the door, Yifeng saw his nominal wife He Li Jun sitting on the sofa applying a mask. "They're all gone?" Yifeng asked as he looked at the empty house. "Well, my parents will go to Yancheng. After all, the company's affairs still need them to manage. Do you think all like you so idle, on a half can get out of the fights and brawls? Fortunately, Hu Jun did not pursue your responsibility, said that he was a fall, or else Yifeng you committed the crime of intentionally injuring people, have long gone to the bureau to squat inside," He Li Jun said icily. He Li Jun reminds Yifeng in this statement. "Yes, what is the point of moving with the other party? If the police caught the evidence, they would not go to jail." This and the master taught not to leave evidence of everything, completely contrary to the way. It seems that he was He Li Jun angry in the past few days, affecting his thinking judgment. In the future cannot make such impulsive things. "Well, I know, then I'll go back to rest." Yifeng, who had a quick self-review, finished speaking to He Li Jun and prepared to go back to his room to cultivate and do his evening classes. He had delayed a little bit of time by going to the orphanage today. One has to make up for it as soon as possible. "Yifeng, you just went back to your room to rest? You left me alone after work, and stayed out at night, coming home so late. I am your nominal wife after all. Have you ever put me in your eyes? Don't you need to give me an explanation?" He Li Jun put on this pale white mask and sat up straight, just like a stern ghost. Her tone was ice cold as she said to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at He Li Jun this way. One-handed pinch fingers almost hit a demon-subduing incantation out. Too oozing. Fortunately, even though it stopped his restless palms, otherwise again do not know how horrible to carry the arrears. "I'm off work, and my co-workers are ready to go out for dinner, and on the way, I'll send the snacks I received at noon to the orphanage for the kids." Yifeng was like a specialty rakier of Bashu at this time, and gave an honest explanation to He Li Jun. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, He Li Jun laid down again. "Oh, I can't imagine that Yifeng you were so popular. The first time you went to work you gained so many little fans. Actually so many people send you food. Say it, who did you go out to eat with?" He Li Jun said in a slightly slower tone. "It was a dinner out with Minister Li. She said she wanted to thank me for something. This matter is also known to Minister Lu." Yi, the expert who suffered from He Li Jun's female authority, honestly explained to. "Oh, so it's like this. I thought Yifeng you went on a date with a pretty female colleague on your first day at work, completely being put in my eyes as the father of the first party. In the future remember to call me to talk about anything. After all, you're now my employed staff. And the matter of dating a female colleague, in case my grandpa's eyes see it, and it spreads to my grandpa's ears, the two of us will be finished. Be careful in the future. I'm going back to my room to rest." After He Li Jun finished speaking, she got up and walked towards her room. Yifeng looked at He Li Jun's back speechlessly, thinking that after all is said and done, "You are still afraid of being discovered by your grandfather that we are a fake couple, and I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. It's not like I took the initiative to say it if I was found out." Yifeng's eyes lit up when he thought this way, as if he immediately opened the door to a new world. "Right, I can let Grandpa he find out by himself, and then I can go back to Bashu to cultivate, and I don't have to pay the $30 billion in damages. It's the best of both worlds. I can ask Wu Sisi or Sister Fifi for help with this." "Yifeng, I know what's going on inside your head. I advise you to put away those thoughts that you shouldn't be thinking, otherwise you will be miserable. If you can think of a problem, I've already thought of it. Don't forget that the contract marriage license is in my hands." He Li Jun stood in the corridor and said with her back to Yifeng. The voice was like a snowflake in a cold winter month, instantly interrupting Yifeng's inner fiery thoughts. "I know, I didn't mess around," Yi the expert said with a bit of emptiness inside. "Humph, good to know. Tonight you sleep in your own room," He Li Jun said and went into her room. Yi Feng mouthed Ching Xin Sutra to pacify his grumpy heart. Calm down, be calm. He Li Jun is a woman of the district. Why bother to be general with her? And since the Yi family era is friendly with his own master, he can't get the other side himself. For a long time, Yi Feng calmed himself. Just now that moment Yi Feng almost broke the defense, ready to give He Li Jun a little spell. Let her know that the pot of iron, Yi Feng, is not to be messed with. Finally still hold back. After all, scrupulously abide by the rules of the door. Yi Feng is not going to innocent women and children shot. Otherwise, in the future, there is no face to face the master and the generations of ancestors of Qingfeng AI. If this goes on for a long time, He Li Jun is going to become my heart's demon. It seems that this is the worldly experience that master said. My mind cultivation is not enough. Then take He Li Jun as a whetstone to create my realm of goodness as water and any square circle. Yi Feng finished speaking with firm eyes and walked towards his room. Chapter 40, Li Fei, who was advised to break up. Yi Feng returned to his room with a firm heart and started his previous evening class practice, while Li Fei, who was driving home, was filled with what Yi Feng had said. Fei Li poured a glass of red wine and lay on the bed in her sexy nightgown of silk, taking a sip from time to time. Hey, Li Fei, you are not small anymore. Some things must be said clearly. After all, you are 32, pay enough for him, it's time to have a result. Li Fei, the more you think of the more aggrieved in your heart. Yourself this 10 years to pay in the end is for what? That illusory love? Drinking the red wine in her glass in one gulp, Li Fei made up her mind to take out her cell phone and dialed out a familiar yet seemingly unfamiliar phone number. Fifi, it took you so long to call me. Did you get the money together? The man's voice carried a hint of surprise. Oh, a month without contact. The opening is money. The other hearts still have their girlfriend. Money. I didn't get it together. Zhao Jia called you today because he wanted to say something to you, Li Fei said with determination. What is it? Is it about the $100,000? You know that this $100,000 is related to the development of my future life. Graphene experiment once made a huge breakthrough. We will be effective for a lifetime of endless huge wealth. You will not have to work outside the face of the work. Fifi, you must find a way to get together this $100,000. Zhao Jia eagerly said. With the beautiful language to Li Fei painted a big cake. He too understand Li Fei. So many years since he, as long as the other party to open their mouths will surely find a way to help him solve the problem. Zhao Jia, let's separate. I've had enough of this life. Every time you open your mouth I know what you're going to say. Basically it's all about money. Money, money. Have you ever cared about me? Have you ever asked me about my life? Do you know how much pressure I'm under at work? I'm a woman too. I need to rely on someone. And you? What have you done to me for so long? I've had enough of this kind of life. From now on we're strangers. You're on your own and live a good life. Li Fei said, more and more aggrieved, remembering that she has been paying for this close to 10 years. In exchange for this kind of result, tears flowed down in big drops. Her face was covered with tears. The usual sexy and beautiful person was now fragile like a wisteria flower. Zhao Jia heard Li Fei's words, nearly kicked the big ocean horse sleeping beside himself off the bed. He can live so dashingly in the free country, all thanks to the other party's financial support. Or else he would really be like those old folks who work and study hard, living in the 3-room apartment packed with a dozen or so people, buying anything to be carefully planned in general, living a life of satiation and starvation, and being despised by those crooked people, which is something Zhao Jia won't allow. Fifi, admit that I haven't cared about you lately. I haven't taken care of your emotions, but I'm also fighting for our future. I'm busy until 3 in the morning every day. I get up at 6 to continue to be busy, and I just rest for 3 hours every day, just for the sake of learning something, and then returning to my country to give you a happy life. So don't say such angry words, okay? Believe me, I love you. Zhao Jia comforted Li Fei. Hearing Zhao Jia's comfort, Li Fei lin mess like a hemp. It is not easy to make up the determination and began to sway together. Zhao Jia, in case what he said is true, mumble. Then I am not hurt him, failed him a piece of love. But Yi Feng said words, just like the spell, dead engraved in their own minds. They are really a basket case. Zhao Jia, I hope you don't lie to me, or else we're really finished. Li Fei said with a sobbing voice. Fifi, I do love you. I will marry you in the future, and we will have many, many children in the future. Zhao Jia continued to play the blank check, wanting to stabilize Li Fei and talk about the money later. Zhao Jia, who continued to speak sweet words throughout, saw the video chat application on the phone interface, and suddenly his entire scalp went numb, preparing to pull out his legs and run to the toilet. Answer it, Jay Zhao. Show me what you're really doing. Let me see is not love me like you said. Li Fei's icy tone rang from inside the phone. Zhao Jia didn't dare to answer. Now he just wanted to run to a secluded place and pick up Li Fei's video again. After all, he was still living inside the specialty hotel, There were too many unseen things inside that he couldn't let Li Feiyu see. Fifi, my classmate is next to me. I'll go to a quieter place to pick up first. Zhao Jie had a stroke of panic in his heart, but his tone was as steady as an old dog. Zhao Jie, how long are you going to lie to me? It's supposed to be 11 in the morning in the free country. You should still be in class. And you call me sometimes? Do you dare to ask your coworkers to come out and talk to me now? We've been dating for 10 years. Don't say your classmates don't know I exist. Do you need to avoid your classmates to pick up my video? Li Feiyu was like Conan possessed at this moment. The inside of her brain instantly analyzed Zhao Jie's language loopholes and calmly said a line of words that made Zhao Jie's scalp numb. No, Fifi, let me explain. Zhao Jie continued to say in a sly manner. Okay, call your classmates out and I'll believe you. Didn't you say that you love me very much? Since you claim to love me, then your classmate must know of my existence. Tell your classmate to come out and answer the phone immediately. The words of Li Fei language let Zhao Jie cannot answer. Now he is and his new girlfriend of the big horse in the outside of the high. Now go to find the ghost of the students to help. I thought that Li Fei language call is to tell their own to raise enough money. Did not expect the other side is actually to check the post. If I had known that today will not pick up the phone. Fifi, could it be that you don't believe in me? Don't believe in our relationship since these 10 years? Zhao Jie's words turned and said in a solemn tone, intending to take out his previous tried and true tactics to threaten Li Feiyu. After all, Li Feiyu used to have a perfect ending to the relationship she always wanted to know about, so she tended to take the feelings between the two herself, and Li Feiyu's attitude would immediately soften. Oh, soft cannot, intends to come hard. Zhao Jieyu or the same old. Between the two of us in the end is who is sorry for each other. Each other's heart should be clear. Today to make things clear, after we are strangers, and this 10 years I funded your money, you must pay me back in the future. Every transfer record I have. You this is not to renege. Li Fei language tone ice cold said. Would have been smart she? From Zhao Jie's only words guessed the thing probably. Really was Yi Feng said. In the end is a basket of water. Chapter 41, Tonight I, Lao Wang, will fight 10 times. Li Feiyu finished said shut off the phone, numbed the other party to pull black. Lying on the bed and sobbed in a low voice. How they used to be so stupid. Zhao Jie said what they believe what? Every time you call yourself, or video, the other background will always be a dilapidated rental house scene. They did not find, but also a strong heartache him, told him not to be too frugal, treat yourself badly, simply stupid to home. Now he thought back carefully, the background of the rental house basically has not changed. Every time it is the same, he is too stupid, deserved to be cheated. If not for hearing Yi Feng's words today and suddenly calling to check each other's posts, he would still be Zhao Jie continue to be buried in the drum, and in miles away Zhao Jie confused look at has hung up the phone. The heart has 10,000 grass mud horse ran through. The other side actually dare to hang up their own phone, but also called their own money. They have money also asked you to ask for a gross living expenses. Zhao Jie 10 years ago, with after all, there is a result of the school exchange student, came to the free country to study. At first Zhao Jie also think, rely on their own clever mind. In the free country over may not be a road. The way out, began to study hard road, but with the passage of time, Zhao Jie not face the social beatings. No matter what to do in the free country need money, plus the school inside the convergence of geniuses from all over the world. His own results in the school inside the wave cannot splash up, not to mention and all kinds of fierce people to compete for teaching awards and other dream things. Can only pay attention to Li Feiyu, take Li Feiyu's money in the free country to live a mediocre school life, and then with Li Feiyu promotion and salary increase, Zhao Jie's days are getting better and better. But also more like the free country of this materialistic country, because in this country, the free money, anything can be done. Face pale Zhao Jie, wearing a flower pants stood in the corridor of the hotel. One began to call back Li Feiyu's phone. Get always cold, the phone you dialed, is on the phone, please later in dialing. Shat, Li Feiyu you damn woman, actually so heartless, 10 years of relationship said break, not a little chance to explain to me, I have to go back to the country a trip. She is not saying that I don't care about her. I go back to her to propose to her. I believe that with our 10 years of relationship, she should say yes to me. Zhao Jie cursed and started booking air tickets online, intending to go back to China to retain the money tree that is Li Feiyu. There are people in this world who are sad and there are people who are happy. Li Dague is very happy tonight, in the private beach of his family's sea view villa, accompanied by a group of beautiful girls with dreams, eating barbecue and drinking beer. The mood is gorgeous, since the family is finally good, turned back to men. Tonight is the moment to reorganize the man's masculinity. Wang Dague said tonight he wants to fight 10. Less than 10 cannot prove their own iron blood true man. Wang Dague, who was surrounded by a group of girls, saw his beloved General Lao Lu walking towards him in a windy manner, shook his hand and roared loudly, Lao Lu, back, come along. The voice was loud and exuberant, just like an exuberant orangutan. Ever since he recovered, Wang Dagui had fallen in love with this way of speaking, which could show his macho demeanor. Old Lu saw his boss from a long way away, like a green leaf with a lot of flowers, surrounded by women. The heart is speechless. Their boss is just good. This has begun to make gas demon to come. Old Lu took a skewer of grilled lobster and whispered to Wang Dagui, "Boss, it checks out. Let's take a walk on the beach." When Wang Dagui heard Old Lu's words, he laboriously walked out from inside the pile of women. "Your brother Wang has gone to be busy. Be good and wait for brother Wang." Wang Dagui carried the beer and said happily. After saying that, he led Old Lu towards the beach next to him. "Boss, things have been investigated clearly. The high man named Ji Feng is Bashu people, at first appeared to be in Yangchang, and then do not know what reason came to Pengchang. I dragged my old comrades to investigate. It is said that Ji Feng to the city of Yangchang is married to a woman called He Lijun, and then followed He Lijun came to the city of Yangchang, and now Yi Feng and his own wife live in Pengchang No. 1. The home address are investigate clearly." Old Lu finished biting a mouthful of grilled lobster. "Only from today learned the name of the high man. The investigation is convenient. After all, now are the internet era. As long as you know a person's name, immediately can be investigated. Not to mention or their old comrade in arms, but the more horrible thing, can only investigate to Yi Feng's travel records. The rest of all the information is a blank, as if it was deliberately erased. He Lijun? Why does this woman's name sound familiar?" Wang Dagui said with a frown. He Lijun, born in 1990, 27/8 today, is the president of Lijun Pharmaceuticals. Her parents are the chairman of Changsheng Pharmaceuticals, and her grandfather, He Tiansheng, is the leading boss of Changsheng Pharmaceuticals. The entire Changsheng Pharmaceutical is under the leadership of He Tiansheng to occupy the entire pharmaceutical industry in South China, a giant group with a market capitalization of close to $100 billion. Old Lu told all about He Lijun's family. "When you said that, Old Lu, I remembered. The He family is considered to have accumulated 8 lifetimes of virtue, to be able to marry He Lijun to Yi Feng. This high man, the hateful thing is that I, Wang Dagui, don't have a son and a half a daughter, or else I would have long pushed my daughter to get on." Wang Dagui said indignantly. There was a little bit of acid in his language. "Well, boss, you're right. The Yi family is also considered to be high on Yi Feng's list," Old Lu said with approval. In the heart of a person like Yi Feng, any more wealth was useless. After all, the other party was a man who had mastered the power of gods and ghosts. "Since we know Yi Feng's organization, we'll go to the door to pay a visit. You remember to prepare a generous gift. Remember to make it grand. Don't lose my old Wang's face," Wang Dagui said seriously. "Okay, but boss, didn't the higher power advise you? If you want to have offspring, you must exercise moderation. I see that you look like tonight. Are you ready to go on a killing spree?" Old Lu said leisurely. Wang Dagui was a bit confused when he heard Old Lu's words. Did higher power Yi ever say that? Didn't he tell himself to do more good deeds and accumulate blessings to have a chance to have offspring? Did he hear it wrong? "This is what Yi Gaoren said to me when you were unconscious. Told me to pass it on to you," Old Lu said against his will. His own this is also considered a good intention lie. After all, the old king is already old and young, and then so nonsense down sooner or later will be their whole scrapped. At that time is to do more good deeds are useless. After all, at that time, the old king's gun has already been scrapped, cannot be on their own. Then he will be at a disadvantage. Chapter 42, Girls Who Fight for Their Dreams. Wang Dagui heard the words of the Old Lu suddenly tangled up. Eyebrows wrinkled can clip dead dozens of flies. Tonight they have been armed and ready to open the killing ring. Did not expect to come to this. This is not a spoiler. Okay, the words of the high people cannot be ignored. For the sake of my Wang family's future generations, I Wang Dagui today can only endure the pain to Subei. Lao Lu you wait to send these people away. Remember to give each person a sum of hard work fee, or else spread out to affect my Wang Dagui's reputation. Wang Dagui turned his head after saying that, forcing himself not to look at these girls with dreams in their hearts. Lao Lu knows his boss too well, the most care about their own reputation, and is very sensitive to this aspect of the man, for fear that others say no, before being under the compulsion. He is the heart again hate the girl, and then cannot, have to pretend that they are good, is to spend money to invite people to act this kind of stupid thing, but also do it as it should be. Alright, you can rest assured that I'll do my job, so go home now, boss. I'll help get rid of the rest of the girls, Old Lu said without caring. Well, Lao Lu our brother and sister's feelings I will not say more, are sent away peacefully. Steal food this kind of unrighteous thing you must not do. Wang Dagua stepped 3 back said. This can see but cannot eat the situation or the first time to meet. Let Wang Dagua embarrassed her fast with the toes to the beach out of the 3 rooms and 1 hall. Alright, nonsense is being talked more. To go just go. I anyway do not stop you. You look after yourself. Old Lu Knucklehead said. Go, this way. Wang Dagui ran towards his villa with great strides. Looking at the curious gazes of those young ladies, the sadness in his heart was going against the tide. Seeing that Wang Dagui was far away, Lao Lu finished the Australian lobster he was holding in a few bites and turned toward the ladies. The young ladies looked at Wang Dagui. This big fish suddenly ran away. The heart is a little stirred, but did not show it. After all, can see Wang Dagui's beach party woman. There is no one oil lamp, said the green tea bimbo. Our lifted green tea bimbo. Beautiful ladies, our Mr. Wang suddenly has something important to deal with. Tonight's party will be cancelled. Later on, pick up some small gifts from me and go home early to rest. Old Lu clapped his hands and said to the group of girls with dreams in their hearts. Old Lu's words are no less than thunderbolts from a clear sky. What is this? Most of these girls have intend to come to a hostage to the emperor, ready to conceive Wang Dagui's child. Most of the ovulation injections have been played, just waiting for Wang Dagui to raise the gun on the horse, across the sands, and now Lao Lu said to break up. This is not destroying the dreams of these girls, in the fight against the group of girls, which will make the group of girls lose their dreams, turn into salted fish, and finally look for an honest man to do it. How long will Mr. Wang be busy? We can wait. Yes, I can make soup. When Mr. Wang is done later, I can make soup for him. Making soup is nothing. I can massage, guaranteed to make Mr. Wang comfortable. Joke, what's a soup and massage? That's all the maid does. I can do a zigzag, I can do the splits. Good guy. Lao Lu a sentence down. This group of girls began to involution up, like 100 ducks in Lao Lu's ear quacking noise. Old Lu big voice, just like a tweeter roared, are quiet. Wang has several 100 million contracts to talk tonight, cannot find the time to accompany you? In order to express Wang's apologies to you, before leaving specially asked me to give each of you to send 100,000 yuan apology gold, and so Wang is busy after this period of time, and will definitely also return to find you. The old Lu this out, dressed in the flowers of the girls are not in the scolding street, one by one are restored to the beginning of the lady's appearance, have said that Mr. Wang business is important, after all, it is a few 100 million contracts, have expressed understanding, after all, men have to be busy with the business well. As for the 100,000 yuan of apology money, then forget it, after all, they are mature and stable girls, know how to take care of men's emotions. Old Lu looked at this group of good kids who all wanted to be Mrs. Wang and was speechless. I appreciate your good intentions on behalf of my boss. I only blame my boss for not being able to make your dreams come true. You can only go and find a man who can carry your dreams. In the old Lu's wave goodbye, the group of girls one by one left Wang Dagui's private beach. No one wants the old Lu that 100,000 yuan of apology money, after all, are running to the old Wang's family property. Cannot be for the sake of this 100,000 yuan on the release of the greater fruit. Really tired. The boss really does not let people worry. Old Lu sighed a little, turned around and went back to his room. Tomorrow he still has to visit Yi Feng on his doorstep. This matter must not be sloppy. After all, the He family is a big family. The gift can't be light. Yi Feng did not know that he had been missed by Wang Dagui, not to mention that because of his words, Li Fei went home and broke up with her boyfriend who had been talking about her for 10 years, and after doing the evening class, she began to meditate and practice air to strengthen her body. With the arrival of dawn, Yi Feng collected his gong and began to do his morning lessons, and changed to start waiting for He Lijun to go out to work with him. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yi Feng knew that He Lijun was ready to go out, and he himself looked at the door and walked out. Yi Feng, you actually don't even know to make some breakfast for your own wife to eat. Take your own wife to be hungry. Can really have you. He Lijun said with a face full of disgust when she saw Yi Feng. Yi Feng said that he did not hear. Do not listen to the king of the chanting. As long as the direct customer service He Lijun this heart demon, he got the state of mind cultivation can be a higher level. So no matter what He Lijun said, Yi Feng said I don't know. I'm not clear. I don't understand. Take you as a millstone on the line. Come on. You're not expected to cook. Let's go. Go to work. He Lijun finished reading and took Yi Feng out. When he was in the underground parking lot, he met Wu Qianqian, who was a narrow enemy. The two of them could be called enemies. Is ready to get on the car. Wu Qianqian, looking at the two Yi Feng, immediately not on the car. WeChat said to Yi Feng, Hi, Yi Feng, we meet again. I gave you a gift. You handed over to Lijun? Lijun are sisters of several years. The gift I sent is still satisfied? If you are not satisfied, you give me a word. I will give you another change. By the way, because when I sent the gift, I didn't ask you what flavor you like. It's simply a sin. I'll definitely double it for you some other day. Yi Feng was dumbfounded listening to what Wu Qianqian said. This gift is still divided into what flavor? Could it be that Wu Qianqian sent fruits? But the gift box is so light, not at all like loaded fruits. Hello Wu Qianqian, are you also going to work? Yi Feng warmly greeted Wu Qianqian, completely not seeing a face of iron on his side. He Li Jun. Chapter 43, Li Qingsong worships his master. Wu Qianqian looked at Yi Feng's honest appearance, and in her heart, she was practically laughing out loud at the pigs. Oh, thanks for the gift. I'm very satisfied. I didn't realize that Wu Qianqian you have such a rich experience. It can be said that it is a battle-hardened female warrior. You continue to work hard. Maybe you can even break the Guinness record. He Li Jun smilingly pulled Yi Feng behind her and said to Wu Qianqian, no matter how battle-hardened I am, I can't compare to you. He Li Jun, who is so capable of pretending. Women pretending to be a young girl, white lotus flower, Wu Qianqian said without being a wimp at all. In her heart, she was very happy, and He Li Jun fought for so many years, and today was the first time she had the upper hand. Oh, Yi Feng, let's go. He Li Jun laughed, holding Yi Feng's hand toward his car, a model couple lovey-dovey look. Yi Feng would have liked to say goodbye to Wu Qianqian, but He Li Jun pinched Yi Feng's arm, a look of gnashing teeth. Pretend. I'll see how long you can pretend. Wu Qianqian saw that He Li Jun didn't take the move. This sharp punch of his own was like hitting on cotton, and his heart was suffocating. Huffing and puffing, she turned around and got into the car and left. Yi Feng, after a while you go to take a driving school, or you take the bus to work by yourself. After getting on the bus, He Li Jun voice coldly said to Yi Feng, did not expect today will be Wu Qianqian this defeated back to kill, simply affect their mood, and the person who caused such a result is sitting in the co-pilot of the Yi Feng. Their own Yi Feng come to anger. Yi Feng looked at He Li Jun in a daze. What was wrong with the other party this morning? Did she take gunpowder? A look of fire. I did not provoke you. Yi Feng closed his mouth and didn't say a word, looking out of the car in his old mind. When He Li Jun looked at Yi Feng's appearance, her heart became even more angry. If not for the fact that she was driving, she would have wanted to fly up and kick Yi Feng. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? I hear you. I'll go home by myself after work, Yi Feng calmly said. He now memorized the route before saying anything, lest he couldn't find the company himself afterward. Then the two no longer came to the parking lot. The two walked towards the company one after the other. Because of the time to come earlier, the company inside the quiet, out of the cleaning ants, there are only two people left. Yi Feng, and He Li Jun walked into the company straight to his office, while Yi Feng is sitting in his original position. 8 o'clock just passed. The company inside the people come to work one after another. The first to come to the front desk of Tanjing, but also brought 2 crab buns to eat. As close to 9 o'clock, to the colleagues are also more and more, of which there are several good-hearted female colleagues also brought breakfast to Yi Feng, which makes sitting in the president's office of the heart of the He Li Jun more angry. The old lady this morning did not eat anything, gas or full of gas, did not think that Yi Feng has to send the door. I didn't think that Yi Feng would have a breakfast to eat. The heart that suffocates must find a way to clean up Yi Feng. I must find a way to clean up Yi Feng to give myself out of anger, and eat breakfast. Drink soybean milk. Yi Feng do not know how much gas. He Li Jun. Now the heart of the beautiful and passing colleagues. Greetings, this atmosphere is really good. And Li Qingsong pinched the point to bring his own worship gift to work. Looking at Yi Feng in the doorway was like looking at a god. Yi Feng, I want to discuss something with you. Li Qingsong walked to Yi Feng's side and said in a sincere tone. What is it? Yi Feng said as he took a bite of the bun. I want to worship you as my master. Li Qingsong finished speaking, bending down to respectfully hand over his master worship. What? I don't accept disciples. To become our Qing Feng Guan's disciple, you must go through the examination of the state of mind in order to enter the door. Besides, you are so old. In time you can pass the examination to worship the door wall, but the learning is limited. Yi Feng said with a big shock. I can't imagine that the mediocre-looking Li Qingsong actually wanted to worship himself as a teacher. This is too much bull. Could it be that the other party has seen me strike? So now it's coming to the door. Li Qingsong listened to Yi Feng's self-talk. I worship the master to get girls. How and what Qing Feng Guan involved? Thinking about the rumors about Yi Feng in the company, Li Qingsong thought that Yi Feng might be sick and didn't know what he was imagining. No, Yi Feng, I want to worship you as my teacher. Pass on my skills of picking up girls and getting them. I also want to find a date to spend time with. Li Qingsong's old face blushed and said in a low voice. This makes the ears listening to Tan Jing giggle and laughed out. Li Qingsong has no mistake. Before the mysterious past, what he wants to do. The original is to worship Yi Feng as a teacher. This is also too far. Li Qingsong quite high. Tan Jing's laughter, head buried lower, face more red, anxiously waiting for Yi Feng's reply. This. I don't know how to pick up girls. Yi Feng said speechlessly. If he would pick up girls, he would have already packed down He Li Jun, this demon. He would still stay here on the bar. Yi Feng, you don't have to be modest. Your ability is obvious to all of us. Don't worry, Li Qingsong, have a very strict mouth. I won't say anything, Li Qingsong said sincerely to Yi Feng. After all, he saw Yi Feng getting into Li Fei's car yesterday, and when he went downstairs, he had a happy look of talking and laughing. Yi Feng responded to Li Qingsong's words, and his whole body was bad. I'm good at subduing demons and removing devils, but I'm not good at picking up girls. And what Li Qingsong said, how can he not understand? What do you mean will not say out? Yi Feng did not do what illegal and disorderly see the light of day thing. Tan Jing, who had been eavesdropping, was about to burst out laughing like a pig. How could Li Qingsong, who usually seems such a stable man, be so bull asterisk ting now that he actually wanted to worship Yi Feng, who was not quite right in the head, as his teacher? This is how much fake wine he drank last night, drunk to the point where he is still not awake. Babbling nonsense. What's going on? It's almost time to go to work and you still don't go in. An icy voice rang out as Li Fei walked in wearing a white wraparound skirt. Minister Li, hello, I will go to work right away. Li Qingsong saw Li Fei inexplicably panicked up, like an elementary school student seeing a teacher, no matter whether there is no wrongdoing themselves is weak. Finished the numbness to their own office area to run. The worship of the matter did not even mention. Li Fei looked at Yi Feng, looking naive and eating a bun. The whole person was permeated with a naive feeling. Don't eat during working hours, or beware I'll deduct your salary, Li Feiyu said warningly to Yi Feng, but when about to walk past Yi Feng, she quickly whispered, do you have time to accompany me tonight? I'm in a bad mood. After saying that, she quickly disappeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes, leaving behind only a shapely back. Yi Feng looked at Li Fei's back and nodded with all his thoughts. It seems that Li Feiyu listened to what she said yesterday. Chapter 44, A Visit to the House. Yi Feng was quite happy in his heart. After all, he could be credited for his hometown's ability to make a decision so quickly. Now it seems that Li Fei is not an indecisive person. When you make a decision, you make a decision. But Yi Feng will not be happy. Tonight he has time to accompany Li Feiyu. Only last night Li Jun gave himself a lesson. It seems that he has to think of a way. A monotonous day passed like this. Yi Feng spent the day sitting at the door with nothing to do. Near the end of the day, the company's colleagues left one after another. Are enthusiastic to give Yi Feng greetings, asked to go back early and so on. Yi Feng also enthusiastic response. When the company's people are basically finished, Yi Feng directly also found a pocket to the table of a small pile of snacks are loaded up, ready to find a time for the children of the orphanage to send. Li Fei pinched the time and walked out from her office. She winked at Yi Feng, who was cleaning up, and then walked out with a sexy stride. Yi Feng stood in place for a while, tangled in his thoughts, and took out his phone to call Li Jun. What is it? Li Jun's icy voice rang out. I'm eating out with my co-workers tonight, Yi Feng reportedly said. Yi Feng, I can't imagine you're so popular. It's with that geek Li Qingsong, right? Go on. Li Jun didn't care and said, as long as it's not dinner with female colleagues, male is random. After all, today, Li Qingsong at the door ready to worship Yi Feng as a teacher. Inside the company, inside the rumor is spread all over the world. They also know about this matter in the company group. Yi Feng looked at the already hung up phone and grinned, thinking that this is what you Li Jun promised yourself. Then I will go. Yi Feng neatly packed up his things and went straight to the parking lot downstairs. When Yi Feng arrived at the parking lot, he found that Li Fei was already waiting for him in the car, pulling open the door and skillfully sitting on it. I'm in a bad mood today, so you'll accompany me to have a good drunk tonight. No problem, drink as much as you want, Yi Feng said casually, as his power became more and more profound. Drinking was like drinking plain water. Li Fei looked at Yi Feng unexpectedly. His little brother cannot see or a deep hidden master. Sexy lips slightly open, looks particularly attractive said, Yi Feng, you are not offended by Mr. He, this morning at the meeting, Mr. He intends to send you to Xianxi business trip. Business trip? What business trip? Yi Feng asked looking confused. I also do not know. You a security guard to go out, what difference? Do not ask you to go to beat people not. So I asked you are not offended by Mr. He. Li Feiyu finished lifting the car speed quickly to their familiar small on the handle to drive. Yi Feng was thinking carefully about Li Feiyu's words, and thought to himself that he had not offended Li Jun to say offended. It is also last night I did not go home on time. Is it because of this? Deliberately clean me up. Yi Feng completely forgot about this morning, when Li Jun and Wu Cece tore into each other, talking about both ends of the spectrum. Li Jun didn't know anything about Yi Feng's private meeting with Li Fei, and wanted to be busy as usual for a while before she got off work, gently rubbing her stomach. This old stomach bug is back. It seems that I need to pay attention to my diet in the future. After saying that, he began to pack up his things and prepare to leave work. When Li Jun returned to Pengchang No. 1, it was already almost 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the car looked next door to the unfamiliar Bentley opened the door, a burly suit of middle-aged men and a stout man walked quickly towards their own. Lee Jun immediately hands cover their chest to protect their important parts from the attack of this middle-aged man. These two people are exactly the old Lu and Wang Dague. The two inquired about Lee Jun's residence. They have been squatting in the basement. This is not. Finally squatted to Lee Jun. Old Lu looked at this more beautiful than the photo of Lee Jun. Secretly sighed in his heart too. No wonder can marry a person like He Feng. This appearance and temperament on the outside of those women through 18 streets. Only the kind of heritage of the rich and noble family can cultivate this kind of temperament. While Wang Dague's heart is much more honest. Thinking, this woman life is really good. He Feng in the end how blind to see this kind of woman. The world a lot of women. Why hang yourself on a tree? If you want to have the ability of Yi Gao Run, if you don't play the gun scrapped, you won't call it quits and go home. Miss He hello, I am Wang Dague of Wangdao Fisheries. This is my housekeeper called Old Lu on the line. Today I took the liberty of appearing to find Miss He. One is to thank Yi Feng for saving my life. Last time I was suffering from a serious illness. It was Yi Feng who cured me, considered me a lifesaver. And the second is to learn that Yi Feng and Miss He you are happily married. And I specially came to send my blessings and gifts. When Wang Dague finished speaking, he gave Old Lu a wink, meaning it's time to send up the gifts. Old Lu looked at Wang Dague speechlessly. My boss, today we are here to visit Yi Feng. Now the main body did not see you say so much why. We are here to show Yi Feng that there is a big difference between seeing with your own eyes and telling. Old Lu turned around and went to the trunk to get a gift to go, while Lee Jun looked at the two people in front of her in a daze. Only since the meeting, he himself did not say a word. It was all this man called Wang Dague who was talking. Lee Jun looked at the same Wang Dague's dress, as well as parked next to the value of the Bentley, put down the guard hand. Lee Jun still heard something about Wangdao Fisheries. After all, the seafood she often eats is provided by Wangdao Fisheries. I can't imagine that today will suddenly come to visit their cheap husband. Is eating the wrong medicine? Wang Dague's reputation outside. Lee Jun more or less still have some understanding. After all, Pengcheng is so big. On behalf of Yi Feng, I would like to thank Mr. Wang for his gift. I didn't expect to see Mr. Wang today. He really is a talented man. Lee Jun formulaically said to Wang Dague, there is no pie in the sky. What the other party said Lee Jun didn't believe it at all. No, the grace of saving your life is greater than heaven. How come I haven't seen Mr. He's husband? I still want to treat Yi Feng to a meal and then have a long chat all night long. Wang Dague said as if he didn't see Lee Jun's formulaic tone. His language still warm. Old Lu also came over with gifts, a beautifully wrapped box, and 2 walnut wooden boxes. Mr. He, this is 100 years of life that I spend a lot of money to beg for, specially sent to thank Yi Feng for saving my life. Wang Dague still said smilingly, but his tone changed to naming it as a gift to Yi Feng. What do you do face to my old Wang look? If it is not in the face of Yi Feng this high man, Lee Jun you this business late generation my old Wang see do not want to see. Really think you have how powerful like, or not test ancestor Bud Shay to get to this step. Chapter 45, come on, get high. As a strong businesswoman, Lee Jun also heard the hidden meaning of Wang Dague's words. That is, the gift was given to Yi Feng by me. You just received it on behalf of him, not for you. She also understood that her formulaic tone just now had offended the notorious Wang Dague. I see Mr. Yi did not have a car to replace the car, especially sent on the Laganda. This is a very low-profile sports car. Is suitable for Mr. Yi this kind of low-profile people to drive. The car has been parked in the public parking space of your district. I believe Mr. Yi will like it, but also please MS. He conveyed a number of. Wang Dague tone changed again said, Lee Jun drive a more than $4 million of Ferrari and what can be proud of? And I see you Lee Jun this look. Basically and Yi Feng no results. Cannot stay Yi Feng this kind of high people. Character is too strong. Sooner or later be snatched away from the husband. Lee Jun's entire body was now in a state of confusion. What was this? What exactly did Yi Feng do to Wang Dague? Is it under what ecstasy? To Wang Dague fascinated by the delirium. Actually sends such a precious gift. The price of 100 years of mountain ginseng needless to say. Last time the news just reported. 100 years of parts of the mountain ginseng actually shot a high price of $8 million. As for the Laganda, is the Aston Martin? The recast of 100 years of branding and the enjoyment of the creation of the sports car. That price is twice the price of their own Ferrari. I did not expect Wang Dague so quickly delivered. It is to send their own son gifts or not so positive it. The most important thing is actually to send to their own that mediocre husband. And look at Wang Dague's appearance. Like rushing to send a gift. Lee Jun is now very curious in her heart about what Yi Feng has done to Wang Dague in the end. I thank Mr. Wang for Yi Feng's kindness. Lee Jun said politely. These gifts seemed precious in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of He Lijun it seemed ordinary. After all, she had seen countless precious things since she was a child. These things sent by Wang Dugui could only be considered average. You're welcome. The kindness of saving your life can't be repaid. In haste can only prepare these gifts. In the future there must be a generous gift to send. Mr. He, this is my business card. I'd like to trouble you all together to hand over to you to your husband. Mr. Yi, I won't bother you anymore. Wang Dagui saw He Lijun's language change up, and his own speech also became easygoing. Old Lu, let's go. Wang Dagui greeted Old Lu as he walked away. He Lijun sent Wang Dagui's Bentley far away. Remembered his grandfather's words. Mouth muttered to himself. Yi Feng, I'm now very curious about what secrets you are hiding. Come to Pengcheng just a few days. Know Wang Dagui, this fisheries king. It seems to look for an opportunity to dig up the body's secrets. And after Yi Feng and Li Fei both had a meal, they took a taxi and went straight to the good man not returning bar. Yi Feng, is tonight's Bashu cuisine authentic? Li Fei asked. Not bad. I seldom eat out. The most I eat is my master's cooking. I feel it's not as good as my master's. Yi Feng thought for a while and replied. That's right. Your master's cooking has the flavor of home within it. And everything you eat outside is something made by a chef like an assembly line. It's definitely not comparable. He Lijun explained with a smile. Having a meal with her little hometown, she was in a better mood. Yi Feng was full of approval and felt that his old countryman was right. It's almost here. Yi Feng, let me see how much I can drink tonight, Li Fei said jokingly. Yi Feng smiled but didn't say anything. You'll know how much I can drink later. And the driver's big brother is frequently through the rear mirror looking at the young men and women sitting in the back row. Male young appearance in general. Through a just stepped out of the campus of the Vitality. While the female is mature and sexy, with a set of charming foxy body. Li Fei's sexy body which makes this more than 50 years old driver's big brother shamefully stand up the pole salute. The heart belly black scolded. Now women do not like the old cow to eat young grass. There is no like uncle type of woman? With the driver cursing his heart out, the cab arrived at the Goodman Unchained bar. Li Fei language nimbly gave the fare, took Yi Feng to the bar inside to go. Mouth to Yi Feng quickly introduced to Yi Feng this bar is Pengcheng environment of the most recent quiet bar, and is very safe. To the bar are too much stress in the heart of the senior personnel. I used to be stressed, often come to the bar to drink 2 cups, venting the heart of the trouble, and other bars are not the same. Li Fei said these words to Yi Feng, is to explain that she is not a messy girl. To come to the bar finished just simply vent the pressure in their hearts. Yi Feng, who had never been in a bar before, nodded his head, signaling that he had heard it, completely not expecting the deeper meaning of Li Fei's words. The two walked into the bar and heard a piece of soothing music. In the middle of the hall sat a dozen or so people who looked like social elites, sitting in 2s and 3s chatting and drinking. When they saw Li Fei walk into the bar with Yi Feng, they all gave the two of them a curious look, then withdrew their curious eyes and continued chatting with their friends. Nice environment, right? Li Fei said with a smile, the mature and sexy beauty in the past. Here it was like unloading her disguise, as a lively and lovely young girl, pulling Yi Feng to walk to his old seat and sit down. Yi Feng, white, red, or beer, I can do it all, Yi Feng said indifferently. Anyway, no matter what he and will not get drunk. Tonight just drink hard on the line. Li Fei accompany happy on the line. Little man's breath is not normally big yo, Li Fei said as she touched her character's red lips. Her appearance was exceptionally provocative. Handsome guy, give me a glass of rainbow wine and a dozen beers, Li Fei said to the waiter and thoughtfully ordered a dozen of beers for Yi Feng to drink. Deeply afraid that this little hometown boy of his would pretend to be a wine fairy in front of himself and end up getting himself drunk. It would be troublesome to send him back by himself at that time. The waiter nimbly served the drinks and retreated nimbly. Li Fei numbly opened 2 bottles of beer for Yi Feng, and the 2 old folks drank up. Yi Feng finished a sip and said with a frown, this wine is too bland. It feels like I'm drinking cold white water. Yo, hearing this, Li Fei looked Yi Feng up and down. Unexpectedly his little hometown is really deep. This life-threatening ouzo beer was actually as light as plain water in the other party's mouth. I think the amount of alcohol must be very deep. Yi Feng, since you're not used to drinking beer then try some white wine, Li Fei said in a joking manner, thinking that her little hometown has a good capacity for alcohol, so she can keep herself company tonight. Chapter 46, I'm really not the god of wine. Phyllis Lee had no idea that a word of persuasion tonight would stun the entire just bar. Okay, come to that kind of strong wine. The best kind of strong wine that burns the heart's nest, or else I won't have the strength to drink it. Yi Feng pushed the life-snatching ouzo on the wine table to the side when he finished speaking. Alright, handsome, give this gentleman a bottle of spirits, Li Fei said to the waiter in amusement. Standing on the side of the waiter to Yi Feng said the words were heard. Thought now young people go soaking bragging about it. Drinking life-threatening ouzo actually not strong. To say what to drink heartburn spirits. Line. I meet you. We put what all lack is not lack of wine. And the bartender is also a master of pengchang. Tonight I let you lie out. I see how you pretend to be a bully. The handsome waiter smiled at Li Fei and nodded his head, indicating that he had heard what he had heard, and then quickly left his place and headed to the bar to tell Yifeng what he needed. The bartender nimbly took out a bottle of brandy wine to the waiter, and said, "Brandy, this wine is good. Is a high number of distilled spirits. Clean up, this kind of just stepped into the society of young people completely enough. Take it." The bartender has seen too many of these men pretending to be X in front of beautiful women, especially the majority of young people who have just stepped into society. This kind of newborn calf loves nothing more than to be in front of people, mister. Even if they are poor and miserable, in order to save face they will touch the last dime inside their pants pockets to support their face, and step into society for a long time. The old bird will not do so. After all, has experienced the social beatings, know what things should do, what things should not do. One is kind of doing it for the other person's good. To say so much is nonsense. The main thing is that the bartender saw Yifeng miss penniless, and the appearance of the average man has such a beautiful and sexy woman to buy drinks. He envy jealous. Isn't it obvious that he is giving himself as a fat meat to the other party to eat? The waiter walked away with the brandy with the same hatred and gave an okay gesture to the bartender, striding to Yifeng's front and said, "Sir, this is the white wine you want with heartburn. Please taste it. If it's not suitable, I'll change it for you, and make sure you're satisfied." "Sir." There's nothing wrong with the waiter saying that. The customer is God, after all, serving you well. Then the waitress was stunned, and so was Life Speaks. Yifeng popped the cap of the brandy bottle with his hand, and then started to pour wine into the bottle's mouth. The sound of gulp, 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 gulp rang out, and a large bottle of brandy disappeared in the blink of an eye inside Yifeng's mouth. The empty bottle was left. This wine doesn't work. It's not as strong as our Bashu's Millet Chile, but it's slightly better than plain water. Yifeng put down the bottle and said honestly to the waiter, "Li Feiyu and the waiter to Yifeng is aliens like watching. In front of the person is too fierce. Brandy actually really drink as water, and drink it all without blushing, as if really drinking a bottle of mineral water. If it is not their own eyes, must think it is fake. This is really a horse is a ruthless ah. Yifeng, are you alright? If you really can't take it, we'll go to the hospital." Li Fei didn't expect Yifeng to be so headstrong, and said worriedly to her little hometown, "It's okay, Sister Fifi, I really feel boring. Accompany you to drink happy a little. You do not worry. Drink this point on, equivalent to I ate a small pepper like. Please ask there is a more strong a little bit of wine?" Yifeng explained, immediately said sincerely to the waiter, but this fell in front of the waiter is naked provocation. "Yes, guest you wait a moment," the waiter said putting his head and left. The waiter quickly said to Brother Wang on the bar, also the name brand bartending master of the Liangrun unreturned bar. "What? The other party is so fierce. Looks like I've met my match tonight. I'll mix him a cup of fierce manno. 1 spirits. You wait." After Master Wang finished speaking, he took out the cup for mixing the drink and had a fancy maneuver. A cup of bubbling blue light appeared in front of the waiter. "This is what I mixed with tequila with various drinks. You serve it to the other party to try." After Master Wang finished speaking, he dashingly packed up his mixing tools and nodded to Yifeng who was sitting not far away. The waiter, on the other hand, nimbly served this cup of mighty manno, one towards Yifeng. Yifeng had been paying attention to this Master Wang's fancy maneuvers, and when he saw the other party nodding at him, he immediately returned a friendly smile. "Sir, your wine has arrived. Please use it." After the waiter finished speaking, he put the mighty manno, one just in front of Yifeng, then his eyes kept staring at Yifeng. "Thanks." After Yifeng finished speaking, he picked up his wine glass and drained it in one gulp as if he was drinking water from inside a water glass. "So, is it strong?" Li Fei asked curiously, holding her own rainbow wine. Yifeng put down the wine glass and frowned with dissatisfaction and said, "This wine is not as strong as the one I drank before." "Is the other party a master brewer? I want to go and talk to him about the view. It is apple flavor and sour flavor. Completely destroyed the original flavor of the wine. The most incredible thing is that I actually also drank a taste of egg." "This is to put the egg in the wine?" Yifeng this out. The waiter is like looking at the gods like looking at Yifeng. They just witnessed Master Wang mixing wine, adding the apple juice, lemon juice and egg whites in the tool inside a whole stirring shake, and then into this blue mixed wine. Did not expect each other a mouthful of bored, not yet tasted out. This is simply the god of wine in the world. "Ah, Master Wang is our bar's ace bartender. He rarely makes a move. I didn't expect that you, sir, are also a high-ranking person in the wine way. Ah, I'll take you here to meet Master Wang. Sir, you put your opinion personally to Master Wang to listen to," the waiter said respectfully. Now he didn't feel that the youngster in front of him was an ex-pretender. After all, the other party drank out what had been added to the wine in one sip. This was not something an ordinary youngster could do. Maybe this young man in front of him was a great wine-tasting master. One could not afford to neglect the other party. Sister Fifi, do you need to go together? Yifeng, after listening to the waiter's words, are moving feet, ready to ask Li Feiyu, who brought himself to drink. Whether he drinks or not is secondary, although he also wants to get drunk to try. But tonight is to accompany Li Feiyu to drink to relieve boredom. He cannot, because of greedy cups, to destroy the mood of his hometown. Chapter 47. I'm really not the god of wine too. No problem. I'll accompany you to take a look. Yifeng, I'm really curious about you now, Li Fei said curiously with her own big watery eyes. The two followed the waiter boy to the bar and said to Master Wang, who was wearing a tuxedo, Sir, this is our bar's ace bartender. You can say anything you need to Master Wang. After the waiter finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the other side of the bar, looking at Yifeng and Master Wang curiously, while Master Wang looked at Yifeng in a daze. How did this lead someone here? What is this situation? Master Wang put on a professional smile and said to Yifeng, This gentleman, whatever requirements you have for the wine, you can say it to me. I think I'll be able to satisfy your requirements. Strong? I need strong liquor that burns like a heart. Yifeng spoke out his needs. Good, sir, you wait. Master Wang finished, took out his own guy and gave another fancy operation. The whole operating table made a crackling sound. Yifeng looked at Master Wang's operation with a shocked face. Is this how wine making is played now? Is this brewing or shaking wine? With a bang, Master Wang poured out the red wine industry in the shaking bucket, then took out a lemon and gently pinched a few drops of lemonade and handed it to Yifeng. Sir, this is mighty man no. 2. The potency of this wine is double that of the previous one. Please take your time to taste it. Master Wang finished comparing a pleased gesture. Yifeng looked at the red wine, frowned, lifted the glass and gently took a sip and said, This wine is still not strong ah. When Master Wang heard Yifeng say this, he just wanted to say that if you don't have any energy, you can just take a sip and bore it. Before he could say anything, Master Wang saw Yifeng picking up his wineglass and draining it in one gulp, then looking at himself with a flat face as if he had drunk a glass of plain water. Master Wang's heart frantically spat out. Impossible. Unscientific ah. Could it be that the materials the supplier gave himself were all fake? So this kid had no reaction at all when he drank this strong liquor. Sir, there may have been a slight problem with the materials provided to our bar. Now I'll take out our bar's collection for you to evaluate the same. Without further ado, Master Wang began to take out many bottles and jars and started to show off like crazy, while Li Fei was curiously looking at the ingredients that the bartender took out, which included tequila, rum, vodka, and some white wine, looking like she was about to be driven crazy by Yifeng, and the people inside the bar. Basically all saw the show on the bar. After all, the bar is set in the middle of the hall ring bar. No matter in any direction of the bar, can clearly see the bar. Now Master Wang's solo show on the bar was seen by the whole crowd. The cool tossing of drinks, rocking, shaking, and the magical pace of shaking drinks, instantly made Master Wang the most beautiful boy in the whole bar. After a burst of crackling, Master Wang took the milky white wine inside the barrel and poured it into two wine glasses. Grandmaster Wang intended to have a cup for himself, to try the power of this wine himself, to see if it was a fake taken by the supplier to fool their bar. When the time came, he could report to his own boss that the price difference between the price of his ordinary liquor and the price of the brand name hidden wine was too horrible. Sir, please, this is a strong liquor that I mixed with several world-famous wines. I named it Hellfire, which means that this liquor is as spicy and fierce as the fire of hell, and it penetrates right into the heart. Please be careful and use it slowly. Master Wang finished handing one of the cups of wine to Yifeng and picked up a cup of wine himself, ready to taste it himself. Yifeng looked at this white wine industry in front of him. Pungent assured a lot. Just now the wine colorful, completely lost the essence of the wine. Let a person look at it as if he was drinking a drink. Yifeng took a sip of the drink called Hellfire. His mouth blinked and sipped his mouth a few times. Yifeng, how is it? Does it feel strong? Is it like what the bartender said, like hellfire burning inside the stomach? Li Fei, who was sitting next to her, looked at Yifeng curiously and asked, Well, the mouth is a bit numb, like eating peppercorns, and the inside of the stomach is hot like drinking a cup of hot boiled water. It's warm. Yifeng spoke out his physical feelings. Li Fei and the waiter who heard Yifeng's words were almost speechless. This is also too eliminating. Before it was cool white water, now it becomes like drinking hot boiled water. Impossible. The alcohol reading of Hellfire is as high as 89. That is a cow drink such a cup. Immediately will be drunk. Absolutely the material is out of the question. I can't imagine that the supplier's guts are so big. Actually even the hidden salvation inside the bar dares to hit the idea. I will report to the boss. Master Wang finished. Learn from Yifeng. A mouthful of his cup of Hellfire smothered off. Just feel a spicy feeling from the throat to the ceiling, and then from the ceiling down to the stomach. The whole person's face turned red, like the monkey's butt. The stomach is like pouring gasoline. Lit up the blazing fire. Ho, 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 water, quickly give me a glass of ice water. Grandmaster Wang kicked in rough breaths, his hands covering his neck, and shouted loudly. His entire voice changed. Master Wang, this change of heart stunned the entire bar inside. The people just now also see this handsome man wearing a tuxedo, dashing, flinging bartender, dancing, and now suddenly as if poison hands cover their necks to emit a duck general quacking. Speak are not fluent. Curious bar patrons have fumbled for their cell phones in preparation for an ambulance call. After all, the bartender's appearance is too frightening. Master Wang, the ice water is here. You quickly drink it. The waiter who stood beside him poured a cup of ice water and handed it to Master Wang. The latter was like a person who burned the fire and saw a pond of water, holding a large cup of ice water and drank it. Just halfway through the drink, Master Wang staggered and swayed, and then his head was tilted, and his whole body was planted on the top of the bar. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Quickly come someone, quickly call the ambulance. Brother Wang fainted. The attendant looked at the planted Grandmaster Wang and immediately picked up Grandmaster Wang, pinching and shouting. The crowd inside the bar resounded with chaotic voices, basically asking what was going on. Some people were dialing the phone number of the white car, and some people who had studied medicine were ready to come over to look at Master Wang's specific situation to see if he could be resuscitated. Yi Feng and Li Feiyu were stunned by the scene in front of them. Yi Feng thought the same line, or you take out, and a person drink a cup. You, this reaction is too big. The other party will not be trying to blackmail me for money. Yi Feng's eyes become dangerous. The other side, as long as they dare to find their own blackmail money, then immediately start to clean up the other side, and then take their own hometown Li Fei language run away. Yi Feng's eyes began to look for the best route inside the hall. Chapter 48, I'm really not the god of wine, and Li Feiyu looked at Yi Feng looking around. Do not know their own little hometown in the heart of thinking about running away? If you know, well, certainly grabbed Yi Feng's ear and loudly scolded. Off your ass, ah. It is his own drink down. You run, what run? Yi Feng, now I finally believe in your wine fairy. The other party is now drunk, but you must be alright. Can you tell me how the hell you did it? Li Feiyu looked at Yi Feng with a curious face and asked, her rosy cheeks now bubbling with essence. The big watery eyes stared at Yi Feng without blinking. Since I've become successful in cultivation, my body's cells and functions have been drastically improved. I basically haven't gotten drunk from drinking. When my master was alive, he didn't even dare to drink with me. Yi Feng explained in a small voice to his hometown. Li Feiyu heard Yi Feng's explanation. Heart thought, cultivation has been accomplished? Could it be that Yi Feng is still not even what martial arts, karate, or judo? But look at his body, feel not at all like ah. Could it be that the cultivation Yi Feng said refers to drinking? Since his own alcohol capacity has become a great success, has not been drunk since the meaning of it. Well, Yi Feng, I generally understand what you mean. It looks like I can't let you enjoy yourself tonight. Who let you drink so much? Why don't we go out for a snack? Li Fei said, expressing her understanding. Oh, the sound of crying rang out. Listening to the voice is very similar to the voice of the value of the waiter. Yi Feng looked at the waiter hugging the man who previously bartended for him to cry loudly. Get up and ready to go over the bar to see what the situation. A silhouette has already grabbed the first to run to check the bartender's physical condition. Okay, don't cry. Just drunk and fainted. People didn't die. Wait a while, the white car came. Go to the hospital inside to wash the stomach. Hang the water for a night on the line. What kind of wine he drank in the end? Actually can be drunk like this? A man in his early 30s, standing beside Master Wang to check some, asked curiously. Or not, he said, what to drink, spirits? Or burning heart, such spirits? Wang brother, in order to meet him, mix a cup of hellfire. Before I heard Wang said hellfire is his masterpiece. Degree 89 degrees. The other side of a mouthful of drink farts. Wang Si do not know what madness actually followed a mouthful of drink, and it became so. The waiter pointed his finger at Yi Feng, before pointing at the fallen Master Wang and said, surrounding the crowd of onlookers heard the waiter's explanation. Are a face of rare Yi Feng, tonight really up to see. The same wine, two people drink. A drink waiting for an ambulance to pull to wash the stomach. A little bit of nothing sitting on a stool. Oh, there are such things. Man, a shocked said. No wonder you can get drunk like this. This Nima is in the drinking spirit. Cannot get drunk like this. Well, what's even more strange is that there are people who can drink 89 degrees of alcohol. Actually a little bit of nothing, but also a look at the place sitting next to the look. Hello, I am the Asian head of Barton Group. My name is Gao Tianqi. Can I talk to you? Gao Tianqi said enthusiastically to Yi Feng, then politely sat on Yi Feng's right-hand side, not sitting next to Li Feiyu, so it could be seen that this person was a very attentive person. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Yi Feng politely said, please sit, completely unaware of what kind of social status the four words Barton represented. But Li Fei, not Li Feiyu, knew as a strong urban woman, all the famous companies or groups in this world? Basically no. After all like to one day work in this civilized world of big companies. Barton Group. This is a free country well-known big group of companies. This is a real transnational company. In addition to the operation of the chemical industry products, but also part-time pharmaceuticals, food, cosmetics, jewelry and handicrafts, textiles, metallurgy, electronics, fertilizers, pesticides, transportation and hotel industry and other industries. In the global layout and realize globalization. Cannot exaggerate to say this is a really giant group of public affairs. I did not expect that this evening in Yifeng this small hometown drink. Actually we'll meet in the bar Barton's Asian head. I want to know sir your drinking capacity. Is it natural or practiced later? Gao Tianxi looked at Yifeng with a curious face, and also looked at the many spirits on the bar, such as the vodka that was up to 97 degrees. I guess the hellfire that the bartender drank earlier was made with this vodka as the original liquor. Oh, so that's what you're curious about. I was cultivated out of it later in life, and I feel tasteless when I drink any kind of wine, Yifeng said indifferently. Beside Gao Tianji and the crowd of onlookers heard Yifeng's explanation. Their hearts were a bit confused. Can this drinking still be cultivated up? Gao Tianji, however, his eyes lit up. He is now missing is this talent. Since he became the president of the Asian distribution, the market opened up in China has been a great resistance, and clearly talk about a good contract, a meal to eat down. The other side of the next day immediately changed the attention. The reason is that this China's damned peculiar culture of the wine table. Now see Yifeng such a talent. Immediately have the feeling of bull saw 1,000 miles of horse. Really? The wine on that table you want to drink to try. Maybe you will have a feeling after drinking it. Gao Tianji said on the side. This kind of thing is better to see for yourself. In case that waiter is talking nonsense. Isn't this harming his own happiness for nothing? The surrounding crowd, hearing Gao Tianxi's words, all looked at Yifeng in an uproar, wanting to see if there was this kind of strange person in the world who drank without feeling. Li Fei, on the other hand, looked at Gao Tianji with all her thoughts, then turned her head to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, forget it, let's go back. It's fine, don't worry, Sister Fifi, I am really fine. Yifeng, this little white man in society, couldn't hear that Li Fei was advising him to go away and not to stay and make a spectacle of himself. Pick up the bar on the vodka to their mouth and blew up. Almost 2 pounds of vodka, so a steady stream of vodka into Yifeng's mouth. The strong smell of alcohol appeared in the surroundings, so that the surrounding crowd watching the continuous sneezing, visible only how strong the wine, smelling people cannot stand. Cool, a little bit of drinking feeling. There is still this kind of alcohol? Yifeng took the empty bottle and said loudly, it's been a long time since I drank such a strong liquor. What I want is this feeling that makes the cells jump up. All around the people are like looking at God, like looking at Yifeng. This really Nima drink not drunk drink down so big a bottle of highly alcoholic general vodka. Actually a little bit of nothing, and look at Yifeng's appearance. Is not yet full of fun intended to have to blow on a bottle of the same action. And Gao Tianxi looked at Yifeng with glowing eyes, comparable to a 40-year-old single man in the middle of his strong age, encountering an 18-year-old drunken little girl. That kind of look was like he wanted to eat Yifeng up. Chapter 49, Drinking for $1 million a year. Yifeng, are you alright? He Lijun looked at Yifeng with a frightened look on her face. This little homie of her own was also too fierce. Sister Fei, I'm fine. I just haven't enjoyed myself yet. It's been a long time since I've experienced the feeling of being drunk. Is there any more of this kind of wine? Yifeng asked as he listened to the empty bottle. The bartender, who was watching from the side, heard Yifeng's words before he came back to his senses, and said loudly to Yifeng, God of wine, this kind of alcohol number of vodka is no longer available. Are used to concoct cocktails, usually basically no one to drink. So the stores prepared such a bottle of the other wine on the table. I think I can let the God of wine to have a good time. Yifeng heard the words of the bartender, a breath of the bar on the gin, rum, whiskey, white wine in one gulp, and then the old god said to the side of Li Feiyu, Sister Fei, you also drink I see that you end of a glass of wine has been drinking for so long, all still have so much. The bar's melon eaters watched Yifeng's performance with dumbfounded amazement, and a very few melon eaters had already touched out their cell phones to take pictures of Yi Wine God's heroic performance of drinking, intending to send them online to show the majority of netizens what it meant to be the god of wine. Li Fei language heard Yifeng this. The whole person is speechless. You think other people drink all give you the same. A mouthful of dry. This person has not done his best to fall to the ground not awake. Forget it, no more drinking. Let's go eat a big stall. Li Fei smothered the rainbow wine in her own hand in one mouthful and was ready to take Yifeng away. With Yifeng's amazing performance tonight, he wouldn't want to drink calmly in this bar. Let's go then, Sister Fei. Yifeng nodded his head and said, He saw that the number of people surrounding him in the neighborhood was increasing and knew that he might have overdone it tonight and attracted the attention of others. The two of them were going to check out and leave, and Gao Tianxi, who had been watching Yifeng, immediately followed. While the people inside the bar were chanting that the god of wine would go away and drink some more or something like that, Yifeng and the two of them ignored it. What do you call mister? My name is Gao Tianxi. I am the president of Barton's subspecies. Here is a career that is very suitable for you to join mister. The salary is 6 figures, including 5 insurance and 1 gold. Gao Tianxi's words aroused Li Feiyu's great curiosity. Yifeng's own condition she is aware of. It can be said that he has never been through modern education. In the end, what kind of occupation needs Yifeng such a very common talent? Could it be drinking? Poor Taoists lay name as Yim anonymously with the word Feng. Taoist number dust. Yifeng spat out his words clearly and said, not seeing the slightest bit of drunken gesture. Gao Tianji confused look at Yifeng, heard the word poor Tao. Gao Tianji remembered the TV drama wearing a Taoist robe, dry and thin, and then look at Yifeng's appearance. Adi sportswear. It looks like a college student just stepped out of the door. I can't imagine that the other side is actually a Taoist priest, and now Taoist priests are drinking are so bullish. Drinking is drinking water. It is true that China is an ancient country with a history of 5,000 years. The masters are hidden in the folk. They are so out to find a random bar to drink some wine. They encountered such a high drinker. Must leave him behind. Hello Yifeng, I have a career here that needs you very much. Can we find a place to talk? Gao Tianxi said sincerely to Yifeng. Mr. Gao, I already have a job. I have no intention of quitting now. Right now we still have things to do. See you again sometime. Yifeng directly opened his mouth and refused to. Just kidding, if I follow you to work, Li Jun will not eat herself. Mr. Yi, there is an old Chinese saying that water flows to the lower place. People go to the higher place. Don't be busy to refuse. Listen to me first. Monthly salary of 300,000. Live in a luxury single apartment. Buy 5 insurance and 1 gold. With a special car. The main work is to accompany me out to eat, drink and be merry, and accompany those customers to drink wine and be happy. This job can be said to be specially prepared for you. Usually you have enough rest time. You promise. We immediately sign the contract. Immediately join our public affairs. Li Feiyu looked at Gao Tianqi with an unbelievable face, and then looked at the calm Yifeng. The heart is a little sour. Their own month in the company inside the exhausted to hand only less than 100,000, which is still after tax. And then look at their own little hometown accompanied themselves to the bar to drink some wine. Actually Barton's Asian president drink out, and now actually invited their own little hometown to join the Barton. The main work is actually accompanied by food and drink. There are actually 300,000 a month, but also food and accommodation plus a special car to send. It can be said that, as long as Yifeng nodded his head, Yifeng later crossed into the gold collar level. Not interested, my current job is fine, don't want to change jobs. Yifeng said calmly. A mere $300,000 was nothing. The default payment for his own divorce was $30 billion. Mr. Yi, can I take the liberty of asking what your job is? If Mr. Yi feels that the salary is low, I can make the decision to raise the road to 400,000 for you. Still after tax, Gao Tianji sincerely and slowly said to Yifeng, looking at Yifeng with anticipation, waiting for Yifeng's answer. Next to the wooden man Li Fei full of stagnation looked at the same Gao Tianji. This is how much fake wine to drink, to open such conditions to invite Yifeng, and then look at Yifeng. Cannot wait to say yes on behalf of Yifeng, multiply the other party is drunk. First sign the contract you can't even find a job like this. Then in front of the company as a security guard do not know how many times stronger. Then Gao Tianxi want to breach the words, but also can get a certain amount of liquidated damages. Why not? Is trying to persuade their own little hometown promise. Li Feiyu heard Yifeng's shocking words. My job is the head of the security department of Li Jun Pharmaceutical. Mr. Gao, can you take out 30 billion for me? If you can come up with $30 billion, I'll immediately nod my head yes. Gao Tianji looked at Yifeng with a stagnant face. I have $30 billion worth of work. I still play a hairline of work. Long ago to do their own public company's boss. Money rolls money. Earn more. Still need to go to great lengths to dig Yifeng you to accompany me to open up the market in China. Even if I can take out 30 billion. I will not give you Yifeng this stranger you think it's 30 billion Zimbabwean dollars. Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this? Gao Tianji asked with a bit of irritation. I owe a person $30 billion for breach of contract. Yifeng said leisurely, his tone a little sad. No, Mr. Gao. Yifeng is usually a bit out of his mind and loves to talk a bit of nonsense. He's just stepping into society now. He doesn't know how meaningful this job represents to him. I'll persuade him properly and try to get him to join inside your company's family. Li Fei, who had been standing next to him and had not said anything, hurriedly came out and persuaded him. Chapter 50, The Gourmand Boy. Gao Tianji's expression relaxed a bit when he heard Li Fei's explanation. Mr. Yi, I sincerely hope that you join. A good bird chooses a tree nest in a tree. 360 lines of work. The line of work. Believe me, once you join Barton, with your drink, your future achievements are unlimited. Yes, Mr. Gao is right. Yi Feng considerate, Li Fei said from the side, playing a supporting role. There's no need to think about it. I won't leave my job. I'm not at liberty to say the exact reason. Yi Feng said helplessly. Gao Tianji has never seen such a stubborn person. Put a prospect of income or good job not to do. Actually dedicated to guard their own security position does not go. There is this kind of strange people in the world. The other side of the boss and the end to the Yi Feng poured what ecstasy. Actually so dead heart and soul. So, Mr. Yi, you first go back to think about it. Think clearly, please be sure to contact me. Really cannot. You can work part-time. Conditions can be negotiated at that time. I really hope that Mr. Yi you join. Gao Tianji again sincere to Yi Feng said. No way. He or the first time he met so can drink people. And then difficult contract. A few drinks down. The other party must be hands and feet on the signing of the numbness. Well, I'll think it over. Sister Fei Fei, let's go. Yi Feng said urgently. In his heart, he didn't care about Gao Tianji's cooperation at all. Gao Tianji sent Yi Feng. 2 people left. Side. The whole ready to leave. An ambulance ringing finished nimbly parked in the bar's front door. 2 nurses carrying a stretcher quickly ran into the bar. Not long after carrying an unconscious, wafting the smell of alcohol ran out, nimbly the stretcher on the man on the car, and then quickly drive away. The man on the stretcher was sent to the car and quickly drove away. Looking at Gao Tianji and the surrounding people froze. Truly the god of wine is alive, Gao Tianji said with emotion, and left Li Feiyu was blown by the night wind. The brain awake a lot. Looking at in their own side-by-side 2 Go Yi Feng face calm a little bit, not a little bit of lost look. Li Feiyu have a kind of wanna pry open Yi Feng brain to see the idea. Let go of such a generous job not to go. Continue to do their own small security. The world there is this kind of person. Yi Feng, as a hometown I want to advise you well. You are still young, do not know the hardship of society. When you later on the age, to the age of marriage, the car, the house, the bride price, the child, are a great expense. You have to plan in advance for your future life. And now, since you meet such a good job, you should cherish. Li Feiyu was now like a big sister, persuading Yi Feng bitterly. Sister Fei Fei, all these problems you're talking about don't exist. Don't think too much. Yi Feng didn't know how to explain to Li Fei and could only say this. Okay, then I don't persuade you. You also figure big boy, have their own ideas and plans. Go, I take you to eat big stall. Li Fei changed the topic and said, thinking that if Yi Feng doesn't go to Gao Tianji's side, he can see Yi Feng every day when he commutes to and from work, which is not bad at all. The 2 took a taxi straight to the seafood stalls and go, and was forgotten by Yi Feng when finished showering, the whole ready to lie in their own dormitory beds to brush up on the drama to sleep. Habitually ready to Yi Feng gave her the peace talisman to take on, only from the peace talisman to wear after. When sleep no longer have nightmares, dreaming of small children also no longer appeared in their own dreams, and their own no longer suspicious of the ghosts. In the past few days, she had been refreshed. When reached under her pillow and touched it again. I can't believe it's not there. When lifted the pillow under the pillow is empty. Wen's whole body is panicked. Before she took a shower she obviously put the peace talisman under the pillow. Now how come it's gone? Chi-Chi, have you seen my peace sign? Raven asked loudly in horror. Lying on the bed and chatting, Chi-Chi heard her own girlfriend's words and said unconcernedly, I just saw Yen Yen sitting on your bed. Wait for her to come back. Ask Yen Yen to see if Yen Yen took it. Where did she go? I'll go find her, Raven asked anxiously, not wanting to experience any of the previous encounters at all. I saw Yen Yen rush out the door and walk for about 5 minutes. Besides it's not just a peace talisman. Why are you in such a hurry? Maybe Yenyu is just curious and took it away. She will return it to you when she comes back. 7-7 comforted at the side. Chi-Chi, there are some things I can't explain to you. I'll go after Yenran first. After Wen finished speaking, she grabbed her own cell phone and hurriedly ran out without changing her clothes. And Yangchang Art College, under the illumination of dim street lamps, a tall, delicate features pale girl, hands tightly holding a purse, hurriedly walked towards the school outside. This woman is precisely the Zhao Yenran in the mouth of the 7-7. I can't go back. If I go back one will surely snatch this peace talisman. It's mine now. Only this it can protect me. Go home. I'm going home now. Zhao Yanyan's mouth chanted rapidly, her entire body looking nervous, and chased out when asked the hostel aunt. His roommate Zhao Yanran went in that direction. In the hostel aunt's mouth learned that Zhao Yan ran toward the school entrance. Wen rushed to chase after. As for why one is so nervous about this peace talisman, to start from a month ago, when Zhao Yinyan in a chance learned that their own school red purple sister why the reason why the red, because Zhao Yinyan economic limited to contact the outstanding appearance of the family conditions of Wen, told the sister for the reason for the sudden explosion of red. What is the reason? It turned out to be a sister in Siam spent a lot of money to adopt a Guman child to feed. That is, the folklore of raising small ghosts. Two people on the phone inside a plan agreed to meet at a time to go to Siam together to seek enough a Guman child. Two came to Siam. Under the leadership of the middleman, the two came to a small mountain village in Bangkok, where the two of them met a monk in his early 60s. The monk happened to have a gourmand boy in his hands, but the price is very high. The opening is 800,000 Chinese dollars. The two are college students. Where to get out of so much money? After a period of bargaining, the monk did not give way, said he is the hand of the child born in the Guman children are very good, but because of the accidental death of the water, or live and grow up must be a billionaire level of big shots. Monks and children communicate with the spirit of the dead, and now for the sake of accumulating virtue reincarnated into a rich and noble family, before agreeing to be made into a Guman child. Chapter 51, You Can't Die Without Making a Difference. Hearing the high monks of flimsy, Wen and Zhao Yanyan believed half of it. When the master of the live performance of the ability of the ancient mantis, the two little girls immediately believed, but because they really can't afford to pay enough money, they begged the monk for blessings, and will definitely double their money to repay the monk later. The Siamese monk was indeed kind-hearted, and at the sincere request of Wen and Zhao Yanran, he cheerfully gave a compromise solution, which was to buy a cut of the gourmand boy to go. The two of them didn't understand what the monk meant by a cut at first, but then they realized that it really was literally a cut, and the two of them scraped together enough money to get 100,000 bucks, and one of them bought away a hand, and one of them bought away the head. Under the monk's explanation, the hand invites wealth, the head of the luck. The two people cheerfully holding their respective parts back to China, looking forward to their own can also be like their own sister, red with purple hair bright, however an egg. The two returned to China. The first few days there is no problem, are in accordance with the monk's account of the quiet offerings of this ancient Manchurian child, but then a few days of accidents appeared. The two began to dream of the ancient Manchurian child. A full-bodied bloody child smiling and laughing stood beside them looking at them. As time passes, the nightmare is also getting more and more serious. The ancient Manchurian child is at first stood by the side, and then slowly lying on the side to sleep together, to later has developed to snuggle in the arms to sleep. This can be the two little girls scared not light, rushed to contact the intermediary, but the intermediary has mysteriously disappeared. How can not be contacted? Scared of the two rushed to Siam Bangkok to find monks to solve their own body problems, but took their money masters have disappeared, and finally find the neighborhood to find a person to inquire about the so-called monks have been run away. The two wanted to die at that time. The heart of the heart, had a big fight. The two respective returned to China, began to visit temples and Taoist temples. However, a person with real skills have not encountered. When the two have given up, Wen's luck is better, accidentally encountered Yifeng. Wearing Yifeng gave her peace of mind. The nightmare never appeared again, and Zhao Yanyan apparently not Wen's so good tone, has been tortured by this Gumangong fast crazy, and now has not been hidden to snuggle up to sleep in Zhao Yanyan's arms. The blood has already started to be sucked. Every day Zhao Yanyan woke up to find his chest with teeth marks, black and blue piece. Zhao Yanyan fast despair. Back to the dormitory found with their own suffering from the torture of the ancient man-child when spiritual appearance actually returned to normal. The whole person's skin has become white and red, just like a person. Immediately while when bath, secretly take away the peace talisman to run away. This is the story of this incident. Summed up in one sentence, is not to die will not die. When stride their long legs, take a shortcut to the school entrance to run. The whole person's forehead are running with sweat, are not willing to waste time to wipe a little. The whole person in the heart of how to find Zhao Yanyan, to get back to their own peace of mind talisman, the loss of the peace of mind talisman after the consequences of which she did not dare to imagine at all. Zhao Yanran, stop. Wen, who was sprinting, shouted loudly when she saw the familiar figure at the school entrance. When Zhao Yanyan heard Wen's voice, her entire body shook for a moment before she quickly ran across the road. Yumi, stand still. Wen roared angrily, immediately to Zhao Yanyan chase. The two a normal work and rest schedule, healthy, a weak body, every day to sleep poorly to eat, like the tortoise and the hare race. When quickly caught up with Zhao Yanyan, a grab Zhao Yanyan hand eagerly asked, Yenya, my peace talisman murmur? Quickly return to me. Oh, give it back to you. Give what back to you? I didn't take any peace talisman from you. Zhao Yanyan said in direct denial. Didn't you take the peace talisman under my pillow? Don't pretend. This is what Chiji saw with her own eyes. Bring it to me. After Wen finished speaking, She was ready for the mandatory body search. Zhao Yanyan exploded into her full potential amidst her fear, shaking off Wen and crying loudly, "What do you know? Do you know what I've been going through for so long? He's not hiding it anymore. He's already sucking my blood. Look at it, look at it," Zhao Yanran said loudly as she broke down, pulling open her collar as she did so, her chest covered in dense teeth marks. Wen looked at the dense teeth marks. The entire back skin of the person is numb. If they do not have a peace talisman shelter, then their own end is not the same as Zhao Yanyan. The heart even more want to get back their own peace talisman. "Look, why don't you look?" Zhao Yanran yelled at Wen as she pulled at her collar opening, tearing her heart out and spitting in Wen's face. Yan, you calm down a little bit. This kind of thing do not want to happen. Since the occurrence of a way to solve the problem on the line, I last encountered a high person. He must have a way to help you solve your problem. You do not worry. The first peace talisman back to me? Okay. Wen comforted to Zhao Yanran. After all, the state of the other party is really too wrong. First to get their peace talisman back before you are a white lotus. You now pretend what good people. You meet the high people, why not help me to ask for a peace talisman? Even if the other side does not agree, you should tell me. I good myself to go to the high people to help. Not now as if it is a headless fly like touching. I treat you as a bosom friend, as a sister who knows her heart. What things are thinking of you? When you touch your conscience, I've been thinking of you as my best friend. And I've been thinking of you in everything. Until now, you only want to ask me to return the peace talisman to you. Zhao Yanran's words were like a needle sticking in Wen's heart, and Wen was speechless. I am also an ordinary girl. Encounter this kind of thing, I am also very confused. How can I think of such a long term? Besides, the cause of this thing is not you. You Zhao Yanyan said, what, there is a way to let us not yet graduated can receive the drama. And then I was obsessed with taking out their own 10 years of saving money, and you went to Bangkok to buy back such a ghost back. I have complained to you? Wen said sophistically, and the more she said the more aggrieved she became, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. You less give me pretend. You what kind of person I still don't know. Usually pretend like a white lotus flower. In fact, in the heart don't know how bad. 7-7 that stupid girl bent on you as a bosom friend. As a sister, you have in your heart to be 7-7's bosom friend? You are still using her as a gun. What good things to do to the side? Nothing to do as a mouthful of 7-7 called. You privately robbed 7-7's supporting role of the drama. These things you dare to say you have not done? Zhao Yanyan glared, chidingly blurted out to Wen. Chapter 52, that's right, I'm the White Lotus. How do you know? Who told you? When asked in a shocked voice, all these things were done by herself in private. She didn't expect Zhao Yanyan to actually know. Admit it, that is, now just the two of us, you will admit it. In other words, you will not admit it. You will cry like a white lotus flower and say that I have wronged you. As for how I know, I do not have the need or the obligation to tell you. Bah! White lotus flower. Zhao Yanyan spat at Wen and turned around to walk away. Don't you go. Give me back my peace talisman, Wen said loudly, and then intended to pounce on her, intending to settle this weakling Zhao Yanyan by means of a martial arts fight to get back her peace talisman. Zhao Yanyan sneered and looked at Wen and said, relying on the mouth cannot intend to do it. Li Wen, I really see through you. In the future, our sisterhood relationship is cut in two. You want to do it, I accompany to the end. The peace talisman you cannot take back. Zhao Yanran's pale face leaked out a strange smile, and then from their own satchel inside touched out a folding knife. Snap sound open. Snow white knife light in Zhao Yanran's face flashed. Li Wen see each other actually do not speak of martial arts virtue with a weapon. Fear of 2 steps back. Deeply afraid of being Zhao Yanyan stabbed 2 knives. Their own death is wrong. Face quickly put on the choo-choo pity expression said, Yanyan, I have been you as a sister. You cannot be like this to me. You are not like this before. You have changed. And say the peace talisman is the high people special for me to draw. You hold also useless. I'm sorry to say that you can't do anything, but you can't be like this. Oh, you think I'm a 3-year-old child? When you say this bull asterisk 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 you have to think about it. Okay, also I changed. I was forced out. The peace talisman I will not return to you. How long have I been tortured? You also try to see if that taste is good. You dare to come over to grab the peace talisman. I will stab you to death. Anyway, I have no point in living. Zhao Yanran said viciously. Li Wen really think that I was made stupid by the ancient man-child also specially for you to draw the peace talisman. Oneself holding the peace talisman. The whole person is relaxed. The heart repressed. The gray feeling has disappeared. Really think I am an idiot? No, Yan, you listen to me. Things are not as bad as you think. I have a way to be able to solve the problem on you. Li Wen held up her hand to receive, indicating that she is so not able to resist, so don't stab me in the posture. Zhao Yanyan stated that she didn't want to listen to any more of Li Wen's nonsense. facing Li Wenwen with her knife on guard, backed up and walked away. Yen Yen, what I said is true. Did not lie to you? Send me the peace talisman, person said. When the peace talisman spontaneous combustion time, he will personally out to solve the other side. Now as long as we want to find a way to make this peace talisman spontaneous combustion, the other side will surely go out to help completely from the root of the problem, so that we will no longer have to live in reminders of the hangman. Li Wenwen followed. Zhao Yanyan quickly said, afraid that Zhao Yanyan took the peace talisman and ran away. Then they are really finished. Hearing Li Wenwen's words, Zhao Yanyan stopped in her tracks, a pair of outwardly convex eyes staring at Li Wenwen dead in the face, as if she was discerning the truth of Li Wenwen's words, and after a long time, she said, Li Wenwen, I hope you don't cheat, or else I'm not finished with you. No, this is about the safety of my life in the future. How could I lie to you? Now we think of ways to make the peace talisman spontaneous combustion will be good. I personally think it is when encountered a very strong dirty things. This peace talisman will be natural. Right, I have to say. Li Wenwen's brain turns very quickly. When she got the peace talisman, she was thinking about how to make the peace talisman spontaneous combustion. Through such a long time of groping and checking the information on the internet, she felt that spontaneous combustion when encountering something dirty is drunkenly dependable. She can't just take a lighter and light the peace talisman up. What is the difference between this and a death wish? Let's go. I'll take you to a place that can make this peace talisman spontaneously combust without any surprises. Zhao Yanyan chose to trust Li Wenwen one more time, lifting her feet and walking forward, Li Wenwen quickly going to follow. The two of them took a taxi not far from the school. After Zhao Yanyan reported her destination, the cab driver's face changed again and again, and finally gritted his teeth and said, beautiful woman, this place is permeated with mystery. I only dare to pull you guys at the intersection, and you guys walk the rest of the way on your own. Do you think it's okay? If it's not, you guys will change cars. It's fine, just pull us at the intersection, Zhao Yanyan said carelessly. Driver heard, start the car to the destination to drive. Sitting in the back row of the Li Wenwen listening to the clouds, only heard the Peace Road 7 words. Is there anything in it to make people afraid of it? He touched out his cell phone and quietly entered the Peace Road 7 a few words. A row of messages about the Peace Road 7 introduced into their eyes. The Peace Road 7 messages. The Peace Road 7. Li Wenwen casually typed a message to look at it. The whole person's face is white. Zhao Yanyan, you're crazy. You actually went to this kind of haunted place. Don't you want to die? Li Wenwen said loudly. The driver of the car said curiously, what's going on? Are we still going? If you don't go crazy, you won't become a Buddha. Big brother driver, don't care about her. Keep driving. Zhao Yanyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, finished speaking and touched out her folding knife, waving it in front of the driver's eyes, with the sign of madness that if you don't drive according to my words, I'll stab you to death with a knife. Driver brother speechless looking at this weak girl, and then look at the other hand bright folding knife. Now young people are so short-tempered. A word on the knife. Remembered in front of the school received a single. This is still a good girl inside the art school? Okay, pretty girl, don't get excited. I'll drive you guys there. The driver finished, numbly stepped on the gas pedal to change the gear. Like a professional racer-like operation, the cab is like an arrow off the string, quickly disappeared on the road. 20 minutes later, the cab creaked, parked under a bright street lamp. After all, the driver uncle said to Zhao Yanyan, pretty girl, the place is here. You walk forward 1,000 meters or so to the Peace Road 7. It is said that this place through the evil, not peaceful. You be careful. Thank you, driver uncle. You are a good person. Find some to go home to accompany the child. Zhao Yanyan finished, put away his folding knife, touched out a few pieces of money and put it on the driver's side of the cab, greeted Li Wenwen get off the car. The latter looked at the unknown dark section in front of the street lamp. The whole face was white. As a party who had experienced a paranormal event, Li Wenwen was not as firm in believing in science as she had been before. After all, her own personal experience in Zhao Yanyan body's densely packed teeth marks could not be faked. What are you waiting for? Go! Zhao Yanyan, who had already gotten out of the car, walked to the back row and pulled open the door, holding a knife and gesticulating at Li Wenwen for a while. The latter temporarily yielded and obediently got out of the car. The driver uncle saw both of them get out of the car, nimbly drove away. Before and after no more than 10 seconds, the cab's taillights disappeared in front of the eyes of the two. Chapter 53, Girlfriends Tearing Each Other Apart. Raven Lee reached out her hand in vain, as if trying to grab the cab's taillight, and dropped it in defeat the moment it disappeared. Oh, Li Wenwen, what are you afraid of? I'm not even afraid. Now let's bet on whether or not what you say is true. If it's a lie to me, you leave a suicide note yourself. Zhao Yanyan sneered from the side, completely without a trace of fear. You're really crazy. I shouldn't have followed you here tonight. This place is a well-known murderous place on the internet. People who come here to play psychic adventure are either dead or crazy. Do you think that two of us unarmed girls will be able to get through the night safely after we go in? Li Wenwen's usual good manners and cuteness had disappeared. Now she was like a shrew, cursing at Zhao Yanran. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Yanran had a knife in her hand, Li Wenwen would have pounced on her and fought for her life. Does it matter? As long as you're telling the truth and the peace talisman spontaneously combusts, the other side will show up. Then we'll be fine. And I've been to this place once before. It's the place that can scare off the gourmand boy. It will definitely make the peace talisman spontaneously combust. You move forward now or I'll get you killed right now, Zhao Yanyan said maniacally, the folding knife in her hand flying madly a few times in front of Li Wenwen. Li Rongrong's felt scalp tingled as she saw a dozen or so hairs floating down in the air. Li Wenwen's face paled as she thought, this is a madman. Zhao Yanyan has been tortured by the gourmand children and gone mad. She will really kill herself. Don't move the knife. I'll go with you. What Ji Feng said to me. He will definitely do it. We are all still saved. Don't get excited. Li Wenwen mouth comfort to lift the foot to the dark peace road, but the eyes are in a frantic turn, looking for an opportunity to snatch back the peace talisman to run away. If not for the peace talisman, Li Wenwen would have run away. After all, with Zhao Yanyan now this weak chicken in general physique, surely can't catch up, and now snatch back the peace talisman for their own future safety. After all, no matter whether it's the ancient mantis or the peace road, no. 7. Is too evil. As for the ability to as for Yi Feng who can help himself, last time and his wife went to Pengcheng, now far away in Pengcheng, surely cannot rush over. Distant water cannot put out the fire, now must think of their own way. I know what's in your mind. Do you think I still want to be as naive as before? Zhao Yanyan said viciously to Li Wenwen. The knife in her hand kept on Li Wenwen. The two just before and after walked towards the highway shrouded in darkness. Two have not yet walked far. Feel a seeping cold on the face, stimulating the two skin roots stand up. But the weird thing is that it is still September weather. It is the hot season. I do not know whether it is a psychological effect or really there is something dirty. Li Wenwen has always felt that someone is hiding in the dark, with a pair of eyes watching her, hands unconsciously pinched together, walking thighs have begun to have trembled up. You're scared, Zhao Yanyan said coldly, her voice devoid of any emotion. Not waiting for Li Wenwen to answer, Zhao Yanran continued, do you know how I found this place? After coming back from Bangkok, I began to look for a solution to my body's problems of the high man, but basically are liars, either cheating money or cheating sex. Finally I have no way to think of a way to fight fire with fire. Began to look for these spiritual places, to save myself. Peace Road, no. 7. I have also come, which is a real ghost, which I have personally experienced. If not for the fact that I was wrapped up in the gourmand boy, I also live to go, not come out. Li Wenwen's scalp tingled when she heard Zhao Yanyan's words. It was unthinkable that the formerly civilized and weak Zhao Yanyan would actually be driven to such a state. In the end, she had experienced too many desperate things to drive a person to such a state. In order for her not to repeat Zhao Yanyan's mistake, she had to do it as soon as possible. Li Wenwen's right hand tightly gripped his newly bought fruit cell phone, intends to wait for a moment to surprise and attack, smash down Zhao Yanyan to get the peace talisman immediately after the run. Know that there are ghosts inside, but also go in to find death. This brain is not normal almost. The two walked to their destination in this way without incident. Peace Road No. 7 Residence, worn iron gate, the gate next to the growth of two huge acacia trees, because for a long time no one to take care of. Acacia tree branches grow unevenly. The wind blew. It creaked. In the dead of the night is like a ghostly hand beckoning to the passers-by, full of deep and gloomy horror, one while holding a spring-loaded knife. Zhao Yanyan, as if remembering a memory of the leader's fear, her entire body began to tremble slightly. Li Wenwen, who had been putting up her ears and paying attention to the movements behind her, noticed Zhao Yanyan's difference and immediately opened the flashlight of her own cell phone, turned around and shot with bright lights to Zhao Yanyan behind her, who was suddenly illuminated by the lights, and the whole person was temporarily blinded. But holding the knife in her right hand, she immediately stabbed at the position where Li Wenwen had previously stood, and holding a fruit cell phone Li Wenwen, as if holding a hammer with the top of the cell phone to Zhao Yanyan's head smashed. Usually a good sister, good girlfriends of the two are now each waving the hands of weapons. Gritted teeth hate to get killed each other like a different beat together. Cell phone flashlight light a wobble, accompanied by two sounds. Ah ouch sound. The two brief exchange of hands ended. Li Wenwen cover their arms fell to the ground, tearing the skin. The pain she bared her teeth grin. Open mouth a strong inhaled cool air. Mouth viciously scolded. You really down the horse how not to kill you this. Stay in this world you are also a scourge. You this is 1,000 years ago. Mouth viciously cursed. Zhao Yanyan. You stepped horse really under the hand. The ancient mantra how not to kill you this. Stay in this world you are also a scourge. You this is 1,000 people writing 10,000 people stabbed the. Li Wenwen more and more cursed the more excessive. The heart is also more and more instruments. They're owned by countless men chasing the goddess. Why will fall into this appearance? Is not Zhao Yanyan caused? Zhao Yanyan shook a little dizzy head. Just now the head by Li Wenwen's cell phone a bit, and now also a little dizzy and swollen. Open your eyes to readapt to the present line of sight. Looked at the fall to the ground to their own curses ceaselessly. Li Wenwen said, "Oh, you're talking about you? Is your membrane still there? I can't say that middle school is gone. What you pretend to be pure in front of us. You those broken things I know. Yuck. Disgusting thing," said a mouthful of spittle spit on Li Wenwen's face. Li Wenwen was so insulted by Zhao Yanyan, struggling to get up to fight for her life. Her usual well-disguised and perfect persona was so nakedly stabbed through, coupled with that mouthful of thick phlegm on her own face. Even if Li Wenwen's skin is thicker and her heart is deeper than it can't take it, she directly broke the defense, and now the peace talisman is also not wanted. And now she just wants to pounce on and tear up Zhao Yanyan's vicious mouth. Chapter 54, Spiritual Enthusiasts. What? Unconvinced? You and Zhangwen's thing I saw with my own eyes. And you and Zhang Chenxi's father's thing. Li Wenwen, your taste is really heavy. 50 years old people you can get off. How much money the other side gave. Think of going to bed you are in the fake call. By the way, there is also our school's black foreign teacher. You and he are also fighting with a very hot. You don't even know how big your size is now. You have the face in front of me to say these. I Zhao Yanyan, although born poor, but has been clean. To buy the money of the ancient mantis are my own hard work and thrift 3 years to save. And your money that come from? It's not from sleeping on your disgusting body. Zhao Yanyan's mouth was even more poisonous, as if it was peeling an onion, layer by layer, peeling back the scars from Li Wenwen's body to her mind and body. Shut up, you son of a shut up. I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Wenwen cursed furiously. Then her entire body prepared to lunge out at Zhao Yanran. Give honestly. Zhao Yanran's hand rose and fell, quickly with a spring knife, and Li Wenwen's thigh stabbed a knife. The pain. Li Wenwen cried out. No longer have the courage to Zhao Yanran's hands. Now Zhao Yanran in Li Wenwen's eyes. Too strange. Like a devil. Will not be merciful and soft. Push the other side is really dare to move the knife to kill her. Please, spare me. I'm bleeding. I need to go to the hospital to see a doctor. Otherwise I'll bleed to death. Li Wenwen said pitifully to Zhao Yanran. The whole person was truly pitiful to me. Crying so hooksoul. It seems that you usually did not lesson men study ergonomics. Rest assured that this point of blood flow does not kill you. In the nagging, believe it or not, I'll give you some more blood. Zhao Yanran continued to insult Li Wenwen. Let's go. It's time to go in and get down to business. Zhao Yanyan said urgently to Li Wenwen, raising the knife in her hand over the other woman, who endured the pain in her arms and thighs and stood up, ripping off a piece of her own pajamas and bandaging the wound on her thigh before stumbling towards the door of Residence 7. With a creak, Li Wenwen pushed open the rusty iron door and walked in slowly under the urging of Zhao Yanyan's knife. As soon as she stepped inside the residence, Li Wenwen felt a few prying eyes on her. This kind of feeling is like walking at night. Keep feeling that someone is following you behind you. The more you turn back, the more scared you are in your heart. Now Li Wenwen pretty much felt the same way. Yan, let's go. I know that the high person is in Pengcheng. I will find a way to find him, and then let him make a move to solve the problem on us. Even if I give him as a mistress, as a lover, to accompany sleeping, I will let him make a move. This place is too horrible. It's not too late for us to leave now, Li Wenwen said aloud as she broke down. Since Zhao Yanran already knew what she was hiding, there was no need for her to hide it, and she said to Zhao Yanran in a broken voice, now want to leave late, are adults, to be responsible for their own words. You pray that the high people in your mouth will appear into the house. I feel that the peace talisman is about to spontaneously combust. Zhao Yanyan said very calmly, since going inside the No. 7, Peace Road residence, the peace talisman that had been held in her left hand, began to glow slightly, warming her body. Now she more or less believed what Zhao Yanyan said. Under the threat of Zhao Yanran, the two walked into the living room inside the residence. The hall is the look of the 1990s building, with a combination of Chinese and Western decoration style. The living room of the main hall above the hanging of the owner of this home family of 4 gray and white remains of the photo of 2 men and 2 women, a young couple, and a pair of children. As soon as the two walked through the door, Zhao Yanyan felt that the wall photos of people are looking at her. This feeling of being peeped at and before they stepped into the residence of the peeping dare is the same. Li Wenwen was afraid of wanting to hide behind Zhao Yanyan, but as soon as I turned back to go see Zhao Yanyan, old god to walk to a worn-out sofa to sit down, and then began to close his eyes to rest his mind. Li Wenwen didn't care about the pain in her body and hurriedly jogged over to sit next to Zhao Yanyan. In a small voice, she said, Yanran, I'm afraid. I keep feeling that the person on the photo is looking at me again. Li Wenwen now could not care about how much she hated Zhao Yanyan before. Now only want to hide in Zhao Yanyan's side. After all, in such a gloomy house, Only Zhao Yanyan this one self-familiar with the living person in. Well, they were looking at you. After all, their family is rather hospitable. Zhao Yanyan uttered such a sentence, making Li Wenwen even more scared. Her whole body was about to shrink into a ball, hiding beside Zhao Yanyan and shivering. Creak sound of the door. A young man carrying an oil lamp, probing head came in, looking at Zhao Yanyan and Li Wenwen sitting on the sofa. Hand shook in fear, almost shaking the oil lamp in his hand down to the ground. Are you psychic lovers too? Come here on purpose to venture out? The young man asked with a pale face to Raven Li, who was sitting on the sofa. Seeing a stranger, the fear in her heart disappeared quite a bit, and looking at Zhao Yanyan, who was holding a knife against her waist and closed her eyes in a false sleep without saying anything, Li Wenwen whispered to herself, pretty much. Are you here for an adventure? Yes, my name is Wang Xiaoming. I'm a psychic enthusiast, and this time, I've specially paid attention to a group of psychic enthusiasts to venture here, but they are too timid to come in. I am a bit more daring, so I took the lead to come in and take a look. I didn't expect to meet you guys, and also two girls. You guys are really bold. I'll tell them to come in first. Wang Xiaoming finished speaking to Li Wenwen and walked out to call his partner. Li Wenwen speechless looking at Wang Xiaoming far away, thinking I dare big brother hairline to not be Zhao Yanyan with a knife forced, killed himself will not come to this ghost place, but a few more people are good. They are not so afraid. And Zhao Yanyan opened her eyes and looked at the somewhat happy Li Wenwen, and after a cold smile, she continued to close her eyes while the peace talisman in her hand was gripped tighter. All come in. There's already someone in there ahead of me, and it's two big beauties. Yo, and look at you guys, you don't have the guts of a girl. Hurry up and come in. Wang Xiaoming's voice rang out in front of the door. Not long Wang Xiaoming led three walked in, plus Wang Xiaoming himself, a total of 3 men and 2 women. A boy long with a pair of glasses, looking after all showy, like a TV series inside the scholar. A long 5 big and thick face and Wang Xiaoming long after all like. It should be Wang Xiaoming's relatives and so on. The 2 girls appear to be more ordinary, an advantage of baby fat, looks fat, a long set of horse face covered with freckles. These are my friends from the psychic circle. This big guy is my brother called Wang Daming. This one who looks like a scholar is called Li Wen. These 2 girls are called Zhou Rong and Xiedan. All of them came to Residence 7 tonight to explore people. Wang Xiaoming placed the oil lamp on the ground and pointed to his teammates wanting Li Wenwen to introduce the 2 of them in turn. Chapter 55, Listening to Ghosts Tell Ghost Stories. When Wenwen Li heard Wang Xiaoming's introduction, and then looked at such a large group of people inside the room, the fear in her heart disappeared most of the time, and she recovered to her former white lotus smile and said, hello, my name is Wenwen Li. I'm studying in Yangcheng College of the Arts, and I'm here with my best friend, Yanyan Zhao, tonight to find inspiration. Li Wenwen finished her sentence, pointing her finger at Zhao Yanyan who had her eyes closed and was pretending to be asleep, and when she told a lie, she didn't even need to type a draft, it just came out of her mouth. So it's a senior from an art school. The way you guys find inspiration is too unique. The baby fat Zhou Rong spoke next. Well, this is the first time I've encountered this kind of artistic behavior from you guys. I guess you guys must be very bold. Since you're all very bold, how about we tell a ghost story in this scary place? One person at a time. Scholar Li Wen, who was very civilized looking, was very bold and opened his mouth to come up with such an exciting activity. Well, it's okay, that's exciting. After the ghost story, let's play hide and seek. If we play hide and seek inside this horrible shady mansion, I think it's very exciting. The horseface Xiedan said that he would come back later for a more exciting game. The psychic hobby group of 5 nodded their heads in agreement, and then looked at Li Wenwen with an expectant face. Li Wenwen met the gazes of the 5 people, and was almost dumbfounded. Is there anyone else in the world who is so strange, boring, and not afraid of death? In this haunted place to tell ghost stories, later there is a game of hide and seek. What kind of brain-dead people would come up with this? And Zhao Yanyan, who closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, felt the peace talisman in her hand was even hotter, with the tendency of spontaneous combustion right away, and gently stabbed Li Wenwen with the tip of the knife, signaling Li Wenwen to agree with the other party, who almost understood Zhao Yanyan's meaning, and dangerously said to Wang Xiaoming's group of people, okay, that's what makes it exciting. Which one of you is going to come first? As the organizer and initiator of this event, let me go first. Wang Xiaoming was the first to speak, and after saying that, he lifted the oil lamp in his own hand and led the way to Li Wenwen's side, sitting around the circular sofa. In the light of the oil lamps, the atmosphere of the hall looked grave, as if something big was about to happen. I tell the story, called the Back Body Man. Before I and my grandfather live in Yunnan, a remote mountain village, where the era of popular burial, and my grandfather is a back body maker. A variety of tragic deaths, accidental deaths, will come to my home to find my grandfather back body. One night, About 12 o'clock in the morning or so, I fell asleep in a daze when I heard bang 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 on the door. Transported to be next door to the village died a man, said to be a horizontal death of people, hunting on the mountain do not know how it is, fell to the bottom of the cliff. The body was not found when the head was gnawed away half of the beasts. The body is dead. Dead. Came to the 6 hands he cannot lift the body. There is no way to only find on my home. My grandfather explained a few words to me. Take the guy in a hurry out the door. At that time I still remember that night scared a lot of rain. Grandpa explained to me, out of the door no matter what people call the door do not open the door, especially when you smell the smell of corpses. Immediately light the incense on the shrine, so that I can keep me safe. Waiting for Grandpa to go out well, I carefully locked the door, and then fell on the bed how can not sleep. Grandpa said things did not happen, until almost dawn. I heard bang bang knocking. I pinched my nose vigorously not dare to out of breath, for fear of attracting the attention of the door something, maybe to see I have not been out of breath. The door of the knocking sound stopped. I waited anxiously inside the nest for a long time. See the knocking sound does not ringing, then boldly prepared to go to the door to see. For fear of walking and making noise, I didn't dare to wear my shoes, and carefully walked to the front door, suddenly smelling a disgusting stench of corpses, and immediately ringing inside my head what my grandfather had said to me. I prepared to go to the shrine to light incense. Suddenly, a violent push body came from the door, and accompanied by a hoarse hissing sound. Bang! The door was violently pushed open, and a dead body with only half a head and a mutilated body appeared in front of us with my grandfather on his back, and said grimly in his mouth, "Good grandchildren, why don't you open the door for Grandpa?" Wang Xiaoming finished mentioning the oil lamp and shook it in front of himself, making Wang Xiaoming's pale white face look even more eerie. How about it? How's this corpse carrier story of mine? Wang Xiaoming asked to Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen met Wang Xiaoming's blank godless eyes. The whole thing was almost scared silly. Then remembering the ghost story Wang Xiaoming just said, her bladder had a kind of urination coming up. She couldn't help but want to go to the toilet. The ghost story you called was so scary that it almost made me cry, Li Wenwen said as she held back her tears. Okay, Wang Xiaoming, you finished speaking, now it's my turn. The story I'm telling is called The Person Inside the Mirror. Do you know, in fact, this world has two sides. People are the same. This story I'm telling is about the story inside the mirror. The baby fat Zhou Rong said in a chilling manner, her eyes staring dead at Li Wenwen. Wait a minute. I have a slight urge to urinate. You guys talk first. I want to go to the restroom. Li Wenwen hurriedly opened her mouth and said. Now her mind was full of the story of the corpse carrier that Wang Xiaoming had just said. She was afraid that there would be a knock on the door right outside the door. And now her bladder had a contraction, and she could not force herself to go to the toilet any longer. If she didn't go to the toilet, she might pee inside of her own pants, and then it would be a social death if it was seen by such a group of people like me. Wang Xiaoming, Yuma, can you go to the restroom with me, please? I'm scared, Li Wenwen whispered to Zhao Yanyan. Although the two of them had fought to the death before, but now inside this eerie residence, Li Wenwen could only be brazen enough to find Zhao Yanyan to join her. What? You don't want to listen to my storytelling? Or do you think the story I'm telling isn't good, so you're planning to stop listening? Without waiting for Zhao Yanyan to answer, the baby-faced Zhou Rong said grimly to Li Wenwen, her eyes glaring at Li Wenwen with a deadly glare, as if she wanted to eat Li Wenwen in one mouthful. She didn't even look at Zhao Yanyan, who was lying beside Li Wenwen. I didn't. All the stories you guys told were very nice. I just had to pee and wanted to go to the restroom. Yanyan, you help. Li Wenwen spoke with a crying voice, her hands on Zhao Yanyan's body, shaking and shaking vigorously, attempting to shake Zhao Yanyan, the person pretending to be asleep. Don't pay any attention to them, just check Baidu yourself, the deceased of this mansion. You'll immediately know what they are. Zhao Yanyan answered the question. The old god lying on the sofa. To Li Wenwen to say a bull horse does not match the words. Chapter 56, The Advent of Great Master Yi. What? Li Wenwen's brain short-circuited for a moment. I asked you to accompany me to go to the toilet. You asked me to go to check Dunyang. Perfunctory, not so perfunctory it. Li Wenwen endured the swelling pain of her bladder, felt out the fruit cell phone that just smashed Zhao Yanyan. According to Zhao Yanyan's words, to enter the dead of the 7th residence on Peace Road, the web page popped up a piece of news. Li Wenwen casually clicked on a message. The names of the number of people who died in residence No. 7 were listed on it. Li Wenwen stared at the cell phone screen with her own eyes wide open, squinting at Wang Xiaoming and his group who had been staring at her, then rubbing her eyes vigorously. Her mouth subconsciously opened, because on the cell phone screen, the names of Wang Xiaoming's people were clearly displayed, and the time of death had already been traced back to 3 years ago, and she didn't expect that the other party would actually appear in front of her. In other words, Wang Xiaoming's 5 people were all ghosts. Li Wenwen was scared and subconsciously had to scream out. Just when she was about to scream out, Zhao Yanran immediately covered Li Wenwen's mouth. It doesn't feel good to know the truth, does it? Do you know the fear I felt when I met them for the first time? I'm warning you, don't scream out or they'll tear you apart right away. Just listen to their stories at ease, and in the end you'll just tell another ghost story that will make them feel fear. That's how I escaped last time. Otherwise I don't know what the consequences would have been if I told you to go hide and seek. But our goal now is to provoke them so that the peace talisman will spontaneously combust. Zhao Yanran covered Li Wenwen's mouth and warned in her ear. Oh, Yan, I'm scared. Will the other party eat me? Li Wenwen cried like a dilettante, tears and snot bubbling out of her eyes, her whole body shaking madly in fear. Don't worry, they won't eat you. They will get you dead and make you stay with them forever. Now you just pray that the high person in your mouth will show up, Zhao Yanyan said without caring. Anyway, she is in this state now. The worst outcome is a big deal. Zhao Yanyan has already prepared to face death in her heart. I say you, did you listen to my story? The baby fat Zhou Rong said grimly to Li Wenwen, and the remaining 4 people also looked at Li Wenwen in unison. The atmosphere appeared serene. Li Wenwen was stared at by these 5 ghostly creatures. Her whole face turned pale, her blood pressure began to rise, her whole body trembled in fear, her bladder instantly failed, and yellow urine instantly flowed out down her pajama pants. Ghost! Li Wenwen let out a shocking scream. Her previous contact with the gourmand boy only appeared in her dreams, while Wang Xiaoming, who had been dead for 3 long years and whose grave had already grown grass, actually appeared alive in front of her, which was too terrifying. Li Wenwen was instantly frightened and lost her mind and screamed. You actually realized that we are not human, Wang Xiaoming said with a drastic change in appearance. The oil lamp under his feet exploded with a bang. The entire hall turned pitch black. Unable to see fingers, Wang Xiaoming's pale white face instantly turned bloodless, just like a dead person. His eyes bulged outward as if they were going to pop out of their sockets. His tongue stuck out from the inside of his mouth flush with his tongue, and a hanged man's appearance appeared in front of Li Wenwen and the 2 of them, and the remaining were 4 people. Their appearance also changed greatly. Zhou Rong's entire body floated up, floating around in the air. Horse-faced Xiedan now really turned into a horse face. The whole face pulled longer than the horse face. 2 eyes are almost squeezed together, one outward bubbling with blood. Must have been a heavy weight in life by the extrusion and caused this. The scholarly one turned into a flower girl like singing opera. The whole person is dressed in flowers and greenery, and the head of the Wang Daming gurgled and fell to the ground, instantly separated from the corpse. The head rolled directly to Li Wenwen's feet, said to Li Wenwen, I look like this. Instantly the corpse separated. The head rolled directly to Li Wenwen's feet, said to Li Wenwen, I look like this. Scary or not? Wenwen Li looked at the head under her feet, scared, the whole body shivering, eyes rolled over. Honorable fainted. The hall of the remaining, the drip 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 urine drip sound. Wang Daming's head took a disgusted look at the urine all over the floor, then grunted and rolled back next to his own body. Since you guys realized that we're not human, stay with me. Wang Xiaoming dangled a long tongue and said eerily to the 2 Zhao Yanran, it seems like you guys have really forgotten about me, and keep repeating the day in and day out storytelling and hide and seek life. It's simply more pathetic than me. Zhao Yanyan said to these 5 ghostly creatures as she held the burning peace talisman. Ever since Li Wenwen broke the identity of these ghostly creatures, the peace talisman in her own hand immediately spontaneously combusted. Strangely enough, the peace talisman burning in Zhao Yanyan's hand didn't have a bit of sizzling sensation. Zhao Yanyan didn't feel hot at all, emitting this yellowish white light, dispersing the darkness inside the hall. Ah, what's this? It feels so hot. My body is melting. What kind of charm is this that can actually hurt us? Run, or we'll all die here. The 5 ghosts, Wang Xiaoming, let out terrified cries. In the 3 years as a ghost inside, never encountered such a frightening thing. In the past in the house to explore the people, no matter what the peachwood sword, or jade pendant, talisman paper, these things people, as long as they do not comply with their storytelling rules, cannot say to make them satisfied with the ghost story, will be dragged by them to play hide and seek, brutal, tormented to death. Zhao Yanran looked at the peace talisman in her hand with a face full of excitement. The abominable Li Wenwen finally said the truth. This peace talisman will really burn up actively after encountering ghosts, and now we are looking forward to the appearance of the high person in Li Wenwen's mouth. As for Peng Chang, Yi Feng, who had just finished eating with Li Fei and was sent to the entrance of the neighborhood, sensed that the truthful spell on the peace talisman that he had sent out last time was disappearing rapidly. His mouth shouted angrily, bold demon, let's see me take you in. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he carried his wooden box and walked towards the small forest in the neighborhood. Observing that no one was around, he quickly pinched the spell, borrow objects to manifest. Zhao Yanyan, who was inside the residence at No. 7 Peace Road in Yangchang, watched the white light inside the hall flourish, piercing her eyes, and was about to close her eyes and wait for the white light to disappear when a blurry silhouette appeared in the air. The specific appearance could not be seen clearly, but only felt that this figure has boundless power, can subdue all the world's demons and evil spirits. Zhao Yanyan didn't expect the appearance in Li Wenwen's mouth to actually appear here in such a way. Is this still a human being on the other side? Zhao Yanyan looked dazedly at the silhouette in the air. District brats, actually dare to leave behind in the human world to harm people, killing in vain, see the poor Tao today to collect you, let you never be allowed to transcend life. Yi Feng's majestic voice filled with murderous aura resounded inside the hall. Chapter 57, Keeping the Right and the Wrong. Yi Feng full of majestic words rang in the hall inside. Wang Xiaoming, a few people who died in vain, stood in place and did not dare to move a bit. A face of fear looked at the silhouette appeared in the air. What is this? What is this? The white flame burns and burns a figure. After saying that, she let out a loud cry. The whole person was like a white lotus flower. Instantly out of the theater. Zhao Yanran looked at Li Wenwen actually all this time, still so able to pretend. Simply speechless. You in front of this kind of high people pretend. Useful? The other party should have seen the thoughts in the heart at a glance. Wang Xiaoming 5 people looked at Li Wenwen this white lotus appearance. The whole ghost is not good. Their own hands have not yet done anything to you. You mouth that we want to harm you. Have you such a rip-off people? Was about to open his mouth to the air suddenly appeared silhouette explanation. Mutilating the people of the Yang world. Damn it! Yi Feng did not have the mood to listen to Wang Xiaoming's explanation, nor did he look at Li Wenwen who was crying on the side. This girl herself from the first time he met, Yi Feng felt that there was a very heavy flow of baby's qi on her body, which were produced by some babies who died in vain or something like that. Now the first order of business is to first get rid of the 9 sins inside this house. Divine Soldier Blistering Fire Order. Fire. 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 Yi Feng opened his mouth with one hand to Wang Xiaoming's 5 ghosts and recited 5 words of fire in a row. Before the other party had time to beg for forgiveness, his body ignited a green-colored blazing flame. The flame quickly swept through his entire body, and the 5 earth-bound spirits that had been staying at the No. 7 residential house on Peace Road were instantly burned without even a dregs left, as if these 5 ghosts had never appeared. Witnessed the entire process of Li Wenwen and Zhao Yanran dumbfounded at what just happened. Like a dream. If not the ground there is an oil lamp burning words. The 2 people are afraid to think that they have just been dreaming. Come out. I will send you on your way. The dead shouldn't stay on earth anymore. This will only increase your sins. Yi Feng said to my 4 photos on the wall. The 5 earth-bound spirits just now were just appetizers before the meal. The remaining family of 4 was the real meal. Why should the murderer get away with it? Just because the murderer's alive? And those of us who died tragically should suffer endless pain, repeating day after day the passage of being killed that we experienced in life. I'm not convinced. I want revenge. A man's voice resounded inside the hall. Zhao Yanran and the 2 of them looked along the source of the voice, only to see the male photo hanging on the wall with its mouth open and speaking, the feeling that there were still more vicious ghosts inside the house. Both of them walked towards Yi Feng's side with their scalps tingling. Yes, there are quite a few people who have come to our place to try to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils, and basically none of them left our house alive. I don't know if you're a Taoist priest or a monk who came out from there, but I advise you to mind your own business. A vicious female voice rang out. Sister, I want to tear them apart. Brother, you're not being good. Sister wants to make them into dolls. No, sis, I just want to tear them up. It must be so much fun to tear them into pieces, like building blocks. I'll put them together into something really fun. Okay, bow. Sister will listen to you this time, and will tear them into pieces for you to play with later. Inside the hall resounded a man and a woman's noisy voice. The voice seems very childish, but said out words but let Li Wenwen and Zhao Yanyan scalp them. Actually take the body of a living person to build blocks. The 2 people's brains inside the instantly thought of the Wang Xiaoming 5 people's tragic situation. It should be caused by these 2 children. Yi Feng heard the words of this family, instantly enraged, said angrily, more talk is useless. Stay you cannot. Yangqi God's power to exclude the fall of the generals. All the days to picket the great spiritual official. Fire pull 3-5 big lei gong. Ordered by the 3 Qing descending ghosts and devils. Holding a gold-braided whip patrol the world. Wearing a golden armor to show the power of the spirit. Yi Feng intends to use the spiritual official spell to quickly resolve the battle. After all, it is not his real body here. With the sound of Yi Feng's magic incantation, the fuzzy sound emitted countless golden light, shining on the 2 people and 4 ghosts inside this house. The former felt warm, as if the sunlight was shining on them, and dispersed the eerie air around them, while the latter's family of 4 entire ghosts were not good, and they only felt as if they were being sunburned by the sun, and their entire bodies were on the verge of melting. Go on, kill this man, let him feel the pain of our family. The male owner of the residence at No. 7, Peace Road let out a roar and floated out from inside the photo, leading the charge towards Yi Feng with a fiddling ghastly wind. The remaining wives and children hurriedly followed. letting out a ghostly cry and wolfish howl as they lunged towards Yifeng. Spiritual officer curse. With Yifeng's roar, a divine general clad in golden armor appeared inside the hall, square-faced and leopard-eyed, holding a fire wheel in his left hand and a steel whip in his right hand. The whole person was filled with endless majesty. Your family has committed so many killings in vain, and you still don't know how to repent until now. Take my spiritual official spell and send your family on their way. The god general opened his mouth to speak, and the hall remembered Yifeng's voice. Li Wenwen and Zhao Yanyan looked at the majestic, domineering retreat from the evil spirit of the official gods and goddesses. The two heads on the spot on standby, thinking by a strong conflict, feel their own books for more than 10 years have been reading in vain. The original world really has God and Buddha. Taoist temples inside the worship of the spirit of the official is now alive and well in front of their own eyes. The world in the end, what is wrong? There are gods, there are ghosts. After Yifeng recruited the innate general, trained spiritual officer King Dharma phase, he harnessed this Dharma phase, and his right hand holding the whip fiercely jerked towards the male master who rushed at the forefront. The steel whip instantly became red in the air, and then emitted red flames, like a long flaming whip, and struck towards the male master. Rushed in the forefront of the male master, saw the sudden appearance of the god general. The whole ghost is almost scared silly. Want to break are too late. A long time by the hatred of the blinded heart in this domineering flame long whip quickly awake, but it was already too late. The male master and the flame whip were fitted together between lightning and fire. No, I'm wrong, spare me. The male master only let out a miserable pleading body. The whole body was split into pieces by the long flame whip. The rest of the words could no longer be said. The right hand holding the steel whip shook. The long flame whip circled around the fragmented remnants of the male master's body with a roll, and then another whip. In the blink of an eye the male master disappeared cleanly. Not a bit of dregs were left. Chapter 58, Who attacked me? Li Wenwen and Zhao Yanyan looked at the greatly powerful Yifeng dumbfounded. Their mouths were open and they could swallow an egg. It is not too much to call this Nima abusive killing. The man who had just spoken out of turn, in the hands of Yifeng could not go more than a single move, and he was instantly killed in seconds. Mistress of the folk house, driving this rolling in chi floating in the air, looking at her husband being beaten by the other side of the dregs, directly came to a sharp break, shouted to the pair of children behind her, "Children, quickly go! I stopped the stinking Taoist, later you must take revenge for me." After saying this, with the aura of feeling to die, he lunged towards Yifeng. "Mom, don't leave us! Mom, wait for me!" The two children let out miserable cries, then watched as their mom, in the air, made a quick lunge at the mighty godfall before making a 90-degree turn and running toward the lobby window location. Li Wenwen too speechless look at the escaping mistress. Business mighty ghosts, actually directly run away, and greedy to the point of abandoning their sons and daughters to run away, using their own daughters as a target, attracting fire, when it is really not a little bit of feelings of the living. In front of me you want to escape, can you escape? Yifeng didn't care about it. Under the blessing of the spiritual officer Dharma phase, Yifeng was like a godly help. His left hand golden will threw at the fleeing mistress. A red light flashed inside the hall, like a red line burning red, blasting at the mistress's body. The hall exploded with fireworks on the spot, and the mistress exploded in an instant. Her mutilated ghostly body blew up into flying ashes, floating to all parts of the hall. The two little kids, looking at their dad and mom, died in front of their eyes, directly confused, want to cry but cannot cry out, stagnant in place, staring blankly at the air of the god's will. A little resistance look or not. Li Wenwen looked at the god general in the air. In looking at the two little kids standing stagnant in place, a pair of big eyes turned. The heart calculated some, said to the air, Yifeng, they are still small, do not know how to do things, can you let them go? I see that they are very pitiful, so young to lose their lives, and was abetted by their parents to bring up such a bad, too pitiful. Li Wenwen intends to fight, bicycle into a motorcycle, in front of Yifeng to act out a play. Instantly the playwright on the body turned into a white lotus flower in seconds. Let Yifeng think that she is a sympathetic, caring, kind-hearted good girl. Zhao Yanyan once again dumbfounded look at Li Wenwen. This Nima are what time? Still playing green tea, and want to and each other to a bow will be friends? Now there is no mirror. You take a piss and take a look at yourself, you now batch head hair, crotch yellow stains, the stupid fork like, but also think of fishing, not afraid of the other side of a steel whip to death you this stupid forked goods it. Yifeng didn't even look at Li Wenwen who was performing. A steel whip went down and rolled up a blazing flame, instantly engulfing the two little kids who were frozen in place and didn't move. The latter didn't even send out a single attending and disappeared without a trace. Yifeng withdrew the spiritual official Dharma phase on himself, looked at the two girls who stayed in the house, and was ready to collect the Dharma and go back to Pengchang, when he suddenly heard Zhao Yanyan open her mouth and said, "Higher person, please save me, I am being entangled by a Guman boy from Siam, and I have been living a life worse than death for the past few months, so please be merciful and save me, Zhao Yanyan said to Yifeng with a sincere expression. After that, she knelt down on both knees and bowed to Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes looked at Zhao Yanyan and reached out his hand to Zhao Yanyan. The latter felt his whole body lighten up, as if he had unloaded 1,000 gold burdens, and his whole body relaxed. Yifeng said to Zhao Yanran curiously, the nightmare ghost on you has been broken by me. I can't imagine that the other party has already practiced to a place where it is changed from virtual to real. This is rare. You go back and find a butcher to buy a pig killing knife. Just put it under your own pillow when you sleep. Tonight's matter you all were told out. Understand? Yifeng said solemnly. Finished floating in the hall and the air of the blurred figure disappeared. The ground left the peace talisman license to burn the residual ash. Thank you higher power for rescuing me. Zhao Yanyan knelt on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Tears of excitement and happiness flowed from the corners of her eyes. In her heart she was touched and excited. She could finally live like an ordinary girl. In the future she must stay away from these strange things. What she experienced this time never want to happen to her again. And Raven Lee, who had already brewed up her emotions and had tears in the corners of her eyes and a look of I-see-it-all look on her face, looked at the empty air in a daze. People? This has disappeared. Before leaving do not know to say hello to me. I'm not easy to brew out of the emotions easy? The most confused is Zhao Yanyan remembered. Their own business has not been done. Zhao Yanyan on the body of the problem solved. And my things have not been solved. Yifeng, my matter is still not resolved. You just pointed your finger at Zhao Yanran and also stabbed me with your hand. Help me resolve the nightmare. Li Wenwen anxiously roared at the empty hall. The whole person anxious tears are tuned out. Before it was tearful for the sake of acting, to win Yifeng's favor. Now Li Wenwen tears. Anxious real tears. After all, Zhao Yanyan's previous miserable appearance, Li Wenwen was witnessed with her own eyes. Zhao Yanyan heard Li Wenwen's words. Giggle or laugh out. Their own this special not dry exactly plastic girlfriends, or so unreliable. Instantly amused himself. Li Wenwen, let you pretend. Now there is a time for you to cry. Zhao Yanyan said happily to Li Wenwen. As long as she saw Li Wenwen being defeated and having a hard time, Zhao Yanyan felt very happy. Zhao Yanyan, it's all because of you that my peace talisman is gone and my physical ailments aren't resolved. I'll fight you. Li Wenwen was furious and lunged at Zhao Yanyan who was mocking her, and the two of them instantly wrestled together. And Yifeng, whose consciousness returned to his body, just opened his eyes and saw a palm print suddenly appeared in front of his eyes towards himself. At that moment, he shouted loudly and angrily, "What kind of demon? How dare you assassinate the poor Taoist?" After saying that, he immediately punched forward. Ouch! A woman's pained cry rang out, and a silhouette directly fell to the ground on its back. Humph! If I hadn't come back in time, I would have been caught by your sneak attack, Yifeng said to the fallen silhouette, and then a look at the fallen silhouette. Immediately said with great urgency, "Wu Qianxian, how is it you? You're okay," said to the fallen Wu Qianxian. Go, just now their own punch. Is the body instinct subconsciously hit out? No light and no weight. Yifeng is afraid of their own just no not 2 days of friends hit the bad. To the ground unconscious Wu Qianxian rescue up. Chapter 59, I didn't mean it. Yifeng hands and feet nimbly pinched Wu Qianxian's human center, quickly drew out his immortal crane divine needle, to Wu Qianxian's chest violently stabbed up. About 10 minutes later, Yifeng finally half-dead Wu Qianxian resuscitated back, eyes black and blue. Into a panda eye Wu Qianxian slowly opened his eyes. Broken piece of consciousness began to awaken. I myself this is how it is. I remember that I came back late this evening, coupled with a bit of wine. They did not drive. Taxi back to the neighborhood, in order to go home as soon as possible to walk down the road, and then the grove to see a familiar silhouette. To say why is it familiar, is because of the silhouette of the back of a wood in the box. Himself then walked over, and sure enough, it was Yifeng, whom he had only known for a short time, with his hands pinched with strange hand seals, standing motionless, as if he had lost his soul. Curious, he intended to use his hand to shake in front of Yifeng's eyes, and then a fist appeared in front of his eyes. The rest of the things do not know anything. Woke up to see crouching beside himself Yifeng. I remembered. Yifeng, why did you hit me? And roared, what secretly harmed you? When did I secretly harm you? I just saw you standing still. Kindly take a look at you. The result mumble? You partially indiscriminate punch over. Wu Qianxian said angrily at Yifeng. I didn't do it on purpose. Just now when I woke up I saw a hand jerking towards me. I reacted on reflex before I struck out. I didn't mean to do it. Yifeng hurriedly explained. After all, right now Wu Qianxian's face still had a panda eye. This was all caused by himself. Goo, my eyes hurt. And you said you didn't do it on purpose. Wu Qianxian, who had big nerves and a somewhat long reaction arc, covered her eyes with an exasperated afterthought and said, I really don't mean it. if I really mean it, just now a punch has killed you. Yi Feng said sincerely. Just now Wu Qianqian hit him with a punch, or did not hit the vital position. It has been unconscious and fell to the ground. The whole person out of breath, more in breath, small, not far from death. Yi Feng, this choked Wu Qianqian, do not know how to answer. In other words, I also want to thank you for the grace of not killing. Have you? So do people, talking, and I am the victim of good not, now fell to the ground. You, this abuser, do not know to help me up, but also the old god squatting on the side to explain. This moment, this second, Wu Qianqian seriously doubt that Yi Feng before the naive and honest look is pretending. Their own morning dislike of the Healy-jun, and now Yi Feng, this do husband, intentionally set up in the grove to beat himself up to his wife out of anger. Then thank you for not killing me, Wu Qianqian said with a cold face, then covered her eyes with one hand and pestled the ground with one hand, intending to stand up on her own. When Yi Feng saw this, he reached inside and lifted Wu Qianqian up from the ground like a chick. I really didn't mean it. I was just dealing with something. Just came back to my senses. Didn't notice the person in front of me you are. So I just shot out. I'm sorry. Yi Feng, the honest child, sincerely explained and apologized to Wu Qianqian. The weapon that was lifted up by Yi Feng looked at Yi Feng with a face full of shock. Yi Feng actually lifted his own weight of about 100 pounds with one hand. How amazing is his arm and wrist strength! Ah, I think it must be a practitioner. And also a practitioner who can do real kung fu. After thinking about the bad things he recently encountered, his heart instantly had an idea. Yi Feng, I believe that what you said is true. You didn't mean it. But I'm the one who got hurt. Yeah, I got hurt by you. Now my whole eye is swollen and painful. It's like it's going to explode. Don't you think you should give me some compensation? Wu Qianqian covered her panda eyes and said to Yi Feng, I have no money. Yi Feng reflexively said, is really by Healy-jun pit scared? Here, compensation. Breach of contract. These sensitive words, mouth subconsciously say he has no money. When Wu Qianqian heard Yi Feng's words, her head was covered with black lines. Is this a matter of money? And I also know that you do not have money. As Healy-jun's husband, you have money on the body is strange. Healy-jun, such a strong woman. You as a good punching bag on the line. It's not a matter of money. Yi Feng, you're a practiced fighter, right? Just now when you mentioned me up, I felt it. You don't have to deny it. The compensation I'm talking about is to let you take part in a boxing match instead of our club. It's a competitive match, kicked off with the intention of point to point. You can't beat it but just surrender directly. At that time, I will give you a considerable appearance fee. Can be said to be the best of both worlds. How about it? Wu Qianqian flirted with Yi Feng. Wu Qianqian is now desperate for medical help. Their own multifunctional health and fitness club encountered a huge problem. Encountered to the opponent's malicious kick club inside the judo, karate, kendo and other martial arts coach was the other side of the beatdown. The rest of the coach are on sick leave to hide at home, not to work, resulting in their own club inside the academy members have a large-scale dropout, withdrawal of dues tendency. After all, usually blowing very powerful, get a lot of awards and certificates of the coach in the hands of the other hand but not two strokes, fell to the ground. Who looked at all angry? The heart will think. They learned in the coach is what thing Wu Qianqian cannot let the club inside the yoga, dance, tea, flower arrangement of female coaches on the ring and each other to fight it. Really do so, really not far from their own closure. Tonight Wu Qianqian is to visit a boxing master. It is said that the other party is practicing on boxing, is a hidden folk master, a meal down. Wu Qianqian spent a large price to invite each other to go out, and now encountered a leaky hand. Yi Feng opened a few years of clubs. Wu Qianqian immediately found that Yi Feng is a hidden martial arts master. Immediately came to a double insurance. Intends to invite Yi Feng to go out together. I walk the road and these people practicing martial arts is not the same. I'm afraid I can't keep my hands to kill each other. Yi Feng to Wu Qianqian, this friend honestly said, not to help you, because Yi Feng no martial artists are a group of people with strong blood, just fight up nothing. But the fact is that often the more you fight the more you cannot stay in hand. After all, you stay in hand. The other side did not stay in hand, that the rest of their lives may be spent in a wheelchair. Wu Qianqian heard Yi Feng's words. The heart is happier, not afraid that you cannot, for fear that you are too line. As long as you do not kill the person on the line, killed and maimed, I Wu Qianqian out of the money to give you a pocket on the line. Who let the other side of the eye of their own clubs of the business? What had come up with such a crooked trick to rob their own business? Chapter 60, Boxer Yi Feng takes his place. Yi Feng, don't worry, it's just a simple sparring match. You don't have to take things too seriously. You've said you're so good. Sparring with the other side is just a way to exercise your body. I'm sure you'll do it well. Panda-eyed Wu Qianqian said happily. In her excitement, even her own ebony eyes were not covered. Her good-looking melon face was topped with one white and one ebony eye, gleaming as she looked at Yi Feng. All right, I promise you. Yi Feng nodded his head and agreed. After all, Wu Qianqian's words had been said so clearly. It was normal for friends to help each other, not to mention that it was just a simple sparring session, and it was fighting with someone else's life. There was nothing to worry about. Yi Feng, you're so good. I forgive you for hitting me things. This matter is so agreed. Your appearance fee I give you set $30,000. As long as you win the other side, I will give you another $100,000 of prize money. No problem, right? Wu Qianqian quickly said to Yi Feng, and put Yi Feng's appearance fee is extremely low. To know Wu Qianqian in order to ask the Ong Fistmaster to fight, just the appearance fee was given 800,000, and win the other side of the words, Wu Qianqian also have to pay an additional $5 million in bonuses. In contrast to Yi Feng's appearance price, can only say that Yi Feng is really Wu Qianqian's good friend. It's fine, aren't we friends? It's normal for friends to help each other. Yi Feng didn't care and said, this small amount of money was not in his eyes. Pro brothers still have to settle accounts. What's your phone number? I'll contact you when it's time to play the game. Wu Qianqian asked as she touched her own cell phone. In a happy mood, even the swelling and pain in her eyes was reduced. This is my cell phone code number. Yi Feng touched out his cell phone and said. Wu Qianqian quickly took Yi Feng's cell phone. After operating one, Yi Feng's cell phone address book above the phone number became 2. I can't imagine that He Li Jun put you in such a strict control. She is the only one who has a phone number on her cell phone. This is also too overbearing. But Yi Feng, don't worry. As your good friend, I will definitely introduce you to a tender woman to be your wife in the future. When you repudiate He Li Jun, this woman, let her hide in the toilet alone and cry. Wu Qianqian said as she cursed from the side. Yi Feng said that he didn't dare to open his mouth to speak. After all, he couldn't take out this $30 billion of default money himself. Then let's go home. I'll also go back and use egg ice water on my eyes. Wu Qianqian looked at the time. It's almost 1 in the morning. Ready to go home and rest. The club's things that should be done have already been done. Tonight can also sleep a good night. Well, it's quite late. I'm taking a double break. It's best to set the competition on a Saturday or a weekend when it comes, so that I'll have time to come. Yi Feng admonished Wu Qianqian from the side. Well, I know. Go home. Wu Qianqian said as she was subjected to it, and the two of them walked towards the 29 building together, separating downstairs to go home individually. Yi Feng answered home. Somehow, a little bit of weakness to open the door of the room. Found the room inside the empty. Think He Li Jun has fallen asleep. Lightly walked back to their own dormitory. Began to sit as usual in the evening class. And Wu Qianqian returned to her own home. Turned on the headlights. Rubbed her swollen eyes with her hands. And wanted to go to the washroom. Saying as she walked. Yi Feng, you are also too hard. Until now my eyes are still hurting. It will not be swollen. Then I will not have the face to go out and see people tomorrow. Wu Qianqian said to come to the mirror next to a light. Saw the mirror inside the top with panda eyes. Eyeballs covered with blood inside their own. The whole person then collapsed. The mouth loudly shouted, Yi Feng, I want to kill you. My face. Women love beauty. In order to their own face, women are often willing to spend money. Not to mention Wu Qianqian, such goddess-level women. Every year in their face on the cost can be in a small city to buy a suite of rooms. And now was Yi Feng punched in the eye. The mood can feel good. Wu Qianqian began to scramble to boil eggs. Apply ice. Or tomorrow they do not dare to go out to see people. Yi Feng didn't know how Wu Qianqian's mood was. As always, he did his very late evening classes and then meditated and practiced. As time passed, the day passed again and the morning light broke through the darkness and illuminated the whole world. Yi Feng also woke up from meditating and started to do his morning class. And He Li Jun in their own room cleaning and dressing up. The two people are busy. Yi Feng did the morning class out of the room door to see He Li Jun sitting on the living room sofa by herself, drinking milk and eating bread. Yi Feng, there is bread and milk inside the kitchen. If you want to eat it, go get it yourself. We'll talk later. He Li Jun said to Yi Feng as she gracefully ate the bread. Yi Feng curiously looked at the same He Li Jun, which again made what mouth out. Last time I was invited to eat because grandpa he is coming, to act on their own, then this time to eat breakfast. And why? Yi Feng knows that He Li Jun's breakfast is not good. Froze in place and said, something I will not eat. What do you have to say straight? He Li Jun looked at Yi Feng's serious look and laughed in a good-natured way. Don't worry, I won't eat you. Yi Feng, I just want to talk to you. Is it true that you haven't read any books? Do you really live in the mountains with your master? What happened between you and Wang Daguai? The other side actually came to the door to personally give you gifts. And last night you drink in the bar look can be really handsome. Standing next to you beauty, I'm not mistaken. It should be my finance minister, Li Feiyu, Li Big Beauty. Yi Feng can't imagine that you only work for 2 days on the hookup with Li Big Beauty. You, when I said to you last night, is a wind in the ears? The more He Li Jun said, the colder her tone became. Her cheap husband must have hidden something, not as plain as he appeared on the surface. Otherwise Wang Daguai and Li Feiyu, two people, would look at him differently. and really take Yi Feng as a fool, then she would be a real fool herself. Yi Feng looked at He Lijun as like a series of artillery, like a cannon on their own. The heart is a little false. Wang Dagui's matter is nothing to say, but himself and Li Feiyu's matter He Lijun is how to know. Is he sent people to track me? This is too much, but it seems to be their own fault first. After all, only yesterday promised He Lijun not to go out with women to hang out when the night was found. These two things are complicated to say the least. The matter between me and Wang Dagui is very simple. If you don't say it today, I've almost forgotten about this person Wang Dagui. As for Li Feiyu, it's a long story for me to tell with her. Then let's make it short. We must make things clear to me today. He Lijun said before Yi Feng's words. I'm not here to listen to your nagging Yi Feng. Chapter 61, The Careful He Lijun. Yi Feng looked at the frosty He Lijun, quickly organized some language inside his head and said, the matter between me and Wang Dagui is very simple. You know that I'm a Taoist priest. Some time ago when I set up a stall in Temple Street, I met Wang Dagui who was sick and desperate, and gave him an idea to give him some pointers to get better. As for what you said about Wang Dagui's door-to-door, as for what you said about Wang Dagui's visit, I don't know anything about it. And what you said about drinking at the bar, I don't know where you got the information from, but my relationship with Sister Fei Fei is clean, and the reason why I am close to her is because she and I are from the hometown, and we are both from Bashu. This is my explanation to you. As for you believe it or not is not my business. After all, we are just a contractual couple. You do not like me. You can dissolve the marriage at any time. After all, you are just a little familiar to me. A stranger. We do not have any emotional basis. Just because of a piece of paper marriage contract and together. I'm just a shield for you. You understand each other in your heart. The extra words I won't say more. I'm going to work. Yi Feng turned around and walked away after saying that. Wait, this is your stuff. Wang Dagui sent it last night. Now it's back to you, the owner. I'm not in the habit of keeping things for others. He Lijun finished pointing to the car keys and mountain ginseng that were placed on the dining table. Yi Feng glanced at them, picked up the things on the table and went out. He Lijun sitting next to the dining table, looking at the door of the Yi Feng. The heart has always wanted to refute the words of Yi Feng, but the words to the side of the mouth but cannot find a place to refute. Yi Feng, he said, the two of them are only because of a piece of paper marriage contract plus a contract and together. There is no emotional foundation. Yi Feng's intention is to withdraw from the marriages to use their own language loopholes to leave the other side as a shield, but they have a reason to have to do so. But he has a reason to do so. Want to lead Lijun Pharmaceuticals on the world stage. He must have Yi Feng so the shield exists. Yi Feng, right now I'm imprisoning your freedom. I'll give it back to you in the future. But you're now my He Lijun's husband, so I won't allow you to fool around outside. Li Feiyu is it? See how I'll clean you up. He Lijun thought to herself that she couldn't pack up Yi Feng, this rolling knife meat, but she still couldn't pack up Li Feiyu. Yi Feng came to the company early, came to his old position and sat down. Began a day of work, during which colleagues familiar with Yi Feng have greeted Yi Feng. Yi Feng also smiled and responded to each other. While Li Feiyu was playfully winking at Yi Feng nodded at him and considered responding to each other. Such a work clock career began. Yi Feng played with the car keys in his hand, thinking in his heart that he should take the time to learn the car. Cannot walk every time to travel, or luck and line it. This is too high profile. Since we have come to this red dust, we should be with the light, so that it is considered to be practicing themselves, waiting to get off work to ask their hometown Li Feiyu learning car things. As for the 100 years of wild ginseng sent by Wang Dagui, Yi Feng walked out of the house and ate it in a few mouths. The district of 100 years of ginseng. Yi Feng was too lazy to go out and refine the demon and swallowed it directly, and by virtue of his own body that had been cultivated for many years, Yi Feng was able to completely digest the 100 years of wild ginseng without wasting a bit of the medicinal power. Yi Feng just like this secretly cultivate, digest the medicine to the end of work, during which no one to Lijun Pharmaceutical mess, and then sent most of the female colleagues off work, deliberately walking in the last. Li Feiyu nodded at Yi Feng, sleeve long fingers to Yi Feng then a OKD gesture, meaning I'll wait for you in the underground parking lot. He Lijun, who followed behind Li Feiyu, looked at Li Feiyu's gesture, and just pretended not to see it, and did not say anything. She also walked towards the parking lot, and the two of them entered the elevator one after the other. Mr. He, today you did not work overtime. Li Feiyu saw to come on the old boss. He Lijun stood in their side, playful said, after all, their old boss is in their side, always have to say something, otherwise how embarrassing. Well, I've been having old problems for the past few days and wanted to go home early to rest. He Lijun smiled and explained to Li Fei. Mr. He, then you have to take care of your health. It's fine, a little bit of a minor problem. Feiyu, how many years have you been coming to Lijun? He Lijun asked with a change of topic. Li Feiyu didn't know why He Lijun would ask this question before or she personally interviewed herself. it is reasonable that she should remember how long she came to the company. Mr. I've been here at Lijun for almost 4 years, Li Fei said honestly. Yes, it has been almost 4 years. Time can pass really fast. These 4 years I see you have been ignoring other men. Now how do our company's small security guards look the other way? He Lijun said jokingly. Here He Lijun this. Li Fei language no today off work themselves and He Lijun is not a chance encounter. Should be deliberately waiting for their own off work to find their own conversation. Should be their own 2 days and Yifeng too close. So especially to find themselves to inquire about the situation. He Lijun and Yifeng in the end what is the relationship between the cousins? Or really the love of the world? The smart and witty Li Feiyu cannot feel the relationship between He Lijun and Yifeng for a moment. Mr. You're joking. Yifeng and I are good because he and I are hometown people. We are both from Bashu. Meeting someone from our hometown in a foreign place thousands of miles away. This kind of feeling can only be felt by people who have been away from home for many years. Get the hometown feeling, Li Fei explained with a smile. He Lijun looked at the sexy and moving Li Feiyu, suddenly smiled and held Li Feiyu's hand and said, Feiyu has suffered you all these years. For the sake of Li Jun's development, you have dedicated your best time and best years to the company. The company intends to prepare to establish a pharmaceutical plant in Bashu. I was going to call Shisun to go, but now I hear what you are saying now and deeply realize how it feels for the wanderer to be away from home. The feeling of leaving home, not being able to accompany your loved ones, your parents, is so difficult, so I'm going to discuss with you to let you go to Bashu, so that you can accompany your own parents. He Lijun is now like a good boss who is considerate of her subordinates, pulling Li Feiyu's hand, speaking warmly and carefully for Li Feiyu's good words, and considerately intends to let Li Feiyu go back to her hometown to work in the branch factory, so that she can often be accompanied by her parents. When Li Feiyu heard this from He Lijun, she immediately wanted to slap He Lijun twice. Can a branch factory and a company be the same? I have worked hard for nearly 4 years to sit in the position of the Minister of Finance, and now just because I am close to Yifeng, so now I want to do it to myself, kicking myself far away. Chapter 62, Knockout. As a smart woman, Li Feiyu instantly thought of the cause of this matter, enthusiastically took He Lijun's hand, shook it vigorously and said, Thank you for taking care of me, but I was born in finance. I know nothing about management. I'm afraid to go to Bashu's branch factory to screw things up. This kind of thing must have a strong sense of enterprise, and have the spirit of hard work of the people to go, so that we can open up new territory for our Lijun. Besides, nowadays technology is so advanced, you can still video chat with your parents when you return home and talk about your family. The most important thing is that I can't let go of Lijun, such a big family. It's fine, people make progress, I believe you can do it Feiyu. Go home and think about it. Give me a call back then, He Lijun still said enthusiastically. The implication is that you don't want to go line, but you have to keep a distance from Yifeng in the future. Otherwise, He Lijun can kick you far away, and do not fire you, so drag you. The dark drop. When you go to Bashu want to find a place to Suno place me. Well, I'll definitely consider your suggestion at home. Mr. Li Fei said solemnly to He Lijun, as if she was an employee who really got the attention of her old boss. Ding! The sound of the elevator doors opening rang out and the two stepped out. Fei, I'll go home first. You also go home early to rest, so that you can have better energy to go to work, He Lijun said to Li Feiyu if she had a point, and then stepped on her own high heels to walk up to the car. In the roar of a whole motor, He Lijun watched the Ferrari go far away. Li Fei looked at the taillights of the car that was already far away, and said sadly, He Lijun, I can't imagine that you attach so much importance to Yifeng. You only found a little hint, and immediately wanted to pinch it off. I basically guess now that Yifeng is what you are, and Yifeng is your husband, right? That's why you value him so much. Driving away He Lijun does not care how Li Feiyu heart. Their heart pain how to come. After all, this society is like this. The weak is strong. The strong is strong. Yesterday He Lijun lying on the bed to brush the video screen, and suddenly brushed to a video of the god of wine in the world. Inside the video, her own husband Yifeng and Li Fei were drinking together in the bar, and the two look very close, sitting next to each other. Yifeng a mouthful of a cup of spirits. So that sitting next to Yifeng Li Feiyu mood changeable up. There is happy, there is excitement, there is worry. This is not a sentence of ordinary hometown can be explained clearly. Angry He Lijun that night are almost insomnia. In addition to this morning was Yifeng this rolling knife meet said words. Blocking the heart is more difficult. He Lijun take Yifeng no way, and afraid of Yifeng regardless of the people. Can only find the heroine of this matter out of gas. After work He Lijun immediately looked for Li Feiyu open. Quite a bit of a wife about the situation of a junior, and dutifully, refused to barter annual salary of millions of Yifeng. Looked at the company inside the people have finished, nimbly closed the door, carrying their own wooden box to the parking lot, a staircase out of the sky, Yifeng saw not far away from the Mercedes-Benz, clear and familiar to the Mercedes-Benz car to go. Sister Fei Fei. Yifeng shouted enthusiastically when he got into the car. Li Feiyu looked at the appearance of the ordinary Yifeng, and then associated with the iceberg goddess known as He Li Jun. These two will not really be a couple. How to look at these two or not match? 1,000 look at Yifeng cannot match He Li Jun, but remembering what He Li Jun said inside the latter, Li Feiyu has a full grasp of her own conjecture. Yifeng, He Li Jun is your wife, right? Li Fei asked to her little hometown self. Ah, Sister Fei Fei, how do you know? Yifeng said in shock. He had already hidden himself so deeply, he didn't expect to be seen by Li Fei. Sure enough, just now your wife approached me and warned me a bit, Li Fei said quietly. What? He Li Jun, what is she looking for you for? Yifeng asked in surprise. I didn't expect He Li Jun to come to the door so quickly. This is toxic. Ah, is it that what she said this morning made her dissatisfied, so she purposely came to block Li Feiyu? It means to tell me to keep my distance from you, or else I will be sent to my hometown in Bashu to guard the factory. Li Fei language a little speechless said. Himself and Yifeng was nothing. Because of the relationship of the hometown, the two only like sister and brother to get along, and their own big Yifeng almost 10 years old, the two are impossible to get together. He Li Jun is completely overthinking it. This vinegar eating is also too unbounded. He Li Jun is completely overthinking. This jealousy is also too boundless. He is completely misunderstood, and there is no place to reason to go. When Yifeng heard Li Fei's words, he was a little angry in his heart. Yifeng, had a conflict with you, and you looked for Li Fei to take out your anger. There is still this kind of person in this world. Isn't this implicating others? It might be that I quarreled with her this morning. That's why I implicated you, Fifi. I'll go back and talk to her properly. Sister Fifi, don't worry. Yifeng said to Li Feiyu. Quarreling? What were you quarreling about? It can't be for me, right? Li Fei said breathlessly. If this was really the case, she might not be able to stay in Li Jun for long. After all, a woman wouldn't let her husband and a woman entangled together for dinner and chatting at any time. But she couldn't let go of a job with such a high salary. After all, if she left Li Jun, she didn't dare to guarantee that she would still be able to find such a good job. Li Feiyu, who has been smoothed out by society, has already seen through the nature of this society and does not have the impulsiveness of youth. Now only want to work hard to earn money, and later meet the right person to get married. I don't know where He Li Jun saw the video of us inside the bar, and Wang Dagui's matter. It's complicated to say the least. Her suspicion is too heavy. I married him originally as a kind of accident, and Fei Fei sis, you don't have much to do with it, and she quarreled with her sooner or later. I just didn't think that He Li Jun was so unreasonable that she was actually looking for you to take out her anger. Yifeng exasperatedly said. When Li Feiyu heard Yifeng's words, she instantly understood He Li Jun's feelings. If she thought differently, she would do the same thing herself. Any woman who saw her husband drinking with a sexy woman inside a bar would want more. Not to mention He Li Jun, this kind of strong woman, surely can endure from last night to today after work to find their own, has been counted as the atmosphere of the woman. In exchange for my only Fei language words, then saw the video, face to find the door, simply cannot wait until now. He will also do more, overdo it. Alright, Yifeng, you go home and don't look for a quarrel with Mr. He, just tell her what happened properly and explain it clearly. I believe Mr. He is a sensible person, Li Feiyu said solemnly to Yifeng. Chapter 63, A Man Must Stand on His Own 2 Feet. Yifeng heard the words of Li Fei language, silent for a moment, nodded his head. Would have liked to go home to He Li Jun, this woman, a little bit of awesome taste. Let her know the pot of iron. Yifeng cannot be messed with. The big deal is to beat the two apart. Is it that I am still afraid of you? Yifeng is not. Sister Fei Fei, I want to ask you where in Pengcheng there is a car learning center. I want to go and learn how to drive. Yifeng opened his mouth to digress and said, not wanting to say any more on the topic of He Li Jun. Yifeng, did you buy a car? Now suddenly want to learn how to drive? Li Feiyu asked curiously. As far as she knew, Yifeng hadn't driven a car to work for so long, and usually took his own car when he was off work. Today he suddenly wanted to talk about learning how to drive, so he was a bit curious in his heart. Last night a customer gave me a car to drive. I thought it would be better to put it away. Why don't I take a driving test and drive myself? Yifeng explained to his hometown. It wouldn't be the customer who gave you $5 million last time, would it? Li Fei asked curiously. That's right, it's him. Sister Fei Fei, you're so smart, Yifeng said in praise. Li Fei language speechless look at their own little hometown. Yifeng, you in the end to your customers do what? Sending you 5 million is not enough, and now also rushed to send you a car. After a while the other side is not still to send you a room. You saved his whole family, or saved his life. Let the other party repay you like this. I know someone at a Manhwa driving school with one-on-one VAP service, and you can get your license in 7 to 15 days. but the cost of learning to drive is a bit high. Sister Fei, I don't have any money right now, can I borrow some from you again? I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Yifeng, a little embarrassed to open his mouth to say, remembering his own Hall Chi-eating realm big master, no matter where you go will be worshipped as a sitting guest. In ancient times is also in and out of the princely mansion of the outdoor masters. Now on the body of the money is actually not more than $500. Simply mixing too miserable. This set out simply no one believe. What? Yifeng, you don't have any money? Isn't your wife Mr. He? Doesn't she give you a little pocket money? Li Feiyu asked in genuine surprise now. After all, Li Jun's such a big company was here, with a net income of at least $500 million per year. Yifeng as Li Jun's husband actually did not even have the money to learn how to drive. Who would believe it? Yifeng said with both hands, she is her, I am me, but I will soon have money. In a while I'm going to participate in a competition. The entry fee is a few tens of thousands of dollars. When I get the money to immediately return you, and then treat you to a meal. It is simply difficult for our great master Yi. Killing ghosts is like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and now shyly borrowing money from his own hometown beginnings. Li Fei language cannot understand the operation of Yifeng. To say that he has no money at the last 5 million without blinking eyes on the donation. To say that he has money at this time actually even the money to learn the car cannot come out, and give up millions of dollars a year not to go to work. Stay here as a small security guard. Simply convinced. It's okay, Sister Fei is paying the enrollment fee for you now. I'll take you to enroll first, and return it to me when you have the money. Let's go, Li Feiyu said and started the car, driving towards Manhwa driving school. 1 hour later, inside the reception room of Manhwa driving school, Yifeng touched his ID card. Li Jun touched her bank card, and smoothly reported the name. I have to say that VAP is VAP. In this already off-duty point in time, there are actually specialized people to receive. Okay, your situation has been clear with the people in the driving school. Tomorrow after work, the instructor will practice to pick you up to practice, and strive to get your license earlier, and I won't have to be your car driver in the future. After registering, Li Jun said to Yifeng in a joking manner, I'll drive you then, but I think it's better to ride a horse. Convenient, Yifeng said a little tangled. Now this society no matter what to do have to test the certificate. This certificate, that certificate, simply a waste of everyone's time. Even as a person have to do an ID card. Remembered that before their own master to bring their own license when encountered the people. Simply ink to let a person cannot stand. Puffing, Li Fei directly laughed out when she heard Yifeng's complaint. Yifeng, what kind of era is this? You still think about riding a horse. Now it's all about building a civilized city. You say you ride a horse on this street. Sooner or later the police uncle will take it away. I'm just saying, Yifeng said as he touched his head. Okay, no more teasing you. Tonight we both won't eat. I'm sending you home now. Yifeng, you go home and explain with Mr. He afterward. Don't let the misunderstanding deepen. After all, your couple, he is always a very strong woman. You usually let her more. Li Feiyu instructed Yifeng, fearing that this little homie of his will go home and find Li Jun to quarrel. Then it will be difficult for him to be sandwiched between them. Don't worry, I won't argue with her. Yifeng nodded his head and promised. Time passed in the midst of their chatter, and the car pulled up to Pengchang No. 1. Yifeng, you're home. Remember what I said to you. Women need to be coaxed. Quickly go home and coax Mr. He. Li Fei language once again opened his mouth to Yifeng urged to. After all, this matter Yifeng dealt with bad. They may really be Li Jun sent to their own basha home to go. Of course, to properly urge some Yifeng. Just now in the car Li Fei language has taught Yifeng a lot of coaxing girls tricks. Listening to Yifeng is quite speechless. This does not blame Li Fei language reality. After all, this society wants to live. Want their parents and themselves to live in the late years or living in food and clothing words. Cannot do without money. It is a good thing that you have a lot of money. The last few years are living a carefree life. Cannot be separated from the money. Sister Fifi, I know. I'll go home first. Yifeng said as he got off the car a bit speechless. His relationship with Li Jun was not at all as good as Li Fei imagined. Well, see you tomorrow. Call me if anything happens. Li Fei said as she waved her hand at Yifeng outside the car and drove off in a flash. Yifeng, who was standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, sighed as he looked at the lavishly built Pengchang, and then took a big step towards the inside of the neighborhood. Back home, Yifeng looked at Li Jun just like usual, wearing a plain white housecoat, lying on the sofa like a salted fish catching up on TV dramas, holding a box of potato chips in her hand and taking a bite from time to time. Back? Went out to dinner with your old folks again? Li Jun asked and answered without lifting her head. Didn't go to dinner. I went to the driving school from work to enroll. Yifeng changed into a pair of slippers and said honestly to Li Jun, you have money to learn how to drive? Li Jun was a bit surprised. After all, She was clear about Yifeng's economic conditions. It could be said that he didn't have more than $500 on him. Among them there were also old banknotes from the past. They didn't even know how many years of money had been saved. Chapter 64, The Great Master Yi Who Lacks Money. Yifeng listening to Yi Li Jun this surprised tone, a little nonchalant. I Yifeng do not want to face it. I am depending on the money as dirt. Not really no money. I really want to get money. I do not know how many people lined up to send to the door. Wang Dague is the best representative of the character. To why the money is Fifi's sister lent me? Wait for me to get the salary. I will return her then on the line. Yifeng honestly explained to Yi Li Jun. How much? Yi Li Jun asked disgruntledly. Almost $20,000. Yifeng said a little embarrassed. Well, up the ability. Now actually no to borrow money. Later I will give you $20,000. You return the money to her? This money from your salary inside the deduction. I calculated. The accommodation fee plus the money you buy clothes. Already more than 100,000. In other words that means Yifeng you're unpaid for 4 months. Yi Li Jun said lightly. Then I should always have a salary for working in the company, right? Yifeng asked with a bit of nonchalance. Yifeng, you have to be clear. When we signed the contract, it is clearly written that I pay you a salary of 30,000 per month. Hire you, is to hire you. Words to say is that I told you to do what you do. In the company to work is also included in this. Of course, you feel that the salary is low. We can also talk. You're going to raise my salary? Yifeng asked happily. Well, I can give you a raise. After all, the law stipulates that there must be a certain amount of salary adjustment every year. I can give you a salary adjustment now, but in the future you have to stay away from other women. I don't want to see another woman like Li Feiyu appearing by your side. Yi Li Jun said seriously to Yifeng. Yifeng heard Yi Li Jun's words, full of black lines. His own white happy really the world does not have a free lunch. Especially Yi Li Jun, this kind of person's things even more cannot eat. Other people are to ask for money, and Yi Li Jun is to ask for you to be the freedom of life, and maybe also want your life. I and Li Feiyu really at least simple hometown love. Not as nasty as you think. She just treats me like a younger brother. And before she had a boyfriend, only recently broke up. The last time I went to the bar for a drink, it was because she was in a bad mood. I accompanied her. Yifeng sat on the sofa, looked sincere and explained to Yi Li Jun. Oh, you think I'll believe that? You'd know if someone has a girlfriend or not? You've only known her for how long? And you're told to accompany her for a drink, or alone man and woman. Yi Li Jun laughed coldly. What I said is true. Her emotional line was broken several years ago, and she was cheated by someone else. Yifeng had no choice but to tell the truth about this matter. Yi Li Jun looked at Yifeng, who was getting more and more outrageous, and said breathlessly, you know it's over. Others are being cheated out of their money and sex. You know it too. Could it be that these things are also told to you by Li Fei? It's not so much that she told me. It's something I saw from her face. Yifeng was honest with Yi Li Jun. Playing God. Yifeng, are you really stupid? Or are you just pretending? I just want you to make a statement to me. Why are you pulling so many useless things on me? What's it to you if someone else is cheated out of their money and sex? Do you need to go to her side like a pole? Because Li Fei language, she is my hometown and it's quite good for me. I can't watch her being cheated by someone else. So I advised her to break up as soon as possible when she breaks up. Fortunately Sister Fei listened to me and went home that night and broke up with the other party. Yifeng explained to Yi Li Jun with a sense of accomplishment. Yi Li Jun heard Yifeng's explanation. The whole person is speechless, but the heart is a little happy. Happy feelings. Li Fei language breakup or Yifeng persuasion. You can really do a thing good. Do you know, rather tear down 10 temples? Not to destroy a marriage. You still have the face and this very accomplished to me. Really not afraid of being Li Fei language boyfriend to death. Not right. The national wrestling champion who June now are still in the hospital lying in. Li Fei language's ex-boyfriend should not be Yifeng. Forget about understanding. I'm going back to my room to rest. Tomorrow morning I'll give you the money that you return it to her as soon as possible. Yi Li Jun said to Yifeng in a good mood. After that she stood up and walked towards her dorm room. A 2-meter high puzzle to look at the good mood of Yi Li Jun. What is going on? Before it is not a gloomy face. Now how come it's raining? Full of smiles. It's true that women are really strange creatures. They change their faces right away. Yifeng was confused and went back to his room, while Li Fei, who drove away alone, was not in a good mood. Just now, Li Fei received an unfamiliar phone number. Is their ex-boyfriend Zhao Jie called? The original cell phone number has been Li Fei dragged black, and now can only change a phone to Li Fei to call to get through. The two conversations are very simple. Zhao Jie, not far from the free country back to China, is to want to win back his girlfriend Li Feiyu, want to ask Li Feiyu to meet tomorrow, the two alone to talk about it, and said that he really loved Li Feiyu. This time to come back is to want to give Li Feiyu a result, to go to get a license to get married. After listening to Zhao Jie's words, Li Feiyu was a little upset. a little touched in her heart, but also a little afraid. After all, the two have been separated for such a long time. The feelings of the two rely on the phone to maintain, and before that breakup, Li Feiyu has guessed Zhao Jietrack to deceive their own things. Forget it, I'll just ignore him. Returning home, Li Fei thought for a while and said to herself, intending not to go and see Zhao Jie, doing what she had to do by herself, washing up and going to bed. Li Feiyu woke up in a daze, looked at the time, freshened up and dressed up, wearing a grey bag skirt professional dress, a city sexy beauty dress out of the door, and Li Jun Pharmaceutical Company this. Yifeng came early to sit down in his position as a watchman, because he came too early, and was about to find something to do when he saw a man in a white suit, with wax in his hair and a large bouquet of flowers in his hands walk out from inside the elevator. Zhao Jie looked at Yifeng at the door, thinking that this should be just a small security guard, with the arrogance of a turtle person, took the steps of a superior person and walked over to Yifeng. Small security guard, I'm Li Feiyu's boyfriend, where is her office? I want to go in early to give him a surprise. After saying that, he raised the flowers in his hand and the big bag of breakfast he brought. Yifeng carefully surveyed, erect backward head, hair wax hit flies cannot stand, pale face with a face of kidney weakness like Gao Tianji said, I'm sorry, idlers are exempted from entering. Chapter 65, The Miserable Zhao Jie. Little security guard, I'm not an idler. I'm the boyfriend of your company Li Feiyu. This time I came back to propose to her, Zhao Jie said unconcernedly, after saying that he touched out a $10 Franklin and handed it to Yifeng as a tip. After all, Zhao Jie, who lived in the free country, was deeply influenced by the free country and habitually gave tips. Yifeng looked at the kidney man in front of him speechlessly and said again, idle people are exempted from entering. Shet. Zhao Jie's heart was a little bit of a fire. His own hallowed sea turtle who came back from the free country was actually stopped by a small security guard. It felt like a big shot going home and being stopped by an unenlightened gatekeeper. Coupled with the fact that he was thinking about Li Feiyu in his heart, the fire in Zhao Jie's heart rubbed up. Get lost. I'll see if you dare to stop me. Zhao Jie directly ignored Yifeng and took big steps towards the inside of the company. Yifeng heart a little bit do not understand. Li Feiyu such an excellent woman, how will choose in front of this kind of kidney man? At first glance is the gold and jade outside of a person. He cannot let his hometown Li Feiyu again on each other's pawns. By the other side of the rhetoric deception, carefully observed around, found that at present there is not a colleague to work. That is, there are no witnesses. Yifeng immediately a move appeared in Zhao Jie's front, his right hand in the back of the neck gently press. The latter still do not understand what happened. Instantly fainted. In front of Zhao Jie, his right hand gently pressed at the back of Zhao Jie's neck, and the latter instantly fainted before he could understand what had happened. Hey, it's you who don't listen to persuasion, and looking at your face you're not a good person. I don't know how many girls you've spoiled. I wouldn't dare to let Sister Fei Fei see you. Yifeng finished. One hand picked up the flowers in Zhao Jie's hand, one hand holding Zhao Jie's right leg, like dragging a dead pig. Zhao Jie from the company's front desk, dragged to the elevator next to the stairwell inside. During the period of time along with the leaf maple downstairs, Zhao Jie's little white face and the concrete staircase here and there to make a dun collision. A pale with a bit of melancholy temperament of the white face in the stairs and the constant collision, slowly shaped into a pig's head. Alright, it's nice here. You can sleep here in peace. Yifeng threw Zhao Jie and his flowers inside the dark stairwell as if he was throwing garbage, turned around and went back to work. Yifeng returned to the company, looked at the time as not yet 7 o'clock. There is not yet a colleague to, carefully observed the ground, there is no scattered petals, found that there is no, pick up the ground breakfast, back to the desk in front of, slowly eat up. Yifeng, good morning, you came quite early today, I brought you breakfast. The first one to arrive at the company was still the receptionist, Tan Jing. She greeted Yifeng enthusiastically. I brought breakfast today. It's a bit much. Come let's eat together, Yifeng said as he pointed to the table filled with breakfast. Wow, Yifeng you're rich this one Ji and Yao Ji pastries, and crab buns. You actually bought so many breakfasts today. Can you finish them? Hey, this was given to me by a kind person. You guys buy me dinner anytime you want. Today it's my turn to buy you guys dinner. Eat that if you like that, Yifeng enthusiastically said. In his heart, he was doing some Zhao Jie. This kidney man is also considered to be doing a good thing. Buy so many breakfasts, and can't eat them all. Throw away, how wasteful. Might as well share it with co-workers to eat. Wow, there are still such good people in this world. So I'll have seafood congee and shrimp slippery buns with me. You can help me eliminate the breakfast I brought, Yifeng, Tan Jing said with a smile, then took these two things from the table and placed the soy milk and donuts she was holding on the table before turning around to go back to her front desk. With the closer to work time, to the more colleagues, Zhao Jie brought breakfast in the Yifeng hospitality. One by one was divided up. Even Li Feiyu and He Li Jun also took a copy of the former because of worry about Zhao Jie's business. Did not eat breakfast, in Yi Feng's hospitality, took away a snack. The latter He Li Jun come to the company after all. Late, the table only left a crab bun. A moment of distorted thinking, thought that the Yi Feng brain enlightened, went out early this morning, turned out to be running to dozens of kilometers away Yaoji to buy breakfast for themselves. The heart is a little happy. Put on the president's frame. In Yi Feng invitation to take away his favorite crab buns. The first thing I did was to go out early this morning, and it turned out to be a few dozen kilometers away from Yaoji to buy breakfast for myself, and I was a little bit happy in my heart, tucked into the president's frame, and took away my favorite crab buns under Yi Feng's invitation. So far, Zhao Jie sleeping in the stairwell, still do not know what Yi Feng did. If you know words, certainly will be angry with the vomiting of blood 3 liters out of their own all the way back from miles away from the free country. Is not to give you breakfast is to take down the Li Fei language this money tree. Li Feiyu was so full of worries on the day's shift. She too understand Zhao Jie's character. She refused him. He will definitely run to the company to find themselves. They also ready to take a vacation for a period of time. The result of guessing the trouble did not come so peacefully through the day. Near the end of the work time, Li Feiyu hanging heart also finally put down. It seems Zhao Jie changed sex, actually did not look for their own mess. Li Feiyu pack up their own things ready to leave work things to go home, walk to the company door, see their own small hometown Yi Feng then a okay gesture to himself. Li Feiyu curiously blinked, said he did not understand the meaning of Yi Feng, and then stepped on his high heels with the pace of character into the elevator. Yi Feng watched his hometown leave, and said in his heart, "Hometown, I can only help you up to here. I hope that kidney man knows how to leave earlier." Then he patiently waited for the people inside the company to finish leaving and went off work to go with the coach. When the people in the center building were almost gone, the building security started to patrol one floor at a time, checking if there was anyone who stayed inside the building and refused to leave, waiting for the opportunity to steal important information from various companies, has been responsible for the building 23 to 24 layers of fat peer security and thin security. 2 people like usual began to patrol. 2 people mouth dangling cigarettes, holding a baton in his hand struggling to climb the stairs. Fat peer mouth cursing said, "Tired fat master? The manager is simply sick in the head. Every day patrolling his 2 big masters, such as fat masters. I pick up Lijun Pharmaceuticals Lu Sherhuan. Immediately throw away the income not to do it. Fatty, you can really dare to think. Why don't you say you pick up He Lijun man? From then on up to the peak of life, in and out of high society, then take brother me a hand." The thin man snickered Shuade, finished a mouthful of cigarettes, vigorously spit out a few smoke circles, like all the boredom in the heart. Since Lijun Pharmaceuticals came to a psychopathic security guards, the thin man felt his heart broken, away from their own dreams more and more far away. Humpty Dumpty was about to say something when the sensor light on the stairs automatically lit up at the sound of the 2 men's footsteps. "Mama ya, dead man," the sharp-eyed Tubby, pointing at the corner of the stairs, yelled in horror. Chapter 66, Chanting Foreign Countries and Pandering to Foreigners. The thin security guard who was smoking a cigarette, heard the fat peer's terrified scream, his body subconsciously trembled, and the cigarettes held on the corner of his own mouth fell off in fear. The cigarette fell on the thin man's chest, scalded the thin man a shiver. Furious at the fat man cursed, "Fatty, what are you screaming about? Where is the dead man? Brother Ma, where at the corner lies a man, not moving, let's call the police." Fat Tun said as he pointed to Zhao Jie at the corner of the stairs. "Crap, there's really someone. Fatty, call the police." The thin man followed Fatty's finger and also saw Zhao Jie who was lying motionless on the ground. Both of them are relatively small guts. Both did not go up to check some people are dead or alive. Panic roared. One alarm, one person with a walkie-talkie loudly to the roar, need support. We found a sentence of corpses here. Come to the people. After 2 people a meal of blind operation. The center of the building's property management manager are running to. After all, someone died in the building. Spread the word after the building still how to recruit rent. More Pengchang people are more taboo in this regard. I am the building property manager named Su Shijun. Is a retired military? Bold than the average person I do not know how much. Su Shijun heard the voice inside the intercom. The first rushed to the 23rd floor. Fatty, Sparrow, what's going on? Su Shijun hurriedly asked to the fat peer thin man standing at the door waiting for the incoming person. Manager Su, you come so fast. Mama ya, there is a person lying at the corner of the staircase, motionless and scared to death. I can't imagine that our building will actually die. Manager Su, do you think that our center building will become like Lychee Bay? Fat Tan asked Su Shijun with a frightened heart. Su Shijun heard the words of the fat man. Want to pump each other 2 slaps. You are talking about what bull asterisk. Lychee Bay, that is what place. That is the entire Pengcheng famous spiritual place. The center of the building really turned out like this. Then we are waiting to be laid off together into the factory to play screws it. Get lost. Two useless things. Manager Su was furious and cursed at the two people in front of him. Saliva was sprayed onto the face of the two people of Fat Ton. The two words saw Manager Su fuming, immediately flashed away, leaking out the door between the building. Manager Su took a big step inside, and sure enough, he saw a person lying in the corner and hurried over to check the situation. Su manager touched Zhao Jie's pulse, probed the tip of the nose breathing, sure that the person did not die, just fainted. The heart of the heavy stone finally put down. Cursed and cursed, fatty and skinny these two pits. A day does not do the right thing. Always thinking of toad eating swans good thing. Have to find an opportunity to kick out these two assholes. After Manager Su cursed, he looked at Zhao Jie, who was dressed as an elite and dressed as a man, but his face was swollen like a pig's head, as well as the roses that were spilled next to him. He more or less understood something in his heart, and reasoned that this person should have failed to confess his love and been rejected, and then got lost in his thoughts going down the staircase, and fell and fainted. Wake up, sir, you wake up. Manager Su grabbed Zhao Jie's already collar and shook it up vigorously. The latter slowly woke up under Manager Su's violent shaking. Zhao Jie woke up as the first feeling is pain, their face skin drilling pain. What is wrong with themselves? Open your eyes and saw a big man of a stout, pulling their own collar to shake vigorously. What are you doing? Why am I here? What the hell did you do to me? Zhao Jie saw the burly Manager Su and roared in panic, subconsciously reaching out to touch his butt. After finding that his pants were fine, he was relieved. After all, no matter who it was, waking up to see an unfamiliar burly man yanking hard on his collar, his heart would be scared. Zhao Jie, who lived in a free country, knew the danger of this society, and must protect his asshole when he went out. Sir, it's good that you've woken up. I'm Su Shijun, the property manager of the center building. Our company's security guards found you unconscious here. I purposely came up to see the situation. Fortunately, sir, you're fine. I'm relieved. I see that the injury on your face is very serious. You should go to the hospital quickly to have a look. Manager Su opened his mouth and explained to Zhao Jie. Hiss. Zhao Jie touched his face and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It hurt. It hurt like hell. What happened to the injury on his face? What exactly happened to him? I remember I came to look for Li Fei to propose, saw a small security guard, and then woke up myself here. I want to call the police. I'm an elite who came back from studying abroad in a free country. I suspect that I've been beaten up by unknown people, and I've been beaten up in your building. What are the security guards of your property company for? I was beaten unconscious until now, and you only realized it now. What have you done for such a long time in between? Eating? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for bankruptcy. Zhao Jie touched his swollen face and furiously cursed at Manager Su. Anyway, he wouldn't have passed out here for no reason. He must have been attacked and beaten up, and the security company should take most of the responsibility. Su manager frowned after listening to the words of Zhao Jie. Sympathetic thought of each other have become so, they do not, and his general knowledge. Patiently explained, Mr. I am very sympathetic to your mood now. The fact is that you have no reason to be unconscious here. With our property company does not have much problem. We are only responsible for the center of the building of the company's security, so that the company's documents, properties are we are only responsible for the security of the center building company, so that the company's documents, property will not be stolen. This is our main responsibility, and responsible for the protection of personal safety is the bodyguard only do things, not our security guards should do things, so this matter can't be blamed on us. Manager Su this explanation, might as well not say. Zhao Jie after hearing this, the veins on his brain are bulging with anger. The whole face began to surge with anger and blood, like a blood-filled pig's head. According to your words, I deserve to be beaten up. You have no responsibility at all. It's me who only looked for it, isn't it? No wonder China's development is not up, has been catching up with Europe and the United States. Today I can finally find the reason. Everyone is like you to shirk responsibility. China will be finished. This matter if placed in the free country, the other party will not shirk responsibility, but immediately sent me to the hospital, called the nurse to take care of me, and actively police to catch the murderer, rather than like you hear long-winded nagging. Su manager after listening to Zhao Jie words, casserole big fists immediately pinched tightly. I Su Shijun have seen so bull asterisk. Have not seen you so bull asterisk. I will patiently explain to you a bit. You poll on the national events. Mouth said how much free country, how much words good. Then do not return to the country. Just stay in your free country. Don't come back to harm people. 67 chapters. Sir, please don't be unreasonable. This matter has nothing to do with my property company at all. If you feel that you can't suffer from unfair treatment, you can go to court to sue us. Su Jing said to Zhao Jie with a black face. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. As long as no one died in the center building, then it has nothing to do with himself at all. What kind of attitude do you have? I'm going to sue you. Zhao Jia topped a pig's face to the back of manager Su cursed numbly after touching out his own cell phone to call the police, claiming that he had suffered a violent attack, hoping that the police as soon as possible to come out. Wait for the answer is that the police are already on their way to the center building. Zhao Jia confused hang up his own phone, thinking when the police rate is so high, they have not yet called the police, it is already on the way. Then continue to lie on the ground, motionless to maintain the status quo ante, so as to facilitate their own good blackmail money later. Manager Su, is the person inside dead? The police will be here soon. Manager Su walked out of the door of the building and heard trouble which broke his voice. The face that was already blackened by Zhao Jia's anger now looked even blacker when he heard the spar's words. What the hell are you talking about? The other party is not dead at all, just unconscious. Seeing someone lying on the ground, you all don't know to go up and check it out. One after another in the walkie-talkie inside the blind bull *******. One after another are all guys with no balls, actually scared into this. The high manager sprayed at the fat peer and thin two people, looking at the two people who were trained by themselves not to dare to open their mouths. Su manager's heart felt better not to. Okay, continue to patrol. Fat man, you call the phone to report to the police. You wait a moment to explain yourself to the police clearly. Manager Su's mouth was as if it had been opened, and as soon as the words were finished, the sound of a police car siren could be heard coming from downstairs. Fatty, what exactly did you say to the police? Actually came so fast. You stirred up your own basket. You solve it yourself. I'll withdraw first. After saying that, he went on the elevator and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded fat and thin duo. With his own squinted eyes, Tubby looked at Slim in supplication. Brother Ma, can you accompany me to explain things clearly with the police? It's okay, Fatty, we're good brothers, good frenemies. I'll stay with you. The fat and thin security guards waited for a while ding elevator door sound rang. A slim woman with two people walked out. The person is Inya, received a police call, and suspected homicide. The criminal team immediately went out. When Inya stepped out of the elevator, she looked at the two security guards who were anxiously waiting in place and asked sternly, "It was you who called the police, wasn't it? Where is the deceased? Have you seen the murder weapon?" The fat and thin two froze a bit at the sight of such a beautiful policewoman, which fit perfectly with the perfect goddess in their minds. Ask you, mute. The fat and thin two only came back to their senses when they heard Inya's scolding voice. Tubby stammered, "Sister police, this is an oops. The person inside isn't dead, he's just passed out." Inya heard the word sister pop up from Fat Tun's mouth. She really wanted to smack her foot over. You're a greasy uncle in your 30s. You actually called me sister. Are you blind? Later, when she heard Fatty's explanation, she wanted to kill someone. What the hell is going on? You should know that you are responsible for reporting a false police report. Inya's eyes glared and she said to Fat Tun like a mother tiger in a rage. Fat Pier was Inya so scared. Calves a little soft. He should not be arrested. In China, the deterrent effect of the police is simply horrible. Fat Pier obviously for doing something wrong, but cannot stop being afraid. I really didn't mean it. When Ma and I were training on the floor, we suddenly saw a person lying motionless on the ground, as if he was dead. The two of us were terrified at that time, and we didn't have time to go up and check, so we called the police, and it turned out that the other person was just unconscious, and he should still be lying in there right now. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Ma. Tubby finished, hurriedly called the security guard next to the thin man to come out to prove himself. Yes, what Fatty said is true. I can testify, the thin man said hurriedly from the side. Inya looked at the two fat people with contempt. Forgive you for not daring to tell lies. Seeing how honest you guys are, I'll verbally warn you once this time. Next time if you dare to report a false police report, I'll send you a pair of silver bracelets, and then take you to a single room with inclusive food for 7 days, and Zayaho will be ready to close up the team and leave. Inya warned to the two fat men. Then she was ready to take the people back. Hearing Inya's words, the two Humpty Dumpty men were like amnesties and hurriedly thanked them, and has been hiding in the stairwell to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. Zhao Jia not calm down. There is no mistake. I'm still lying here injured, and they also reported to the police, and now do not even look at me. The injured are ready to close the team to go away. There are you guys like this work? It is also too irresponsible. This makes the self-proclaimed highly educated Zhao Jia cannot accept. At least I am also a turtle people. You are too disrespectful to me. Zhao Jia hands and feet numbly climbed up from the ground. His mouth shouted loudly, wait, you cannot just leave. Have you so handled the case? Have you asked me, the victim? Inya, who was about to leave, heard a sound coming from the stairwell and stopped to look towards the stairwell. The sound of stepping on the stairs rang out, and the sound appeared to be very urgent. proving that the owner of the footsteps should have been running very anxiously. Not long after, a pig-headed man kicking and breathing heavily appeared in front of Enya. Mom yay! Demons! Pig demon! Run! The most timid fat and thin two groups. See the pig-headed man appeared, immediately called out in fear, such as the cuckoo cries ape wailing general. Scared Enya, 3 case officers jumped, but this pig-headed man looked quite oozing, a face swollen like a foaming bun, eyes squinted into a slit. Do not pay attention to observe the words. Also thought that the pig-headed man's eyes are closed, and the face of the purple piece, a piece of green, saw like a pig demon in general. Pig your mom, you are a pig demon. Your mom left your brain in the stomach when she gave birth to you? Speaking are not brain. Long with this strange appearance, I really do not know where you have the courage to live until now. Pull a hair, hang yourself. Live is also for the country to increase the burden. Zhao Jie to the fat and thin two groups directly scolded, not thanks to the turtle people. Scolding the whole without a dirty word, and also not heavy. After cursing Zhao Jie for a while, he stopped his mouth, not because he didn't want to curse, but now he had a sore throat and couldn't curse anymore. Zhao Jie used his own squinting eyes and looked around, feeling like his world had shrunk in general, looked at the police officer's license hanging on Enya, and contemptuously said to Enya, "You're the police officer leading the team, right? Hair is long and knowledge is short. No wonder you're handling the case like this." Chapter 68, Yifeng, I finally caught you in the act. Zhao Jie's words immediately offended Enya. The latter looked at this pig-headed man who suddenly popped out with bad eyes and said, "This gentleman, how we handle the case is our business. We don't need you to talk too much. Since it's fine, then go back earlier. Look at the injuries on my face. Where do you see that I'm fine? You guys don't go to catch the murderer. You actually told me to tell me to go back earlier. I'm going to complain to you. Have you guys handled the case like this?" Zhao Jie pointed to his face injury angrily said to Enya, "We are the criminal division, responsible for dealing with criminal cases. Fighting is not within our scope of dealing with, and now that you're dead here, it's under our control." Enya was also starting to get angry. This pig-headed face in front of her wouldn't be able to speak. Opening her mouth like she was spewing feces was simply disgusting. She didn't know where the other party got such a big bottom. Sure enough, I left Huaxia for almost 10 years and it's still the same old story. Each and every one of you is shirking their responsibilities and not taking action. With you people around, when will the country develop and when will it catch up with the free state? You should reflect on yourselves. Learn more about the policies and national conditions of the free state. Zhao Jie, who was a self-proclaimed turtle, didn't wimp out at all, and Enya sprayed up, opening and closing his mouth with how other free countries are doing, and how our country is so bad. Listening to the surrounding, a few people want to hit people. I've seen the grizzly. I've never seen such a grizzly. Zhao Jie successfully provoked the anger of Enya. Several people. This kid with foreign pandering is not enough to describe him. Already belongs to the free country's brainwashed fans and dogs. Every sentence reveals how good the free country is. Alright, I'll accept your case. Shout he take him back to make a statement. Enya said with a dark face. Sir, please, later on, please take a good look at how the attitude of our country's law enforcement agencies is. Is it as bad as you said? The 5 big and 3 thick Xiaoyi looked at Zhao Jie as if he was looking at a small chicken. Zhao Jie was puzzled in front of the policewoman. What attitude? A moment ago, like a tigress who wants to eat people, and now a sudden change in attitude to accept their own cases. Will not be to lock themselves in a small dark room face beating themselves, have the heart to refuse, but remembered that their wallets inside the remaining little franc, can only hard-headedly agreed to accompany each other to walk. After all, now there is no girlfriend Li Fei language support. Their own finances are in the deficit stage. In the absence of Li Fei language before, can blackmail on a sum of money the best. Alright, I'll accompany you guys. I don't believe that you guys can't eat me. I'm going back with you guys with no injuries on my whole body. As long as you guys leave a little injury on my body, I'll immediately report inside. Zhao Jie pretended to be calm and said, okay, let's go then. Enya finished speaking, took the lead and led the people away. Zhao Jie fumbled for a mask to cover up and put it on, then immediately followed. For fear of being seen by someone familiar with him, then his perfect persona would be finished. In fact, Zhao Jie do so is superfluous. His face is swollen into this. Is his parents he cannot be recognized? Completely unnecessary to wear a mask. Brother Ma, what is this kid in the end? Scolded us all. Actually dared to scold the policewoman. Is not afraid of meatbags beating the dog with no return? Fat Peer to the thin man asked curiously. Just now he was almost scolded by Zhao Jie autistic. Good thing that Fat Peer at any time is being scolded. Zhao Jie scolded his words, the equivalent of eating a bowl of broad noodles. Now the fart is gone. Fatty, didn't you hear? Other people turtles are persons, that's why they dare to fight with the female police officer. I think there must be a certain background of it, that's why they are so arrogant. In the future, I will find the opportunity to take a good revenge on him. No one has dared to scold me like this yet. The thin man indignantly said to the fat man, Brother Ma, Manager Su, and the other captains have been scolding us again. Smoke a cigarette, mood will be better. You do not take it to yourself. Tubby comfortingly said, I'm talking about two things, Manager Su, Captain, they are all our leaders. We have to work under their hands to earn money. Being scolded, I'll tolerate it. And what is he? Dare to scold me like this. This revenge I must avenge. The thin man hated it and explained to the fat peer. Zhao Jie's insults just now deeply hurt the thin man's self-esteem and pierced the thin man's glass heart. Well, then we'll be together when Ma gets there. Well, good buddy, a fat and a thin bass said slowly, and leaving is Zhao Jie, followed by Enya. Three people out of the center building, toward the police next to it. Shout he had just pulled open the driver's door when he heard a click of the door opening and saw a piggy face nimbly sitting in the passenger seat in a swift manner, looking over at his team leader. Enya shook her head to indicate that she was fine before Xiao He drove off. After the police car started, no one in the car to speak. The atmosphere seems to be very silent, and Zhao Jie is careful to look around the road, and then look at their hands of the cell phone route. Once the other side found a detour, or to pull themselves to the remote suburbs, then they immediately jumped out of the car to go. Half a small hand. The police car numbly drove into the Public Security Bureau of Pengcheng. Get out of the car. We're here. Our office is rather humble. Please don't see any disdain for you, Mr. Turtle. After all, you're a high-end foreign student returning from the free country. After Xiao He parked the car, he joked loudly to Zhao Jie, who was sitting down in the passenger side. Zhao Jie heard Xiao He words. Looked majestic, atmospheric, national flag fluttering, Public Security Bureau. The whole face black like a black charcoal. Fortunately their own face swollen after all, great, and green and black. It is their own face black, words others cannot see. Alright, Xiao He, you're being talked down to. People have seen the skyscrapers, red lights and green line of the free country. They definitely can't look at our country's office space. Take him to make a statement first, Enya said helpfully from the side. Zhao Jie heard the two talk, did not finish. After all, he is now entering the territory of others. Looking at the police everywhere, the heart is still a little afraid. After all, one of their own acquaintances are not really want to go wrong. To fish their own people are not. Enya brought Zhao Jie to the questioning room, picked up a pen and spoke to Zhao Jie. Name, age, where are you from, reason for calling the police? Zhao Jie now do not dare to mouth high, honestly said. Zhao Jie, 32 years old, Hunan people. The reason for the alarm today, I went to my girlfriend's company to propose marriage, encountered an unknown person's beating, and now the whole person's body and psychology have been seriously injured. I now suspect that the security guard of the Li Jun Pharmaceuticals beat me up, because when it came to the time, he was alone behind him. Enya's eyes lit up when she heard Zhao Jie's words. She had been poking around for news about Yifeng and immediately guessed who the security guard was that Zhao Jie was talking about. Yifeng, my Yifeng, you finally fell into my Enya's hands. Chapter 69, Talent Training Room. Enya excitedly asked to Zhao Jie, the security guard you are talking about, is it the young man who carries a wooden box on his back at all times, has a slim figure, and has an ordinary-looking appearance, but his eyes are particularly godly? Pig-faced Zhao Jie looked at Enya's excited expression. His heart was shocked. The other party would not recognize that small security guard. Quietly clicked on the cell phone recording, ready to leave a little evidence, later used to blackmail this policewoman. That's right, it seems like you know that security guard, Officer Ian. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turns out that he has you backing him up behind his back. After Zhao Jie finished speaking, he opened his own squinted eyes and quietly stared at Enya, just waiting for Enya to say the words he was expecting in his heart, so that he himself could catch them in the act. Enya saw through the thoughts in the heart of the pig-headed face in front of her with a glance. On the other side of this bronze segment still want to fight with themselves, can only say that they want more? Yifeng is related to the violent death of the cherubs last time. I suspect that he is the murderer behind the scenes, brutally killing a dozen or so people by unknown means, Enya said to Zhao Jie with an expressionless face, starting to set Zhao Jie up. The language was basically all about how terrifying Yifeng was, how psychologically sane he was, and how he was a combination of a genius and a madman. Afraid that Zhao Jie didn't know clearly enough, he reminded Zhao Jie many times to look it up on Donyang. Sure enough, when Zhao Jie heard Enya's words, he immediately checked on the internet, and immediately became nonchalant, shouting out of breath, "Shet, what are you guys up to? The other party killed a dozen people. You guys are just letting the other party wander around blindly outside. The other party must have their eyes on me. I am now requesting the police to protect my safety 24 hours a day, and arrest the other party as soon as possible. If you dare to resist, you guys will immediately shoot them on the spot." Look at Zhao Jie, this said. Do not know the people thought he was how big a big man, directly order up the police, can only say that Zhao Jie is too bullish. From the free country back, look at China has been using to look at the countryside small mountain villages look at the eyes of China, and Inya or small security guard Yifeng or, in Zhao Jie's eyes are all villagers, mud legs. According to what I said I know, the security guard Yifeng that you were talking about has a temporary mental illness, and is prone to having an attack when agitated, and now that you are in Yifeng's thoughts, are you sure that you need the protection of our police? Sure. I need 20-hour protection from you police. When Zhao Jie heard Inya's words, his heart became even more weak, fearing that the other party would really come after him. After all, the thoughts of a psychopath were something that one could not guess, and now that someone was protecting him for free, why not? Sir, you're right. Since you've been targeted by the other side, we should protect you. We can't let you, a sea turtle person, be harmed, so we'll temporarily entrust you for a period of time. Xiao Zhao, take such a sea turtle elite to stay in the talent training room. After Inya finished speaking, she greeted Xiao Zhao who was standing next to her to take Zhao Jie away. Xiao Zhao clearly understood what the talent cultivation room, as Inya called it, was. Greeting Zhao Jie to follow, he headed out. Officer Zhao, your last name is Zhao. My last name is also Zhao. We are the family. Please take care of me. Zhao Jie said with a smile to Officer Zhao. After all, now it is likely to be targeted by the psychosis named Yifeng. Shall not I rely on these disgusting Ulegi-sum? Placed in the free country if one does not need to be afraid at all, because the free country does not ban guns. Oh, we'll definitely take good care of you. After all, like you said, we are all family members. Maybe counting upwards for hundreds of years, we are also related to each other. All family members, no need to be polite. Xiao Zhao said politely. The two of them walked towards the talent training room with a brotherly look on their faces. Zhao Jie bragging all the way about how good and free the free state was and how dutiful the people were. And Xiao Zhao has been smiling and listening without making any comments, while in his heart, he spat out, the foreign moon does not necessarily compare to the domestic moon, and just from your attitude of offending team leader Yin, it is doomed that I can't treat you as if you were a member of my own family. Brother Zhao, here it is. In these few days you can take a good rest inside. The talent cultivation room has everything inside, and food is included. What do you need you say to me? I will definitely try my best to do it for you. Xiao Zhao had a brotherly look, pointing at an iron door, saying to Zhao Jie, alright, then brother Zhao I won't be polite. In the future when you come to the free country, give brother Zhao a word. Your brother Zhao still has a bit of weight in the free country. I'll give you a good reception then. Xiao Zhao, can you help me go buy a cup of coffee now? It must be freshly ground coffee, otherwise I can't get used to drinking it. What is this talent training room for? So it feels very high-end. Zhao Jie first boasted about his status in the Free State, coming from a prestigious school, and only after he was satisfied did he put forward his own requests and questions. He opened his mouth by saying that drinking coffee was to show his taste, completely disregarding the fact that he needed to buy medicine to treat the injury on his face. Talent cultivation room, as the name suggests, is a security room to protect the specialty talents in the society. Those who can go in there are basically the high-end talents in the society. Brother Zhao, you can go in here is totally deserved. After all, you come from a famous school, you are a learned returnee elite, you can't go in here. I don't think there is anyone who can go in there. Xiao Zhao closed his eyes and spoke nonsense. A fierce blow. Listening to Zhao Jie's heart blossomed. People love face. Zhao Jie heard the words of Xiao Zhao, a pig face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. A pair of eyes are fascinated into a needle seam. Snap pulled out a face value of 20 franklin. Handed Xiao Zhao said, Xiao Zhao, pick up and buy. Cannot let you run away and also their own money? To buy a cup for themselves. This person the enjoyment of the time to enjoy. Do not be afraid to spend money. Look at me, brother Zhao. I'm not afraid to spend money. Xiao Zhao speechless looking at the franklin in front of him. This point of money, said you much have the same. People who do not know hear your tone, but also thought you gave me tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of the same. No wonder this oddball and offended team leader. Not be cleaned up only strange. Okay, brother Zhao, you go in first. Your safety is most important. I'll go buy it for you right away later. Xiao Zhao received the franklin and said to Zhao Jie with concern, and opened the door with his hands and feet. Okay, or Xiao Zhao, you think well. Unlike the previous 3-8 police, drag 3-5-80,000 like, such a woman in the free country is the price of 200 franklin. Really think they have how beautiful like. Xiao Zhao, who opened the door, almost dropped his keys in fear when he heard Zhao Jie's words, and nimbly pulled open the iron door and said, brother Zhao, you go in first, I'll get you some coffee. After saying that, he took Zhao Jie's hand and pushed Zhao Jie inside. Chapter 70, Women are careful. The weak Zhao Jie, by his own hometown vigorously immediately dragged into the iron door inside. Not yet back to God. Heard click the sound of the iron door closed. I thought to myself, This is my family. I really care about my own safety. After all, my turtle elite status is here. Turning his head, Zhao Jie saw that there were 3 people staying inside this talent training room. A 5 feet 8 inches man with a fierce-looking appearance, an old man with a slim-looking appearance, and a woman with heavy makeup and cool clothes. The 3 of them looked at the pig-headed man who walked through the door and were shocked, thinking what the hell did this nigga do to get beaten up like this? He's practically out of shape. The talent cultivation room didn't look big, probably about 20 square meters, with a very long wooden bench, and a few chairs for people to cultivate, a bathroom and a water dispenser, and a piece of LCD TV hanging next to it. This was what people in China called a detention room. Zhao Jia into the eyes of the first to see this talent training room. Actually there are 3 people. The heart is a little dissatisfied, but think of their own home. Small Zhao said. The heart of the dissatisfaction quickly disappeared. After all, here are all the protection of the talent of the place. Hello, 3 of you. I'm Zhao Jia who came back from studying abroad in a free country. Studying mechanical automation. May I ask what you do? Zhao Jia put away the arrogance in his own heart and said politely to the 3 people in front of him. After all, those who could enter the talent cultivation room were all elites. The 3 of them were all a bit confused after hearing the pig-headed man's self-introduction. All of them thought to themselves that there was no need to introduce themselves so formally when entering a detention room. It was also right, comparing the other party to a turtle person. Meeting someone would be like showing off a bit. The lanky villain nodded at Zhao Jie and said, Wang Kuei, a lover of ergonomics, likes to help people loosen their bones and do full body massages of the human body, so that the other party can experience my love and be a new person from now on. Wang Kuei scholars Zhao Jie's look, talking about his job as a debt collector and simply a hitman in such a literal way. The sexy beauty and the slim old man looked at the evil man and Zhao Jie. Are they all talking so literally now? Li Meng, working in the area of physical pleasure. More part-time psychological research and physiological research. Li Meng scholars Wang Kuei's words, talking about her work as a skin and flesh in such a lofty manner. Finished also threw a wink at Zhao Jie. Now money is not easy to earn. Customers are solicited by themselves. Zhao Jie is now ugly is a little ugly, but once the lights are turned off it's the same. As long as you give money, it's good. The slim old man saw that his 2 roommates' introductions were so lofty, he couldn't be stupid enough to say that he, himself, was a thief and a bumper sticker. Ahem, old man Lu Igua. His life's ambition is to awaken the true goodness and beauty of the people of China, so that this society is full of love and people trust each other, so that no one is left on the road and no one is closed at night, and for this reason, he is willing to fight for his life. Old man Lu's words instantly filled his profession with slow positive energy. When Zhao Jie heard the introductions of these 3 people, he secretly sighed in his heart. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket of water. They don't look very good, but their careers turn out to be one higher than the other. It's fate that we got together today. Let's have a good get together today. My native little brother is working as a police officer outside. Later on, ask him to send good wine and food. Let's have a good drink and see if there are any cooperative projects in the future. Zhao Jia topped a piggy face, waved his hand and said to the 3 people in front of him in a bold manner. 3 people surprised with a little confused look at Zhao Jie. Your family little brother outside as a police officer. Then how did you come in? Is it outside the trouble? Come in refuge disaster. Wow, brother Zhao, you're so great. I want to eat some chicken with my mouth watered. Okay, you're welcome. Looking for old brother is simply too polite. Brother Zhao's bravado. In the future, if there's anything to report to my Wang Kuei's name, there's nothing that can't be smoothed over. The 3 said to Zhao Jie in a welcoming manner. Since the other party could boast about it, it should be done later. Saying a few good words now wouldn't cause them to lose a piece of meat. Zhao Jie instantly happy. Born in flat poverty, he cared most about his face and self-esteem. The most favorite is also other people to see compliments and horses as sound. At the moment the 4 people immediately chatting enthusiastically, basically Zhao Jie and blowing. The remaining 3 people in the can of cudgeling, and more so Zhao Jie floated up, thinking that this is no less than the talent training room. Inside the talent, talk and good, simply fell in love with this place, and the little old Benjamin, as Zhao Jie called him, tossed the key in his hand and whistled as he walked toward Inya's office to resume his duties. Boss, that kid has been sent to the detention room. This kid is really a talent, tipping me $20 like he's God. Should we fix him? Zhao Jie came to the office and said to Inya who was in a good mood. This still need me to say. You give those 3 people in the detention room greetings. Let them properly rectify. Zhao Jie, really think that you have studied abroad for a few years. Just think that you are the boss of the whole world. Inya glared at her own eyes and said. Zhao Jie scolded her words. She had always remembered them in her heart. Thought otherwise she wouldn't have given Zhao Jie a set to drill inside, just to fix him. Women are petty. Especially women in high positions of power are even more petty and have a smaller heart. Enya obviously belonged to this kind of woman. So don't offend women or you won't know how to die. Alright Lu, boss, you watch me. Little Zhao said happily. Zhao Jie was simply a disgrace to the Zhao clan, turning around and going back to make arrangements. The three Wang Kuweis in the detention room were patting Zhao Jie on the back when they heard the sound of a message outside and all went out for a bit one after the other. Coming back they all looked at Zhao Jie with strange eyes. Zhao Jie was uncomfortable by the eyes of the three people looked, asked the three people for what to go out. Are the old oil three people? Casually find a few excuses to fool the past. And Xiao Zhao in order to rectify Zhao Jie, sincerely went to buy a cup of coffee for Zhao Jie. Not instant, when sent to the detention room, Zhao Jie's vanity was greatly satisfied. As a good face of Zhao Jie immediately instructed his own family junior, go out to buy wine and food to entertain his roommate. See, I was right. What do you guys want to eat? Give me the word, and I'll arrange it for you right away. Zhao Jie said excitedly to his three roommates. The extremely inflated vanity of Zhao Jie's entire pig-headed face was glowing red. Wow, true brother Zhao, you're really great. I still like you, yo. Li Meng said to Zhao Jie with an adoring look. Three people in the heart but thinking, wait a while when you drink, let you know the evil of society. When learned that Zhao Jie the stood-down Moncler outlet actually even Enya this police female Tyrannosaurus dare to offend, the heart are quite admired. When was Zhao Jie knocked some of the admiration of the three immediately disappeared. The wallflower in general fell to the police. After all, the arm cannot twist the thigh. Chapter 71, Since Ancient Times, the setup is deep. Detention room inside the four people. A look of emotional familiarity chatting. Zhao Jie said his mouth a little dry, looked at his wrist high imitation green water ghost watch, whispered curses. This small Zhao is how to do business. Has been half an hour. Good wine and good food are still sent over. Put in my company has long been called to pack up his things to get out of the way. Good guy. This is only not a moment. Zhao Jie has already from studying turtles, has become a company boss? This is also too able to blow it. Mr. Zhao, rest your anger. Rest your anger. Xiao Zhao does not know what to do. I think it must already be on the way to send. Let's talk for a while. Let the three of us learn the history of your success. Wang Kuwei pitched in and said, the remaining two people have also sent a meal of rainbow horse's ass. From just now Zhao brother, now has become Zhao general. Holding Zhao Jie Xiao Zhao now surnamed what do not know. The four of them continued to chat for a while. The iron door came open, and Xiao Zhao's voice rang out from the doorway. Brother Zhao, I'm back. It's a bit slow to buy things now that the meal is highly staged. Humph. Alright, this little thing can't even be done. Put the stuff down and you go first. I'll have a good bonding session with my roommate. Zhao Jie spoke to Xiao Zhao in a high and cold manner, not mentioning a word about making up the money. Wang Kuwei three people looked at Zhao Jie speechless. Your kid is really a talent. Said the false words to the end. You believe in yourself? Do not really think that they are the boss of the listed company. Speak so floating. Alright Lu, brother Zhao, are you enjoying yourself? I'll be leaving soon. Xiao Zhao knowingly put down the things in his hand and left, and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Look, my no-good native little brother. If it wasn't for the fact that his family name is Zhao, I would have smacked him with my big ear. Clumsy, can't even do a little thing right. Zhao Jie's mind drifted even more and said to Wang Kuwei's trio, come on, we're only getting together today because we're destined to be together. Drink up. Zhao Jie greeted his roommate and started drinking. Wang Kuwei three people are mixing society's old grease. The wine scene on the persuasion of masters. A fool under. Zhao Jie soon drank to find the north, lying on the table to say nonsense. Most of them are their own imagination. A moment of their own is a listed company's boss. A moment of the Asia-Pacific region's president. A moment of the foreign tycoon's illegitimate son. Talking about the words in front of the words in the back of the words. Bah! I've lived for more than 60 years. I've never seen such a capable bragger. Actually drunk. All bragging. You will die if you don't brag. Old man Zhao spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Zhao Jie's pig-headed face and said in an unhappy manner, yes, it's even more braggadocios than those guests of mine. My old lady is so damn knowledgeable. The revealingly dressed Li Meng picked up the conversation and said, okay, first the main thing to do. I think Zhao police officer also explained to you. Then we have to do things beautifully. Wang Kuwei persuaded the cursing two people. His own heart on a little admire Zhao Jie when dislike police temper. But their own people under the roof had to bow their heads. Can only aggrieve to find the old brother. The three of them combined for a moment to come up with an idea. Old man Zhao found a position to lie down and pressed his hand on his ribs. His face instantly turned pale and large drops of sweat flowed down from his forehead as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Li Meng began to take off her own clothes, making herself look disheveled, lying beside Zhao Jie, and then put Zhao Jie's hand on her chest, brewing her emotions, and when the tears were about to come out, Li Meng began to let out a scream. Help! Molestation! Rape! Quickly come to save me! The sound carried a long way through the iron door. Good boy. In broad daylight. Actually dare to molest women. See if I don't whack you to death. Wang Kuei said to the drunken Zhao Jie lying on the ground with a look of righteousness. After saying that, the two casserole-sized fists shone at Zhao Jie's pig-headed face and punched down. 2 punches hitting the eyes squarely in the eye sockets. Zhao Jie, who was sleeping in a stupor, suddenly suffered 2 blows. Instantly woke up. His body rolled on the ground, his mouth tearing his lungs and screaming miserably. Pain. Quickly help me to call a doctor. It hurts so much. Xiao Zhao, who had been guarding the outside, heard the screams inside and immediately took out the key and opened the door. Looking at Zhao Jie's miserable appearance rolling all over the ground, he knowingly asked, Su Jing, what in the world happened? Zhao Jie, what happened to you, kid? Officer Zhao, you can do it for us. This kid is not honest, playing to invite us to drink. In fact, is trying to get us drunk, so as to defile the Li family sister. Thanks to the old man, I have a shallow amount of alcohol. Drank a little bit on the drink, looking for a place to rest. The result is that this kid is human and animalistic, thinking that Wang Kuei and I are drunk. Want to rape the Li family sister. My conscience does not allow this kind of thing to happen in front of me, and immediately ran to stop. The result is that the old man, I am old and frail. By the Zhao Jie, this brute 2 punches and fell to the ground. Boy, ribs may be broken. Thanks to Wang Kuei woke up in a more timely manner, only to stop this tragedy from happening. Old man Lu covered his small abdomen at the ribs, his face pale as he said to Xiao Zhao, yes, this kid is an animal. Actually want to do this kind of nasty things inside the detention room. If I didn't wake up after hearing the screams of Big Head of Li's sister would have suffered from this kid's poisonous hands. In the future, how can Li's sister still marry someone? How can the Li family sister get married in the future? How can she still have the face to live in this society? Wang Kuei said to Xiao Zhao with a look of righteous indignation. Zhao Jie, who was rolling all over the floor in pain, heard his roommate's words and was directly confused. This is a detention room? Isn't this the promised talent training room? And when did he molest Li Meng'a? Obviously his own drunkenness and confusion said the past, and he did not hit the old man Zhao. Why the other side to frame himself? Is not envious and jealous of his handsome or a turtle elite? Xiao Zhao, I am wrongly accused. They set me up. Only a sick mind would molest Li Meng. What kind of women have I not seen in the Free State? On your goods. The Free State 20 Franklin can play everywhere. I would want to rape her? Move your pig head and you'll know it's impossible. Zhao Jie forced himself to endure the swelling pain of his eyes, squinted his eyes and said loudly to Xiao Zhao, Zhao Jie, please pay attention to your words. Please call me Officer Zhao. Now that the witnesses are here, just admit it. Xiao Zhao seriously said to Zhao Jie on the ground. Chapter 72, The Loss of Both Human and Financial Resources. Zhao Jie was directly confused when he heard Xiao Zhao's words. Before is not good? Straight away this native little brother had always been respectful to himself, and also bought coffee and sent food and wine to himself. Now how did he change into such a stranger? I was framed up. You 3 scumbags. I invited you to drink, you actually treated me like this. And you Xiao Zhao, you when you're Benjamin's little brother, you actually treated me like this. To what talent training room? It turned out to be a detention room. You pig and dog worse than the beast. Actually treat me this Benjamin's family. I'm going to go to report it. I'm going to go to petition. I'm going to go to sue you. You police actually dare to treat me this turtle elite so. Zhao Jie tore his heart and lungs and cursed the few people present. Wang Kuei trio now more or less understood why Officer Zhao had to treat Zhao Jie like this. Because this kid's mouth was so stinky. It was practically spewing feces all over the place. It stank to high heaven. Especially Li Meng. When she heard Zhao Jie's words, her face directly turned green. The old lady is so worthless. The price is not more than 20 Franklin. This Nima. I really regret that I didn't kick Zhao Jie this kid twice just now. Don't howl. Right and wrong have their own justice. Our police handling cases is called evidence. You said you were framed by them. May I ask what evidence you have to prove yourself? Xiao Zhao said to Zhao Jie with a businesslike tone. Zhao Jie heard Xiao Zhao words, directly dumbfounded. Where can I find evidence to go on? The entire detention room is all you people. They are the whole body is all mouth cannot say. I don't believe it. You guys can cover the sky with one hand. I'm going to contact my girlfriend. I'm going to hire a lawyer. You guys wait for me. I, Zhao Jie, won't let you go. Zhao Jie said viciously. Alright, there's no evidence for saying so much, right? Then please continue to stay in a different place. In our country, intent to rape and molest a woman can be sentenced to a maximum of 3 to 6 years. You need to find a better lawyer, Xiao Zhao said with a snicker. Zhao Jie heard the words of the small Zhao, directly abashed, swollen like a small dumpling, eyes of strong outward tears, bawling said, I did not rape and molest her people. I came back is to want to propose to my girlfriend. I just want to propose to my girlfriend, want to redeem her, want to be with her well. I do not want to lose her. Oh. Zhao Jie. This pitiful words aroused the sympathy of several people here, especially Wang Kuei, who is a social mixer and a righteous person. Mentally difficult to look at Zhao Jie, who was crying like a dead pig, and wanted to say something to comfort him, but looking at Officer Zhao, who was standing beside him, he was afraid that if he said it, he would offend this dark-hearted Officer Zhao. Alright, what's a big man howling for? You can get a lighter sentence if you obtain the understanding of the person in question. You talk to the person in question. Xiao Zhao finished and closed the door and left. Just clean up Zhao Jie. This kid, not really want to let him go to jail. I did not expect this kid is so bad. Actually all scared to cry. Thought it was a fierce man, but it turned out to be a goon. And in the detention room Zhao Jie heard the door slamming, stopped crying, voice choked, narrowed his eyes and said, "This matter is clear in your hearts. You are jealous of me to set me up. Li Meng, you are the parties involved in this matter. This matter, we will have a private chat. I also do not pursue your responsibility, as my Zhao Jie blind to treat you as friends, only to end up in such a situation. Zhao Jie, we are also forced to suffer. I think we should forget about this matter of Li Meng." Wang Kuei stood by the side, looking at Zhao Jie's miserable state. He couldn't bear to persuade him. Old man Lu, the bumper sticker professional, also advised from the side, "That's right, let's forget about this. Zhao Jie, this kid is not a bad person except for his love of talking big, bragging, and his mouth stinks a bit. Okay, I see you are wearing a man 5 and 6. I think you must not lack of money. You compensate me $50,000. This matter will be settled. Of course this money I don't. White horse. Brother Wang and old man Lu 10,000 a person. I have to be 30,000. After all, I have already sacrificed my color and was taken advantage of by you. It is not too much to take $30,000. Li Meng was still remembering Zhao Jie's words of scolding her and thought to herself that it wasn't too much at all to ask him for tens of thousands of dollars. As for the $20,000 that was shared out was to be used to block Wang Kuei's two people's mouths and pull them both onto the same front. Hearing Li Meng's words, both Wang Kuei and old man Lu's eyes lit up. Living at the lowest level of society, they didn't know how long they would have to work hard to earn this $10,000, and they opened their mouths to persuade Zhao Jie to come. Zhao Jie heard three people this shameless words, angry with the brain are beginning to congestion. Fortunately he did not have high blood pressure, or else certain brain congestion died here. I invited you to eat and drink, was beaten by you, but also set me up, and finally want me to pay 50,000 yuan to give you a private chat. This person cannot be so shameless. I have no money now. Zhao Jie roared sadly. If he was really a rich man, he wouldn't have to come all the way back to kneel and beg for Li Feiyu's forgiveness. It was because he didn't have any money that he came back to stabilize Li Feiyu's money tree for his own food, drink and fun. Che, you will have no money. I see you wear clothes, pants or brand goods. Hand with the watch or hundreds of thousands of green water. Ghost. District 50,000 yuan. You will not come out. I see you just do not want to give. If you don't want to give it, you can also, that is to go to the cell inside to stay a few years. I have 2 witnesses here. There is also physical evidence. You touch your fingerprints on the clothes. Human evidence and physical evidence are all there. You at least 3 years to start. Li Meng said to Zhao Jie with a cold smile. Finished winking at Wang Kuei. 2 people. Brother Zhao, it's not cost effective to go and sit for a few years for $50,000. Yes, you are a big man. This $50,000 for you is just rain. Not to gamble for a breath. To go to squat in jail. I give you to say that the people inside the jail most like to play hide and seek with you, such a fine skinned people. You go in. TSK 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 TSK. Wang Kuei and Lu old man took turns to persuade and scare Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, this study stayed in the detention room, cannot recognize the person in the 2 people under the language offensive with the fast on the goat. I really can't get it out. The clothes I passed on are all high imitation. This watch is a fake I bought in the free country. Just to fool you people who don't know the industry. The discerning I can see this is a fake. I really don't have any money, but my girlfriend has money. She is in the Lijun Pharmaceuticals as a financial minister. A mere $50,000 is not worth mentioning to her. Zhao Jie told the truth to Wang Kuei. Several people. When he said these words, his own glass heart was bleeding. This damn vanity makes Zhao Jie hate to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Chapter 73, Yi Feng, we meet again. Wang Kuei. 3 people looked at hate to bury their heads in the crotch inside. I cannot see people like Zhao Jie. Looks like this kid finally told the truth. The original is a phoenix man. Their own penniless, but also over-ambitious. What are relying on their own girlfriends? Live simply lose the face of the man. TSK. I can't imagine that such an ugly man can eat soft food. Your girlfriend doesn't know how blind she is to look at you. Or maybe it's a rich woman who weighs 180 pounds. Or else a slightly more attractive woman would look at him? Alright, no matter if you are a soft eater or you really can't come up with the money. I just need $50,000. When will you come up with it? When will you chat privately? Li Meng opened her mouth to interrupt Wang Kuei's two men's snickering voice. Okay, I will raise money to give you guys as soon as possible. Li Meng, you can call my girlfriend after you go out first. She will definitely give you guys the money. Li Meng, please, make sure you don't sue me. Otherwise my life is over. Zhao Jie said pitifully, as long as the money arrives, I will definitely not prosecute you. After Li Meng finished speaking, she stepped aside and found a position to rest up. The remaining two people looked at Zhao Jie's pitiful appearance. They also had no desire to continue, and casually found a position to sleep. Only the next Zhao Jie lay alone in the corner licking his wounds, and Yi Feng, who had knocked out Zhao Jie, was now practicing with the coach. Mr. Yi, you are very talented in learning to drive. Only touching the car for less than an hour. You can skillfully drive the vehicle. Tomorrow you can start the test. You go home and look at more theoretical knowledge. Tomorrow I'll sign up to give you the test, and try to get your license in 1 week down the road. The coach sat in the passenger seat, happily said to Yi Feng, college gets started fast, they teach also comfortable, and earn money fast, cannot be happy. Where? It's all because you taught me well, coach, then I'll go home and read more. Yi Feng said sincerely. Beep 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 beep. Yi Feng, who was driving his car with a high concentration, heard his cell phone ringing and thought to himself who would call him at this time. Could it be his own hometown to call him? Following the instructor's teachings, he honestly hit the turn signal and leaned over to listen before picking up his cell phone, which showed the 3 digits 110, and curiously picking up, hello? Aha, then I'll come later. It's okay, you're welcome. Yi Feng hung up the phone after saying that, and turned to the coach. Coach, the police department called me and asked me to cooperate with them in investigating a case, so I can't practice anymore today. When the coach heard Yi Feng's words, he asked with a bit of curiosity in his heart. Mr. Yi, what case? After all, Yi Feng's appearance is here. A thick-browed and honest look, actually will be involved with the case, so the heart is a little curious. A person was beaten up in front of the company we work for. The police asked me to go over and cooperate with the investigation. Yi Feng said carelessly. When he fainted Zhao Jie, there wasn't a single person inside the company, and the surveillance didn't capture it. He wasn't afraid of the police investigation at all. So that's how it is. Then I'll give you a ride, Mr. Yi. I just came home. I have to pass through the City Public Security Bureau. The coach said politely to Yi Feng. Thank you, coach. Yi Feng thankfully said to the coach. It's fine. You can also learn more. After the coach finished speaking, the two of them immediately switched places, and the coach drove toward the Public Security Bureau. Half an hour later, Yi Feng once again came to the gate of the Public Security Bureau, and with a wave of goodbye from the coach, he walked towards the inside of the Public Security Bureau. He saw Enya's senior dog Licker Li Yang from a big distance. Yi Feng, we meet again. Our boss wants to see you. There is a case related to you now. Li Yang greeted him and said to Yi Feng, let's go then. I have to go home later. I can't go home too late. Yi Feng said without caring. The two of them traveled lightly to Enya's office. Or the old rules. Yi Feng went in and Li Yang stayed outside to guard the door. Yi Feng entered the door and saw Enya sitting on the sofa in the office, looking at him with a smile. Yi Feng, can't believe it. We met so soon. I said I will keep an eye on you. I will definitely keep an eye on you. You think I can't do anything about you because you ran to work at your wife's company? It's still not that I caught you. Enya was her usual self and said preemptively to Yi Feng. Say it, why did you innocently assault Zhao Jie? He is now inside our Public Security Bureau. Do you need to bring the person out for you to testify against him? Enya opened her mouth again and said viciously to Yi Feng, attempting to intimidate Yi Feng with her aura once again. Yi Feng said like an emotionless wooden man, Sir, I didn't innocently beat Zhao Jie, and I don't even know who Zhao Jie is. Why would I beat him? Yi Feng honestly said. In Yi Feng's mind, of course I didn't beat Zhao Jie innocently. I did it intentionally, and besides, I just knocked him out and didn't hit him at all. So poor Taoist can't be considered to have innocently assaulted him. Yi Feng, I think you're not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do I dare to call you without evidence? The person in question, Zhao Jie, saw you knock him out with his own eyes. Would he still tell lies? Zhao Jie is a turtle elite. You innocently assaulted others, has violated the law. An honest explanation can be lighter punishment. Enya continued to scare Yi Feng. Obviously, Yi Feng was not intimidated. Enya's words were as if he didn't hear them, and he said to Enya with his old spirit, Boss, you said that I assaulted others. Do you have any evidence? If I can testify myself, I can also say that you attempted to rob the bank. I myself am a witness. Yifeng is now learning to be shrewd, no longer as honest and mute as before, will only stand there and be silent, now has learned to resist. This point is all thanks to the company's front desk of Tanjing teaching. Yifeng has learned how to use a smartphone, more understanding of the rules of this society. Inya was choked by Yifeng's words. Inya, who was already in her physiological period, coupled with the last violent death case, Yifeng was cleared of suspicion and walked away. Under the double stimulation, Inya's anger value rubbed upward, astride to the front of Yifeng, hands to Yifeng grabbed, intending to give Yifeng taste a little powerful. Yifeng looked at Inya attacking towards himself. His body subconsciously wanted to grab the other party and give the other party an over-the-shoulder slam, but he stopped it raw. After all, Yifeng knew that if he hit Inya, the incidents would be a big deal. The other party would definitely bite himself to death and not let go. By then the yellow mud hanging in the crotch of the pants. Not is also. Chapter 74, The Humble Lickspittle. Inya didn't know what Yifeng was thinking, and didn't know how dangerous she was just now. Her slender fingers grabbed Yifeng's collar dead center, lifting Yifeng's whole body up, as if she was lifting a small chicken again, and said with her mouth open angrily, Yifeng, don't you be tough? You really think that I can't do anything about you? Inya, won't allow there to be such a terrorist like you, roaming around in this society. As long as you have touched Zhao Jie then, Zhao Jie must have your fingerprints on him. Li Yang bring Yifeng down to do fingerprint comparison. Yifeng looked at Inya whose saliva was about to spray onto his face, as well as smelling the perfume that was drilling into his nostrils, and said breathlessly, Sir, I am a man with a wife, please stay away from me, otherwise if my wife knows, he will clean you up. Skin, just keep giving me skin, I'll make you cry later. Inya tugged on Yifeng's collar and pulled it towards her face, making both of them almost face to face, and Li Yang, who was guarding the door, heard his goddess's message, like a wild dog off the reins, immediately scurried in, and entered the door to see his goddess, holding Yifeng that small, face to face together, like a man and a woman in passionate love, fast kissing together. This. Li Yang, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, felt that his heart was almost broken. Could it be true that licking a dog, licking it to nothing in the end? His crush's goddess had fallen in love with Yifeng. A married man? Why are you still standing here stupidly? Take Yifeng to do a fingerprint comparison. Inya casually flung Yifeng away and instructed Li Yang. Oh, I'll bring Yifeng to do the fingerprint comparison right away. Li Yang lost his mind and said, as a senior licking dog, even if his beloved goddess fell in love with a married man, he would still silently guard her in his heart. Yifeng, come with me. Li Yang turned around and walked out after saying that. Yifeng looked at Li Yang, who was like losing power and turning into a salted fish, and felt puzzled. What happened to this person? How did he suddenly become demoralized? After the two of them walked out of Inya's office one by one, Li Yang immediately turned around and turned back and said, Yifeng, beware of playing with fire. You're the one who has a wife. I won't say too much. In the future, you mustn't let down Inya's good intentions towards you. And in the future, in case Inya gets pregnant, don't abandon her. I'll raise the child for you. When Li Yang said this, the heart of the heart is like a knife stabbed as difficult, but for the sake of Inya's happiness in the future, there are some words that he should say clearly. Yifeng listened to the inexplicable. This kid would lost heart crazy, as much as say these nonsense. Between themselves and Inya is completely hostile relationship, so may be pregnant with their own children. Officer Li, you're overthinking it. There's nothing between Officer Yin and me. Yifeng said comfortingly as he patted Li Yang's shoulder. What is this? Comfort from a love rival? Li Yang finished his speech and walked forward with loss, and after bringing Yifeng to a special place to do fingerprint comparison, he himself stood in the doorway, smoking cigarettes one by one. Soon after Yifeng did fingerprint comparison came out, Li Yang took the report as a zombie walking towards Inya's office. Yifeng breathlessly followed behind Li Yang, afraid that Li Yang, this kid cannot think for a moment, run to jump off the building. I want to explain something, but look at Li Yang this way, has fallen into their own fantasy, cannot be extricated. The other party will not listen to their own explanations. Li Yang took Yifeng to the next office to wait. He himself walked into Inya's office, and said to his goddess, Team Leader Yin, I've done what you explained. This is the fingerprint report of Yifeng's admission. Please take a look. After saying that, his eyes looked at Inya with pity. This is the goddess he loves so much. Even if you fall in love with a married man with ordinary appearance, but one will silently guard by your side. Xiao Yangzi did a good job. I have instructed Xiao Zhao to get Zhao Jie's clothes. As long as Zhao Jie has Yifeng's fingerprints on his body, I have the evidence to put Yifeng away. The net of heaven is wide open. The last violent death case was escaped by Yifeng. This kid, now I'm watching the kid run like this. Inya clenched her fists and said gleefully, Li Yang a little confused looking at the happy goddess in front of him, listening to the meaning of the goddess. It seems to want to arrest Yifeng. Is it that he thought wrong? But just 8 I witnessed the two of them making out. Is it dissatisfied that Yifeng is a married young man with a woman, and now want to arrest Yifeng? Is it that he wants to force Yifeng to go home and divorce, and then double date with himself? For a moment, the thoughts in Li Yang's head were as if he had turned on, and all sorts of strange and weird ideas appeared inside his mind. Li Yang in place, heaven and earth thinking for a long time. In order to break his own thoughts, boldly asked Inya, team leader Ian, don't you like Yifeng? How come you want to arrest him now? Asterisk 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 off. When did my mom fall for Yifeng? Just his early death look. How blind do I have to be to fall for him? Where did you hear that from? If you talk nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off right now. After listening to Li Yang's words, Inya directly scolded at Li Yang in anger, and then directly picked up the folder on the top of the desk and threw it at Li Yang. Being folder smashed to the body of Li Yang, as if by a love smashed in the same. Do not feel the pain. The whole body and mind are warm. Really want to immediately smack themselves 2 slaps. I said it. How can the goddess I licked myself look at a married man like Yifeng? Isn't this an insult to the goddess's taste? Fortunately, my goddess hasn't given up on me. I can still continue to lick. I'm so happy. Team leader Ian. I just ate nonsense. I ate lard and blinded my heart. I told you that, team leader Ian. You are so high-end, dignified, and a combination of beauty and wisdom. How would you look at this loser Yifeng? I'm guilty. I'll go back to review myself right away. Li Yang said to Inya and went out in high spirits. The whole person appeared to be alive and well. His back was straightened and he was in good spirits, as if he had eaten a complete tonic pill. Inya cursed at the departing Li Yang. Li Yang, you kid has a disease inside your brain. If you say this kind of nonsense again in the future, I'll slap you with my big ear. Get the hell away from me. Chapter 75, Yifeng, we'll see. Li Yang walked out of the door, then happily gave himself 2 slaps. Too happy. The heart is like eating honey is sweet. A handsome face hung on the landlord's son of a fool general smile. He laughs non-stop. Looked up and saw cleaning lady. Immediately recovered his sunshine appearance. Nodded to the cleaning aunt. Quickly went outside. As if he was not the one who was giggling before. He immediately regained his sunny look. Nodded to the cleaning lady and quickly walked to the outside. And the corridor mopping the floor of the cleaning aunt looked at Li Yang. This stupid look. The heart hit a shiver. Finished. The child stupid. Is too much pressure at work? Insanity. Immediately ringing their own grandchildren hard to say that they want to take the police academy in the future. They go back to be sure to persuade. Don't step on the dust in front of this kid, when the police are dangerous. Not to mention, the main occupational hazards are too big, easy to mental disorders. Li Yang did not know that his performance just now successfully dissuaded an aspiring young man from applying for the police academy. Happily walked to the next office of the viciously said to Yifeng, you're dead. You offend team leader Ian. Is to offend me. I will definitely stare you to death for team leader Ian. Yifeng looked at Li Yang who looked like he had been beaten up. This kid in the end, what is going on? Just a moment ago, a look of death. Just separated not a few minutes. Immediately live up. The eyes are like to eat me like. Our Bashu's speed of change is not as fast as yours. Officer Lee, I really don't know what you are talking about. Yifeng said and then closed his eyes to rest. Really think that Yifeng is a little white do not understand the laws of China? Li Yang looked at a pair of dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. Yifeng. Also take him no way. Now is a civilized society. Is concerned about civilized law enforcement? Cannot be the same as in the 80s and 90s of the last century? Can be bent to fight. Now you should try to beat the prisoners. Explode out of the iron, certainly no good fruit to eat, and then whose press does not go down. The two sat in the office and stayed up. Yifeng closed his eyes and rested his mind, while Li Yang was like looking at his father's murderer, staring at Yifeng, attempting to create psychological pressure on Yifeng. This is Li Yang followed his own goddess Inya to learn, but it did not work. It did not help Yifeng at all. And the mood is good. Inya, in the office inside humming a little song. Happy thought, Yifeng, you again cunning, but also cannot escape the palm of my hand. So long ago, I have been openly and secretly, the old bottom of you are dug out, and now you do it once I caught the horse's foot, waiting for the fingerprint comparison out. Yifeng, you will be unable to escape. Intentional injury crime, their own operation, cannot do a 3 or 5 years in jail. A knock on the door interrupted Inya's fantasy. Enter, Inya said as she returned to her serious look. Boss, Zhao Jie's fingerprints were compared and there's no Yifeng's fingerprints on it at all. This is the report. Take a look. Xiao Zhao entered the door and spoke out news that made Inya's heart feel bad. Impossible. Bring it to me, Inya said incredulously. Although Zhao Jie's kid had a lackluster mouth and spoke as if he was spewing feces, but in accordance with his nature of refusing to suffer, he definitely wouldn't say fake goods. Saying that Yifeng had beaten him was definitely not an innocent release of loss. Enya lifted her hand and nimbly took over the fingerprint comparison, and after looking at the comparison report on it with both eyes, she threw the report aside in anger and said, "Let's go. Go with me to ask Zhao Jie. He told me that Yifeng beat him up. If this kid dares to lie, I won't spare him." After Enya finished speaking, she led Xiao Zhao towards the detention room in a furious manner, and Zhao Jie, who had just finished comparing his fingerprints, said to Li Meng just after he was released back to the detention room, "Li Meng, don't worry, I just went to do the fingerprint comparison. The murderer who beat me up will be found immediately, and when the other party compensates me for the money afterward, I'll compensate you immediately." Zhao Jie thought happily, the other party beat himself up like this, when he asked for 200,000 was not too much. He then compensated Li Meng 50,000. He still has 150,000 left. Think of it as happy. Li Meng looked at Zhao Jie, who was smiling like an old chrysanthemum in disgust, and said unconcernedly, "I only need $50,000. Everything is fine when the money comes in." After saying that, he shut his mouth. Good talk. It's only $50,000. I'll give it to you as soon as the murderer compensates me. And inside the detention room, Wang Kuei and Lu Old Man looked at the face of happy Zhao Jie, thinking that this kid went out for a trip, came back to such a look of beauty, will not be picking up money, is ready to chat with Zhao Jie, talk about life lessons. Just heard a clang sound of the door. A few people turned their heads to look. They all shivered in unison. It was like seeing something horrible. Enya appeared at the door of the detention room with a cold face, like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice, her whole body exuding a thick cold aura. Looking at Zhao Jie with a pair of eyes that were going to kill, the latter's whole body shivered when he met Enya's color. Lowering a piggy face to pinch and winch and said to Enya, "Officer Ian, what is it that makes you come to our place in a big way? Zhao Jie, are you sure that Yifeng hit you?" Enya said straight to the point, now not in the slightest mood to waste time on Zhao Jie. After all, Yifeng was only a summoner. It was impossible for him to keep Yifeng inside the Public Security Bureau for too long. In other words, Yifeng could leave at any time if he wanted to. He may have no reason to leave Yifeng. Really, when Yifeng's wife, He Li Jun, is jealous. Last time, Yifeng forcibly detained, have a great impact on their future promotion. Zhao Jie looked at Enya. This one of eat people's eyes, squinted at his roommate is like a partridge, like a scared look. Know that before by their own dislike of the policewoman is not simple. Gulped and said, "Sir, I said the sentence honestly. It is Yifeng hit me? At that time the office is only him and I, two people. You are he hit me, is it a ghost hit me? Did you see him hit it with your own eyes?" No, Zhao Jie said with sweat on his brain. After saying that he felt that something was wrong, he immediately remedied the situation by saying in general, "At that time, I took the flowers and breakfast, and walked across Yifeng towards the company where my girlfriend worked, and then I fainted, and when I woke up, I was laying inside the stairwell, and I dare to conclude that Yifeng, knocked me out." Okay, you don't say anymore. We police handle cases based on evidence. What you said is speculation. Xiao Zhao, you go and inform Yifeng that he can leave, Enya said with a chill on her face, and turned around to leave. In her heart, she didn't intend to let Yifeng go just like that. Chapter 76, Looking for Someone. Enya walked away with a body full of anger, intending to immediately arrange for people to go to the center building to investigate the surveillance. At that time, Yifeng is innocent or not? Immediately no. Now first let Yifeng a horse. Let him temporarily complacent for a while, let down the vigilance force, so that he can backhandedly go down to arrest him. The people inside the detention room, looking at the female Tyrannosaurus Rex's furious departure, all looked at Zhao Jie with fear and admiration, giving Zhao Jie a thumbs up. "Boy, you really are a fierce man, The female Tyrannosaurus Rex can actually be angered by you like this." Zhao Jie want to cry and look at his roommate's admiring eyes. Want to die of heart. Money did not blackmail. The boy also offended. This looks very bad to mess with the policewoman. The future days can be how to live. And in Ba Shu, thousands of miles away, a military helicopter took advantage of the night to fly toward the dense forest in the back of Qingqing Mountain. Helicopter inside 3 people, a pilot, a 5-featured looks very majestic middle-aged man. Give a person a glance, there is a kind of immovable as a mountain. Run as if a thunderbolt feeling. Shoulder badge on the General Star. In the airport under the light. Flashing shiny. Middle-aged man named Tang Long is the boss of the field army of the Bashu military region. The famous Iron Blood Major General. There is also an old man wearing a Taoist robe steamed bun with silver hair. The whole person has a kind of floating temperament. Red face and white teeth. Can't see the specific age. The old man Taoist number Pure Yang Zi. The layman's name Li Bin. Is the heir of the name of the Pure Yang realist Lu Dongbin. I don't know why he and Tang Long appeared in the back of Qingqing Mountain. General, We immediately arrived at the designated location. But we can't find the descent position, the driver said to the middle-aged man, thinking curiously in his heart. What exactly was the reason for the general and this immortal-looking Taoist master to rush to this deep forest late at night? Got it. When the time comes, you hover low. We'll lower the rope ladder and go down. When the time comes, you'll receive our message and come back to pick us up. Tang Long's majestic voice rang out, giving off a feeling of unruffled authority. The pilot heard the words of his own boss and obediently did as he was told. Piloting the helicopter to the place where the satellite was located, he began to hover up at a low altitude. Tang Long lowered the rope ladder in the cabin and respectfully said to Pure Yangzi, Daoist, please. Pure Yangzi nodded and leapt out. His body was like a weightless willow, landing lightly on the tip of the tree. Watching the driver is about to burst his dog eyes. What is this? Martial arts or Taoism? This is really something that people can do. Taoist priest, good tactics. His hands have not seen the year. After Tang Long finished speaking, the whole person was like a nimble monkey, pulling the rope ladder with one hand. The whole person was like descending the stairs, with a single loose hand and a grab. He landed at the very bottom of the rope ladder, and then landed on the ground as if he was a swing. The driver was once again dumbfounded. In the driver's impression, his own boss usually drink tea inside the office, look at the news, and then review the documents of the military region, a kind of early retirement in old age. I did not expect the boss's hands so flexible. Feel the major military regions of the king of the army in the front of their own boss, just like a younger brother. The pilot of the helicopter flew away with a head full of questions and exclamations as Tang Long waved his hand, and Pure Yangzi watched from the tip of the tree for a moment, lightly falling to the ground from the tip of the tree. Turning to Tang Long, he said, General, walking 3 kilometers ahead, we will arrive at the destination of this trip. Taoist master, who exactly are we here to find? Tang Long asked with a belly full of questions. He was staying well in the military region, when he suddenly received an order from above, asking him to cooperate with Taoist Pure Yangzi to come to Mount Qingcheng to look for someone, and then hung up a bit on the phone. He himself knew nothing about the purpose of this time. Pure Yangzi's ability he is aware of. 3 years ago the two cooperated to solve a mountain Kuwait case, so it is also considered an old comrade in arms. So curious to ask, come to see as senior. From the beginning of the founding of the country he has been living in seclusion to cultivate again. This time is asked to invite him to come out of the mountain. Pure Yangzi stroked his beard and said with a smile, a few years ago seniors out to subdue the black stiffs of the heroic appeared inside the mind. The thought that there are seniors out, this time the trip to western Hunan, must be foolproof. Oh, it's actually the Taoist master's senior. What exactly is the matter that requires the Taoist master to personally invite his seniors to come out of the mountain? Tang Long asked in surprise. A person who had reached his level could be said to be a titan without changing his face. This time he was truly surprised. Seniors named Tianren Taoist Long, is a profound art of the Taoist people, born in the late Qing dynasty, accustomed to the changes in history and the evil of the human heart. So the early period of the founding of the country came to the Qingcheng Mountain Taoist temple retreat, and later with the development of Qingcheng Mountain, seniors moved to the back of this primitive place of the hermitage. The last time we met or 5 years ago in the west of the Shanxi to see seniors, their master and disciples. This time to come. The last time we met was 5 years ago when we saw senior and his master and disciple. This time we came here to ask senior to go to Shanxi to subdue a hairy stalemate. Pure Yangzi led the way and walked in front, speaking to Tang Long behind him as he walked. Tang Long heard the Pure Yangzi words. The heart turned up waves of horror. Could not imagine in their own jurisdiction of the jurisdiction and so on, but also hide such a reclusive master. Born in the late Qing dynasty, actually lived to the present. Calculated. This is not living more than 100 years old. That is not longer than the founding of the country of China. And Xiangxi, this cool place to raise zombies, actually appeared again a zombie, but also a hair stiff. Tang Long think about the heart have played a shiver. Xiangxi, this place cannot stop for a while. Thinking of the last time they led the team to eliminate a mountain Kuwait, feel afraid. The other side is not afraid of firearms. Bullets hit the body as if it were nothing, and the force is infinite. Speed is very fast. Get a shell can continue to murder, in the cost of paying casualties of hundreds of people, only to assist the pure Sun Taoist priest to eliminate the mountain Kuwait. That this time, the hair stiff Mian, and need to pay how many lives to level each other. Tang Long just think about it all shudder. The more one understood the truth of this world, the more one felt awe. People seemed too small in this world, and this was the case with Tang Long. Don't worry, with senior's hand, a mere hairy stiff can't make any waves. Pure Yangzi said to Tang Long with confidence. The mountain road is rugged. The two men rushed forward and back. 3 kilometers of the journey under the feet of the two men in less than 5 minutes. A simple Taoist temple in the night light of the illumination appeared in front of the two men's eyes a few hundred meters. Pure Yangzi did not blush and started kicking as he said to Tang Long, who was breathing flabbergastedly behind him. General, we've arrived. Wait to see seniors remember not to say powerless words. No, I know. Or Taoist master's power is profound. 3 kilometers of mountain road like walking on the ground. Breathing does not see a trace of hasty. Tang Long said breathlessly. He is not a dilettante. Chapter 77, Tang Long fights the tiger. Pure Yangzi heard Tang Long's Sichuanese words that came out under his excitement, stroked his beard and laughed. People of the previous generation, they all pay more attention to the rules. Later on you will just stand by and listen. Let's go. Lao Dao will take you to see the world. Pure Yangzi finished organizing his robe. Striding towards the Taoist temple in front of him, Tang Long hurriedly followed. Thinking about what this hidden world of the high man in the end, his mind automatically appeared a white beard. Looks like an immortal style of the old man, like the immortal sword inside the Shushan sword sage. The two of them walked towards the Taoist temple with a pilgrimage-like mentality. The distance of several hundred meters passed in an instant. A Taoist temple built with wood and mud appeared in front of the two. Although the Taoist temple was small, it was full of an ethereal and indifferent temperament. Qingfeng Guan, this is where Senior lived in seclusion. It really is a precious place, surrounded by mountains, like 10,000 immortals coming to court. Pure Yangzi looked at the name of the Taoist temple and said with an exclamation, Taoist master, I see that the gate is closed and locked. Has Senior gone down the mountain? Tang Long worriedly said to Pure Yangzi. He didn't know anything about feng shui. He only saw that the door of the Taoist temple was locked. It looked like the owner had gone out. Can't find anyone. What can be done? Not in the way. I observe that the Taoist temple has not a single cobweb. Obviously there are often people living here. Senior may temporarily have something to go out for a while. We can just wait patiently, Pure Yangzi said as he pointed to the door of the Taoist temple and the location at the eaves. Tang Long heard Pure Yangzi words. The whole person is speechless up. These usually hide a high people. Basically in modern technology installation. Put a good cell phone does not use. Have to use pigeon transmission. And paper crane transmission. This is not a delay. Now the master of this Qingfeng view is also the same. The ghost knows when to come back. If 10 days and a half months do not come back, then, they are not going to be on this board for 10 days and a half months. When the yellow flowers are cool. The more Tang Long thought about it, the more annoyed he became, and anxiously spoke to Pure Yangzi. Taoist master, do you have any way to contact the seniors? You must know that saving people is like saving fire, and the matter in Western Hunan is 100,000 times more urgent. I'm afraid that it will cause social unrest. Tang Long had no way not to be anxious. As a soldier, defending the country is his first day of duty. Since he knew that a hairstiff appeared in Western Hunan, then he must find a way to help deal with this matter. When Pure Yangzi heard Tang Long's words, he was a bit speechless. If I could contact Senior, what's the point of traveling a long way to beg Senior to come out? Pure Yangzi was about to open his mouth to appease Tang Long when he did. Roar! A tiger roar like thunder suddenly exploded in the ears of the two, startling the birds in the mountains. Thud! 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 The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resounded inside the silent woods. Taoist, there's a situation. It looks like it's a fierce beast in the mountains, Tang Long said warily, his eyes vigilantly observing the surroundings. Shouldn't be Senior's secluded place. No matter it's a mountain spirit or a beast, should avoid far away. Could it be a beast that ran out from the depths of the group of mountains? Pure Yangzi stroked his beard and said in disbelief. It's like inside the secular world. Thieves don't dare to commit crimes in front of the Public Security Bureau. This is not the old man eating arsenic is too long to live. With the sound of footsteps approaching, the two took advantage of the moonlight to finally see clearly the beast in front of them. A body length of 3 meters, height close to 1 meter 8 modeled tiger with a body full of fury appeared in front of the two people. Pure Yangzi and the two of them both sucked in a breath of cool air as they looked at the fierce tiger in front of them. Didn't the South China tiger in Bashu say it was extinct? Where did this pop up from? And it's so big it's like a small car. Tang Long looked at the tiger in front of him and said in shock. Ordinary tigers can't grow this big. Hiss. This tiger is afraid that he has become a spirit. There must not be any animal that is his opponent for hundreds of miles around, and the baleful energy that penetrates his body should be able to harness a ghost devourer. Calling it a mountain monarch is not too much to ask, Pure Yangzi said in shock. A pair of eyes was like a light bulb, looking up and down at the mountain monarch in front of him. Roar! The tiger roared at the two, shaking the leaves around them. Taoist, it looks like the other side is going to attack. You help me press the battlefield from the side. I'll go weigh how many pounds of this tiger. The tiger's whole body can be good stuff. Tang Long a glance in the mountain gentleman's lifeblood. The whole body's muscles tensed up, drew out the left leg of the combat dagger, eyes staring at the mountain gentleman. The so-called people to the middle age had to make up for the dark strength of their own national art masters, but also cannot escape from this law of old age and disease and death. And the sudden appearance of the tiger, the whole body is undoubtedly a great tonic. Especially this tiger whip. The mountain monarch who was enlightened by Yifeng and the celestial Taoist master has been no different from a normal person. Appeared in this place as by their own little master's order to guard the Taoist temple. Drive away unintentionally come to this place of the wrong entrance. Just now their own roar of a voice is to scare away the other side. The results of the other side does not run, but also on the mind of their own root. This Nima uncle can tolerate. Ants cannot tolerate. The mountain monarch immediately staring at the eyes of the Tanglong murderous gas. After Tanglong was stared at by the mountain monarch, the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up in the face of the aura of nature's top predator. Knowing that his was taken in by the tiger's aura on the opposite side, he immediately forced himself to calm his mind and prepared to preemptively roar at the tiger. Sinful beasts don't go rampant. Let's see Grandpa take your tiger's life tonight. After Tang Long finished roaring at the top of his voice, it was as if he had given himself chicken blood. The pores on his entire body closed up tightly, forcing the chi in his body to stay in place and not leak out. His feet stepped on the ground to utilize the force to charge towards the mountain monarch, as if a gazelle was hanging onto its horns without a trace. The dagger on his left hand wavered like a snake about to bite, stabbing towards Shan Jun's eyes. Good guy. The moment he strikes, he goes straight to the vitals. Indeed, he is an iron-blooded general who has been through 100 battles, and he dares to make a blatant strike in the face of an animal whose aura is even more wanting than his own. The Mountain King saw the other side with a weapon to their eyes to be, limbs to move back 2 steps back, violently flinging their tiger tail to the other side of the pump-over. The so-called 1-inch short 1-inch dangerous dagger is originally tricky and sinister weapons, winning in the sneak attack to win. Tang Long holding a dagger on the brightly on the up, obviously is to bully the Mountain King, and the usual tigers have no IQ, will rely on a body of brute force and their own fighting. Their own kite can kill the other side. He could kill the other party by flying a kite. As a result of rushing to half of Tang Long, see the mountain actually know how to change moves. A tail is like a steel whip, in the air to send out suff 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 sound to their own draw. Tang Long immediately put the dagger as a knife, as used to the long whip in front of him to cut, attempting to use the Wei to save the Zhao to let the tiger to collect the whip. Chapter 78, The Tiger and the Rat. Shan Jun saw Tang Long's little tricks. His eyes leaked out a look of contempt. On this you still want to fight with me? See me tonight, do not beat your out counting you pull clean, so that you know that the pot is made of iron, and the tiger's ass cannot be touched. Drop. The tiger's tail that broke through the air was like a short whip, and in the moment when it was about to touch Tang Long's dagger, it violently changed direction and jerked towards Tang Long's chest. Tang Long saw it and exclaimed, "Impossible, it can actually change direction at will." With rich combat experience, he immediately abandoned the dagger in his hand, and crossed his hands in front of his chest to block the tiger's tiger tail in front of him. Naiha idea is very rich, the reality is very bone sensitive. His hand speed completely unable to keep up with the speed of the tail to draw. Splat, an empty sound of a whip rang out. Tang Long's entire body was sent flying 3 meters, just like a bowling ball that had been whipped, flying backwards at Pure Yangzi's feet. A blood mark appeared across his abdomen on his upper body in his power suit, as if he had been whipped out by a steel whip, and Tang Long felt that his internal organs had been shifted. His ribs must have cracked. Tang Long raised a strong breath and leapt up from the ground, his face pale as he said to Pure Yangzi, "Taoist master, this tiger is not ordinary. I accidentally suffered a dark loss. I may not be a match for this tiger now." Tang Long's implication was that the tiger was ferocious. "It's time for you to step in, Taoist." Of course Pure Yangzi knew that Tang Long was no match for this mountain monarch. After all, he had personally seen Tang Long being whipped away by the mountain monarch's tail, so I don't need to say that I know. Just as well. Yuan leaned back. Watch the old Taoist come to subdue this mountain monarch. Pure Yangzi moved to walk in front of Tang Long, looking at the mountain monarch in front of him, whose size far exceeded that of his kind. He had an immature thought in his heart, but quickly felt that this idea of his was nonsense. How could any mountain protector spirit beast grow like this? Not being intelligent, hurting people when they strike, and carrying a fierce aura. This is not the temperament that a mountain protection spirit beast should have. When the mountain monarch saw that the old Taoist priest stood out to protect the kid who was thinking about his crotch whip, he immediately roared angrily at Pure Yangzi twice, roughly meaning, "Old man, you get out of the way and let the kid behind you come out to fight with me. Sinful animal still dare to show off. See the old Tao subdue you tonight." Pure Yangzi said calmly to Shan Jun. It was obvious that Pure Yangzi didn't understand Shan Jun's meaning. After all, Pure Yangzi was a human being and Shan Jun was an animal. 2 species, and ironically couldn't understand Shan Jun's meaning. Today there is a Taoist master again. I'll see how long this evil beast of yours still dares to be rampant. Taoist master, be careful. Don't break the tiger whip or it won't be effective then. Standing behind Pure Yangzi, Tang Long added fuel to the fire. Mountain King heard Tang Long words, directly on the anger. If we'll speak words, surely will this to Tang Long curse too. I ate your family rice, or planed your family's ancestral tomb. You are so on my little brother has been forgetting, and I noble for the national level of protection of the animal, a meeting with a dagger on the jaw too. You heart have no respect for me this national protection of the animal. Ignite the bare rage of the Mountain King. To the pure Yangtze Tu roared, and then again pure Yangtze Tu dumbfounded serious. Stand up, hind limbs on the ground, like a person to stand up, the front legs of the two tiger claws, to the pure Yangtze gesture, posing as a whole Dan, full of strong Taoist flavor. Looking at pure Yangtze and Tang Long froze. Pure Yangtze saw the mountain monarch holding the Dan posture, immediately overturned his previous conjecture, hands together to the mountain monarch in front of him, said, so the mountain monarch is the Qingfeng view of the mountain protection spirit animal currently. Forgive me, forgive me. After saying this, he turned his head and said seriously to Tang Long, don't come out and apologize, before you had the audacity to slander and actually dare to hit Mountain Monarch's idea. If not for Mountain Monarch's mercy, just now you were already dead. The confused Tang Long, hearing Pure Yangtze's words, covered his chest and walked to Pure Yangtze's body to bend his head to apologize to the Mountain Monarch. Senior Mountain Monarch, you're an adult. Just now I spoke nonsense. Please you don't take it to heart. After saying that, he bowed deeply and apologized. Upright and up Mountain Monarch, condescending to Tang Long sneezed. Fishy saliva mixed with unknown animals' crushed meat remnants. A brain sprayed on Tang Long's face. Eyes disgustedly looked at the same as Tang Long who had his face washed by the saliva, and then contentedly put down his own limbs, and went from standing upright to landing on all fours as before. At this moment, Tang Long's mood complex to the end. Tonight was beaten by the tiger, but also by the tiger poo a face of saliva, and the other side must be intentional. The tiger will not spit, so with the sneeze to disgust themselves, and they want to use their hands to wipe clean can only hold back with a strong fishy taste of saliva hanging on their face, compensating for the smile of the tiger in front of them. Pure Yangtze cannot have time to pay attention to the deserved Tang Long, who let Tang Long think of Shanjuan's life. Did not beat you to death is considered a small punishment? You are now standing next to suffer on the line. Look at the Mountain Monarch out of gas after said, Mountain Monarch, tonight we come to visit the celestial seniors. Xiangxi out of a hair stiff. The situation is urgent, but also please Mountain Monarch inform the celestial seniors when to come back. After hearing Pure Yangtze's words, the Mountain Monarch's eyes leaked out intense sadness and growled at Qingfeng before lying down on the spot and waiting quietly. Pure Yangtze looked at the sad Mountain Monarch who was lying on the ground, and then looked at the Qingfeng whose doors were locked, and had an uneasy feeling in his heart that his predecessor would not have passed away in immortality. Once this thought appeared in his mind, it was driven away. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had guessed the truth. Frightening himself with a cold sweat on his head, and standing in place has been enduring to make himself sick to his stomach. Tang Long, looking at the face full of cold sweat Pure Yangtze, a little puzzled. This is what happened. Want to ask Pure Yangtze in the end what happened, but a sea lying in front of their own body of the Mountain King, honestly shut his mouth. He or less say more see it. Squeak 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 the rat squeaked. Qingfeng gate entrance gap slipped out a small figure. Pure Yangtze and Tang Long followed the direction of the sound. A golden rat wearing a red lab coat quickly crawled over to them. The rat's golden fur was extremely conspicuous in this black night, like a burning flame. Money Mouse, Pure Yangtze said in surprise after seeing the rat that appeared in front of him, and Tang Long maintains this less talk more look at the mentality. Looked at the mouse, and looked at the tiger lying on the ground. The heart exclaimed not to say that after the founding of the country does not allow animals to become essence, how this evening actually appeared too, and he was also the national level of protection of animals. South China tiger cleaned up a meal. They are looking for who to reason to go ah. Chapter 79, the tiger and the mouse come out of the mountain. The Mountain Monarch, who was lying on the ground, looked at the golden mouse that was now in front of him, growled at Pure Yangtze, and then lowered his head and pretended to sleep, but his two tiger ears stood up high, as if he was eavesdropping. Squeak, 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 the rat squealed twice, signaling that it knew, and then after sweeping the ground with its two front paws to make the ground look a little tidier, it raised its own paws and wrote on the ground in a dragon's hand. While Pure Yangtze and Tang Long were curiously looking at the rat writing on the ground. Poor Taoist Jin Bao. Two monks, what are you doing on the mountain for? Under the claws of the money mouse. A line of words quickly appeared on the ground, written in traditional Chinese characters still. The font gave off a feeling of a small family. Crap. These two words at the same time from the heart of the two men came out. This rat Nima really become fine. Actually call themselves poor, and also can write in human communication. Then those who only rely on the instincts of the murder of the mountain spirit wild monster do not know how many times stronger, already have a human nature, can be completely called human. Pure Yangtze suppressed the shocking waves in his heart, cupped his fists at the mouse and said, 200 years of cultivation of hairy stiffness was found in western Hunan, invulnerable to swords and guns. unafraid of water and fire, capable of committing murder in the daytime, and the late generation, after a few investigations, found out the place of Senior's seclusion, and came here to ask Senior to come out to get rid of the hairy stiffness, and return a clear sky to this world. The money mouse Jinbao, after listening to Pure Yangzi's words, lowered his head just like a human, thinking up for a while. Liangjiu lifted his own paw on the ground and quickly wrote to, "The old master has been feathered. The young master went down the mountain to deal with mundane matters. I do not know when to come back. We are ordered by the young master to guard the sect cannot go down the mountain, but also ask the two priests to ask for another way." After Jinbao finished writing, he stood up like a normal person and made a gesture of please return to the two Pure Yangzi. Jinbao's words, like a thunderbolt from the sky, split in the heart of the Pure Yangzi, so that his whole heart is pulling cold. They are full of hope to ask Seniors to come out to subdue the demon. The result is that you said that people are not there, and now what to do? Do not hit the road back to their own top up. Their own top up to have no use. Useful. Then they will not come all the way to ask the Senior out of the mountain, and has been to maintain this. Let's say more. Si Tang Long looked at a face of dead mother like Pure Yangzi, and then associated with the mouse before the word written out. The responsibility of the burst. Tang Long can no longer hold back his mouth and said, Jinbao Taoist, since the Senior died, but also ask you to ask the Senior's senior disciple to get rid of the devil. I believe that the Senior taught out of the disciple will certainly be better than the blue and blue, will certainly be able to get rid of this hairy stiff. Tang Long's words completely poked Jinbao's and Mountain Monarch's G-spot. Even Mountain Monarch, who pretended to be sleeping but actually stood up his ears to eavesdrop, opened his eyes and looked at Tang Long appreciatively, thinking to himself that this kid has the eyesight to know that the young master's kung fu is far superior to the old master's before he has even met the young master. Tang Long's words woke up the stagnant Pure Yangzi, but Pure Yangzi's view is completely opposite to Tang Long's. His head turned. He immediately hit the idea of the two demons in front of him, an unknown depth of the Mountain Monarch, a close to the people of the money rats. These two demons at a glance know that is not to be messed with the demon, and the 200 of the hairy stiffs to fight. It is certainly a dragon fight. Who wins and who loses it is not easy to say. As for the Senior's disciple, he had seen one side in Xiangxi before, just like a silly boy who followed his elders out to see the world, with a naive look. At a glance, he is a post-schooler who does not learn his craft well. Relying on him to deal with the hairy stiffs would be like an egg touching a stone and a meatbag hitting a dog, and once he goes away, even the dregs won't be left. Pure Yangzi signaled Tang Long to shut up, and respectfully said to Jinbao, Senior Jinbao, my generation of cultivators to keep the right and repel the evil, meet the demons and evil spirits harming the people. Surely we must take care of it. And now the late generation boldly pleads with Senior Jinbao and the Mountain Monarch to go out to get rid of the evil, and to protect a side of the people's peace. Pure Yangzi finished his speech, bending his head to the Jinbao mouse that was only as high as the soles of his feet. He bowed too. Tang Long was stunned by Pure Yangzi's operation. Never thought that the usually immortal-looking Taoist priest would actually have such a thick skin, actually pleading with a rat and a tiger in front of him to come out and exterminate the hairy stiffs. What is this? Fighting poison with poison? Fighting zombies with goblins? Jinbao and Shan Jun also looked at Pure Yangzi with dumbfounded eyes. How thick-skinned are you? Actually asked us to go out to deal with the hairy stiffs. Really think we are big demons who have practiced for thousands of years. Lift our claws and exterminate the hairy stiffs. Also go down the mountain to get rid of the evil. Maybe just down the mountain will be eliminated by the other side. Jinbao Sesame Green Bean's big eyes, dripping around a few times, raised his hand and continued to write on the ground. We were ordered to guard the mountain. Without the order of the little master we cannot go down the mountain. The scourge of the hairy stiffness also pleased Taoist friends to find another person. Pure Yangzi saw Jinbao wrote the word. Touching his beard, pointing to stand beside himself, Tang Long said, Jinbao seniors need not worry. This person in the secular world is a high official. Have him out of the hand, must be able to immediately find your little master. Then we plead with your little master to help, coupled with the two of you to help deal with the scourge of the hairy deadlock together. Surely 9 out of 10. As for the guarding of this point of the mountain, as for the small matter of guarding the mountain, Senior Jinbao, you don't have to care. Send a few soldiers to help you guard on the line. The trip to Western Hunan can't be delayed for a long time, around just 2 or 3 days. When the time comes to finish the matter you come back on the line. Pure Yangzi was like an old man with a kind face and a kind heart as he snubbed at Jinbao. Aren't you under the orders of your little master? When the time comes, we will personally bring your little master to Xiangxi. Won't this be a success? With you two seniors who have become the way of the alien charging ahead, plus modernized technology to fight to assist. If you pay a certain price, Pure Yangzi has the confidence to exterminate the hairy stiffs. As for the two beasts of the little master, when a mascot on the line, do not bump into, affect the two beasts of the play on the line. Money Mouse Jinbao, after listening to the words of Pure Yangzi, squinting their mouse eyes, carefully think up. But unfortunately the mouse's brain capacity is limited. Guess not through the pure Yangzi's mind, but remembered that their old masters from time to teach their young masters said words. Keep the right to guard a party to protect the comfort of their own is now also a Taoist priest. With the young masters gave Jinbao Taoist number. They should not also shoulder the responsibility as a Taoist priests to maintain a party the responsibility. Jinbao listened to pure Yangzi's words squeak barked a few times at the Mountain King. The Mountain King opened his eyes and growled lowly at Jinbao. The two beasts exchanged squeak, roar exchanged. This unique way of communication. Looking at the pure Yangzi, two people froze. A long time a mouse and a tiger exchange finished. Thinking of the small master of the two beasts unanimously decided to go out of the mountain to find the small master, and take a look at the outside world of flowers. Jinbao to the pure Yangzi quickly on the ground to write up. But we must see the little master. Have the little master in. We have a sense of security. Chapter 80. Where are you, little master? Pure Yangzi saw Jinbao's words. The hanging heart finally put down. Look at the appearance, know that these two goblins have never been down the mountain. Has been living in this deep forest. They're on a few words to invite each other out of the mountain. Although the senior immortal death, but their trip is not a loss. At least invited out of the two Taoism profound goblins. This matter is done. As for what Jinbao said about seeing the little master to feel safe, pure Yangzi didn't put it on his mind at all. In the current era of global big data, the country wants to find a person that is not easy and pleasant. He went back and immediately asked Tang Long to find the person to appease the fragile hearts of these two goblins. Don't worry, Senior Jinbao. Tomorrow you will be able to meet your little master. I, pure Yangzi, promise you with my head. It's not too late, so let's go down the mountain now. After pure Yangzi finished speaking to Jinbao, the other party's small paw quickly wrote on the ground. Wait a moment, I'll go back to get something. Jinbao finished writing and ran on all fours towards the inside of Qingfengguan. Seeing this, pure Yangzi immediately instructed Tang Long, who was frothing. Tang Long, you now arrange for 2 heavily armed elite soldiers to come and station here to guard this Taoist temple. Not a single stitch inside the Taoist temple can be moved. You go back and immediately investigate where their little masters are. Right away. I want to see their little masters in Xiangxi tomorrow. Got it? Tang Long, who was stunned by pure Yangzi's entire tawdry operation, immediately nodded his head, but soon felt that something was wrong. He didn't know what the two goblins' little masters' names were, what they looked like, and it was undoubtedly a needle in a haystack to find the two goblins' little masters in the middle of the sea of people. Taoist master. I would like to ask if you know who their little master's last name is and what he looks like. Tang Long said questioningly to pure Yangzi. This. Pure Yangzi opened mouth speechless. He saw the senior disciple a few years ago, called what Feng? Is Zhang Feng or Li Feng to come? He cannot remember, only know as a rash not too smart look. Now after 5 years, the other party's appearance must have changed greatly. Do not know the name, appearance, want to find each other certainly need a long time. Then their own before in front of the two goblins bragged about the bull, is not impossible to do. If you can't see their little master tomorrow, then the iron will not move with the hairy stiff. The two goblins don't move. Their own this is not finished. Pure Yangzi's thoughts are like stepping on a banana peel. The more slippery the farther and farther away. The face is getting more and more difficult to see. Tang Long looked at pure Yangzi, who was once again covered in sweat, looking like a dead parent, and was once again speechless. What's going on here? This face of the Taoist master was even more frightening than the weather on a June day, changing at the drop of a hat. That's right, he walked, standing upright like a human being. Jinbao's mousetail swept away the dead branches and leaves on the ground, carefully placed the scroll on the ground and spread it out. A young Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front of the eyes of pure Yangzi and Tang Long. The young Taoist priest in the painting had an ordinary face, but his eyes were like the stars in the sky with a god. The two people's eyes on the eyes of the Taoist priest in the painting. They felt that their own inner thoughts and secrets hidden in the deepest part of the body had all been when their eyes met the eyes of the Taoist priest in the painting. They felt that their inner thoughts and deepest secrets had been broken, nakedly exposed under the eyes of the man in the painting, and they subconsciously moved their eyes away, not daring to look at each other with the man in the painting. The young master's name is Yi Feng, and this is the portrait of the young master, drawn by the sacred nun of Wutong Mountain some years ago. This time, it was brought out to show you the appearance of the young master so that you can help us search for the young master. Jinbao Xiuqi wrote on the ground and explained to the two Pure Yangzi. Pure Yangzi saw Jinbao wrote Wutong Mountain. 3 words, the heart of the muttering. Wutong Mountain legend has been circulating in the cultivation world. It is said that Wutong Mountain can be traced back to the era of the Queen Mother of the West, is a long history inherited thousands of years of seclusion of the sect. Its disciples have been living in seclusion in the Kunlun Mountains, seldom appeared in the outside world. So for Yifeng painted such a divine portrait of the sacred nun, really is the Wutong Mountains disciples? Elder Jin Bao, are the sacred nuns Kunlun Wutong Mountains heirs? It is said that they seldom walk around in the world. What is the reason for their appearance here? Pure Yangzi was like a gossiping granny at this moment, curiously asking at Jin Bao. Unspeakable. After Jin Bao finished writing those 3 words, he packed up the portrait and put it back in Qingfeng Guan, immediately signaling Pure Yangzi that he could lead the way and set off to help them find the little master. Shanjun also stood up from the ground and roared up at Pure Yangzi urgently. Pure Yangzi suppressed the curiosity in his heart and said to the 2 beasts, 2 seniors, we'll set off down the mountain and call the helicopter to pick us up later. Turning his head, he continued to say to Tang Long, what Tang Long ordered you to do just now? Did you explain it down? Daoist, I'll contact the pilot to bring someone right away. Mountain Monarch's physique needs a transportation plane to be able to do that. Wait a moment. After Tang Long finished speaking, he felt out the satellite phone he was carrying and contacted it. As Tang Long's order was given, the search for Yifeng was immediately carried out, while a transport plane with a load of over 10 tons at the Bashu military parking airport departed carrying 2 soldiers with real weapons, and far away in Pengcheng Yifeng still do not know their old home in Bashu to stay home to watch the 2 animals were fooled out of the mountain to find him. Happy and Li Yang gnashing his teeth in the eyes out of the Public Security Bureau. Yifeng walked out of the door of the Public Security Bureau, then sighed and said, Enya, this policewoman seems to be really dead bite me not to let go. Really a perseverance of the good police, but you can never find the evidence. After saying this, he went home happily, his hometown Li Feiyu's boyfriend successfully blocked by his own. Can Yifeng not be happy? Yifeng has not yet returned home. His news has been checked by the military people. The military to find out Yifeng's news immediately reported to the still in the pristine mountain forest Tang Long. Tang Long quietly listened to the report of his men and said, you guys think of a way to bring Yifeng to Xiangxi. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Pure Yangzi, who had a keen ear, asked, any news about Yifeng? Well, Yifeng is now in Pengcheng, married to a woman named He Li Jun. Some time ago he stepped in and solved the suspected unusual case, and is now working as a security guard for his wife's company. Tang Long said breathlessly, this is a big difference from the senior apprentice in his own thoughts. Can be said to be a world of difference. A big man actually ran to his own wife's company as a security guard. This Nima and eat soft rice wimp, what is the difference? Simply lose the face of the seniors. Ready to go back to report Yifeng's situation to the superiors. Chapter 81, Yifeng, I want to go on a honeymoon with you. Pure Yangzi's mouth subconsciously twitched after hearing Tang Long's words. The result was even worse than what he had envisioned. Looking at the 2 great goblins beside him, and then comparing it to his predecessor's senior disciple, Yifeng, being a door-to-door son-in-law, he thought to himself that it was definitely because of his predecessor's advanced age and Alzheimer's disease plus glaucoma, that he would have taken in such an unfilial disciple. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, the poor Taoist should not think like this. Elder Jin Bao, your young master has been found. You will be able to see him tomorrow. Pure Yangzi said with a smile. The whole person was like bathing in the spring breeze. This matter was proper. Jin Bao and Shanjun heard Pure Yangzi's words. Both jumped up happily. It's not easy. Finally have the news of the little master. The little master went down the mountain before said to go to return. The result is to go, is not to return. So long have no news. The 2 beasts are beginning to suspect is not the little master abandoned them. They are beginning to wonder if the little master has abandoned them and likes the demonic goods outside. Roar, roar, roar. The Mountain King roared urgently, and with a single leap, Jin Bao jumped onto the Mountain King's forehead and coiled up, and the Mountain King couldn't wait to charge down the mountain, and in a few dodges, he was out of sight. Elder Jin Bao, wait for us, we are making an airplane to leave, not running out. Tang Long quickly follow. Pure Yangzi, who was smiling, when he saw the movement of the 2 beasts of Mountain Monarch, he immediately yelled with a loud voice, and his feet lived like the wind as he chased towards this Mountain Monarch. Tang Long, who was internally injured by the Mountain Monarch, saw this and yelled loudly, Taoist master, wait for me, I'm injured, only I can contact the crew, you take me with you to leave. Wait for me. After shouting, Tang Long saw that Pure Yangzi's back was almost out of sight. Not stopping in the slightest, gritting his teeth, he forced himself to endure the pain in his chest and chased after him. Flowers bloom at both ends, each with a branch. Inside Pengcheng No. 1 district, He Li Jun just finished taking stomach pills, lying on the sofa and catching up with the drama, when she heard her cell phone placed on the coffee table vibrating vigorously. It's so late, who's still calling me? Did something urgent happen? He Li Jun thought of this possibility and lethargically picked up the phone. It's not good, Mr. He, our people in Xiangxi have been detained. I received a call just now, and the other party asked Mr. He by name for you to come over. Louis, whose nervous voice came from the phone, hearing his company had a problem, The lethargy on his body instantly disappeared. Restored to his iceberg president look. Asked sternly, Manager Liu in the end appeared. What happened? Louis, who is Li Jun, personally lined up to open up the market in Western Hunan area general manager. Together with a name Lin Zhongrui's deputy manager. The two have a strong sense of enterprise, sense of responsibility and hard work. Is he Li Jun's hand under the front line and the number one fighter? Specialized in why Li Jun charge and expand the territory. The last year have been in Hunan to seize the market. Mr. We Li Jun pharmaceuticals with good efficacy. In Hunan has been smooth sailing, grabbed a large number of market supply, but we expand to Hunan Xiangxi, has been good. The major beauty institutions or stores are on the pole door to door to ask for cooperation, but this evening on the wrong side of the matter. The personnel in the western part of the office to do the job. It is a group of people to be detained down. Naming named, he said, you want to take people door to door. I suspect that the peer retaliation. After all, in Xiangxi office staff, and the local people in the past, no grudges, in recent days no hatred. Louis, who carefully explained up, afraid that Mr. He thought that he was not good. Li Jun listened to Louis, whose explanation, said he understood. A company's bigger and stronger, often are stepping on other companies to climb up, will draw on the nutrients of other companies to feed themselves the same, such as raising compotes, only live in the last to become a compulsion king. As Li Jun Pharmaceuticals grows bigger and bigger, snatch the cake also come more and more. Their own food, peers do not have to eat, surely very much offending many of their counterparts, inviting peers between the crazy backfill and retaliation. Aha! I'll come to Xiangxi early tomorrow morning, Li Jun said without being a wimp at all. Mr. Xiangxi is not like other places. Those Tujia people are numerous. I'm afraid that there will be danger when the time comes, Louis, who said nervously, fearing that Li Jun would have some kind of trouble after coming to Xiangxi. It's not in the way. Their own employees were detained. This one the old boss must step in to fish for people. Tomorrow you come to the airport to pick me up on the line. Li Jun finished and hung up the phone. Started to book a ticket online. After booking their own ticket, thought about running back to their dormitory room and took out Yifeng's ID card, and booked one for Yifeng as well. We have to contact the security company, where there are many Miao people in Western Hunan, so be careful yourself. After Li Jun finished speaking, she started picking up the phone to make arrangements, and Yifeng, who walked back to Pengchang No. 1, comfortably said, it's been a long time since I've exercised. It's so refreshing. That's right, Yifeng is running back from the Public Security Bureau. It's the best of both worlds, exercising and saving money. Yifeng returned home and saw that his wife Li Jun was actually still awake, lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Curious, he asked, it's so late, still up? Well, wait for you to come back. I can't sleep if you don't come home. Yifeng, how is your car practicing? Li Jun fluttered her big Kaziran eyes and said to Yifeng. When Yifeng heard Li Jun's answer, his face was full of black lines. I believe you, ghost. You can't sleep if I don't come back. Can this lie be any more false? It feels pretty easy. I can already drive on the road. You also take an early rest. You still have to work tomorrow. After Yifeng finished speaking, he wiped his feet and prepared to walk towards his dorm room. When Li Jun saw Yifeng's small action, she thought that this kid had learned to be smart, and immediately left when he saw a bad opportunity. But my old lady won't let you off so easily. Yifeng, I want to talk to you about something. Yifeng, who had just walked to the corridor, heard Li Jun's words and said breathlessly, here it comes, here it comes. I knew that if you don't sleep in the middle of the night and wait for yourself to come back, you must have something to say to yourself. What is it? Accompany me to go for a walk in Western Hunan tomorrow. It won't take long. It should only be about 1 or 2 days. We've been married for so long. Let's just go out for a honeymoon. Li Jun pulled up her hair and said to Yifeng with a smile like a flower. After Yifeng heard Li Jun's words, the whole person is speechless. We all sleep in separate rooms. You give me that we two people go to the honeymoon. This word can be more false? Can't you be a little bit more careful? Really think that Yifeng is good at fooling? Let me tell you, I'm a web surfer now. Do not go. I want to work. Yifeng decisively refused. With the ass think no good. He or honestly work punching the clock on the internet comfortable. Other things will not be involved. Chapter 82, A Trip to Western Hunan. When Li Jun heard Yifeng's reply, her smiling face instantly turned cold. Yifeng, I'll give you another chance. Think about whether to go or not. I'm kind enough to take you on a trip, but you actually rejected me. Have you considered my feelings as a wife? Work pressure is so big. I just want to go to relax and unwind. You as my legal husband should not accompany me to go. This is your responsibility and duty as a husband. Li Jun blah 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 said up to Yifeng. From the husband's responsibility to say that the employee's motivation. Ready to Yifeng again, do not nod. Li Jun is ready to Yifeng to hard. Okay, I'll go with you. Yi Feng surrendered and said, thinking that if he did not agree again, He Li Jun will definitely continue to say, until he nodded his head to agree. After so many days of living together, Yi Feng knows too much about He Li Jun, this woman, basically to himself first to soft and then hard, so that his own anger cannot be sent up, is a movie queen, acting emperor, my husband is the best, then you go back to rest, I've already booked the airfare for you. He Li Jun resumed her previous smile like a flower and happily said to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at He Li Jun's happy smile and what she said, and in his heart, he wanted to explode with a foul mouth. You've booked the airfare for me, and you're still talking to me about a hammer. Yi Feng did not return to the dormitory. Lying on the sofa, He Li Jun rubbed her stomach and whispered, still say they will be medical. Old lady lying on the sofa stomach for so long did not see. Full of quacks plus liars. He Li Jun scolded Yi Feng for a while, then went back to his room to wash up and prepare for rest. Prepare for tomorrow to bring Yi Feng this dry over the national free fighting champion of Hujun's #1 fighter. Has been security company many little brother, together to go to Xiangxi town field. Let the other side obediently call out the people. He Li Jun from the beginning to the end did not think of the police. The police can deal with words. Louis who will not give themselves a phone call. Has long been the thing to beautifully dealt with clean. The time came to 3 o'clock in the morning. The civil airport in western Hunan received a special airplane, an armed transport plane. In the air circled low and landed. The ground is stained with a group of people to receive the plane. There are Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes. There are bareheaded monks. There are some Xiangxi locals and Miao women wearing Miao clothing, and some local zombie catching family heirlooms. On the periphery stood a group of vigilantes who looked like they were not to be messed with. Distant ground staff. Looking at this hula group of people here to pick up the plane, under the curiosity is ready to go over to see what the situation is. People have not yet walked a few steps by a few bladders thick hulk to friendly persuade back, and the ground to pick up the crowd, are whispering, roughly all this time to deal with this matter people local is what side of the master. One of the round-faced monks said to an old man with a dry and skinny body, just like a zombie, old man Lu, I told you not to worry, help is not coming, you just put your heart inside your stomach. Monk Chang Xin, you're still laughing, you're not unaware of the situation of that hairy stiff, we can't even take down the other party if our group goes together. The old man said to the bald monk with a sad face, come named Lu Zhiping, is the descendant of the western Xiangxi zombie family, ancestor once appeared a few very powerful zombie masters, several times won the highest honor of zombie Taoist masters, the Golden Bell, and this time out of the hairy stiffness, is his 300 young zombie masters of Lu's family, attempting to change his life against the heavens, the body secretly hidden in his family's zombie breeding ground, quietly practicing himself into a zombie, so as to obtain longevity, and the results of longevity are the result of the long life is, but turned into only no sucking blood food, emotionless only rely on instinctive zombie. The first time out of the world will be the Lu family pit with a lot of, internally to face has become a zombie ancestor, externally to appease the various sects, simply unbearable. Alright, I have roughly guessed the purpose of Pure Yangzi's trip, it is definitely a highly respected senior with high magical power, you will know later. Zhang Xin bald monk mysteriously said to Lu Zhiping, because the voice was too loud. The pickup crew heard it and all looked at Monk Zhang Xin curiously, and the transporter hovering in the air finally landed, and the hatch opened to the attention of the receiving crowd. I don't know who said, here we go, greetings to the seniors, and the rest of the people followed in unison. Greetings to the seniors, roar a tiger roar sounded, as if in response to this group of people, has been a mighty and majestic tiger, from the cabin inside the step out with a neat step. Forehead head also stood has been the figure of the white coat of the golden mouse. The receiving staff, looking at the one rat and one tiger in front of them, all of them were stunned, unanimously looked toward the monk Chang Xin, both eyes sent out a signal. This rat and tiger is what you said in your mouth is a highly respected, high magic power seniors? This, positive heart monk was watched by a group of people, can be called a large-scale social death? The brain quickly turn up, the heart playing the abdomen, ready to force a cunning explanation. These two animals at a glance is not ordinary, must be the seniors sit-down spirit beasts and so on words when, Pure Yangzi's voice rang in the ears of the crowd, interceptions, preaching a religion without class, for the time of all things intercept a ray of life, and these two are the disciples of the interceptions, although the body of the beast but has a heart towards the Tao. From time to time and the celestial Taoists sit down to listen to the Tao, heard that the western Hunan has a hairy stiff for the scourge of a party, specially rushed to help. Pure Yangzi high and lofty explanation in the ears of the crowd rang. People also walked out from inside the cabin, wearing a purple solemn Taoist robes, above the cultivation of auspicious clouds and cranes, in order to symbolize the Taoist purple gas to the east, a Shenmen Big Brother's appearance to come to pick up the plane of the same way to explain the end. Serious look pointed at the tiger standing on the head of the Jinbao solemn introduction. Fellow, this is the celestial Taoist sat down spirit animal. Jinbao Taoist friend. Jinbao Taoist friend spiritual wisdom is wide open. And people are no different. Can write and I communicate, but also an animal flow. A mana early through the Xian Yuan, is a rich narrow-minded Xian sect disciples. Pure Yangzi finished. One hand down a finger. Pointing to the tiger's head continued to explain in a loud voice, this is the Tianren seniors were the Taoist temple of the mountain protection god beast, mountain monarch, the body of the infinite fury. In order to fury system of evil, eating ghosts and subduing the demon. The flesh is strong and incomparable, compared to the divine weapon. Heard that the western part of Hunan has a hairy stiff for the scourge. Special not far from thousands of miles to come to the aid of the western part of Hunan. Pure Yangzi you finished. A pair of eyes quickly swept to the crowd, and quickly blinked, signaling this group of pick-up people. It's time for you to indicate. The old road inside the stomach of the stock are hollowed out dry finished. It's time for you to send a warm sound of horse's ass. Chapter 83, Arrival in Xiangxi. The pick-up personnel present looked at the pure Yangzi put can say cannot say. All to the mouse and tiger boasted. A group of people are looking very confused. A large group of us do not sleep. Big night to pick up the plane is in order to close contact with this time to deal with the hair stiffness of the senior. The results of the senior did not receive. Picked up the two animals. This is teasing us? Still challenging our intelligence. Cough cough bald Munkshingshin. See pure Yangzi wink. Know what to do. Coughing twice, caused the attention of the fellow travelers. Not red in the face. Not gasping for the tiger and the mouse cupped fists and said, thank you for the two brothers not far away from Xiangxi. Poor monks are grateful. Pick up the crowd to see the movements of the positive heart monk. Collective speechless, here to say shameless. Belongs to you this thick-skinned monk the most shameless, and regardless of the strength of the two beasts, on the basis of the other side not far from the 1,000 miles to help fist fight the hairy stiffs, one should have something to say. Cannot chill the heart of these two animals. The crowd who figured out the point of view therein greeted the one rat and one tiger in front of them, and at once warm greetings rang out from the parking lot. Welcome the two Taoist brothers who have come to Xiangxi to help out. Elder Jinbao, your appearance is incomparably divine and handsome when I look at you, so I think you must have been born with a different breed. Yes, I guess it's the ancient Fey money mouse. Its claws are indestructible. It has the ability to break gold and jade, open mountains and crack rocks. It can definitely break through the flesh of the hairy stiff. Yes, Elder Shanjun is also very powerful, covered with a fury aura that can scare away in spirits from a distance, comparable to the ancient life-killing swords that decapitated 100 people and 1,000, stopping people from looking at them. With two fellow Taoists helping us, our hanging hearts have been put down. Right, the district's hairy stiffs are like papier-mâché under the claws of the two fellow Taoists. It's quite late now, so I'd like to ask you two fellow Taoists to move to the hotel and take a rest, and then we'll look for the hairy stiff in the Devil's Forest when it's light. Monk Sheng Xin looked at his fellow Taoists who were getting more and more outrageous and began to digress. The pickup crowd resounded with warm greetings, listening to the rat and tiger froze. The two beasts that have lived in the mountains for a long time have never experienced this kind of thing. This group of people is too enthusiastic, and the speech is too good. Every word is said to their own heart inside. It is simply the golden words of wisdom. Jinbao's little face looked at the crowd of people who were frantically kissing their asses with embarrassment, and then straightened his white coat and bowed to the crowd with his fists clasped. Low head squeak squeak to the Mountain King called a few times. Wake up indulged in the sound of horse's ass Mountain King. Roar, roar. Indulging in the sound of horse's ass, the mountain monarch, unable to extricate himself from the sound of horse's ass, woke up at the reminder of his own buddies, thinking that he could not lose the face of his old and young masters, and pulling out his voice, he growled majestically 2 times to show off his own prowess. Pure Yangzi, who stood behind the rat and tiger, saw the performance of both beasts in his eyes. Of course the crowd that was madly outputting at the two beasts was also seen, and he cursed in his heart. A bunch of brainless ass kissers, saying what they used to say to me as it is, they don't know to change it. And Jinbao's brain is sober after all, didn't get lost in this group of people's horses' asses and quickly came to his senses. He should be a bit stronger than the mountain monarch. Well, all of you friends, we first take 2 friends back. Day dawn there is a mysterious master will come to Xiangxi. This mysterious master is the disciple of the celestial Taoist. All the skills of the celestial Taoist true transmission. With this master to join us have the confidence of victory. So this time the scourge of the hairstiffs is not enough to worry about. First go back to recuperate the spirit of the opening of a pre-station meeting. Then go to the Devil's Woods in order to get rid of the hairstiffs. Pure Yangzi language uplifting to say a good news used to encourage the crowd. Don't wimp out. Dry on the finish. Sure enough heard the pure Yangzi words of the crowd. Hanging Heart finally put down half. As to why only put down half, that is not yet seen. Pure Yangzi mouth of the expert in the end what means. After all, Seeing is believing. After all, bring 2 goblins of the previous section here. Too unreliable. The airport recalled a fierce sound of horse's ass, saying that a master teacher makes a master student and so on, and there was a tendency to say more and more revealing words. Pure Yangzi looked at this crowd, heart quite speechless. The capable ones didn't come, but the incompetent ones came without missing a single one. After all, this is not to blame for this group of people. After all, are Xiangxi locals, in their own territory out of a hairstiff, surely a more than one anxious to jump out. Think about the Longhu Mountain and Wudong Mountain. Laoshan these schools. Pure Yangzi speechless shook his head. Cannot blame these schools of inaction. Can only blame Xiangxi. This place is too magical. Every 1 or 2 years on the beginning of the zombie. And these zombies are the ancestors of these Xiangxi local families. These big sects of experts have been numb. Do not want to care about this place of Xiangxi. After all, these big sects of experts to deal with is the country's paranormal events and attacks from foreign powers. The matter of Xiangxi was left entirely in the hands of Pure Yangzi, and it was these big sect seniors who told Pure Yangzi about the hermitage of the Heavenly Man Taoist Master. After a commercial bragging, a group of people with Jinbao and Shanjun came to the Lu family mansion, into the house, asked people to go to buy a cow for Shanjun as an early breakfast, and then looked for a luxuriously decorated hall for Shanjun and Jinbao as a dormitory. After all, Shanjun, this physique here, can't let a tiger live in the hotel. After some operations, it made Jinbao and Shanjun feel at home. After settling the 2 animals, a group of people very consciously did not leave, followed Pure Yangzi to the Lu family's secret room. The people came to the secret room. Pure Yangzi looked at the number of people have come together, stroking his beard and said, since the people are all here, we are now open a pre-station meeting. Must be in your hearts you are very curious about how I would bring back 2 demonic beasts to come back. I'm now and you well explain. Pure Yangzi very officially began a long speech. In short, it was the high beasts of the Tao that he had invited back after 1,000 years of hard work. The people at the bottom listened to Pure Yangzi's storytelling as if they were listening to a story. Time passed under Pure Yangzi's long speech. He Li Jun, who was far away from Pengchang, woke up in a daze listening to the sound of the alarm clock, looked at the time, remembered her trip to Xiangxi today, and immediately began to freshen up. After some busy work, the exquisitely dressed He Li Jun stepped out of the room and met He Li Jun, who had already been waiting for her in the living room. Yi Feng, I can't imagine that you were so anxious. Is it because you think that I am going to take you to Xiangxi for your honeymoon? Are you so excited that you can't sleep for the whole night? That's why you are waiting for me here early in the morning. He Li Jun, who was wearing a Korean-style long skirt and a pillhead, was like a little girl in love, smiling like a flower and teasing to Yi Feng. Chapter 84, Hanging a Sheep's Head and Selling Dog Meat. Yi Feng ignored He Li Jun's words. Early in the morning, He Li Jun acted on the play again. Really, the playwright is everywhere. Let's go. It's getting late. Yi Feng urged at He Li Jun. More anxious than me. Seeing as you've performed so well, I'll leave mine to you. He Li Jun pointed at the traveling box beside her and said to Yi Feng. Yi Feng pulled his suitcase very consciously, and thought to himself, sure enough, I knew it would be like this. The 2 went out one after the other. He Li Jun sat on a small bag. Yi Feng carried a large bag in the heart of the He Li Jun behind, because too many gifts. He Li Jun's sports car cannot be loaded, can only walk out of the neighborhood taxi to the airport. The 2 men thus greeted the rising sun boarded the passenger plane to Xiangxi. At 9:30 in the morning, the airplane from Pengchang landed smoothly at Xiangxi Airport. A beautiful woman with youthful dress, tall figure, and sunglasses led an ordinary-looking man down the hanging ladder, and the 2 were none other than He Li Jun and He Li Jun. As soon as the 2 of them got off the plane, they were being watched by the official people. Yi Feng's matter was reported up by Tang Long, and now Yi Feng's various information is basically on the desks of several bigwigs in the military. The current head of Qingfeng Wan, the disciple raised from a young age by Taoist Master Tianren, would definitely not be as simple as the bean in Pure Yangzi's mouth. By having to pay attention to Yi Feng, as the number 1 horseman under He Li Jun, Louis Hu had already waited for his boss's arrival in the receiving room. A pair of eyes made to measure the travelers who appeared in front of his eyes, and in Louis Hu's expectant gaze, He Li Jun, who was dressed as a good girl, appeared in front of his eyes. Mr. He, I'm here. Louis Hu waved his hand and shouted at He Li Jun. He Li Jun heard Louis Hu's shout, nodded to Louis Hu, very consciously, and Yi Feng pulled away from the distance after walking towards Louis Hu. Yi Feng, who followed behind He Li Jun's buttocks, saw the situation, speechless to follow. Looking at the short, fat, middle-aged man who beckoned to He Li Jun in front of him, he said breathlessly, sure enough, I guessed right. It's not a vacation at all. General Manager I haven't seen you in half a year. You've become even more beautiful. This time it's because I'm not doing my job well, and I've asked you to personally deal with this matter. As soon as the 2 of them met, Louis Hu started to apologize to He Li Jun. It's not a problem. After all, This matter is beyond your ability to handle. The other party came prepared. As the president of Li Jun Pharmaceuticals, I will solve this matter, Li Jun said lightly, not putting her opponent in her eyes at all. Louis, who looked at his own boss, did not care about the appearance. Immediately shut up. According to their own understanding, Li Jun never fight unsure of the battle. Now dare to say so. There must be a solution to this matter. In a low voice to Li Jun said, he total, here is not the place to talk. We walk and talk. The car is already outside waiting for us. After saying this, then a please clean up gesture, Li Jun nodded and the three of them walked towards the parking lot outside. Louis, who looked at Yifeng, who was following him, and smiled at Yifeng and nodded his head before continuing to lead the way forward. The three of them came to the parking lot of the airport next to a black Audi. Louis, who pulled open the car door like a coachman and invited Li Jun to get on the car and sit down before pulling open the driver's door himself, showing his care in every way. And Ifa was very self-conscious. After putting the gifts in the trunk, he got in the car himself and sat beside Li Jun. Li Jun saw Yifeng's action. The heart is very speechless, thought. Outside Yifeng you do not know when I keep a proper distance? But there is a need to explain a little, said Lao Lu. This is Yifeng. Is my bodyguard this time specially invited? Can bare hands and empty fists to knock out the national free fighting champion Hu Jun people? Lu who heard Li Jun's explanation, was surprised and looked toward Yifeng. It's simply that you can't judge a person by his appearance. It seems that Mr. He, for this trip to Western Hunan, has put in a lot of hard work, and actually invited such an expert. Is ready in Yifeng to a wave of business touting. A black commercial car in the parking lot, a speed of 80 yards per hour straight to Louis, whose Audi car crashed. Be careful. Yifeng saw this. His left hand immediately lifted up the already stunned Li Jun, ready to kick the car door and take Li Jun away, when he suddenly saw a golden shaking light flashing on the roof of the opposite car. Taking a closer look, wasn't it Jinbao who stayed in Qingfeng to watch the house? How did it come to Xiangxi, and also waved its little paw at itself? Did something happen? So Jinbao came to the door. Yifeng's strong true air shook, and after shocking the frightened Li Jun and Louis Hu into unconsciousness, he pulled open the car door and walked down. Driver business car is the captain of the Xiangxi riot brigade, named Lu Mubai, is Lu Zhiping's oldest son. Some years ago when the family fell out of conflict, outside the self-supporting seldom go home, appeared here as the official orders from above, to find a man named Yifeng. The specific order is inconvenient to say. Anyway, is not to let people find out that Yifeng is a practitioner of foreign arts. After a period of discussion, came up with such a bad idea, is to catch Yifeng's wife's people, lure Yifeng and their families, and then find a way to Yifeng's wife to get fainted, and then talk to Yifeng alone. As to why not to us, for why they didn't call Yifeng to contact this kind of comical thing, they didn't even think about it, because the order from above named the wife of Yifeng, Li Jun, to be cleaned up. So Lu Mubai, who has superb car skills and can do a little magic, came with the order to knock Yifeng's wife out, and coincidentally, met his second brother in the parking lot with a little golden mouse who also came to pick up Yifeng, the two of them together, as the big brother of Lu Mubai took the lead. So there was this scene of the business car crashing in at high speed. Now Lu Mubai is like seeing a ghost. Witnessed 500 meters away from the man walk down after walking, walked forward a step, is so a step, immediately appeared in front of their own car. The other hand reached out to the right hand forward a support. The power of the entire car have disappeared. The tires rubbing the ground of the bared. Ear-splitting sound inside their own ears ringing. The tires were rubbing against the ground, and the ear-splitting sound of bear was ringing in his ears. Frightened, wildly stepped on the gas pedal. Lu Mubai, eyelids crazy shaking up, looked at the dial on the car. This Nima or people? The Jinbao standing on the roof of the commercial vehicle, at the moment of seeing Yifeng, for small short legs jumped, like a golden flash pounced into Yifeng's arms, two front paws, tightly grasped Yifeng's clothes, do not let go. Happy squeak called up. Yifeng just touched Jinbao's soft fur with his own left hand as usual and said, Jinbao, why are you here? Chapter 85, Fallen Dragon Ridge. Jinbao heard Yifeng's words, squeak barked up, paw pointed to the business car inside the sweaty Lu Mubai, and then continued to squeak up. Yifeng quietly listened, propped up the front of the car's right hand also retracted. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lu Mubai looked at Yifeng as if he was watching Superman. Now and then there are still such young and fierce people. A hand stopped the speed of more than 80 yards per hour traveling car. This is still a person. No wonder the people above will repeatedly urge their own must secretly contact Yifeng. Cannot let others find out that Yifeng is a Taoist priest for high magic. AI. Jinbao, I have unavoidable hardships. I wanted to return to the mountain to dive into cultivation after withdrawing from the marriage, but by mistake I married myself and Li Jun. I can't return to the mountain for the time being. Qingfeng still needs you and the mountain monarch to continue to take care of it. Yifeng, as if he could understand Jin Bao's mouse voice, said to Jin Bao in a bad mood. Jin Bao heard Yifeng's words. Anxious squeak, messy call up. Look at sitting in the car of Lu Mubai froze. This exchange between the human and the rat almost let himself forget is the main thing. The height of 1 meter 8, long with a tiger's back and waist of Lu Mubai jumped down from the car. To the Leaf Maple respectfully said, Leaf Maple, hello, I Xiangxi Riot Brigade Captain Lu Mubai. This time I was instructed to come to sea to pick up you. Some things would like to talk to you alone. Now can move to the car. Can you come to the car now? Said a pair of eyes with expectation and curiosity to look at Yifeng. Jin Bao has already told me what happened. You guys want me to take action to solve the hairy stiffs, right? The first thing I learned on my first day of worshipping in Qingfeng was to keep the righteous and secluded from the evils, which is also incumbent upon my generation of cultivators. I will definitely deal with the matter of the hairy stiffs, but now we need to bring them to a safe place to put them. Yifeng finished speaking to Lu Mubai and pointed to the unconscious Luihu and He Li Jun in the Audi behind him. Lu Mubai heard Yifeng's words, immediately changed his address and said, Taoist Master Yi. Dealing with the hairy stalemate is the other party's business. I came to see you this time with orders from above. Please also get on the car for a moment. Your beloved I will ask someone to bring to a safe place. Then I will slowly give you an explanation. Yifeng saw Lu Mubai so solemn tone to say, glanced at Jin Bao. Jin Bao squeaked to his little master to explain up. Roughly this person said words can believe within the words. Yifeng listened to the nod. To be his violent stopping business car to go. Lu Mubai saw Yifeng get on the car, touched his back that was drenched in cold sweat, drew out his walkie-talkie and commanded, and then nimbly got on the car and drove away. In the Yifeng and Lu Mubai just left a moment, quiet parking lot, came a black van straight open Luihu's Audi next to the two big waist-thick Hulk. From the inside of the van came out, holding ropes and blindfolds, nimbly to the unconscious past Luihu and He Li Jun tied up to the van on a shoulder. One person driving the van, one person driving Luihu's Audi car fast, disappeared in the parking lot. Shortly after the two vehicles left, pedestrians and vehicles entering and exiting the parking lot began to appear, and left Lu Mubai drove the car, began to explain the ins and outs of this matter to Yifeng. Yifeng face expressionless quietly listening. In fact, the whole heart is speechless. In Lu Mubai's explanation, Yifeng finally understood what the purpose of this trip to Western Hunan. With Lu Mubai's words, in order to lure Yifeng, they have been after the negotiations and research He Li Jun's character. Immediately after He Li Jun's company's people out of the way, the people to be detained, the means of a more underhanded, but the effect is very obvious. He Li Jun know this news, immediately booked their own and Yifeng's plane ticket to come, and after all is said and done is one in order to attract Yifeng. He Li Jun at least incidentally gift, nothing to do with the big picture. As for why he didn't contact Yifeng directly and make so many detours, Lu Mubai didn't say and Yifeng didn't ask. Taoist Yi, I see you today, is to tell you, Xianxi only since ancient times are corpse family heavy land. Must ye Taoist Yi you in feng shui research then I do not know how much deeper. Redundant words I do not say more. We'll go straight to the point. There is a serpentine mountain range in western Xiangxi is locally known as the Fallen Dragon Ridge. This place is gloomy, is a forbidden place for the living. It is full of the corpse gas, the fury, miasma. It doesn't dissipate for hundreds of years. It's a natural place to raise corpses. Corpses buried here can raise a walking corpse in less than a year. This natural place to raise corpses caused the idea of the above. Checked so ancient books, and finally found that the Fallen Dragon Ridge is a yellow dragon fell during the Han Dynasty period formed. So by the local people natives crowned with the name of the Fallen Dragon Ridge. To find the location of the dragon's mouth will be able to enter the interior of the dragon corpse, which has a yellow dragon swallowed up the heavenly treasures in his lifetime, has died in the mouth of the yellow dragon in the ancient cultivators. Lu Mubai finished quietly looking at Yifeng. His own words have been said so clearly. Yifeng should understand the meaning he expressed. The rest of the words do not need to say more. Yifeng after listening to the words of Lu Mubai, of course, understand the other side of the mind. The other side is to ask themselves to find the location of the mouth of the dragon, into the abdomen of the yellow dragon to look for the yellow dragon swallowed off the heavenly treasures as well as the death of the yellow dragon in the air of the ancient monks carrying the secrets of the Gongfu. In ancient times and the yellow dragon dare to fight with the monks over the moves, basically are all fierce. They have left behind the Gongfu and the secret books do not know than the present broken secret books how many times stronger. In case of and then in the yellow dragon's body found remains or from the new deep roots sprouting out of the spiritual medicine, that is even more profitable. Yifeng calmly said. Lu Mubai said, opportunity and danger coexist. Things are not as simple as you think. The dragon is auspicious. After death should be the benefit of a party. And you said the situation of thousands of an auspicious at all not touch. Properly is an evil dragon. Evil dragon body in the end to hatch out what demons and ghosts are not clear. And I'm very curious about your line of work. Is impossible to find the fallen dragon ridge. I'm very curious. With your skill, it is impossible to find out the hidden secrets of the fallen dragon ridge. In the end, who told you? Lu Mubai of course no. With their own eyesight is of course impossible to find the secrets of the fallen dragon ridge. The whole of Western Hunan can see the fallen dragon ridge. Latent dragon corpse secrets of the people basically do not have. Maybe the major zombie family of the previous masters have seen anomalies, but I do not know what kind of reason did not go to dig the dragon corpse, has been left behind in the present. Maybe to dig the dragon corpse failed, died in the fall of the dragon ridge, did not come back. There may be times change. Into the dragon corpse safe out of the expert, leaving the clues have long since disappeared in the river of history. Yi Feng quietly looked at Lu Mubai, waiting for the other party to answer his question. Lu Mubai didn't hide anything at all as he opened his mouth and said, speaking of which, or being an acquaintance of Taoist Master Yi, Shangguan Qingfeng, Chief Instructor Qingfeng asked me to come. Chapter 86, I've been kidnapped, haven't I? When Yi Feng heard the four people of Shangguan Qingfeng, the whole person was not good. Some bad memories from his childhood instantly surfaced inside his mind. Frightening, Yi Feng shivered and shook his head to shake the painful memories inside his mind out of his mind. Shangguan Qingfeng, this woman actually dared to hit the idea of the fallen dragon ridge. A few years did not see. Actually bold to this extent. This is ate the bear heart and leopard gall. And like to be a big sister's character is still unchanged. Looks like in front of this driving Lu Mubai is his men. Daoist Yi. I have brought the words. The instructor said that now is not the time to meet. After a while she will come to you. Now I will send you back to the Lu family mansion first. After Lu Mubai finished speaking, he invited Yi Feng out of the box, got into his car and went straight to his Lu family house, which he hadn't returned to in a few years. In Lu Mubai drive to the Lu family thing, a villa in the suburbs of Western Hunan martial arts field. A height of 1.75 m young woman, tied a ponytail, holding a long sword in the martial arts field rapid dance. The field flashed a piece of cold light, during or pick, or stab, or zap. A long sword dance impervious to the wind and splash of water. The woman has the general height of a model. Goose egg face, willow leaf eyebrow, combined with the bullet can be broken skin. Beauty is like a set of ladies drawing out of the goddess general. Ignoring the words of the killing spirit in her hand now, will give a very ancient Qianjin delicate feeling. The woman has the height of a model. Goose egg face, willow leaf eyebrows, coupled with a blistering skin. Beauty is like a pair of ladies map out of the goddess general. Ignoring her hand now killing long sword words, will give a person a kind of very ancient Qianjin delicate feeling. If Yi Feng was here, he would immediately recognize this woman as Shangguan Qingfeng in Lu Mubai's mouth. The young woman walked to the side of the throbbing cell phone and picked up the call. I know, good job, bring me the people. After Shangguan Qingfeng finished speaking, she hung up the phone with a smile on her face and walked towards the bathroom next to her. And was Yi Feng shocked? Fainted he? Li Jun and Louis Hu, in the bumps of the van, slowly woke up, opened his eyes to see the darkness, and their hands and feet are restricted, cannot move at all. Experienced a big storm of two people suddenly panicked. What is this? They died before they were able to go out? Especially he. Li Jun, just got off the plane, was tied up. Their own arrangements for a series of backhanded are useless. Their own this also lost two wrong road friends. You ask for money on the good. How much do you need? Say a number. As old brother filial piety to you. Short and fat Louis Hu said to the car. Actually panicked a batch inside. This Nima, now this society there are people who dare to kidnap people under the light of day. This is also too not to put the Chinese police in the eyes of the bar. The other side has the guts to dare to do so. It must be a force of life-threatening bandits. And now hope to hand over a large sum of money can go smoothly. Louis Hu's words, like a mute listening to the same, did not get anyone's response. The car only car driving at high speed woo 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 driving sound. Yi Feng, are you there? He Li Jun, who had experienced the initial panic, remembered Yi Feng who was with her and immediately opened her mouth to ask, Mr. He, you are also kidnapped. It looks like we have encountered humongous bandits. The other party may be rushing at you. Yi Feng may be in a bad way. Louis Hu, who was lying next to He Li Jun, said mournfully, both of them were kidnapped. Then Yi Feng, who was the bodyguard of Mr. He, must be in a bad way. Thinking of this, Louis Hu was more energetic in negotiating the conditions with the kidnappers. He Li Jun heard Louis Hu's words. The whole heart is chaotic, trembling up, remembering Yi Feng's ordinary face, as well as the unperturbed look and gas his own demeanor. He Li Jun's heart began to hurt. Such a young life disappeared in the world. Are in charge of themselves? If not, they forced Yi Feng and himself to come to Xiangxi. He would not have lost his life. I blame myself. The other party is obviously aimed at me. Why do I want to involve Yi Feng? At this moment He Li Jun fell into a deep self-blame. Driving the big tiger, heard the car too teasing conversation. The whole person is speechless. Our guts are not big enough to people in the territory of Huaxia. That and looking for death is almost the same. Not to mention that it is still in the airport human flow so big ground. If you dare to kidnap, not 5 minutes of Chinese snipers will dare to pop your head like a watermelon. Dahu didn't pay any attention to any of the conditions Louis Hu offered in the car and accelerated towards the edge of the city. Louis Hu, whose voice was almost mute, felt that the car began to shake with violent bumps, and immediately thought that they were now out of the city, and should now drive toward the countryside or the mountains. Mr. Say something. The other side should have pulled us inside the mountain, so that it's easy to hide from the police search. We'll be finished by then. Louis Hu anxiously spoke to He Lijun. He Lijun, who was in deep self-blame, after hearing Louis Hu's words, she forced herself together. Since Yi Feng has been killed, she must find a way to live and avenge Yi Feng. When she escapes, she will sell Lijun pharmaceuticals and hire killers to get all these people killed. Manager Liu, don't panic first. The other party won't answer us for anything we say now. Wait to see their master behind the scene before negotiating terms with the other party. He Lijun stopped speaking after saying that. In her heart she planned how to negotiate conditions with the master behind this matter later. The other party turned herself into a widow. She absolutely had to go back alive to take revenge back. Louis Hu does not know He Lijun's thoughts, and now think of how to get out of the way to go. Their own a small area manager, cannot be determined to enter the eyes of these bandits, that the other side of the target is definitely He Lijun. Only He Lijun's value is worthy of the robbers' so blatant kidnapping, and he is an adder. Figured out the key to the problem. Louis Hu cannot wait to smack himself to make his own to earn the performance. Pat the horse's ass. Now well, the horse's ass did not shoot to the hands of the robbers. Want to cry cannot find a place to cry. The bumpy van stopped. The driver Dahu pulled open the door of the van to the inside of the two. He Legion said, to the place. Two, please get off it. Said reached out to Louis Hu's blindfold down. Louis Hu felt a loose in front of his eyes, immediately closed his eyes and said, good man, do not take down my blindfold. I did not see you. I really did not see you. Please let me a way out. I have 80 years old mother to provide for. The next 3 children waiting for me to raise grown-ups, and wives waiting for me to go back to the room. I cannot let them be widows. I can't let them be widows. Please let me go. I'll give you whatever you want. Chapter 87, Self-Improvement. He Lijun. Louis Hu's voice of begging for mercy, like cuckoo cries blood. Let people smell the tears. Watching countless Hong Kong movies, Louis Hu instantly associated with seeing the kidnapper's appearance will have what consequences. With the buttocks no will be kidnapped by the kidnappers will be sent on a one-way ticket to the medieval road. So closed his eyes to the robbers' miserable begging for mercy. Daho and He Lijun heard Louis Hu so miserable scream, both hit a cold shiver. The former was Louis Hu's stupid fork behavior was startled. He was just kindly help him remove the blindfold, just make yourself like immediately want to put in that what the same. The latter He Lijun thought that the kidnappers were going to kill Louis Hu, so it led to Louis Hu screaming so miserable. The heart of the fear of a cold shiver. After all, the kidnappers so strawman, said to kill on the kill, that their own mumble? They are still a woman. The head inside the association of a few big waist thick, ugly appearance of the kidnappers really want to do something to their own words, their own resistance to it? The more He Lijun thought about it, the more scared she got, and her body shook more and more. Dahu dumbfounded looking at the 2 people in front of him. A short winter melon pulling his voice and screaming like killing pigs, a body shaking like a quail. Not just want to take down your blindfold, convenient for you to walk, as to scare into it? Forget it, you guys love to do what you want to do, they do not care. Alright, if you scream again I'll shoot you in the head, Big Tiger viciously said to Louis Hu. The latter immediately closed his mouth upon hearing this. Tears of sadness, fear, and remorse flowed out of his narrowed eyes. Follow me, Daho said and headed for the basement. Behind the vigorously closed eyes of Louis Hu, and a blindfolded He Lijun all rely on their ears to listen to the footsteps in front of them to keep up. It is said that the eyes are the windows of the soul. When a person's eyes are blindfolded, the heart will appear a kind of heart obstacle, appear afraid, feel that there is a pit in front of them. The road will never finish the illusion of the heart. He Lijun and Louis Hu now appeared this illusion. Just a few minutes away from the 2 feel like walking a few hours. The heart is very nervous and afraid, especially Louis Hu, because the whole process is their own closed eyes. Want to open to see, under the pressure of death, and do not dare to open. The whole person is scared with cold sweat. Here we are. You guys stay here. My boss wants to see you later. After Dahu finished his sentence, he closed the door and walked out. He Lijun 2 people heard bang after the door closed. The 2 feet stomach is soft, both fell to the ground gasping for breath. The pressure on the heart is too great, especially He Lijun. A girl has never been under so much pressure. In her heart, she swore that if she could go back alive this time, after she avenged Ji Feng, she must hire a professional bodyguard. These heartless kidnappers in Huaxia are too dangerous. I used to be too naive, thinking that living in such a safe country as China, the legendary kidnappers and robbers would not appear. As a result, this trip to Western Hunan immediately gave her a big slap in the face. Manager Lu, the other party has already left. You can now open your eyes and look around to see if there are any exits that we can escape out. He Li Juns calmly said to Louis Hu. Mr. He, safety first. I don't want to plug up my little life in a moment of curiosity. What if I open my eyes and the other party just shoots me in the face? Besides, the other party is actually relieved to lock us up here. Surely they won't leave any exit. We'll just wait honestly. Louis Hu said breathlessly. Reasoning is understood by everyone, but when reasoning is linked to one's own life, most people say they don't understand. He Li Jun see Louis Hu goose into such, did not open again, under the survival of life and death. What relationship is unreliable? Then to say that they are just Louis Hu's boss, is their own as Louis Hu's mother. The other side does not see will listen to their own words. He Li Jun painstakingly lifted her tight hands and pulled off the blindfold that was worn over her eyes. When she opened her eyes hurt from the indoor light. He Li Jun immediately closed her eyes and slowly adapted to the indoor light before she opened her eyes and began to survey the room in front of her. The room was about 300 square meters, and the surrounding walls were painted white. In the middle of the wall hung a large Wu word. The large room was made into a small martial arts arena. There are as big as the table sandbags. There are practicing boxing stake man, plum blossom pile, covered with meridian schematic bronze, and knives, guns, swords and crossbows and other cold weapons, as well as eye-catching two iron ball diameter of nearly 2 meters, placed on a set of Tai Chi Yin Yang eyes. The two iron ball diameter of nearly 2 meters, they were placed on the Yin and Yang eyes of a Tai Chi diagram. He Li Jun looked at this eye-catching martial arts arena, and it looked like the owner of this place should be a martial arts fanatic and the mastermind behind her kidnapping this time. After carefully observing that there were no cameras inside the martial arts arena, He Li Jun gently walked over to the weapon rack, intending to use the cold weapons on the rack to cut the nylon rope tying her body. Louis Hu heard the sound of He Li Jun walking and asked in a whisper with his eyes closed. Mr. He, what are you doing? Did you find out something? Keep your voice down. Manager Lu, I found here is a martial arts field. Intend to escape to the way out. You want to join me then? Open your eyes. Don't want to then. Keep your eyes closed. He Li Jun finished. People have walked to the weapon rack next to. Look at an open blade long knife. Began to turn his back to the long knife. Began to use the long knife to cut the rope on his body. Up and down gently friction too. He Li Jun felt his body loose, as if breaking free from the bondage. Immediately use both hands to tear off the rope on their own body. Turn around and see the weapon rack. Draw a short sword to protect themselves. He Li Jun looked at the martial arts arena in front of her. The heart of the rapid disc now has broken free from the body of the bondage. And the martial arts arena inside so many weapons. Rely on me alone. It is very difficult to escape. After all, my strength is limited. Must be called on the Louis Hu. The chances of success will increase. And look at the way the martial arts arena is arranged. This mastermind should be a martial arts enthusiast. There is a high probability that he will not carry a gun on his body. When the time comes there is a heart to count 5 hearts. As long as we hijack the other party, we will be able to threaten his henchmen to throw in the towel. Louis Hu does not know He Li Jun's heart of the plan and intention. Still closed his eyes. The head of the crazy spinning. He should not open his eyes. In case he opened his eyes to see the true face of the kidnappers. That is not to send a song of cool to himself, but listen to the words of He Li Jun. The other side should have taken off the blindfold, looking for a way out. Do you want to accompany He Li Jun or not? Louis Hu, the whole person is in a tangle. Chapter 88. You can't tell the difference between a person and a person's face. Louis Hu tangled look was He Li Jun whole see in the eyes. See, He Li Jun is quite speechless. Usually bold, courageous Louis Hu now how to become so. Manager Lu, I've seen the situation here clearly. Besides the two of us there's no one there. Neither are the cameras. You can open your eyes now. He Li Jun explained to Louis Hu, fearing that Louis Hu would force his winter melon-like head to break if he continued to dwell on it so much. Louis Hu, who was torn between opening his eyes or not, immediately opened his eyes when he heard He Li Jun's words. It was too hard to hold himself in. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was shaken by the lights inside the martial arts arena with tears in his eyes and immediately closed them. 2 minutes later, He Li Jun discussed to Louis Hu who had been able to open his eyes. Manager Lu, you have seen the situation. There is only one door in and out of this martial arts arena. Later on, the two of us will each hold a weapon and hide behind the door. When the people outside come in, we will immediately hold each other hostage, and then we will be able to make each other afraid of the other side and let us leave safely. This is our only way out. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity, we'll be doomed. Reasoning understand. Louis Hu now also know that now is the only chance to fight. Wait a moment not to fight. Later there will be no opportunity to fight. At that moment, he nodded to He Li Jun and said, Mr. He, listen to you, is dead or alive. Depends on this time. Well, then you quickly choose a weapon. I'll go behind the door and hide in ambush first. After He Li-jun finished speaking, she took the short sword behind her back and headed for the gate. Louis Hu immediately rushed to the weapon rack next to, draw up a 9-ring machete, holding the hand to wave a few times. Feel this knife 20 how long? With a little bit of effort, but taking into account the lethality of this knife, Louis Hu absolutely just use it. The two sneakily hide behind the door, ready to subdue the visitor. Click the sound of the door from behind the two sounded. Paint a white wall, opened a door. A tall, features like God himself carved woman appeared in the martial arts arena inside. Hair is still wet, as if just washed, wearing a silk practice clothes, full of delicate and heroic temperament. A silk practicing uniform. Her body was filled with the two opposite temperaments of delicacy and valor. Three people's 6 eyes relative. The scene was once awkward up. Self-talk filled. He Li-jun looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena. The heart is like suffering from a violent attack. He just was a reasonable deduction. Turned his head and found that he was actually in the air in the battle of wits. Inside the martial arts arena there is actually a second door. He looked around and actually did not find. This was too much of an insult to one's intelligence. Girl, are you also a hostage taken over by the kidnappers? Louis Hu, the short winter melon who carried the knife, asked softly to the delicate woman who appeared out of nowhere. Manager Liu, please use your brain to think of the same. The hostage can be dressed like her. Looking at how casual she is, I think she is the owner of this place. After observing carefully, He Li-jun said to Louis Hu, whose brain was scared and not too bright. Louis Hu heard He Li-jun's words, subconsciously shook his head. Impossible. The boss of the kidnappers actually look like this. With this beautiful appearance, go out and casually fishing 2 kaijuns when the kidnappers are strong. May also be able to join the rich family, and from now on to live in the days of the rich misses. Brain disease white to become kidnappers. What is the figure? Figure of the excitement? Louis Hu is 10,000 do not believe. I can't tell. You're pretty smart. This is all seen by you. Shangguan Qingfeng said to He Li-jun did not care. Eyes carefully surveyed He Li-jun. This is Yi Feng's wife. Completely is an ordinary person. Breasts are also big. Buttocks are not quite. The body is not as good as their own. Family history is not as powerful as their own. But also a little bit of smart brain. Really cannot figure out why Yi Feng will marry each other. Marry their own much better able to write in martial arts. The body of the soft, what posture is posed. And their own men a large number of brothers. And their own buttocks. Good breeding. To ensure that the Yi family in the future more children and grandchildren. In addition to their own or Yi Feng childhood playmate. So far cannot figure out why they will lose to He Li-jun. He Li-jun looked at the other party to look at their eyes. The eyes as if they wanted to pounce over to eat themselves alive. And immediately took the short sword in his hand to be careful on guard. Thinking that the other party would not be a lesbian. And hit up their own ideas. Louis Hu heard Shangguan Qingfeng's words. The whole person froze. Feeling that their intelligence has been insulted. Unexpectedly so beautiful and delicate. Like a gust of wind will be blown to the girl. Actually really is the boss of these kidnappers. The world in the end is what happened. Or the forest is big. What birds have their own today ran into a brain abnormal bird. Manager Liu, the situation has gone awry, but the result is similar. Let's go together. As long as we take down the other party, we'll be safe. He Li-jun didn't care what exactly the opposite woman's origin was. First take down the other party. Since the other party's brainwashed general appeared in front of her, she should seize the opportunity. By then what she wants to know. The other party will definitely obediently tell her. Louis Hu heard He Li-jun words, looked at the appearance of the delicate unarmed Shangguan Qingfeng, and then compared to their own short and powerful limbs, feel that they have this stabilized, said to He Li-jun, He total, you stand still, let me, said viciously walked towards Shangguan Qingfeng, mouth threateningly said, little girl, I don't know whether you are emboldened, or how to have something to rely on appeared in front of us, but I persuade you to be obediently tied up now. I have a big knife on me, but it's not long for the eyes, by the time the injured touched where it's not good. Shangguan Qingfeng scornfully looked at the short asparagus general Louis Hu. On this variety of short asparagus one of their own can pinch 10 single-handedly. I do not know where the other side of the courage to say these words to themselves. Directly ignoring the Louis Hu, smilingly opened his mouth to say to He Li-jun, He Li-jun, I know your name. You guess why I brought you? Pretend I'm a villain like Louis Hu. Saw the opposite girl actually ignored their own. Immediately heart on fire. They can't win your men. Can't still pack you a pair of Lin Dayu woman. Crazy fat body. Vertical leap. 2 short calves. Like a king's leg. Kicked toward the Shangguan Qingfeng past. Then there is no then. Shangguan Qingfeng did not even look at Louis Hu. Raised his hand like a fly. Do not care about a draw forward. Flying to the mid-air Louis Hu whirling backward. And then snap a heavy landing sound sounded. Louis Hu's eyes rolled over. Fainted. Chapter 89, Look Me in the Eye. He Li Jun dumbfounded looking at everything that happened in front of him. His own men's number one horseman was a weak appearance, looks very delicate woman a slap to whip away, like a body without two meat of the hemp pole man a punch knocked over the world boxing champion. This before and after the gap change is too big. He Li Jun cannot believe what happened in front of him. Snapping, He Li Jun threw away the short sword in her hand with great self-awareness. Her own force value was obviously not on the same level as the other party, and said to Shangwan Qingfeng in a very patronizing manner, "Everything under the sun is for profit, and you're tying me up only because you have something to ask of me. Say it, what conditions do you want before you let go?" "Ha ha, He Li Jun He Li Jun. You don't seem to be that smart. Really think you're as important as you are. I'm just simply looking at you to see that you're not happy. That's why I've captured you here. Of course, I'm a very fair person. Now I'll give you two choices. The first one is to challenge me like your henchman. If you can beat me, I'll let you go immediately. The second one is to worship me as your boss. From now on you're my henchman. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. He Li Jun, you think about it," Shangwan Qingfeng said teasingly to He Li Jun. After Shangwan Qingfeng finished speaking, she was annoyed that she loved to collect her little brother's fault again. In case He Li Jun was afraid of death and immediately agreed to do her own crotch horseboy? But on second thought, accepting He Li Jun as a little brother is not bad. Many benefits. Think of Yi Feng learned that his wife is his own little brother. Lapdog words, that expression must be very wonderful. Besides, when He Li Jun became his own little brother, the boss opened his mouth and asked her to contribute her husband to himself. Then Yi Feng round and round is not back to his own hands. Shangwan Qingfeng felt happy just thinking about it and silently gave herself a nod in her heart. He Li Jun looked at the Shangwan Qingfeng who had a face that was lost in thought. The corners of her mouth rose up and she was quick to laugh out loud. This neurotic behavior made He Li Jun's heart immediately popped up with the thought, this girl is a psychopath, right? Just because I look at me not happy, I captured me, myself have not even seen her, and a face of imaginary look, must be suffering from delusion. Speak forward and backward, can you give me some time to think about it? He Li Jun decided to stabilize the opposite side first. After all, the psychopath's mind couldn't be fathomed by herself, and it was also a psychopathic girl with an overwhelming force value. Alright, then take your time to consider. The last thing I need is patience. You guys will live inside this room these days, with a slender appearance. The civilized-looking Shangwan Qingfeng waved her small hand and said to He Li Jun with a very Taoist big brother temperament. After saying that, she snapped away in her own wooden clog slippers. He Li Jun see each other so quickly on the go, the heart more sure of their own guess. The other party is definitely a hypochondriac psychopath. Yi Feng still does not know that his wife was kidnapped by his childhood friend. In Lu Mubai's superb car skills, the slender business car is like a toothpick. In the crowded traffic in the middle of the needle, all the way to the Lu family's mansion in front of the sparks with lightning in general. Daoist Yi. I'll send you here. Call me anytime you need anything in Xiangxi. I'll take care of the general things for you cleanly. After Lu Mubai finished speaking, he took out a business card and handed it to Yi Feng. You're welcome. I can't stay in Xiangxi for long. I'll go back after dealing with the matter of Mao Stiffy. He Li Jun will ask you to take care of her in the next 2 days. Yi Feng didn't take the business card. After saying that, he took Jin Bao and got off the car. There was no free lunch under the sky. The other party wouldn't help himself for no reason. Even if the other party was Shangwan Qingfeng's henchman, Yi Feng also wouldn't believe that the other party would be great enough to help a stranger that he only met once. Lu Mubai expressionlessly retracted his palm. Since he became the position of the first captain, no one had ever dared to ignore himself so much. Yi Feng was the first. Hi, people really have character. Yi Feng, I remember you. Lu Mubai sighed and finished, turned the car around and immediately left. His eyes never looked at the Lu family's gate from the beginning to the end. Yi Feng got off the car. In the doorway smelled the faint smell of corpses, hated it and said, hey, another zombie family. Jin Bao standing on Yi Feng's shoulder was squeaking and shouted loudly. Inside the hall of the Lu family, a majestic tiger was lying on the ground eating a large mouthful of cattle. Erected ears heard Jin Bao squeak mouse call, immediately dropped the beef in his mouth, excitedly roared loudly at the door. A tiger roar that made all the beasts submit resounded in the Lu family compound, waking up all the people in the house. Quickly, all follow me out to greet the senior disciple of Taoist Celestial. Remember, the face-saving work must be done for me. Pure Yangzi heard the tiger roar and immediately spoke to the crowd bragging inside the gathering hall. Taoist Pure Yang, don't worry, we'll make sure this is done properly for you. Yes, a little rookie who is new to the cultivation world. I can lull him into finding his way with a few words. Young people, they're all high-minded and proud. So if one of us says something, we can guarantee that he'll immediately pick up his weapon and go to destroy the hairy stiffs. The crowd of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall immediately recalled a fierce echo. with the illusion that when Pure Yangtze gave an order, they copied and fought like a fire. Alright, just watch my colors later. Just follow the battle plan we discussed before. Follow me. Stay consistent with the line. After Pure Yangtze finished speaking, he was ready to lead his fellow Taoists who were ready to line up and walk in the right line to greet Yifeng. A young man ran to the front door of the gathering hall with a kick in the air and spoke loudly to the crowd inside. Taoist Master Pure Yang, Yifeng has come. Already came in. Hoo hoo hoo. Only after saying 2 words, the young man kicked in a large breath. With a look of kidney weakness and powerlessness, Pure Yangtze looked at a weak young man with weak kidneys, and then took a look at Lu Zhiping who was standing upright and ready to step together. Sighed in his heart and thought, the Lu family is now really not as good as a generation. A hall of zombie-catching families direct lineage of the heir apparent, actually mixed up to run a few steps with a look of death. See the Lu family of the zombie-catching family degraded to what point? Lu Muqing, we already know that Yifeng is here. It's been hard for you. Now you immediately return to the team and go with us to pick up the senior disciple of Taoist Celestial Man. Pure Yangtze said amiably to the young kidney-deficient man. Lu Zhiping beckoned to his second son to follow him. Chapter 90, the heart is not as good as the action. Yifeng saw that the gate was open, and very consciously walked into the Lu family, and couldn't help but observe the feng shui of the mansion. This place is built on top of the 3 yin points. This yin point can gather a large amount of yin qi. It is a blessed place for the lineage of corpse walking now. It should be the ancestors of the Lu family intentionally constructed it on top of the 3 yin points. Used for practicing corpses. Used for driving corpses. The corpses should have just infiltrated out of the secret room underneath this place. Roar, roar, roar. Several tiger roars rang in Yifeng's ears, also interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. Look around. A large waist-thick tiger, for legs all the way sparks with lightning rushed towards himself. During the period because of running too fast, several times the soles of the feet slipped and almost fell to the ground. Mountain King, you've come too? Yifeng looked at the excited big tiger in front of him and happily shouted out the tiger's name. Roar. The emotionally agitated big tiger, hearing Yifeng's words, looked at Yifeng with a tiger pounce. Bang, a collision sound. Yifeng opened hands, slightly immobile to catch the Mountain King passionate embrace. The strong impact shocked Yifeng's feet under the ground. Skin wildly trembled for a few times. The green stone paved floor, large chunks of large pieces of cracked, as if by the road roller pressed over the same. Walking out of the gathering hall, the crowd of people walking in the right direction, saw the reunion of the master and the animal. Under the excitement of the embrace, per capita hiss, 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 inhaled a mouthful of cool air. Too damn scary. This tiger under the excitement of a pounce. On the set are on 1,000 pounds of palm force. Was pounced on the youth actually immovable next. No matter a little. Cannot be scared of it. Seeing the large group of people that suddenly appeared, Yifeng said to Shan Jun, who was hugging himself with both of his front paws. Shan Jun, business is important. We'll catch up later. After hearing this, Mountain Monarch obediently put down his paws like a small flower cat and lay down by Yifeng's side. Yifeng has met all of you fellow Taoists. Yifeng cupped his fists and said to the group of people in strange costumes in front of him. Pure Yangtze, the leader, realized that his own conception of the situation has deviated, and still heaven and earth such a big deviation. The high disciple of the heavenly man Taoist master is a real high disciple, not his own idea of the simpleton plus the door son-in-law of the wimp. It is their own rat's eye, too narrow-minded. Poor Taoist Pure Yangtze, carrying all his fellow disciples, has come here to greet fellow Taoist Yifeng. Pure Yangtze excitedly said to Yifeng, happy to cause Pure Yangtze a pair of eyes are narrowed up. The heart cannot be happy. The more fierce Yifeng was, the more chances he had of destroying the hairy stiffs. It seemed that this one was a sure thing. Behind the crowd standing upright, saw the leader Pure Yangtze have spoken. Also together vocalized to Yifeng, we have met fellow Taoist Yi. The voices were loud and full of righteousness, like soldiers who were being inspected. After saying that, basically all slanting eyes looking at Pure Yangtze, intending to look at Pure Yangtze's eyes to act, but the Pure Yangtze happy, eyes smiling just a slit. The crowd did not see a bit of eyes, so one by one stood more than a wooden stake still upright in the right step, mortar and pestle in the same place. Yifeng looked at the walking neatly as if the troops came out of the Taoists, rippling face full of surprise. Why is this group of friends so different? Fellow travelers gathered here, must be for the hairy stiff. The hairy stiff one day not removed, the people will not be safe for one day. Xiao Dao, I personally think, now set out to exterminate the hairy stiff. Yifeng said at length to the crowd in front of him. Yifeng's words, like a voice from the sky, rang in the ears of all the people. Lu Zhiping, who was as thin as a hemp pole, under the excitement, forgot what Pure Yangtze said about seeing my eyes in acting, and directly jumped out of the large troop of people and said respectfully to Yifeng, fellow Taoist Yi, I am Lu Zhiping. I would like to go forward with fellow Taoist Yi, and exterminate this hairy stalagmite. Standing squarely in the crowd, looked at the popping out of the army of Lu Jiping, and then looked at the smiling eyes are invisible after the pure Yangzi. Ready to decide not to look at the face of pure Yangzi act. First hold tight in front of the thick thighs say. They have opened their mouths to ask for help to go with Yifeng to kill the hairy stiffs. Going together to get rid of demons and defend the way is something that is incumbent on my generation of cultivators. The devil is 1 foot tall, the Tao is 10 feet tall, and it is incumbent upon us to guard justice and ward off evil, to live as a man, to die as a ghost. It's time for our remnant bodies to fulfill their final moment of light. I'm not a talented young woman, but I'm willing to be the front runner, the pawn, for the cause of destroying the hairy stiffs. I've been practicing for 3 nines in winter and 3 volts in summer, and I've been waiting for today. Please be sure to bring me along, Daoist Yi, so that I can make a small contribution. Don't argue, you are all still young. Going to get rid of the hairy stiffs will put your lives in danger. Let us older generation go. You keep your useful body and cultivate hard, and later strive to be a great cultivator with profound techniques to protect the family and the country. Love the people, love the motherland and love the hometown. The mouth of all the friends of the Taoist spattered on the leaf maple said, that is, the leaf maple away from the farther, otherwise the saliva. Spit stars have long been sprayed to the face of the leaf maple, and the leader of the pure Yangzi did not have so much good luck. Leaf maple, as a troop of the leader of the goat, in the Lu Jiping jumped out of the crowd was out of control, completely did not act in accordance with his eyes. The surging friends of the Taoists one by one, scrambling to be the first to show their own, stretching out in evil hands, standing in the forefront of pure Yangzi, pulled again and again pulled to the crowd of people at the end, during which the face received a lot of spittle. Only evil hands, standing in the forefront of the pure Yangzi, pulled again and again pulled to the crowd at the end of the people, during the face received a lot of spit stars. The crowd at the end of the pure Yangzi, reached out with his own robe on the sleeve to wipe his old face hung full of spit stars. Wipe a look, found himself purple edge of the sleeve actually still have leak leaves. The heart of the fire rubbed up this, looking at this group of rabble a look wanna hold a thigh. Holding such a low end look like wanna kill people's hearts have. The heart of a strong admonition to calm themselves, to be calm, cannot be in front of the Tian Rendo Long High disciples lost their own face? After all, as a Taoist seniors, they still want to face, pure Yangzi good hard to smooth out their own restless anger. Gas transport voice, as loudspeaker like to the crowd in front of them roared, all be shut up by me. Noisy into what behavior? Ye Taoist, these are all countryside bumpkin, you do not and their general knowledge. We first go to the gathering hall, discuss how to deal with the hairstiff this beast. Celestial Taoist long this big trumpet voice sounded, let eager to show themselves, keen to become ye phone crotch dog of a group of people, chilled and trembling if shocked to stand in place and do not speak. The air at this time became a needle in the air. This before and after the gap change is too big, can be described as a heavenly difference? Looking at Yifeng and the 2 demons frozen a daze. Chapter 91, let's prepare to prepare. Pure Yangzi looked at the frozen Yifeng and walked towards the front of the crowd with the usual pace of a big brother in the Tao, and the Taoists were like Pure Yangzi's little brothers, obediently giving way to Pure Yangzi. Pure Yangzi, who had taken some time to recover to the immortal style, stroked his beard and said to Yifeng with a smile, fellow Daoist Yi, please move to the gathering hall. The Mao stalemate is ferocious. Let's discuss an all-around plan. Make sure to build up our success with one strike, and take down Mao stalemate, this harmful beast. Return Xiangxi people a peaceful world. Yifeng heard Pure Yangzi's solemn words, the whole are speechless. District a hair stiff, need to be so troublesome? I can level the hairy stiff by myself, and what's with the leek leaves on your head? Taoist Pure Yang, regarding people is like putting out a fire. For every minute we delay, someone will be victimized by the hairy stiffs within that minute, so I propose to set out now to exterminate the hairy stiffs. Yifeng said to Pure Yangzi with a murderous look on his face. Pure Yangzi looked at Yifeng with a murderous face, and thought quickly inside his head, ignoring this group of rabble behind himself, with Yifeng and I and the 2 demons playing as assistants, this game should be 9 out of 10. Feasible. Taoist Yi really loves his country and his people. Saving people is like putting out a fire. That's what I've been thinking. So let's pack up our equipment and get going as soon as possible. Pure Yangzi said with a wave of his hand, forcing himself to save his honor. Guys, grab your own guys nimbly and drive to Devil's Forest to gather in 5 minutes. Let the hairy stiffs see how powerful we are today. Pure Yangzi turned his head to the rabble behind him and commanded. When the crowd heard Pure Yangzi's words, they hooted and hollered as they dispersed and left, each going back to get their own weapons. Fellow Daoist Yi, please don't be offended. All of you are country bumpkins who haven't studied much, and their words sometimes don't hit the mark, but they all have a heart for keeping the right and the wrong and upholding the right way on earth. Pure Yangzi saw that the crowd had already disappeared and explained to Yifeng with a smile. Not waiting for Yifeng to speak, Pure Yangzi opened his mouth and continued to say, more people have more power. More than one person will have more power. The Devil Forest Mountain is dangerous. Miasma is a slightly developed primitive mountain forest. The hairy stiff was injured by us, is hiding in the devilly inside the healing dare not, and so on. We gather the men and women to go over. To kill him a man turned over. Pure Yangzi Headleaks viciously said, but also did not forget to pinch their palms. Yifeng listened to Pure Yangzi's words, greatly surprised. Forgive him for his eyes. Just now the crowd of people did not find a cultivated Taoist friend inside the crowd. Could it be that he had hidden his magic power? The body's aura has been covered up. Yifeng, who was greatly surprised, asked curiously, Taoist masters are good at this. Since Taoist friends can injure the hairy stiff, why don't they take advantage of the victory and kill each other? This is how I should answer. Pure Yangzi heard Yifeng's words, a little stunned. If you can injure the hairy stiff, why don't you kill the other party? The other party asked no problem. Could it be that he and the others have compassion in their hearts and give the hairy stiff a chance to change his ways? Fellow Daoist Yi, there's something you don't know. The hairy stiff was cunning and took one of our Nanwu Umatba Buddha missiles that we struck across the sky, and by the time we arrived at the scene, the hairy stiff had already disappeared. It must have already found a place to quietly lick its wounds. Pure Yangzi stroked his beard and said with a smile, there is no way. One's own bragging bowl is to blow through with tears. Yifeng listened to the whole thing and was speechless. You guys are great. You've already used the physical way of demon subduing. I really want to give you guys more than a thumbs up. Anxiously, he said to Pure Yangzi, the hairy stiff is injured. It will definitely suck blood to heal. We have to rush there as soon as possible. Okay, then let's go first. Pure Yangzi said that he was a bit tired. Just now he didn't rub it in for a moment and blew a bubble bull. It might damage his image in Yifeng's heart. It's better to go to Devil's Forest first and forget about it. At that time, he was leaking a couple of handfuls of his own, to prove that he was a Xianmen sect master with moral character and prestige. No more than 2 minutes elapsed between the two men's conversations, and just as they were about to take the current drive to the Devil's Grove, the dogs who had disappeared earlier rushed back with their long guns. Daoist Pure Yang, Daoist Yi, we are ready. Lu Zhiping appeared in front of the two with his second son, fully armed, one holding a soul-summoning sail and carrying a brass bell in his hand, while the other was holding a blackened rifle with large brass bullets wrapped around his waist. Yifeng was surprised once again. What is this? A double-layer collection of physical and jutsu? The magic kills the soul, and the physical strikes the body? What made Yifeng even more surprised was still behind. With the appearance of the two fathers and sons of Lu Zhiping, the crowd began to emerge one by one. A Miao woman wearing a Miao dress, holding a fishing rod with a golden thin line, and an old man dressed as a farmer, carrying a hoe on his back. There is also a man holding a Manhwa bared water gun, which is loaded with colorful liquids. There is even a 1 meter 9 tall fierce warrior, dressed in special camouflage clothing, carrying a shoulder-mounted bazooka on his back, carrying a rod of microshock in his hand, dressed like a foreign Rambo. The rest, most of them are holding relatively cold weapons, common knives, guns, clubs and swords. One are not. The Taoists who were holding various weapons, one by one, spoke to Yifeng and Pure Yangzi about their readiness. Alright, when you're ready, let's drive off to Devil's Forest then. Pure Yangzi's big hand for a while, with the look of a big brother in the Tao, commanded to his little brother, and turned his head to the already stunned Yifeng. Yi Xian nephew, let's set off. The mountain monarch has a special car to escort him, so you don't have to worry. After deep thought, Pure Yangzi, ringing up his own and the celestial Taoist master had a side relationship, immediately cheekily changed his mouth to call on the virtuous nephew, and so on. After the elimination of the hairy stiffs, the outside world will be rumored to be Pure Yang Taoist master's high magical power, and with his own back Yifeng eliminated the hairy stiffs that were plaguing the world. Think about it and feel happy. Surprised for a moment Yifeng, sighing that the world is big and strange, his own eyesight is ultimately narrow. Ignoring the word virtuous nephew in Pure Yangzi's mouth, he said, it's not too late then, let's go. Well, virtuous nephew please, Pure Yangzi said and brought Yifeng to the back of the Lu family's parking, pointing to a formidable Hummer. He said, this is my fake in Xiangxi, get in. After saying that, he threw off his Taoist robe and sat on the driver's seat. Yifeng took a look at the parking space above the Ghostfire motorcycle, van, pickup truck, and so on, all kinds of vehicles. Speechless on the shoulders of Jin Bao explained a few words, without making any remarks on the car. Hummer. Pure Yangzi foot throttle down. Hummer is like a stringed arrow sword out. Chapter 92, The Devil's Grove. Jin Bao and Shan Jun stood still and watched the Hummer leave before lightly jumping into a Dongfeng military truck. The driver was a fierce man with a bazooka on his back, and after seeing the two beasts get on the truck, he nimbly pulled open the door and sat in, and after the truck shook twice and spewed out a stream of black smoke, he chased after the Hummer that was leading the way. The rest of the people also boarded their own car, followed by the Hummer rushed out. In this way, the leader of the Hummer with their own variety of minions, all the way to the west. 2 hours after the convoy began to enter the mountain, sitting on the Hummer, Yifeng saw the entrance to the mountain actually have a real gun military personnel stationed, but also set up a military exercise. Please do not approach the sign. Taoist Pure Yang. The soldiers here are staying here to tightly control the hairy stiffs from running out, right? Yifeng asked to Pure Yangzi, who looked like an old driver. Well, virtuous nephew, you are right. After the hairy stiffs took a hit from a Namo Amatba rocket launcher, they lurked around the Devil's Forest and came out. Deep mountains and dense forests. Satellites can't detect the exact location of the hairy stiffs, so we can only send heavy troops to guard the entrance to the mountains, so as to avoid the hairy stiffs from running out and harming people. After Pure Yangzi finished speaking, he obediently pulled over under the gesture of the station soldiers. The following vehicles saw the leading big brother parking. All unanimously hit the double flashlights, obediently pulling over to the side of the car. Xian nephew, sit tight, I am familiar with the soldiers here. Soon we will enter the mountain. Pure Yangzi jumped out of the car when he finished speaking. The moment to show off his background is now. Can't wait to pretend so much in front of Yifeng, the virtuous nephew. Little Zhang, it's me, Pure Yangzi. I'm sure you've seen the purpose of our coming into the mountain today. It's to go in and destroy the hairy stiffs, put away the barricades and let go. After Pure Yangzi finished speaking, he threw out his own sleeves with a masterly look and stroked his beard as he waited for the soldiers to release him. Pure Yangzi, mouth of Xiao Zhang, is a height of 1.7 meters, dark skin, looks simple and honest young man. Alright, the Taoist masters have come to kill zombies again. Brothers, move the barricades to let the Taoist masters in. At Xiao Zhang's voice, the remaining soldiers moved the barricade in unison. Taoist master, the barricade has been moved away. You finish all news point. Yesterday we folded 2 brothers in this. Remember to bring a satellite phone. Cannot win the zombie, immediately call for help. We will bring heavy weapons to meet you, just like last time. Xiao Zhang, very solemn to the Pure Yangzi, said. Yifeng, who was sitting in the car, heard Xiao Zhang's words and looked curiously at Pure Yangzi and Xiao Zhang outside the car. It looked like it was this group of soldiers who injured Mao Stiff. Sure enough, it's still our Chinese soldier brothers who are reliable. And pretending to be a high person, Pure Yangzi heard Xiao Zhang's words, immediately knew that bad things do not need to turn around, has felt the gaze behind himself, his own pretending to be a failure to become a fool. If I had known, I would have said so much. Nodded my head and passed. Ha ha, Xiao Zhang, what are you talking about? Your mouth smells of alcohol. Looks like you drank early. Drinking is wrong. Don't drink at the end of your duty in the future. Next time it won't be an exception. Don't, I'm going to tell your officer. Pure Yangzi finished, patted Xiao Zhang's shoulder, not waiting for Xiao Zhang to reply, immediately got into the car and left, leaving aside of confused Xiao Zhang explaining to Pure Yangzi's background. Taoist priest, I didn't drink morning wine. You are not a cold smell, wrong. Pure Yangzi, only in the pretense. The brain as if open, turning fast, immediately pressed the small Zhang. A drinking and talking nonsense crime were on the head. After getting into the car, immediately Pop closed the door, cut off the noise outside. The whole Hummer is shaking on the 3 shakes. Visible Pure Yangzi in the failure to pretend to be a force issued after how big. Xian nephew, really people's hearts are not ancient. A little bit of the spirit of dedication are not. The soldiers on duty actually drink morning wine. I am separated from the clothes. Small Zhang, as soon as I opened my mouth I smelled. That flavor is simply too punchy. I want to vomit a little bit, but I look at the face of the people's sons and daughters of the people forcibly endured. Fortunately you did not get out of the car, or else you smelled the smell of that wine may have been spit out of the overnight meal. Pure Yangzi said to Yifeng, immediately drove towards the Devil's Forest. The heart secretly exclaimed, rashly got out of his car since he didn't close the door. Fortunately his own wit forcibly dissolved this wave of Xiao Zhang's kill. It seems that in the future he will have to develop the good habit of getting in and out of the car and closing the door. Yifeng nodded his head in understanding. His mouth didn't want to say anything at all. What kind of people did he meet? A large group of cars rushed past the sentry post and headed deep into the Devil's Forest. Standing next to the sentry post, Xiao Zhang, after seeing this large group of caravans disappear from sight, said to his comrades, roadblock, just don't be too busy to move it back yet. It won't be long before they go back the same way again. These words caused the soldiers present to laugh. Pure Yangzi drove the car without looking at his face, not saying a word. Finally, 20 minutes later, the purpose of the trip was reached. A large mountain that looked like a skull from a distance appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng got out of the car and carefully looked at the skeleton mountain in front of him, and shut up. The Pure Yangzi also opened his mouth to speak, pointing to the skull in front of him, said, Yi Xian nephew, ahead is the Devil Forest. The hair stiffs are hidden in this mountain. Later we have to search the mountain, in order to prevent us from being broken by the hair stiffs one by one. I have decided that we are 2 people in a group, no more than 100 meters apart to search the mountain, so that it is a little safer. Pure Yangzi said his proposal. If he acted in batches, he was rightfully in a group with Yifeng. As far as the square eyes could see, he was the only one who was worthy of being in a group with such an expert as Yifeng. Rattling the sound of parking. The Taoists who aspired to the small demonic ambush all arrived. They all looked at Pure Yangzi and Yifeng, who were sitting in the car, waiting for their next step. After observing for a while, Yifeng pulled open the car door and said to the Taoists, I suspect that the hairy stiff is not injured. It is intentionally hiding in this place to cultivate. You see the skull's eyes look at the location, corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the Tianshu star and Tianxian star, the former main Yang Ming soul, the latter main soul power. The hairy stiff must be the use of the Devil's Forest's unique terrain to practice, and would like to yin and yang convergence with the one body and transform into a flying stiff. The moment Yifeng said this, the crowd present all sucked in a breath of cool air. Not bad for being a senior disciple of the Heavenly Man Taoist master. A glance could see the difference here, and even more let all the friends of the Taoist double feet pendulum thing. The hair stiff actually did not hurt, actually found such a unique place to cultivate, and also can cultivate to the point of flying stiff. All of you Taoist friends are now thinking of a question in your mind. That is, now I say I want to go home. I don't know if it's okay. Both eyes are very consciously looked at their leading big brother Pure Yangzi. Chapter 93, Thunder Law. Yifeng words startled Pure Yangzi out of a cold sweat. Seeing his own little brother looking at his own expectant, pleading for help, retreating eyes, his own legs covered by the Taoist robe began to tremble madly. We can't even beat an ordinary hairy stiff, let alone a hairy stiff that may have cultivated to flying stiff. Inside his brain, he quickly organized his words. How can we retreat in a dignified manner without being despised by the nephew Yi in front of us? I'm sure the hair stiff is hiding in the left eye cultivation. Separated from so far away already can feel that strong corpse gas. I first use the power of thunder law to the strongest to the sun to break up the left eye of the convergence of the yin qi and the corpse gas. All of you Taoist friends ready to prepare their respective weapons. Guard the surrounding area. To prevent the hair stiff to escape, the mountain monarch Yu and Jinbao now go up to the mountain. After the thunder fall immediately do it. Yifeng did not wait for Pure Yangzi to finish. His eyes with starlight general essence light to the crowd commanded to. After hearing his own little master's words, Jinbao immediately jumped onto the mountain monarch's head, and without any hesitation, he rushed towards the skeleton. Wind from the tiger, clouds from the dragon. After the mountain monarch crossed into the devil's forest, it disappeared in a few breaths. The crowd that came back to their senses realized that this Nyan started to move. Should they be so head-on? Pure Yangzi, who had already been scared out of his wits, wiped a handful of cold sweat from his own face and said to Yifeng in a very submissive manner, Xian nephew, isn't it too risky to do this? What if we scare the snakes? I think we can completely report your speculation to the top. When a missile comes over, the hairy stiff is still not flying dust. I don't know if the hairy stiffs will fly away, but I know that once the missile washes the ground, the beaten corpse chi and resentment chi contained inside the skeleton will explode. And I don't know how many evil things will be spawned at that time. And I suspect that this skeleton is the chopped-off head of an ancient evil cultivator. Yifeng explained roughly. Yifeng's words, so that the crowd here madly sucked in cool air, gulping saliva. This Nima is too scary. The more he said the more outrageous. Actually even the ancient evil cultivator have popped out. Making up stories is not this outrageous. I'm going to cast a spell. You guys cover your ears. After Yifeng finished speaking, he put down the wooden box he was carrying on his back, and his eyes exploded with an infinite amount of golden light. His hands quickly pinched his fingers, his feet stepped on new steps, and the true air inside his body quickly collapsed. His mouth quickly recited the incantation. Servants of the 3 worlds, 5 emperors welcome, 10,000 gods salute, harness the thunder, Tai clear thunder, subdue the demons and remove the devils. Yifeng let out an explosive shout and pointed at the left eye of the skeleton. Boom sound exploded. A silver-white thunder snake suddenly split out of the clear sky, which carried the power to purify the world of all evils towards the left eye of the skeleton. Bang! Rumble sound rang in the ears of the crowd, shaking the dumbfounded. A look of almost crying in fear of the crowd's ears buzzing straight, with a look of God's eyes looking at Yifeng. In this world, there is actually a person who can use the thunder method? After a thunder snake chopped through, Yifeng felt that it was not safe. The ancient evil cultivator was definitely filled with boundless grievances and calamity chi when he was dying, and after the change of the times, there would definitely still be a large amount of grievances suffused inside his head, and he fiercely stepped on the ground with one foot. The body erupted with strong true chi that swung out in all directions, shaking heavenly might, divine thunder swinging evil. In order to correct heavenly might, 3 heavenly thunders, thunder come, along with Yifeng's thunder, The air boom boom boom, the clear sky continuously exploded 3 thunder, with the most rigid and sunny power splitting to the left eye of the head of the whole. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 thunderclaps, the skeleton's left eye came roar 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 roar. The sound is full of infinite grievances and murderous gas, and also mixed with the sound of pain and anger. And Leaf Maple around the crowd are all kneeling on the ground, as if in praying to God to worship Buddha, like lying on hands vigorously cover their ears. The heart of the panic to the extreme. The 3 heavenly divine thunder to just to the power of the sun has a subdued demons, purify the world of obscurity. In order to town of the heart of the power of the people who are not right. It is very clear that Leaf Maple around the group of aspiring, including pure Yangtze again within, are all part of the heart of the talent will be born god of the thunder of the aftermath of the mighty deterred into in this way, afraid of their own heartbreak to do more. The air of the god of thunder like their own splits. This is also the old people mouth long said, God thunder, specializing in hitting unfilial, evil things to do more than the origin of the person. Yifeng withdrew his own fa seal, looking at the thunder. After the thunder, the Taoist friends whose mouths were talking about subduing the demons and subduing the devils all looked like frightened quails. In silence, he lifted up his own wooden box and rushed towards the mountain in a general way by shrinking into an inch, and after traversing all the rugged mountain paths and the miasma forests that permeated the mountains and forests, Yamakuni and Jinbao, who had set out long ago, came to lurk not far from the skulls on the upper slopes of the Devil's Forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Jinbao arranged the combat opportunities to the mountain monarch, roughly meaning that later on, I am small, first lurked on the side, you are big. After attracting the attention of the hairy stiffs, I will sneak attack the other side. The big-headed mountain monarch didn't make a sound because his voice was too loud, and nodded his head to signal his approval of Jinbao's battle plan. After all, his own little master is at the foot of the mountain. The district hairstiff can still eat me not. In the old days, there was a dog fighting against a man's power, but now there is me, the mountain monarch, the tiger fighting against the power of the little master. 2 monsters patiently in the cave not far away from the patience of lurking up, and indeed their little master did not let us down. A dry heavenly thunder rang out of thin air, bull-thick silver snake with brilliant heavenly might to the skull's left eye splitting. The entire skull's left eye began to emerge white light, accompanied by the period of the boom, 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 the huge vibration of the crushed stone crumbling. After the sound, 3 silver-colored lightning is like a GPS positioning, straight toward the skeleton's left eye. A bang sound rang in the ears of Jinbao and Shanjun. The entire mountain shook slightly, and within the range of vision of the 2 beasts, silver snakes danced wildly, as if the scene of the end of the world had come to pass was presented in the eyes of the 2 monsters. Jinbao and Shanjun looked at the scene in front of them as if it was a natural disaster. Gulong, the 2 monsters gulped in unison. Their own little master is too scary. Before I only heard the old master said that the little master's magic power is very deep and far more than their own. Today I finally saw how deep the little master's magic power is. This lightning is comparable to the thunder tribulation. Right, if you get hit by such a thunderbolt, you basically don't need to enter the crematorium. The sight of the silver chaos disappeared after a minute. A shocking beast roar rang out from inside the left eye. The sound was like a wounded beast. Jinbao and Shanjun listened to the sound and looked to the charred black land left under the thunder law. Before an earth-colored skeleton head of the mountain, under the blow of the thunder law, it was now blackened and cracked and smoked with a thick black smoke. It was like a roasted sheep's head.